I clearly awakened the strongest S-level talent, the Guardian Heart, but was betrayed by my girlfriend Sue Manlin in the game. In order to take an epic item from me, my girlfriend even teamed up with my arch-rival to kill me. What terrified me even more was that after I logged out of the game, I was also assassinated by a mysterious person in reality. However, when I opened my eyes, I found myself back on the day I awakened my talent. It turned out that after the virtual game descended into reality, everyone could awaken their professional talents, and I was betrayed by Sue Manlin because I trusted her too much. At this moment, various exclamations suddenly erupted from the crowd. A beautiful figure on the awakening platform was enveloped in golden light, and Sue Manlin actually awakened an anomaly. Could she have an A-level talent or higher? It seems that Bai Chuan has benefited, as he can actually be childhood friends with such a goddess. The crowd looked at Sue Manlin on the altar with envy, their eyes filled with admiration. It is well known that as long as the awakened talent is strong enough, one can soar to become a powerful being, thus distinguishing themselves from those with weaker talents and becoming people from two different worlds. However, a boy standing in the corner was staring blankly at everything in front of him. I actually reincarnated. My father's treasure has not been taken away, and I was not killed by that woman Sue Manlin. In my previous life, I possessed the extremely rare S-level talent, the Guardian Heart, and was invited as a guest by a top university before even taking the college entrance examination. My fate should have been infinitely glorious, but I only wanted to attend the same university as Sue Manlin, so I foolishly went into the virtual game to sweetly duo with her, which led to her ruthlessly backstabbing me during the boss fight. I clearly remember Chin Fong, who was not on good terms with me, holding her waist with a mocking and teasing look in his eyes. Bai Chuan, that treasure from your dead old man is now the item that the Martial God Hall specifically wants. I'll gladly accept it, and so will I take away Ruyen. The death in the virtual world made me lose all the items in my backpack, including the epic level equipment my father left for me, which also exploded and was lost. Suddenly, a pleasant voice sounded beside me, and Sue Manlin had come to my side without me noticing. She was surrounded by a warm glow, like a spring breeze brushing against my face. Bai Chuan, I have awakened the holy healer profession, and my talent is A-level benevolent heart. She gently brushed her hair, blushing as she said, you awakened a combat profession, and if we work hard together, we might be able to get into the academy. Her gentle demeanor stirred the hearts of many classmates, who wished I would disappear so they could take my place and be favored by her. At this moment, an anomaly appeared on the altar, with 4 colors of elements intertwining, guarding around the spirited Chin Fong. He awakened the elementalist profession, with a talent level of A, the second A-level talent to manifest, attracting envious gazes from the crowd. Wow, Chin Fong awakened an A-level talent. Is this for real? Nothing is impossible. Awakening is influenced by personal experiences and desires. Maybe Chin Fong has some special qualities we don't know about. However, he had always been pursuing Sue Manlin, and both of them had A-level talents, which honestly made them quite a match. With the praise of the crowd, Chin Feng's lips curled up as he adjusted his collar and confidently walked towards me. To be precise, all his attention was on Sue Manlin. Ru Yen, let's team up to enter the God-forsaken land later. I'll handle the damage output, and you can assist. With our strength, we can quickly sweep through the novice village, and it's entirely possible to complete our first class before the college entrance examination. He showed no interest in me at all. If it were before, he might have regarded me as a rival, but now that he had awakened an A-level talent, he was full of confidence, believing he could easily crush me. The thorn in his side, even without Sue Manlin's help. Sue Manlin frowned slightly, looking extremely reluctant, and quickly retreated behind me. Chin Fong, don't call me Ru Yen, we are not familiar. She pushed me, seemingly urging me to hurry up and complete the awakening. Her reaction was not surprising to everyone, as she always treated Chin Fong this way, acting as if she could only hold me in her heart. But the reborn me already understood that these two were just putting on a show for me. Looking at Sue Manlin's pitiful appearance, I lost the admiration I once had and felt particularly disgusted, as if I were being forced to eat something unpleasant. I took a deep breath, maintaining a calm facade, and walked towards the altar. I thought to myself that once I awakened my talents from my past life, I would take the special recruitment route of the academy, and then slowly deal with their troubles. I pressed my palm lightly on the crystal ball, and a mysterious power surged into my body, as if a key had clicked open some hidden shackles. At that moment, the crystal ball emitted a black halo, attracting the attention of countless students, even dimmer than the F-grade gray awakening light. Hey, Bai Chuan can't really have created a G-grade talent, right? This is big news. Game talents are divided into 9 levels, ranging from SSS to F, with darker colors indicating poorer awakened talents. Not only the students, but even the 2 strong individuals responsible for the awakening cast surprised glances. I stood there in a daze, not understanding how the S-level talent from my previous life could be gone. At that moment, a voice that only I could hear echoed in my mind. Due to the influence of the host's past life resentment, the god-slaying and demon-slaying system has been loaded. This system allows the host to kill players and receive equivalent drops to a boss's death, along with rewards of special items that do not exist in the world. Note that killing players in the game will also result in their deaths in reality. The system has been datafied as the host's personal talent, with level restrictions. Killing players in the game will also lead to death in reality? Ultimately, under the recognition of the strong ones on stage, my profession was designated as Shadow Hunter. And not only did my profession change, but my talent also went downhill. I couldn't help but doubt that this was a byproduct of my crossing over. Although it was somewhat strange, the two awakened strong ones still classified it as F level, not exaggerated enough to create a separate G level. After all, F level is already the limit, so why go any lower? The profession matches the pitch black crystal ball. By Chuan, you truly live up to your name. This black talent that no immortal has ever possessed has actually been awakened by you, which is really quite boring. Originally dismissive of me, Qin Feng felt he had overreacted, even going so far as to spend a fortune to bribe Su Manlin to slander me and set up a trap. The place I was staying was filled with assassins he had sent to ambush me. If I had awakened a powerful talent, Qin Feng would have thought that the net he cast was perfectly executed. However, being a failure with a talent demoted to F level, the original document seems to have an error. Based on the context, it should be F level, not G level, made him feel the bitterness of flattering a blind person for no reason. Brother Bai Chuan, don't listen to Qin Feng's nonsense. Talent is just an aid. The depth of profession development is the key, and Shadow Hunter has high damage. At this moment, Su Manlin came out from the side, pulling me and winking at Qin Feng as if to defend me. I'll heal you, it's a perfect match. In the eyes of others, she was defending the dignity of her beloved, but I had already realized her insincerity and scoffed inwardly. However, on the surface, I sighed. My talent is low, I still need Sister Ruyen to help me a lot with getting into the academy. Su Manlin smiled slightly and nodded, just about to pull me to the god-forsaken land when she was interrupted by the stern-voiced principal. The awakening ceremony is over. The college entrance examination in half a month is a significant moment that determines one's life. Regardless of talent, everyone must do their best to improve. Everyone turned to the principal, who stood there with a serious expression, no longer the kind demeanor he usually had, and he detailed the precautions for the god-forsaken land, pouring out a lot of motivational talk, speaking for a full half hour before letting everyone go home. As a supernatural game that influences reality, most players choose a safe location when logging in. In my previous life, I attempted to return home for a consciousness crossover, but after encountering an assassination, I abandoned that idea. After agreeing to meet at the entrance of the novice village, I took a taxi to the Longting Hotel in Guangfeng County, requested a high-standard room, locked the doors and windows, lay down to empty my mind, and entered the god-forsaken land, novice village number 184558. I appeared in tattered clothes, surrounded by flickering lights and shadows, with new students continuously entering. I didn't immediately look for Su Manlin, but instead checked my own status. My profession is Shadow Hunter, with the talent of God Slayer and Demon Slayer, and my only skill is backstab. If used well, the leveling efficiency in the early stages is quite high. Unfortunately, my forbidden talent only works on players, so I might as well find someone to test the effectiveness of my talent. Looking at the description, a surge of anticipation welled up in my heart. Although the talent to kill players would lead to death in reality, I didn't care at all. I heard that dying in the god-forsaken land after the fourth transfer would cause instant demise in reality. After all, I've already died once, so why worry so much? Su Manlin, in my previous life, you plotted against me, so today let me stab you in the back, with intention or without. I don't believe you can survive today under my hands. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lu Wen's mouth. He kept a black dagger at his waist. As the equipment that came with the game, there was no need to think about how crotch-pulling the attributes really were. Customized dagger. Equipment description, a junk weapon with the lowest attack attribute. The only good thing about it is that it doesn't need to consume equipment durability. Equipment level, LV1. Equipment quality, inferior. Equipment part, weapon. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attribute, physical attack +1. Equipment effect, none. In his 3 years of high school, Lu Wen studied mainly knowledge related to the godforsaken land. Being more than clear about the structure of the novice village, Lu Wen felt that he could find the location of the village entrance with his eyes closed. It was only a short 10 minutes before Lu Wen saw a silhouette in the distance waving right at him. Brother Lu Wen, here, make sure to keep an eye on him. I want to know Lu Wen's movements at all times. At the entrance of the novice village, Su Manlin waved at Lu Wen while secretly replying in the chat channel. Got it. A dumbass full of hormones can't escape me. However, what was promised to me must be done. The quota of official members of the Martial Gods Palace, I'm bound and determined to get it. As one of the 9 powers of the Divine Star Alliance, the Martial God's Palace was a heavenly existence in the eyes of countless new players. Now that there was an opportunity to join in on the fun, Su Manning simply wouldn't miss it, not to mention taking Lu Wen's hidden equipment in exchange. Even if she really let her slaughter the other party, Su Manlin wouldn't be the slightest bit soft. The advent of the virtual game had changed everything on the God Star, and only those who had seen the group of powerful players who could call the shots in reality could know what it really meant to be able to directly join the Martial God's Palace. Looking at the slowly walking Lu Wen, Su Manlin hung up the communication, stroked up the broken hair on her ear, and laughed softly. Brother Lu Wen, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Wen subconsciously touched the dagger at his waist and couldn't help but smile as well. Yeah, I've been looking for you for a long time too. Chapter 3567. Son, come on, let's get out there and upgrade. Lu Wen showed his usual dog-licking expression, like a greasy gentleman, bending forward and waving his hand. Brother Lu Wen, let's go. Su Manlin enjoys Lu Wen's attitude very much. There is no lack of suitors around her, only Lu Wen most of her heart, for no other reason than that a competent, shameless, bottomless lickspittle is simply too good to use. Su Manlin didn't need to give anything at all. A gentle smile, the occasional friction of her body, or words of defense of the other person could make Lu Wen obey her. Thus, when Qin Feng found her a few months ago and revealed the plan to steal the epic props, Su Manlin knew that it was definitely a sure thing. The duo walked out of the novice village and arrived on a vast plain. Low-level magic monsters are everywhere here, making it perfect for new players to practice. At this moment, an old hen with a grayish-black body that didn't look like it could be eaten appeared in front of Lu Wen's duo. Demonized Chick, LV1. Life, 400. The game's own scrying technique was thrown out, and Lu Wen immediately learned the basic attributes of this demonized chick. Try your hand at this one first. Lu Wen pulled out the dagger at his waist, circled around behind the chick, and without much hesitation, violently stabbed the dagger down. Pust. -106. The blood arrow shot out, and the hen let out a ghastly cry, her life instantly reduced by a fraction. Although Lu Wen was a tank that carried wounds in his last life, it wasn't a problem to change professions and operate a novice magic monster. Seizing the backstab activation condition, Lu Wen grabbed the old hen's wings and quickly stabbed 3 times. -104, -108, -98. It's possible that the stab was shifted, causing the damage inflicted by Lu Wen to fluctuate. However, under his chain of backstab, this demonized chick only had time to scream miserably before disappearing into a ball of light. Congratulations on killing the demonized chick. Experience +15. So little experience, just so little. Since the small monster was killed by Lu Wen alone, Su Manlin didn't gain half a point of experience at all, but she saw the eye-catching +15 PX words on her opponent's head. After all, it's a small level 1 monster. It really doesn't give much. However, upgrading before the first turn is fast. It won't take long for both of us to level up. Speaking of this, Lu Wen seemed to have thought of something, as he glanced around vigilantly and whispered, Manlin, I've heard people say that there are hidden experience treasures in the wild banana forest outside the novice village. We don't need to team up then. I'll beat the little monsters until they're bloodied, and you'll fill in then. I'll try to get you to level 5 as soon as possible, and then I'll help you go to the novice village to buy a powerful equipment, and then even if you're a holy healer, your panel attributes will be higher than mine. Su Manrin's eyes lit up as she listened, even though she had never heard of any experience treasure outside the novice village. Out of her trust in Licking Dog, Su Manlin decided to go over with Lu Wen to take a look. She was ready to agree, but the words came out with a torn look. Brother Lu Wen, it's not good to give me all of them, then what will you do? Lu Wen waved his hand, revealing a bold gesture. It's fine, as long as Manlin gets better, I'll be satisfied. Su Manlin didn't say anything, but just leaned her head on Lu Wen's shoulder with a look of listening to the king's arrangement. In her heart, she was laughing coldly. Lu Wen, this Licking Dog was really stupid, actually wasting the precious upgrade time in the early stages on others. Even though the one enjoying the benefits was herself, Su Manlin still felt that Lu Wen was sick in the head. When I get my gear on, maybe I can even practice alone. Plus the tailblade this idiot Lovern left for me. Thinking about her upgrading speed that was about to soar, Su Manlin couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, and her foot movements couldn't help but speed up a few points. Wild Banana Grove. This is the range of the LV5 Rogue Monkey. Compared to the bustle of the plains, the new players who had just finished awakening clearly didn't have the ability to come here and explore. Lu Wen brought Su Manlin to a place under a thick tree, pointed to a small monkey dangling down from above, and explained, the one who told me this news is Senior Lu Dong, who graduated last year. He said that the first newcomer to open the wild banana forest for exploration will open a small treasure trove of experience. What is exploration is killing a wild monster on this side of the map. It's actually Senior Lu Dong. No wonder. Su Manlin nodded her head indistinctly. As a newcomer with a ranked talent who had awakened last year, Su Manlin was quite impressed with Lu Dong and had heard that he had scored extremely well in the college entrance exams and had successfully entered the academy for further studies. And since Lu Dong and Lu Wen had a good relationship, the news thought it should be true. Then what do we do now? Su Manlin's tone was agitated, her eyes unblinking, staring intently at the upside-down monkey. Manrin, you are a holy healer. You can attack from a distance. Just pull this monkey's hatred and leave the rest to me. Lu Wen swore, his tone full of confidence. I'm going to count to 3. Mannion, you get ready. Okay, I hear you. Su Manlin gripped her staff tightly and began to take constant aim, glancing from her tail to her body before finally locking her gaze on the top of the rogue monkey's head. At the same time, Lu Wen reversed his grip on the dagger, aiming it from Su Manrin's rear buttocks to her back heart, and then landing on her head. 3, 2, pust, -167. Blast. Ah. Before she could wait for one, Su Manlin felt an unspeakable pain coming from the back of her head, due to the fact that the player is a descendant of consciousness. The pain gained from injuries in the godforsaken land is no different from the outside world. Su Manlin screamed miserably and her body instantly went limp. Triggering a storm and not dying? Lu Wen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the holy healer's life was actually higher than his, and the sneak attack even with the blitz didn't kill Su Manlin. Lu Wen, what are you doing? Hearing a familiar voice coming from behind her ears, Su Manlin turned her head in disbelief, her gaze landing on top of the dagger Lu Wen was holding up. Are you crazy? Are you trying to kill me? Su Manlin's face was full of shock. She didn't understand why the usual goods with the licking dog would suddenly kill her ruthlessly. It would have been fine if it was someone else. Why was it Lu Wen? The answer is correct. But unfortunately there is no reward. Lu Wen raised his dagger and teasingly looked at Su Manlin. Any last words? What? Su Manlin couldn't understand what Lu Wen was saying at all. Her originally fairly pretty face was now twisted into a ball as she gritted her teeth. Lu Wen, I didn't expect you to be such a despicable and shameless person. I've only awakened an A-rank talent, and it would make you so jealous that you would kill me bitterly. Other than this explanation, she simply couldn't find any other reason for Lu Wen to sneak up on her. I'll be damned. Let's see how I expose you in the class group. LV1 rookies were meant to be the lowest tier of the godforsaken lands, and those death penalties were simply useless on them. Su Manlin decided that after she was resurrected, she must make Lu Wen's crimes known to the world. Let the rest of the class see the real face of Lu Wen. Su Manlin even thought about putting another sexual harassment label on Lu Wen, and she wanted to make the other party lose her reputation. Okay, I'll wait for you to expose me. If there was a chance, Lu Wen added in his mind before raising his dagger high and stabbing down quickly. Pust, -82. Congratulations on killing Miss Manlin, triggering the talent slaughtering gods and slaying demons, forbidden, and obtaining the bronze boss drop reward. You have acquired a skill scroll, sneak. You have acquired weapon, hardened dagger, bronze. You've gained skill points x1. You have obtained experience potion, small, ×1. You have gained experience x 150. Chapter 4, The Big Bang. Lu Wen, I'm going to make you lose your reputation. I'm going to kill you. An exquisite room within. Su Manlin snapped her eyes open and growled low with resentment. How could she have never imagined that the licking dog that had been so pleasing and fawning over her in the past would actually dare to sneak up on her behind her back? This made Su Manlin unusually annoyed, feeling that her dignity had been severely provoked. Even if there's no support from the martial god palace, this can't just be left alone. Su Manlin was fuming in her heart and was ready to contact Qin Feng and ask him to call someone to kill Lu Wen at the outskirts of the novice village. As for that epic prop, we'll take our time and plan for it later. But just as Su Manlin picked up her cell phone and was about to send a message to Qin Feng, she realized that she had grabbed an empty hand. Looking down, the original slender palm, at some point, had already been broken down into particles by some mysterious force. Su Manlin couldn't feel any pain, but a thick and chilling fear spread rapidly in her heart. What's going on? What's happening to me? She broke down and shrieked. Why yes, Lin, what's wrong with you? The commotion in the house quickly drew the attention of Su Manrin's parents. They were originally busy in the kitchen, preparing to cook a big meal for their daughter who had awakened her A-grade talent. But that crashing scream was what made the two of them hear their hearts tighten, and they hurriedly ran towards the room. But when the two of them opened the door to the room, a frightening scene instantly came into view, only to see that the originally youthful and beautiful Su Manlin was as disgusting and horrible as a quicksand monster at this moment. Her throat had been disintegrated by mysterious forces and she could no longer make any sound. the entire waist and below all disappeared. But the strange thing was that the blood that should have been sprayed all over the place also completely dissipated into nothingness along with Su Manlan's body. Ah! Su's mother screamed and staggered back, her legs weakening as she sat on her butt. Even Su's father wasn't much better. He was full of shock, completely dumbfounded by the scene in front of him, and didn't know what he should do at all. It wasn't until Su Manlan was completely disintegrated that the duo came back to their senses. Ah! Call the police! Call the police! On the other hand, Shinfeng looked suspiciously at Su Manlan, who had already gone offline, and couldn't help but frown slightly. What the hell? Not properly upgrading in the game. Go offline to do chicken hair? It didn't matter to him at all whether Su Manlan was promoted or not. What he needed was Lu Wen's real-time dynamics. In other words, Su Manlan was just but one of his eyes. Now that the eyes were gone, Shinfeng had temporarily lost control of Lu Wen. How could he not be angry? He tried to contact the other side in the real world, but there was still no news. Marred. What the hell is this dumbass up to? Shinfeng cursed. The mind was inexplicably more irritated. However, he didn't think much about it, but simply assumed that something should have happened to Su Manlan in reality. Just wait a while and reconnect with the other person. Let you kid bounce around for a while. I'll come back and slowly shell you when I've risen to LV20 and entered the town and unlocked the warehouse qualification. TSK. I didn't expect Su Manlan, to pop out quite a lot of goodies. Looking at the few more props that suddenly appeared within his backpack, Lu Wen had a look of surprise on his face. Lu Wen, who was familiar with the basics of the godforsaken lands, knew that his forbidden level talent had judged Summonin as a LV1 bronze level boss. Everything you get after a kill is no different from killing a boss normally. Let me Kong Chang cute little dagger. Hardened dagger. Equipment description, a fine dagger with a poisoned blade, ideal for dealing with thick-blooded monsters. Equipment level, LV1. Equipment quality, bronze. Equipment part, weapon. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attribute, physical attack plus 10. Equipment effect, attacks are accompanied by a poison quenching effect, which can stack a layer of poison attribute damage of 10% of physical attack attribute on the enemy for 10s, with a maximum of 3 stacks. Goo. Not bad, even though it's only a LV1 bronze suit, it can make my monster killing efficiency go up a notch. Lu Wen was looking at the additional effects of the equipment, and with this, he would be able to try to kill those high-level monsters. After reading the equipment introduction, Lu Wen shifted his eyes to the skill book. A prompt quickly surfaced before his eyes. Sneak, LV1 enter shadowy state. Movement speed plus 10%. Duration, 30s. Cooldown, 5s. The introduction is short, but this is one of the core skills in the early stages of Shadowhunter. Without any hesitation, Lu Wen immediately pocketed this skill. As for the one bonus skill point, Lu Wen decided to invest it in Backstab. You consume skill point X1, Backstab LV1 LV2. Skill 1, Backstab, LV2 sneak attack from behind. You'll find your target broken everywhere. Your next attack deals plus 170% damage. Upgraded to LV2, Backstab. The skill effect has also increased, increasing the damage of the strike by 20%. The pre-skill boosts are easy, so I'm going to have to capitalize on my head start and develop quickly. The Divine Abandonment skill is up to level 12, and each time it is upgraded, the consumption is doubled. And upgrading, Backstab, to LV3 will require 2 skill points. The pitfall is that skill points will only drop from bosses. After getting the skill weapon finished, Lu Wen picked up a bottle filled with a light green potion bottle, which was one of the important props for quick upgrades in the godforsaken land. Experience potion LV5, small. Special prop, LV1 LV10 can be used. Effect, gain 1/10 of the experience needed for LV5 upgrades. Note, props in will unlock the destruction timer. Turnout is invalid. Current remaining, 599s. Lu Wen opened the cap of the bottle, tilted his head back and began to dun up. You used experience potion LV5, small. You have gained experience X506. Congratulations, level up to LV2. Life plus 50, mana plus 30, physical attack plus 10, legal attack plus 10, physical defense plus 5, legal defense plus 5, free attribute points plus 10. A golden light lit up from Lu Wen's body, wrapping his entire body. After raising to LV2, Lu Wen threw all 10 free attribute points onto physical attack. Nothing else. Attack is the true meaning. The only good Shadowhunter is the one who can kill in one hit. Character name, Shadowhunter 567. Rank, LV2, 371/800. Occupation, Shadowhunter. Talent, slaying gods and demons, taboo kill players. Enjoy the same drops as bosses, and be rewarded with special props that don't exist in the world. Note, if you kill a player in the game, the enemy will be punished by death in reality. Causality. Life, 150-200. Mana, 80-110. Physical attack, 6090. Legal attack, 79. Physical defense, 1520. Legal defense, 913. Skill 1, backstab, LV2 sneak attack from behind. You'll find your target broken everywhere. Your next attack deals plus 170% damage. Skill 2, sneaking, LV1 enter shadowy state. Movement speed plus 10%. Duration, 30s. Cooldown, 5s. Looking at his newly baked panel, Lu Wen nodded with satisfaction. Perfect. I can get so many benefits from killing one Su Manlin. That dog Qin Feng might be able to pop a big one for me too. Chapter 5, do you want to be a boss too? Lu Wen wasn't prepared to let one of the doggy couple, Qin Feng and Su Manlin, get away. Now that he had a forbidden level talent, if he were to be as feckless as he had been in his previous life, he would truly be unable to afford such a heaven-defying chance as being reborn. Lu Wen was ready to go directly to the other party to find trouble, but just before he walked not far, he stopped his steps. We all awakened in Guangfeng County. Great probability in the same novice village, but if we can't find that guy, I'm afraid that such precious time in the early stages will be wasted. Lu Wen's brows furrowed as the novice village was said to be large and small. Trying to find one person was not that simple, especially since Qin Feng had awakened an A-rank talent, and those doglegs were bound to follow him around in the past. If he killed him, the reality side would likewise die, and it might even cause some trouble for Lu Wen. Unless, kills them all. Lu Wen's eyes flashed with a killing opportunity. After slaughtering Su Manlin, he did not have those messy after effects of regular people. Lu Wen only felt refreshed and couldn't help but want to kill a few more people to help the fun. Qin Feng was the best target at the moment. That guy's level is bound to be not as high as mine. Besides, at LV5, the village head side will also open the novice copy. As long as Qin Feng is not stupid, he will definitely go for the first pass of the copy. All I have to do is upgrade in advance and then go over to squat, and this guy won't be able to escape me. After making up his mind, Lu Wen dropped his eyes on the rogue monkeys around him. Rogue monkey, LV5. Life, 1020/1020. The chi in blood is 3 times that of the demonized chick. It's a bit tricky, but my equipment skills have been upgraded as well, so I can fight. Lu Wen's body rippled around him, and it was clearly broad daylight, but his entire body disappeared into thin air. It only left a light layer of marks on the ground. Lu Wen found a rogue monkey sitting on a rock and sunbathing, aimed it at the back of his head, and with a whoosh, he stabbed the dagger out, highlighting a fast and furious, pust, -260, blast, -9, toxin damage, blood flashed, and the rogue monkey shrieked in alarm, reaching out and calling out without looking back. Unfortunately, Lu Wen, who was a shadow hunter, reacted quickly, dodged and came behind the rogue monkey once again. Poof, 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 -131, -262, -128, -18, -27. Lu Wen hit, backstab, one after another, and with luck, he could even attack the rogue monkey's back heart, brain, and other fatal parts of the body, thus triggering a bludgeon. For a LV5 small monster, Lu Wen only used a short 15 seconds and managed to complete an injury-free solo brush. Congratulations on killing the rogue monkey, LV5. Experience plus 94, cross-level experience bonus plus 14. In the Godforsaken lands, each level crossed rewards an additional 5% experience. If the strength is strong enough, it is completely possible to do over the level of the monsters. The experience explosion is not a little bit more than ordinary practicing. A LV5 small monster, its experience is almost catching up to a LV1 bronze boss. Lu Wen smacked his lips, feeling that Su Manlin appeared to have done himself a great favor. If an unusual player were to come along, he would not be able to do what he did and brush the monsters with such ease. Lu Wen looked at the rogue monkeys around him who kept scratching their asses, his eyes glowing slightly, his body moved and quietly entered the sneaking state. Congratulations on killing the rogue monkey, LV5. Experience plus 94, cross-level experience bonus plus 14. Congratulations on killing the rogue monkey, LV5. Experience plus 94, cross-level experience bonus plus 14. In less than 2 short hours, Lu Wen had risen to LV5, and was only 1 experience short of being promoted to LV6. Counting the time, brushing monsters all the way back to the novice village from here, Qin Feng is almost at LV5. Lu Wen upgraded quickly, but he was aware that Qin Feng still had a group of minions under his hand, so he might just give the other party the tail blade, thus wildly gaining experience. After all, it had only been less than 3 hours since entering the Godforsaken land, and even those players who had awakened S-rank talents or above all had immense difficulty in trying to close the gap with the large group. Just as Lu Wen killed the rogue monkey in front of him, he was preparing to return to the novice village. A system beep suddenly sounded. Congratulations on defeating over 50 rogue monkeys, unlocking the hidden achievement and earning the title, Baboon Killer. Baboon Slayer, bronze plus 10% damage to primates. Yoo-hoo! I can't believe I unlocked this title. Lu Wen was a bit surprised, not realizing that he could actually unlock a title unintentionally. It's just that the effect is a bit crotch-pulling, and primate monsters within the boundaries of the novice village are pitifully few. I don't know if this will work on players. Lu Wen felt that this thing was a bit screwed up. Maybe the first one to get shot would be Qin Feng. He started walking towards the novice village, going back from the wild banana forest and passing through 2 more novice leveling areas on the way. As they got closer to the novice village, the players gradually increased. Lu Wen scanned the circle and found that most of the players were at LV3 LV4 levels, nothing particularly high or low. Along the way, Lu Wen did see quite a few scenes of killing each other. Perhaps just grabbing a small monster's tailblade will cause a small group fight chaos between several or even 10 people. Lu Wen wasn't interested in any of this, and unless someone was ungrateful enough to mess with him, he wouldn't strike out at people at random yet. Just as he was about to step into the novice village, his afterglow caught a light green colored halo lighting up from the right side. It is? Lu Wen was a bit curious and turned his head to see that a bronze treasure chest was lying quietly under the tree. It was no more than 20 or 30 meters away from him, almost brushing his face. Could it be that today is my lucky day and good things are coming my way? Although the bronze treasure chest was the most trashy welfare resource in the godforsaken land, the so-called trash was enough to be called heavenly fortune for new players. The corners of Lu Wen's mouth rose as he hurriedly jogged over. Treasure chests of this caliber have no locks at all and can be opened with a slight lift. Lu Wen's right hand was just about to probe out when a cracking sound rang out from behind him immediately afterward. Put it down. It's not something you can get your hands on. Whoosh! Lu Wen dodged sideways, and an arrow was instantly nailed to the tree, the tail feathers shaking viciously. If he had been a little later, perhaps the arrow would have passed through his head. Lu Wen, so it's you. I thought that you, a waste of space, had already been scared by Qin Shao and was hiding in the novice village, but I didn't realize that you were actually here. A slender, tall-looking boy ran over from the distance. After seeing Lu Wen, his expression loosened and his steps slowed down. As Qin Feng's little brother, Wang Ning also looked at Lu Wen with all kinds of displeasure in school. Now that he had entered the divine abandonment, he was able to rob the other side of a bronze treasure chest to get over it. He expected Lu Wen wouldn't dare to do anything to himself. One must know that this was not reality. But whenever Lu Wen dared to be arrogant in the godforsaken land, he had 100 ways to ruin the other party's future. When Wang Ning got close to the treasure chest, he waved his hand as if he was swatting away flies, his face full of disgust. What's an F-rank talent punt doing hanging out in the godforsaken land? It's just that you're lucky that you didn't have a cheap hand to open the treasure chest. Otherwise don't blame me for ignoring my classmates and killing you back to the novice village. Wang Ning crossed over Lu Wen and reached out to open the treasure chest, but he didn't notice that the corners of Lu Wen's mouth almost curled up behind his ears as he watched him expose his back to himself. Do you want to be a boss too? What? Pust. -408. Congratulations on killing Tianma Godfist, triggering the talent slaying gods and slaying demons, forbidden, and obtaining the bronze boss drop reward. Chapter 6 Gotcha. Congratulations on killing Tianma Godfist, triggering the talent slaying gods and slaying demons, forbidden, and obtaining the bronze boss drop reward. You have acquired ring, explosive damage magic ring, bronze. You have acquired special equipment, masked Shura, bronze. You have obtained experience potion LV5, medium, ×1. You have gained experience X 690. Congratulations, level up to LV6, life plus 50, mana plus 30, material attack plus 10, legal attack plus 10, material defense plus 5. Legal defense plus 5. Free attribute points plus 10. Looking at Wang Ning, who was full of stagnation and eventually collapsed, Lu Wen knew that this guy would soon die in reality. For this kind, he moved his hand without half a minute's hesitation. Just a follower of Qin Feng, and he's even pretending with me. Lu Wen skimmed his lips. If Qin Feng was surrounded by such goods, it would be much easier for him to move. Bang! With a kick to open the bronze treasure chest, Lu Wen's ears instantly rang with a system beep. Congratulations on opening the bronze treasure chest and obtaining shadow leather armor, bronze. The bronze treasure chest lived up to its name as one of the most trashy welfare resources, only giving Lu Wen a bronze equipment explosion. Far less painful than killing someone. It's better to have it than not to have it, and if the attributes are good it can still make do. Lu Wen walked in the direction of the village chief while checking up on this sudden harvest. Explosive damage ring, equipment description, fine grade damage ring. One of the fantasies of countless new adventurers in the godforsaken land. Equipment level, LV5. Equipment quality, bronze. Equipment part, ring. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attribute, physical attack plus 15. Equipment effect, physical damage plus 15%. 20% probability of inflicting additional double damage to enemies. Shadow leather armor. Equipment description, not bad for a standard defense. Barely usable. Equipment level, LV5. Equipment quality, bronze. Equipment part, blouse. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attributes, physical defense plus 30. Legal defense plus 20. Equipment effect, none. Masked Shura, bronze. Special prop, LV1 and above can be used. Effect, conceals face against probing type skills up to LV2. This Wang Ming is also a great person. This is a great way to solve my urgent problem. After looking at the attributes of the 3 pieces of equipment, a flash of joy appeared on Lu Wen's face, especially the masked Shura, which was enough to prevent any player from probing at this stage. After all, having just awakened a few hours ago, everyone hadn't even seen the face of a boss. So where were they going to upgrade their skills? And it's still the most cockamamie probing type skill at this stage. Lu Wen fastened this mask painted with black lines on his face, together with the shadow leather armor and the hardened dagger pinned on his waist, but any smart person could guess Lu Wen's occupation. On the way forward to the village head, there were even some new players who would physically subconsciously avoid Lu Wen after seeing him. The strength of those who can bring special equipment is by no means something the average player can touch. Lu Wen poured the bottle of experience potion LV5, medium, down, only to feel a coolness rise in his body, and his experience skyrocketed by a fraction. Character name, Shadowhunter 567. Rank, LV6, 1438/7482. Profession, Shadowhunter. Talent, slaying gods and demons, taboo kill players. Enjoy the same drops as bosses, and be rewarded with special props that don't exist in the world. Note, if you kill a player in the game, the enemy will be punished by death in reality. Causality. Life, 200-400. Mana, 110-230. Physical attack, 90-175. Legal attack, 917. Physical defense, 2070. Legal defense, 1349. Skill 1, backstab, LV2 sneak attack from behind. You'll find your target broken everywhere. Your next attack deals plus 170% damage. Skill 2, sneaking, LV1 enter shadowy state. Movement speed plus 10%. Duration, 30s. Cooldown, 5s. With my current strength, with heart or without, even if Qin Feng is surrounded by minions who constantly feed him the tail blade, I will still be able to successfully cut him down. However, Qin Feng, this pussy brat, actually dared to send someone to assassinate me in his previous life. Going and not coming is not a gift. This time I'll prepare a big one for you too. Brother Lu. I didn't expect you to actually descend here. It's really fate. With Brother Lu pressing on us, we've got the first pass for the copy of Novice Village 184,558. Outside the Novice Village, a group of 9 people were rapidly heading towards the village head. Among them, Qin Feng and a handsome youth walked at the front. If someone casts a scrying spell in this direction, they will realize that this group of people are all LV5 high-level players. As a famous powerful clan in Guangfeng County, assigning some untalented students to feed Qin Feng his sword couldn't be easier. 20,000 per day per person. For those poor students who awakened their trash talent, it was like a fortune. And the one who was walking side by side with Qin Feng was the son of the head of the Lu family in Diyuan City, Lu Hong. As the owner of the A-rank talent, Berserker's Heart, Lu Hang's efficiency in brushing monsters was extremely frightening, and even if he brushed solo, his own experience was even higher than Qin Feng's by a long shot. Hearing Qin Feng's compliments, Lu Hong smiled. With the strength of our squad, we can manage to pass even if we challenge difficulty copies. If we can defeat that silver-ranked boss at the opening, we're going to be flying high. It wasn't just him. Every genius who had awakened an A-rank talent wanted to open up a difficult level novice copy as soon as possible, because the easiest to raid silver rank boss in the godforsaken lands was there. Unfortunately, there are only 9 of us, and we're still one short of opening the copy. Qin Feng sighed. It's fine. The big deal is to form a casual group. I just don't know how long it will take for that group of players to ascend to LV5. Qin Feng and the others entered the village at a quick pace and went straight to the direction of the village chief at the first opportunity. A vortex that seemed like a gate of dimensions floated around the village chief, and this was the novice copy that could only be entered at LV5. But what surprised Qin Feng and the others was the masked man who had long been standing by the village chief waiting. Someone actually got here first? Qin Feng and Lu Hang glanced at each other and both saw the surprise in the other's eyes. I didn't realize that besides them, there were players with such a fast upgrade speed in this novice village. Since everyone is here, let's go. Seeing the appearance of his prey, Lu Wen, who was hidden under his mask, sneered and slowly struck a pose of invitation. Qin Feng was surprised in his heart and quietly threw out his scrying technique, but the feedback he got was a shock to his heart. Scrying technique level too low? Unable to probe target information. This guy. Chapter 7, Silver Level Boss. Not only Qin Feng, even Lu Hang and the others had also launched their probing techniques on Lu Wen, and they all got the same result. unable to probe. Lu Han looked at the black mask on the other party's face and couldn't help but pay a little more attention to it in his heart. It's a masterpiece. Since we've got all the people together, let's team up to break this copy. Lu Han sent out a teaming invitation towards Lu Wen. After all, only in a teaming state could 10 people enter the same copy together. Shadowhunter 567 has joined the team. With Lu Wen joining him, Qin Feng walked directly towards the entrance of the replica. He did not open his mouth to ask the other party exactly which difficulty copy he wanted to enter. Being able to come here earlier than them to squat already said it all. There are 6 levels of God's Forsaken Land replicas: easy, normal, hard, inferno, king, and abyss. The highest level before turn 1 is only hard. Hell is unlocked after LV20 turn 1 until LV60 turn 3 unlocks the abyss. Buzz. A few people stepped into the copy, and a sense of heavenly rotation instantly hit them. In the next instant, Lu Wen realized that everything in front of him had changed. You have entered Demon Infestation, difficult. Requirements: kill 150 incoming demons and kill the silver level guarding boss. Current progress: Magic Spirit, 0 out of 150, Demonized Shepherd, 0 out of 1. This copy belongs to the most basic numerical book of the Divine Abandonment, purely testing the hardware strength of a few of us. Whether you can pass or not all depends on everyone's level. In order to avoid accidents when raiding the boss, I'll first briefly introduce my natural ability. In order to prevent this Shadowhunter 567 from getting into any trouble, and to play it safe, Qin Feng still exploded his talent. Grade A, Elemental Storm. Can strengthen any elemental skill? The boost depends on the skill level. Currently 15% extra damage bonus on my side. 15% might seem low, but Qin Feng's elemental envoy profession was already known for its high damage. An additional 15% is no less than an extra piece of damage gear for him. Beast Soul Warrior. Grade A talent, Berserker's Heart. The lower the life the higher the burst damage. Up to 50% increase. Lu Hang also briefly introduced his own talents, and the remaining few followed suit and spoke out their respective abilities. Lu Wen continuously nodded his head, but did not take what the group said to heart. His focus was on Qin Feng, and as soon as the boss was killed, he would quickly exit the group during sweep, following which he would send the dagger into the opponent's heart. At that time, not only would you be able to pass the novice copy, but you would also be able to explode from Qin Feng once more. When the crowd threw their eyes at Lu Wen, he began to make things up without blushing. Shadow Hunting, B-grade talent, Source of Power. A talent that simply enhances physical attack growth, equivalent to a passive skill. Unless Lu Wen showed the panel information, these people wouldn't know if what he said was true or not. Roar. A beastly roar suddenly came from the distance. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see a group of demonized creatures of various shapes charging this way. If they were in the outside world, not to mention 150 small monsters, even if it was 300, as long as they were given enough time, it would be possible to brush through with their eyes closed. But then there was plenty of time, plenty of terrain, and the glitches were spread out to do what they could. However, right now, 150 LV5 monsters rushed together, but it was causing a lot of psychological pressure to the crowd. Lu Wen directly entered the sneaking state and quietly disappeared in the monsters' line of sight. A group of small monsters that were at most stronger than the rogue monkeys would at most cause Qin Feng and the others to have their hands full, but would not truly threaten this squad. Lu Wen had no intention of watching the fun, and he could gain experience by killing the small monsters here. If he could, he even wanted to round up all of these small monsters without giving any experience to Qin Feng's few people. Pust, minus 476. Blast, minus 17. However, whenever Lu Wen was allowed to succeed in his sneak attack, his first strike would definitely choose the fatal part of the little monster's body, thus striking a bludgeon. Swish, 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 the dagger flew behind a demonized sheep, and in just 3 strokes, it cut the little monster down in front of him. After resolving the small monsters, Lu Wen once again entered the sneak state, prioritizing protecting himself from being surrounded by this group of small monsters. He was like a ghost in the night, constantly harvesting the lives of small monsters. Congratulations, you have killed the demonized sheep, LV5. Experience plus 94, congratulations on killing the demonized chick, LV5. Experience plus 94, congratulations, you have killed the demonized ape, LV5. Experience plus 94, in just 10 minutes, the small monsters were cleared by Lu Wen and the others. The holy healers on the team began casting spells to replenish the status of the players who had just been injured. Before a few people could catch their breath, a distinctly dull footstep sounded from the distance. Qin Feng gripped the staff in his hand tightly and looked at the huge fierce tiger that was slowly walking towards him with a grave expression on his face. Mighty tiger body length of 2 feet, surrounded by silver airflow. Head on the top of the word king is flashing purple current. Ferocious aura spread. Huge pressure immediately enveloped the presence of each player. Purple Thunder Tiger King, LV5, Silver Level Boss. Life, 50, 000/50, 000. Ha, 50,000 lives. That's really looking down on us. Compared to the small monsters that had been decimated earlier and had at most 1,000 or so life points, the Purple Thunder Tiger King was simply too strong to be true. For that matter, in comparison to a normal silver level boss, the Tiger King also looked like a remnant that hadn't evolved successfully. The difference in life alone is at least half. It was the only way for the 10 LV5 players to find a glimmer of hope of winning. Luwen gripped his dagger tightly, similarly not daring to be careless. If he could open the land successfully, even he would be able to receive a considerable reward. No one said a word. They all found their respective positions and surrounded this mighty and extraordinary silver-level boss. Roar! The Violet Thunder Tiger King let out a low roar and spun around, charging towards the closest Holy Shield scholar who was holding a shield. As the main T of all professions, Sacred Shield Soldier defense growth pulls full. If the block is successful, is able to reduce a lot of damage, but when the boss Tiger Claw slapped down, even though this person had prepared for it, he was still hit by the other party, and his body couldn't help but step backward. -180. Hiss. Nima, is this damage trying to kill me? Looking at the damage emerging from the head of the Holy Shield, the crowd could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This slap, if it falls on them, at most 2 hits, all of them, including Lu Wen, would also be slapped to death on the spot by this boss. Together, Qin Feng waved his staff, an ice cone shot out, instantly stabbing the boss. The rest of the people, a few people rushed to follow the output, as much as possible in the condition intact to hit some more damage. -203, 260, 310, 196, 410, 17, -205, -257, -399, -34, -405, -51. In the midst of a swarm of damage, an imperceptible dark green number began to float out of the boss's head. 3 stacks of hardened poison are stacked, and home field advantage is activated. With just 1 round of fire, the boss dropped nearly 2,000 life points. If you do the math this way, a big smart guy's eyebrows jumped up and he immediately shouted, "As long as we gather fire for 26 rounds, we can finish off this boss." That's good. Lu Wen gave the dude a nod in his mind. In just 26 rounds, he would let Qin Feng see what the ultimate mystery of shadow hunting was. The hunt begins. Chapter 8, The Ultimate Big Backstab. Although the calculation was 26 rounds, the crowd realized that they had thought of raiding the boss a little too simply when they actually fought. Even though he had learned the basics of the godforsaken lands long ago when he was in school, he knew even more about the Tiger King, a silver-level boss. But it's one thing to theorize and another to fight. The Tiger King's agile body, coupled with the fact that the Sacred Shieldmaster had not yet comprehended the taunt skill, was unable to completely restrict the opponent's movements. Having just gathered 3 rounds of fire, the Tiger King let out a furious cry, and the word king on his head began to emit terrifying lightning. Boom! A bullthick purple thunder erupted from its head, shooting through an unlucky Warblade player on the spot. -387. Full-blooded seconds. Seconds are a profession like Warblade that can carry and fight. This strike alone caused a cold sweat to develop behind the crowd, and Qin Feng hurriedly shouted, "Pay attention to your stance. First ensure survival, then slowly consume the boss." When there are no S-ranked talented players to lead the group, the average player will first fight in the field to get some decent equipment before coming over to open up the field. It was not like Qin Feng and the others who were fighting this hard to take the first pass. Lu Wen hid deep in the darkness and was in no hurry to continue striking at the boss. He had already pegged the toxin damage at 3 levels, reducing the Violet Thunder Tiger King by 51 points of life every second. It's a very sizable amount of damage to drag it out slowly. As time passed, the Purple Thunder Tiger King's life also began to slowly decrease. 48,124, 45,187, 38,567, 32,458, 2,541, 16,524. After seeing its strong offense, none of the players dared to take a hard hit from the other side, doing their best to keep their status intact, and they all sighed with relief in their hearts after realizing that the Lu Wen toxin damage never stopped. This boss has no directional skills, so as long as they keep roaming around, it's actually hard for the opponent to hit them. Together with the fact that Qin Feng and the others had gradually figured out the boss's attack routine, it was much easier to deal with it. Even so, when the boss's life fell below 10,000, 3 thunderbolts erupted violently, still instantly vaporizing the lives of 2 players. As for the Sacred Shield Warrior with the strongest defense, he was also bombarded with black smoke from his mouth and constantly staggered backwards. In a sorry state, add blood to me now, he roared loudly, his body backing up in a hurry. After suffering a heavy blow, he simply didn't dare to resist the boss attack any longer, and could only turn his attention to the team's holy healers. The boss is going berserk. Be careful. Lu Hong sounded a reminder. And only then did the crowd realize that the Purple Thunder Tiger King's body had already begun to glow with purple red lines. The aura emanating from his body gradually became terrifying. Bosses in the godforsaken lands will enter berserk mode after their life falls below 20% of their maximum limit. Attributes are increased dramatically, and it also automatically restores 1% of max life every second. Luan then saw that along with his minus 51 toxin damage burst, there was a bright green glow that rose up with it. Plus 500, plus 500, plus 500. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hurry up with the output, we can't let this boss continue to bleed back. Sun Yang, hurry up and top me. Back up, what back up? Qin Feng yelled at that Sacred Shield sergeant who was hiding at the back. And you guys, hurry up to the old man output. A cowering is not want to first pass, is it? The group of players who were scolded by Qin Feng were actually quite affluent in Guangfeng County, so they were able to spend money to hire people to help them upgrade just like Qin Feng. Although it wasn't as good as the Qin family, it was still a little famous. Now that they were being scolded by Qin Feng pointing their noses, they couldn't help but feel a few moments of anger in their hearts, but they were clear that if they delayed Qin Feng's first pass this time, the other party would never forgive themselves lightly. Even though it was very suffocating, the few remaining players still started to output vigorously towards the boss. Minus 234, minus 285, minus 247, minus 384, minus 51. Although the crowd's output was still able to suppress the boss's recovery, they could clearly feel that the opponent's defense had risen greatly, causing their respective damage to be reduced by quite a bit. Luckily, the fact that the boss only had 4 digits of life left gave them the slightest bit of hope. As soon as the skills cooled down, the crowd began to launch attacks towards the boss, while Lu Wen, who did the most damage, gradually reduced the frequency of his shots. 7,824, 4,724, 3,572, 1,257. When the boss's life fell below 4 digits, the crowd almost spewed flames in their eyes and exerted all their milky strength. Only Lu Hong frowned slightly. He always felt that something was wrong. At some point, the squad's attacks became very lackluster, and he could clearly feel the damage dropping by a hair. Looking around, Lu Hang suddenly realized that the masked Shadowhunter hadn't appeared in their field of vision for what seemed like ages. A lightning bolt crossed his mind and he suddenly remembered a very unethical way of fighting in a loose copy group. How is this possible? He is just a man. How dare he? Lu Hong couldn't believe his guess, but just in case, he roared, "Watch out for that Shadowhunter." Unfortunately, his roar was completely covered by an even louder, majestic voice. Congratulations to players Shadowhunter 567, Sheen Invincible, Super Beast Warrior. 10 players passed the difficult level copy, Demon Spirit Invasion. Congratulations to players Shadowhunter 567, Sheen Invincible, Super Beast Warrior. 10 players passed the difficult level copy, Demon Spirit Invasion. Congratulations to players Shadowhunter 567, Sheen Invincible, Super Beast Warrior. 10 players passed the difficult level copy, Demon Spirit Invasion. The sound rang out 3 times in a row, stunning all the players who were still upgrading. Someone passes a hard level copy right now. Are you kidding me? And what was even more exaggerated was the Purple Thunder Tiger King that had already fallen. After its death, its body exploded like a firework, and dozens of fine props were scattered all over the place. Among them, the most attractive one was the light cluster in the center that emitted a silver shimmering light. Silver level props, ha 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 ha. Qin Feng couldn't help but grin from ear to ear the moment he saw the light mass. I did not expect that the first time to open the land will be able to burst out of this kind of equipment, when it is really by the gods' blessing. He quickly stepped forward and reached out to try to grab the silver white ball of light. However, Lu Hong and the others' faces changed drastically because behind Qin Feng, Lu Wen, who had been hiding in the shadows for a long time, suddenly appeared. He raised the dagger in his hand and viciously stabbed towards the back of Qin Feng's head. At the same time, everyone heard a system beep in their ears. Player Shadowhunter 567 quits the team. Stop, what do you want? Lu Hong roared angrily and instantly released his skills to charge forward. Unfortunately, Lu Wen's speed was even faster than his, and the dagger plunged into the back of his opponent's head a moment before Qin Feng touched the light mass. Pus, blood and light erupted. A huge damage surfaced above its head. Minus 476. Blast. Qin Feng only felt a sharp pain coming from his head, and he didn't even have time to react to what was happening before he was instantly kicked out of the godforsaken land. Congratulations on killing a silver level boss, upgrading your god slaying and demon slaying talent. Current reward level, silver level. Congratulations, you have killed Qin Wufei, triggered the talent slaughtering gods and slaying demons, forbidden. and received the silver level boss drop reward. Chapter 9 Exaggerated Rewards. After killing Qin Feng, Lu Wen hurriedly dodged the skills flying behind him. Shadow hunters specialize in assassination, not in fighting one against many. Lu Wen knew that if he stayed here too much, he would definitely be exterminated by this group of people in a joint effort. He touched his hand towards the silver-colored ball of light and put it into his backpack, while quickly exiting the copy. Watching Lu Wen's figure disappear before their eyes, the rest of the players came back to their senses. Qin Feng was actually killed by that guy's sneak attack? Why? Having cleared the copy, why do you still want to kill him? Some people were full of confusion, wondering why on earth that Shadowhunter 567 did that. Silver equipment. This guy must be trying to grab that silver equipment. Lu Hong had anger flickering in his eyes. The advantage that a silver-level equipment could bring to a player in the early stages could completely make up for the gap in talent. Even he was still wearing the same trashy rags that had been bursting out of the wilderness since. If he had the help of silver-level equipment, he even had the confidence to use it to close the gap between him and the S-rank geniuses of Earth Elemental City, and securely enter the academy. But now, damn, if I don't save you from being pulled out, I'll take your name. Lu Hong immediately contacted the elders of his family who were far away in the first and second turn cities, asking them to issue a wanted notice to the novice village he was in. I'd like to see where you can hide, daring to rob silver-level equipment, simply looking for death. Lu Heng's face was grim as he put the portion of the boss drop that belonged to him into his backpack before he exited the copy with indignation. Brother Qin, don't worry, exiting the copy. Lu Hong wanted to inform Qin Feng that he had issued a kill order for that Shadowhunter 567, but he swallowed his words in mid-sentence. He looked around blankly and realized that Qin Feng was not waiting here. Logically, when no one in the squad had mastered the resurrection technique, Qin Feng should have been kicked next to the village chief to be resurrected when he died within the copy. But, where are the people? Did it go after that Shadowhunter? Opening the friend list, Lu Hong was just ready to ask some questions, but after seeing the other party's black and gray avatar, he once again froze on the spot. Down the line? What the? How could Lu Hong know that a player who was decapitated by Lu Wen would not only forcibly exit the godforsaken land, even his real-world physical body would perish as a result? At the moment, Qin Feng was experiencing the same fate as Su Manlin. He looked at his constantly decomposing body. Fear instantly swept through his body. Where he still cared about the big young man's majesty that he used to pretend to be, he screamed in shock. Why is that? Who, exactly, is doing this to me? Qin Feng's face was filled with fear as he looked around, trying to find the guy who had made a move on him. But looking around, Qin Feng didn't see any traces of people coming around either. As players level up, their strength will slowly become apparent in the real world. In Qin Feng's thought, the fact that he had turned into this appearance should be because someone had taken advantage of his entry into the godforsaken land to secretly sneak in. But on second thought, he felt that it was not right. After all, the Qin family was heavily guarded, with his father, who was at the top of the second rank, in attendance. Who would dare to come here without a life to sneak attack? Murphy. Suddenly, an image flashed through Qin Feng's mind. It was an emerald green dagger that he had seen before he died in the godforsaken land. Hunting Shadow 567. It's you! Bang! The door of the room was violently pushed open from the outside, and Qin Long, who had a burly figure and exuded a majestic aura, walked in with a large crotch step. Seeing Qin Feng in this state, even he, a powerhouse at the peak of the second revolutions, could not help but have his pupils suddenly shrink. My son, what's wrong with you? Qin Long hurriedly came to Qin Feng's body and reached out, but a fine abrasive feeling came from his hand. Looking down, the place he had touched was by now dissolved without a trace by some mysterious force. Father, it's Shadowhunter 567. What did you say? I can't hear you. Qin Long pursued. Shadowhunter 567. He killed me. My son. What are you saying? Why can't I hear you? Hear, not see? Qin Feng's mouth opened and closed as he looked at the hanging mirror next to him, and he realized that his throat had been completely disintegrated at some point. My son, why have you become like this? Who did this to you? Looking at Qin Feng, who was frozen in place, Qin Long's tone was anxious and his body could not help but tremble. He had only one son, and had worked hard to raise him for 18 years. Today, he had originally awakened a strong A-rank talent, but it had only been a short time since he had entered the godforsaken land, and he had turned into the miserable state he was in today. Boom! Without waiting for Qin Long to continue asking, Qin Feng's body suddenly exploded into a ball of fine sand and disappeared in an instant. Qin Long's expression was stunned. Looking at Qin Feng, who was no longer in sight, he froze for a long time before a furious voice resounded throughout the Qin mansion manor. Check me. I want to know everything about Wendy's recent movements, no matter how big or small. I want to know. Yes. Someone led the way out and quickly exited the manor. 4, 5, in, two black shadows suddenly emerged from behind Long. The Qin clan has me in charge. It's impossible for any accidents to occur. You guys go to the god's abandoned land to check. Go ask those paid mudbloods. Windy must have met with some kind of accident in there, or else this kind of turn of events would never have happened. Yes, Luwen didn't know just how much of a shock he had caused to the tiny Guangfeng county with his 3 strikes. Ever since he killed Qin Feng, he cast, sneak, and ran wildly towards the outside of the novice village. This time, the rewards were really a bit outrageous, and the system beeps echoed in Lu Wen's ears one after another. Congratulations on your first pass through a difficult level copy, Demon Spirit Infestation. Full attributes plus 20. You have acquired weapon, Demon Nemesis, Silver. You gained experience x2, 820. Congratulations, you have killed Qin Wufei, triggered the talent Slaughtering Gods and Slaying Demons, Forbidden, and received the silver level boss drop reward. You have acquired shoes, Boots of Haste, Silver. You have acquired pants, Beast King Leather Pants, Silver. You have acquired a skill scroll, Finale. You've gained skill points x5. You have obtained Strengthening Stone times 100. You used an experience potion LV7, Large. You gained experience x2, 820. Congratulations, level up to LV7. Life plus 50, mana plus 30, physical attack plus 10, legal attack plus 10, physical defense plus 5, legal defense plus 5, free attribute points plus 10. Chapter 10 Breaking the high school record? It was loud enough for half a day before the sound faded away. At this time, Luwen had already rushed out of the novice village and began to charge towards the LV10 leveling area. It was only less than half a day ago that he had already rushed to LV7. This kind of exaggerated speed would still scare people to death if it was told. Wipe. This upgrade speed, it's unbelievable. Luwen was a bit staggered. In his previous life in the same time period, he was still a hair's breadth away from LV5, which was as crazy as this. He gulped, feeling that his throat was still dry and hot, and immediately muffled the rewarded experience potion LV7, Large, in one gulp. You have gained experience x3, 174. The experience slot that had just stayed at LV7 for not even a few minutes was almost half filled again as the experience potion that could increase experience by 30% went down. Experience is secondary. At this juncture, other players may not even have a single piece of bronze equipment. I actually exploded 3 pieces of silver equipment one after another this time, and especially a silver weapon. Luwen took a deep breath. He felt like he was going to take off this time, in all sorts of ways. He hurriedly checked the attributes of the 3 pieces of equipment, and even though he was prepared in his heart, he was still shocked by their exaggerated attributes. Demon Nemesis. Equipment introduction, silver quality of the best dagger. Have him? Even if your talent is the most garbage F level, you can walk horizontally in the novice village. Equipment level, LV5. Equipment quality, silver. Equipment part, weapon. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attribute, physical attack plus 32. Equipment effect, plus 30% damage to magical creatures. Boots of speed. Equipment introduction, the speed king of the novice village. Teenagers, imagine a Ferrari and a group of tractors out of the picture, right? Equipment level, LV5. Equipment quality, silver. Equipment part, shoes. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attributes, physical defense plus 34. Legal defense plus 25. Equipment effect, plus 30% movement speed when out of combat, plus 20% attack speed in combat state. Beastmaster leather pants. Equipment description, pants made from the skin of the Purple Thunder Tiger King, with defense far superior to that of the same rank. Equipment level, LV5. Equipment quality, silver. Equipment part, pants. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attributes, physical defense plus 44. Legal defense plus 32. Equipment effect, none. Holy, with the help of these 3 big daddies, won't I become a meat shield assassin who can resist, run and fight? When he thought of the image of himself riding recklessly through a group of small monsters later on, Luwen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. However, he didn't rush to put on the equipment, but instead landed his eyes on top of the remaining few props. Enhanced stone. Special prop. LV1 and above can be used. Effect. Can strengthen silver and above quality equipment. The amount consumed is subject to the strengthening level. Here comes a sleepy pillow. This life should be the old man on the scoreboard. Whether the player is strong or not, largely depends on the equipment reinforcement level. LV20, which is under the first turn, can at most strengthen the equipment to plus 9, up to 19 under the second turn, and so on, and rumored to be strengthened up to an outrageous plus 59, but the authenticity is yet to be proved. Anyway, Luwen does not believe. Really want to strengthen the equipment to plus 59, that shall not go to heaven. However, 100 strengthening stones will allow me to pull my weapon full. Does it consume strengthening stone times 10 to strengthen demon nemesis? Straight up pull full. Congratulations, Demon Buster's enhancement is successful. Physical attack plus 5. Congratulations, Demon Buster's enhancement is successful. Physical attack plus 5. Congratulations, Demon Buster's enhancement is successful. Physical attack plus 5. In just a few tens of seconds, the silver level weapon, Demon Nemesis, was strengthened by Lu Wen to the point of plus 9, consuming a total of 90 strengthening stones. Physical attack has also gone from the original plus 32 to the current plus 87, which is not a big improvement. As for the other Shadowhunter core skill, Termination, Lu Wen didn't hesitate and learned it directly. The 5 skill points given by killing Qin Feng, Lu Wen then invested them into Backstab and Finish, raising them all to LV3. After consuming this reward, Lu Wen then put on his equipment. Instantly, a power much more massive than before emanated from his body, and Lu Wen felt that he could now fight 10 of his previous self. Open the panel. Character name, Shadowhunter 567. Rank, LV7, 4218/10583. Profession, Shadowhunter. Talent, slaying gods and demons, taboo kill players and enjoy the same drops as bosses, and will reward special props that don't exist in the world. Currently unlocked rank, Silver. Causality, Life, 450. Mana, 230-260. Physical attack, 175-272. Legal attack, 1719. Physical defense, 70119. Legal defense, 4985. Skill 1, Backstab, LV3 sneak attack from behind. You'll find your target broken everywhere. Your next attack does plus 190% damage. Skill 2, Sneaking, LV1 enter shadowy state. Movement speed plus 10%. Duration, 30s. Cooldown, 5s. Skill 3, Finish, LV3 successful sneak attack will gain 1 finish point. Up to 3 stored. Each finish point can increase your own attack by 5%. Or you can save up 3 finish points to hit at once, inflicting 150% damage to the enemy's attack. This attribute, it's perfect. Unusual LV10. Equipment worn in its entirety doesn't even necessarily compare to this panel of mine. Lu Wen could even imagine the tragic picture that would happen when he went to trouble the LV10 monsters later on. Speaking of which, I have to thank Qin Feng, not only for letting me know the method of talent unlocking, but also for helping me explode 3 pieces of silver level equipment. Great guy. God's Abandoned Land boss level division is quite a lot, not counting ordinary monsters and elite monsters. From the boss calculation, there will be bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, dark gold, epic, legend, myth and so on the 9 major levels. As the quality of the boss kills got higher, Lu Wen was also able to explode the corresponding quality of drops from the killed players, and then in the use of these burst out of the super specification equipment leveling, so as to kill higher quality boss, can completely form a virtuous cycle. Hiss, by this reckoning, in half a month's time, I'm afraid I'm going to break the Divine Star Alliance's high school record. Lu Wen felt that this matter was a bit of a mess, and he quickly walked to the territory of the LV10 demonized giant wolf, ready to verify the feasibility of the plan. Prepare for battle with a scrying shot to see what the enemy is up to. Demonized giant wolf, LV10. Life, 3000/3000. Seeing that the demonized giant wolf only had 3,000 life points, Lu Wen instantly transformed into the crooked-mouthed Dragon King with a gradually evil expression. Hey, baby, I'm coming. Chapter 11, Relentless Experience Harvester. Shadowhunter starting 3-piece set, first sneak, then sneak attack, and later as fast as possible to release skills to resolve the opponent. Rudd did the same thing. He touched behind the demonized giant wolf, his dagger gestured back and forth, and after finding the right position, he violently stabbed at the back of the head of the giant wolf that was lying on the ground. Pus, blood and light erupted, and with it came a huge damage, minus 1545, strike. Ow. The giant wolf let out a wail of pain as it felt like its head was being stabbed into a strange object that was turning over inside, barely killing it with a single blow. Lu Wen, who was still behind the giant wolf, wouldn't give the other party a chance to react. He drew his dagger and once again stabbed downward fiercely. Pus. This time it triggered the end effect and did more damage than the first time. Minus 1,622. Congratulations on killing the demonized giant wolf, LV10. Experience plus 285. Crossing level experience bonus plus 42. Very good. Triggering a blitz actually solves a LV10 mini-monster in 2 hits. Not bad for me. Seeing the rookie miracle he had created, Lu Wen nodded with satisfaction. This was the correct way to open his talent. After all, killing low-ranked bosses and whatnot, where does the experience given come from as efficiently as small monsters? Lu Wen looked at the patch of demonized giant wolves in front of him and couldn't help but lick his lips as his figure dived into the darkness once again. Poof, poof, poof. Every time he made a move, Lu Wen would all output as fast as he could. A LV10 demonized giant wolf can be resolved in a maximum of 2 attempts. Even after triggering the double damage of the explosive wound magic ring, it was possible to take a single hit on the demonized giant wolf. Lu Wen was like a bloody butcher, frantically mowing the grass in this leveling ground, and if other players saw him, their jaws would probably drop in shock. Congratulations on killing the demonized giant wolf, LV10. Experience plus 285. Crossing level experience bonus plus 42. Congratulations on killing the demonized giant wolf, LV10. Experience plus 285. Crossing level experience bonus plus 42. Congratulations on killing the demonized giant wolf, LV10. Experience plus 285. Crossing level experience bonus plus 42. Congratulations, level up to LV8. Life plus 50. Mana plus 30. Physical attack plus 10. Legal attack plus 10. Physical defense plus 5. Legal defense plus 5. Free attribute points plus 10. Painful. Really painful. Feeling his experience skyrocket like a rocket, Lu Wen felt as if he was flying. Who can match that kind of upgrade speed? Ha ha ha. At this rate of progress, maybe I'll break through LV12 before nightfall. Cool. Lu Wen laughed up to the sky, but the dagger in his hand seemed to have eyes, accurately stabbing at the demonized giant wolf that wanted to attack. Even as excited as he was, he didn't forget the purpose of his visit. Upgrade. Crazy upgrades. Lu Wen threw himself wholeheartedly into this wave of experience and opened up a frenzied slaughter mode. Congratulations, level up to LV9. Life plus 50. Mana plus 30. Physical attack plus 10. Legal attack plus 10. Physical defense plus 5. Legal defense plus 5. Free attribute points plus 10. Congratulations, level up to LV10. Life plus 50. Mana plus 30. Physical attack plus 10. Legal attack plus 10. Physical defense plus 5. Legal defense plus 5. Free attribute points plus 10. Congratulations, level up to LV11. Life plus 50. Mana plus 30. Physical attack plus 10. Legal attack plus 10. Physical defense plus 5. Legal defense plus 5. Free attribute points plus 10. It was only until the sun set that Lu Wen stopped moving his hands. In just half a day's time, he went straight from LV7 to LV11. The upgrade speed was simply frightening. Unfortunately, the 8 hours of combat time has run out, so I can't kill monsters to gain experience. At this point, Lu Wen was still some distance away from the predicted LV12. It wasn't that he was being lazy, but if he wanted to maintain this state of efficient upgrading, killing monsters across levels was a must. However, after LV10, the attributes of the small monsters began to increase dramatically, and as he didn't yet have LV10 equipment, his overall efficiency naturally dropped. However, comparing to those players who are at most LV7 now, this advantage of mine is already too big to be true. Besides, this is still the first day. When it's half a month later, I'll be considered merciful if I don't dump those guys a street. Lu Wen had made up his mind to enroll in the Alliance's topmost Divine Star Academy, so how could he attract the attention of those powerful people without showing his advantages? Putting away his dagger, Lu Wen began to head back inside the novice village. If you go offline in the wilderness, your body inside the godforsaken land will be in an unprotected state, and you will die without knowing what you died because of. It was only on the way back that Lu Wen saw quite a few new players wandering outside the novice village as if they were looking for something. Lu Wen didn't care. None of this had anything to do with him anyway. But when he was about to step into the novice village, a voice of alarm and anger suddenly rang out from behind him. Hunting Shadow 567. I didn't expect you to hide here. Lu Wen turned around blankly and found a slightly familiar figure staring angrily at him. The opponent's eyes were wide as if fire was about to spew from them, and the weapon he held in his hand was trembling back and forth. I don't know if I'm excited or angry. Who are you? Lu Wen was speechless. Did he know him well? You. I can't believe you forgot about me. Damn it. Lu Hong was furious. This person robbed his own equipment even if, actually still here to pretend not to recognize himself. Good. Very good. Lu Wen managed to piss him off. It was just as well that he would let the other party know what horrible consequences would come from offending himself by avenging the old and the new. Later, I'll have you on your knees crying and begging me to spare your life. When I kill you back to level 0, I'll have the Qin clan claim you away. That group of people aren't as nice as I am. Lu Han let out a cold snort as he raised his long sword, and with an instantaneous acceleration he rushed in front of Lu Wen. It looked like he was prepared to cut him down directly in front of the novice village. Something that doesn't know how to die. After hearing the word Qin family, Lu Wen finally remembered who the other party was, and his originally bland eyes instantly turned cold. A loser who's all the way with Qin Feng. How disgusting. I thought I wouldn't be able to continue upgrading today, but it looks like you had to give me a great gift. He dived into the shadows and instantly disappeared from the other side sight. Lu Heng's long sword slashed down, but it chopped a piece of air. Feeling the strong wind coming from the back of his head, Lu Heng's instant warning signs were loud and he hurriedly shouted, "Old Song, quickly kill him for me." Humph, what old song, dog song? Even if the gods come today they can't save you. Pust, -1, 759. Blast, blood light erupted and Lu Heng, who had previously barked so hard, didn't even last a single move and instantly turned into a white light and disappeared into thin air. Congratulations on killing the super mastodon warrior, triggering the talent slaying gods and slaying demons, forbidden, and obtaining the silver level boss drop reward. How dare you touch Mr. Lu, kid, you're looking for death. The moment the white light rose, Lu Wen heard a sound of alarm and anger from not far away. Chapter 12, Xin Long's speculation. Lu Wen turned around and realized that an outrageously fast figure was running towards this place. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly ducked into the novice village. After all, Lu Wen was aware that within the novice village, the player level cap was up to LV19, but that didn't mean that those high-level players couldn't return to this place. Only the higher the level, the more costly it is. The lightest punishment is a 30% drop in experience gain efficiency, and in more severe cases, one's level will regress. And, even if they came back, they would be suppressed by the rules of this area. Even if you are the king of the first turn in the city, with a level as high as LV39, you will be suppressed to between LV11 and LV18 when you come back, and your equipment skills will be sealed according to your level at that time. But the only thing that won't be is LV19. Lu Wen guessed that this might be to prevent certain players who were intentionally stuck in their levels from recklessly descending to break the balance of the rules. It can be said that when you enter a novice village, then you really become a rookie novice, and almost no one will do this kind of thankless thing. However, Lu Wen had underestimated Lu Heng's hatred for him. It was just robbing a silver equipment, but to actually be able to transfer strong people from the outside world was simply outrageous. Luckily, as soon as he entered the novice village, Lu Wen would be protected by the "Stop the Go" buff. No one can do it in a safe zone. Only then did he turn his head to look behind him, only to see a middle-aged man with a slim figure staring at him with a gloomy face. "Kid, do you know who you just killed?" The slim man's tone was icy cold. If he hadn't entered the range of the novice village, with his LV17 strength he would definitely be able to kill the other party with one strike. "Oh, what does it matter to me who it is? If you dare to make a move against me, then you already have a way to take your death." Even though he knew that Lu Heng's identity might not be simple, how could Lu Wen care about that much? Maybe the news of Qin Feng's death in the real world had already been known by the other party, and if he really let the other party pester him, then he would be in big trouble. As for the slim middle-aged man who looks like he's not to be messed with, Lu Wen casually threw a scrying spell, and the other party's information immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Taoist Fairy Master LV17, sealed. Ha, the strength isn't great, but the names are more than a little dangling. Lu Wen made a note of this person and then turned around without looking back. Taoist Immortal Master, that is, Old Song, looking at the other parties departing back, naturally would not be indifferent. He also threw out a probing technique, but the feedback he received caused him to frown. Unable to probe? I didn't expect that after just one day of awakening, I could actually get this kind of special props to hide information. No wonder I dared to make a move against the young master. Old Song waved his hand and several more figures appeared behind him. Go keep an eye on that kid, and when he comes online tomorrow, as long as he dares to go out of the novice village, exterminate him for me. It was just a new player, and he had plenty of means to deal with each other. As for Old Song himself, he was heading towards the village chief. He was going to meet Lu Heng and inform the other party of his arrangement. But when Lao Song came next to the village chief, he had a footstep. Apart from the entrance to the replica and the village chief himself, there was not a single player in this place. What's going on? Is it hard to walk away? Old Song tried to contact the other party in the friend system, but the gray avatar was what made him stop his movement again. Down the line? Seeing this, Old Song was also ready to go offline to the other side. However, he had just returned to the real world when he violently recalled the image of the people from the Qin family coming to find young master Lu Heng in the afternoon. At that time, Lao Song had already come to the novice village to look for Shadowhunter 567, and naturally knew what had happened to the Qin family. Qin Feng inexplicably died in the real world. No one knows the cause of death, except that everyone in the peer group, the last time they saw each other, was in the middle of a novice copy, and then he was stabbed to death by that Shadowhunter 567. Following that, he was lost in the real world as well. Murphy, Old Song's heart was beating wildly. He didn't dare to be slow, and rushed to the residence where Lu Heng was. Before he even entered the door, he could hear the angry roar of Lu Yu, the head of the Lu family's family, coming from inside. What the hell happened? Why did my son suddenly die? For a moment, Lao Song froze in place, only to feel a chill in the bottom of his heart that went straight to the sky, like falling into an ice cave. On the other side, the Shangtian neighborhood. This was Lu Wen's residence in the real world. The two assassins who were responsible for guarding Lu Wen had been hiding in the shadows for a day, but had never found any trace of each other. It wasn't until the moonlight poured down that one of them said, "Why don't we go back and resume our orders? It's not good to keep squatting here, is it?" The other side, a bit helpless about it. This kid's activities have been quite regular in the last few days. Why didn't he come back today? Do you think he might have sensed something and that's why he's hiding out? I think you're sleepy, and you're actually talking in your sleep for a good reason. The companion shook his head and laughed, not believing in such nonsense. A high school student, or an unawakened ordinary person, where to detect the traces of two first-turn players. Maybe it's just a temporary thing that didn't come back. Let's go to the young master first to resume our orders, and report on the old master's side. The man had no objections, and the two quickly returned to where the Qin family was. Just come back. We'll find the original simple and solemn Qin family compound. At the moment but onyx strewn, sadness spread all over the field. The two looked at each other, all of them a bit bewildered. Someone in the Qin family passed away? It's not a good time to come. They sighed slightly in their hearts, but it was not good for them to turn around and leave, or to find Qin Long, who was already dressed in white, and report today's events. Are you saying that Lu Wen did not return after awakening? As the head of the Qin family and Qin Feng's father, Qin Long naturally knew what his own son had been doing recently. Technically, he had asked the other guy to run it, including Su Manlin's existence and the plan the duo had prepared. Qin Long knew everything, in order to get in touch with one of the 9 major forces, the martial god's palace. But now it seems that Qin Feng is not that blessed. Alas, we can only find another talented one from the family to give this opportunity away. Qin Long was silent in his heart, and he also looked a little less concerned about this matter. After all, the main task now was to find out the cause of his son's death. The temptation for epic quality props is even greater, and that's slightly less backward. Just as Qin Long was about to ask the two to retreat, a message suddenly came from his wristwatch, and when he read the contents, his face changed violently. What? Is it really that Shadowhunter 567? Qin Long couldn't believe that a new player actually had the means to kill others directly within the game. How heaven-defying was this? One must know that this kind of terrifying death penalty could only be encountered above the 4th turn. But now this ability had appeared in the hands of a newcomer. Who the hell is it? Qin Long tried to calm his mind down and kept guessing the other party's true identity. According to the Lu clan, Shadowhunter 567 had killed Qin Feng in order to seize the silver quality equipment. However, he felt that this reason was not tenable at all, because if he were to come in his place, with such a heaven-defying talent, he would not expose himself at all for a silver quality equipment. Besides, since the other party knew that their ability would make people die in reality, they would never kill easily until they had to. Unless, a bolt of lightning crossed Qin Long's mind as he got up violently and growled in a low voice at the two assassins. Go to Su Manling's house. I want to know the state of that wench now. Chapter 13, Murderer, Lu 1. Qin Long suddenly remembered something. Today all the seniors were having their talent awakening, and it was also the day that Qin Feng and Su Manlin had made an appointment to lay their hands on Lu Wen. Although the duo's plan seemed a bit childish to Qin Long, there should be nothing wrong with dealing with an ordinary student who had a heart. These days, that little girl called Su Manlin would call Qin Feng when she had something to do. The two talked for hours. However, today, Qin Feng's communication device did not ring once. Thinking of this, Qin Long came to Qin Feng's house, found the other party's cell phone, and hurriedly looked up his and Su Manlin's chat records. It had a private conversation between the two of them, as well as scheming about the epic prop in Lu Wen's hands. Originally, before entering the godforsaken land, the two were talking normally until, Qin, baby, where are you? Why are you offline in the game? Qin, not connected. Qin, how many levels have you reached? Have you fixed that kid yet? How come I haven't seen you on the line all this time? Qin, not connected. Qin, not connected. Qin Feng had also gone offline to call the other party before Su Manlin lost contact with her, but the message seemed to sink like a stone into the sea and did not get any response at all. Not touching an electronic device for a few hours seems downright normal to an outsider. However, the strange things that happened one after another today were causing Qin Long to think of some bad images. A couple of minutes passed. Qin Long received a letter from two assassins. Master, Su Manlin died of unknown causes. The police department is on lockdown to investigate. Click. Qin Long's eyes brightened as he crushed his cell phone. It's really you, kid. No wonder you suddenly ran away today. Qin Long did not know how the other party found the anomaly, but according to the existing intelligence analysis, the murderer who killed Qin Feng there is a great possibility that his classmates, Lu Wen, Lu Wen, who was already offline, sneezed twice. He felt that someone was cricketing himself behind his back, and if his guess was right, it should be the Qin family and the so-called Lu family that had discovered the abnormality. Humph, daring to hit me with your idea, you really don't know how to die, especially that Qin family, for the sake of the treasure left behind by father. How dare they send assassins to stalk them in reality? Damn it! Lu Wen didn't know where on earth this group of people had gotten the information to confirm that the epic prop was in his hands. Even in his previous life, he hadn't even told Su Manlin, but rather, it was only after he had been promoted for a turn and removed the props from the main city's warehouse that he had met with an accident. Perhaps there's something else in there that I don't know about. Lu Wen was a bit annoyed. He didn't like the feeling of being kept in the dark. Unfortunately, his old dad died suddenly, and he can only learn from his past life's information that this matter should be related to one of the 9 powers of the Divine Star Alliance, the Martial God's Palace. Lu Wen stood in front of the window, looking out over the night view of the city, and in his heart, he also began to think about his next plan. If the Qin family isn't stupid, it won't take more than a few days to suspect the murderer on my head. Although there is no definite evidence, to those big powers, suspicion is the best evidence. When I ascend to LV-19, I must find another safe place to complete the first turn trial. The degree of completion of the first turn was related to future development, so Lu Wen couldn't afford not to pay attention to it. He counted the time and placed an order from his cell phone for an express train at 12 o'clock tomorrow, when he checked out and walked away in one piece, definitely letting the people who came looking for him pounce. Next day, 5 o'clock, Lu Wen woke up early and directly entered the godforsaken land. He was preparing to level up to LV-19 today, thus completing the first turn quest. If it was an unusual player, it would take at least 7 days to turn 1, and even those who had awakened rare talents would have to grind for 4 or 5 days. At that time, there will be another group of people who will be stuck with a turn 1 quest. After a good turn, you will find that since LV-20, the upgrade speed plummets, and you will directly enter the era of snail jogging. A lot of people complete a turn in a week, but by the time they get to the entrance exam, their level is only about LV-22, but that's for other people. I'm not in that category. Lu Wen smiled confidently, then set his eyes on the reward given by the forbidden level talent after killing Lu Heng. Congratulations on killing the super mastodon warrior, triggering the talent slaughtering gods and slaying demons, forbidden, and obtaining the silver level boss drop reward. You've obtained the no good equipment upgrade coupon, demon reward. You have acquired necklace, dark knight pendant, silver. You've gained skill points x5. You have obtained strengthening stone times 100. You used an experience potion LV11, large. You gained experience x10, 140. Congratulations, level up to LV12. Life plus 50, mana plus 30, physical attack plus 10, legal attack plus 10, physical defense plus 5, legal defense plus 5, free attribute points plus 10. After killing Lu Heng yesterday, Lu Wen had risen to LV12, but he just couldn't check the exact harvest before rushing offline. The rewards given this time were a bit average, and aside from the silver-ranked necklace, the only exclusive rewards left were the ones popped by their own talents. Let me con you on what the hell is going on. Unqualified equipment upgrade coupon. Special prop, LV1 and above can be used. Effect, when used on LV1, LV5, LV10 equipment, it can raise the level of equipment use until it exceeds the limit of non-included equipment level, LV20 or below. This? Why does it feel kind of awesome? Lu Wen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air after seeing the item's introduction, and hurriedly tapped on the Demon Buster +9. A shimmering light flashes. This dagger that is covered with flashing cold awnings. It seems that nothing has changed. At least that's what Lu Wen observed with his naked eye. He picked up the dagger, ready to see the exact stats of the thing. Demon Buster +9. Equipment introduction, silver quality superb dagger. With him, even if your talent is the most garbage F level, you can walk sideways in the novice village. Equipment level, LV10, sealed. Equipment quality, silver. Equipment part, weapon. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attribute, physical attack +65. Enhanced effect, physical attack +91. Equipment effect, +30% damage to magical creatures. I'll be damned. Just like that water spirit helped me to LV10, and the reinforcement level actually remains unchanged. Should it be so counterintuitive? Why is the upgrade speed of new players slow? It is not that there is too little suitable equipment, and when they find good equipment, even if they carry out reinforcement, they will be completely eliminated in a few days. When that happens, do you use junk gear that matches your level, or enhanced gear that's 5 levels lower? No matter how you chose, it felt awkward, and Lu Wen had been disgusted enough by the situation earlier. Obviously the level was already high enough. but it was the equipment attributes that were not powerful, causing his efficiency to slowly drop when he subsequently upgraded. As for now, Chapter 14, an early riser has someone to kill, and with a few rewards left, Luwen had no interest in continuing to read more. Just after raising Backstab to LV4, he put aside the 100 enhancement stones. After all, it's a waste to use this thing, even if it's made on top of a newly exploded necklace. It will have to be phased out after transitioning to LV15 at most. Dark Knight Pendant. Equipment description, extremely rare novice attribute necklace. Rumor has it that the effect is no less than bringing a powerful singer along to battle. Equipment level, LV10. Equipment quality, silver. Equipment part, necklace. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attributes, life plus 200. Equipment effect, attacks with dark elemental damage. It actually comes with a life bonus and a dark attribute elemental damage bonus. It's a superb piece of equipment. In the novice village, equipment that increased life like this was extremely rare, and compared to other attributes, this thing was completely capable of hardening brittle players. If it was offered, selling it for 100,000 divine star coins wouldn't be a problem. Of course, it's limited to those 2 days, and the further back you go, the faster the price collapses. Now, Luwen's 6 major equipment had been assembled, and if he counted the useless title, it was 7 pieces of equipment. Today, go meet the LV15 demonized giant bear and speed brush straight to LV19. After making up his mind, Luwen got up and left his room, heading out of the novice village. But he didn't realize that several figures quietly surfaced behind him, and after glancing at each other, they silently followed. Half an hour later, Luwen finally arrived at the demonized giant bear's activity area. This place was within the range of the novice village, which was considered an advanced leveling area. Plus no one came over at all in the middle of the morning. Am I kind of wrapping this up? Luwen grinned as he found a demonized giant bear, and just as he entered the sneak state, before he could activate his skills, he felt several strong winds whistling from behind him. Boom! Luwen hastily dodged, only to see that the place where he had been earlier had been blown out by a deep crater by an elemental blast. So much luck? A few of the trailing players were a bit surprised, not realizing that the moment they made their move, Luwen had entered a sneaking state. This, coupled with timely dodging, caused several people's attacks to fall short at once. Come out, brat. Facing the few of us, you'd better not struggle. A man in a long robe let out a light laugh. Even if he couldn't see the other party's figure, he didn't panic at all. It's just a rookie shadow hunter. Can he still escape from them? Don't hide. Obediently come with us to see the family head. I can still spare your life. Otherwise, you don't want this hard-earned level you've practiced up. I'll send someone to keep an eye on you in the novice village until you're beaten into submission. A few of the rest of the group burst out laughing, obviously thinking the same thing. A rookie who had just entered the divine abandonment land for a day, with a level of LV7 at best, how could he compare to several of their first-turn powerhouses? Even if the level was sealed to LV14, it was still not something Luwen could deal with. Luwen hid in the shadows and gazed at the several people. He did not expect that he would actually be targeted so quickly, associating it with the fact that Lu Hong and the others were squatting outside of the novice village yesterday to guard himself. He couldn't help but quietly breathe a sigh of relief. As far as he knew, no Lu family existed in Guangfeng County, so he thought that he could not threaten himself in the real world for the time being. If it wasn't the Qin family coming, then everything was still in time. Luwen didn't move and flung out his scrying technique, and several players who looked like they had come back at great cost from the first turn city had their information instantly appear in front of his eyes. Wandering Mage LV14, sealed. Invincible Wind and Fire Will LV13, sealed. Thousand Hands God of War LV12, sealed. Ninth Grade Singer LV13, sealed. The moment he saw the ranks of a few people, Luwen, who was originally nervous and tense, couldn't hold back and suddenly laughed. Boom! A fireball blasted in and hit Luwen's feet. I thought it was some kind of strongman, but it turns out to be a few stinky fish and shrimp. Are you guys here as experienced babies for me? Ha ha ha. Luwen's undisguised laughter came out, exasperating a few people with green veins, releasing their skills to blast towards the source of the sound. A newcomer who just entered the godforsaken land is so arrogant. Little brother, I'll beat you to death later. Don't cry when the time comes, one of the female singers sneered out. Even though they were in a sealed state and their own attributes were generally the same as they were when they were at the same level, this was not a reason for Luwen to take liberties in front of them. Oh, that's a gift for you too. When you die later, just remember not to yell. Luwen gripped his dagger backwards and quietly touched the side of the wandering mage, and with a poof, he opened a big hole in the back of his opponent's head. Pust, -1, 742, blast, -348, dark damage. This player with the highest level and the most joyful screaming body was dead with a clean and clear death. Congratulations on killing the wandering mage, triggering the talent slaying gods and slaying demons, forbidden, and obtaining the silver level boss drop reward. What, kid, how dare you? From Luwen showing up to make a move, to the wandering mage turning into white light and dying. Everything happened in a short moment. Everyone didn't react. They were all letting Luwen escape, not realizing that the other party would dare to touch a few of them and directly secured a player with the highest level. It's almost like reversing the Big Dipper. Get on me and kill him, the female singer screamed out, angrily releasing a spotlight ray towards Luwen. This is one of the few attack skills in the early stages of the songwriter profession. Unfortunately, Luwen struck and left without dragging his feet at all. Where can I get these players to hit? When the cooldown of Sneak ended, he once again hid in the shadows, and one of the four was left with the ability to attack from a distance. Luwen's target was the elemental envoy called Invincible Wind and Firewheel. As he did, Luwen touched a few people close to him. A sharp cracking sound rang out, and then he saw this elemental envoy. Just like the previous player, his head tilted, and he was accounted for on the spot. Congratulations on killing the Invincible Wind and Firewheel, triggering the talent slaughtering gods and slaying demons, forbidden, and obtaining the silver level boss drop reward. After another teammate fell, that 9th grade singer could no longer hold back the anger in his heart and frantically unleashed his skills at Luwen. Unfortunately, at this level, they would be considered lucky to even have a bronze level equipment, not to mention putting it all on. After all, not everyone had the ability to clear the difficult copies of the novice village and be able to obtain silver level equipment. Even if there was, it was LV5 trash. And how could it compare to Luwen? Swish, swish, in just 2 clicks, Luwen killed the remaining 2 in seconds, but the system beeps coming from his ears made his expression blank. Congratulations on your consecutive kills of multiple players. Reward fusion. Hereby issuing reality gift pack *1, chapter 15 LV19. Oh ho, is this bursting with new rewards? Hearing the system prompt, Luwen immediately came into the spirit. He thought he was going to harvest 4 silver boss drops this time, but he didn't realize that there was actually an unexpected surprise. You have obtained a Data Advent Experience Card ×1. Data Advent Experience Card. Special prop, LV1 and above can be used. Effect, can cast in-game data battle power in reality. Duration, 600s. Holy, play that big? Looking at the prop information, Luwen was a bit surprised. It is important to realize that while players can use certain supernatural abilities in reality, they are not 100% replicas of in-game strengths. For example, players are able to bring 10% of their battle power into reality after a turn. In other words, as long as one's level is above LV20, they will unlock a part of the Divine Abandonment's ability to be physically far superior to normal people. Maybe it wasn't as good as those world champions and sprinting supermen of the past, but ordinary people were really just a bunch of vegetables in front of them. The second turn was able to unlock 20%, and so on and so forth, and legend had it that after the 6th turn, one would be able to truly interconnect with the godforsaken lands. Luwen didn't know if the news was true or not, but there was one thing he could be sure of. Even if he was discovered by his enemies in reality, he would be able to complete a counterattack with the Data Descent Experience card. Who would have thought that a rookie who just entered the Divine Abandonment could explode with superhuman strength? Luwen put the props into his backpack and was in a good mood. Even looking at these demonized giant bears in front of him was much more pleasant. Enchanted Giant Bear LV15. Life, 11,000/11,000. The chi blood is actually over 10,000. Worthy of being a large demonized creature. It's just strong, Luwen praised with his mouth, but his hands were unusually vicious. Still in the Shadowhunter 3-piece set, he slammed his dagger out after finding the right spot for the blast. Pust, -2,854. Bludgeoning, -509. Dark damage. Although he couldn't perform a one-hit kill on the small monsters like before, Luwen knew that if it were any other player, it would take more than 10 hits at least to finish the small monsters off. However, Luwen had LV3's Finale in his hand, and every time he succeeded in a sneak attack, he would increase his own physical attack by 5%, stacking up to a maximum of 15%. This makes his output much more efficient. -3,015, -3,186. After just 2 mending blows, this demonized giant bear that could barely turn around fell to the ground with a loud crash and dissipated into a ball of light on the ground. Congratulations on killing the demonized giant bear, LV15. Experience plus 610. Crossing level experience bonus plus 91. 700 experience points rewarded for just 1. What a pain in the ass. If I brush on with this efficiency, perhaps it won't take half a day for me to level up to LV19. Lovern is passionate. Although the demonized giant bears here were scattered and not as good as the giant wolves before, the experience they gave was too much. So much so that Luwen had the urge to soak here all the time. Poof, poof, poof. Lu Wen's hands rose and fell with his daggers, constantly giving the demonized giant bear a bloodletting package. His killing speed was too fast, so far beyond the realm of normal players that the system beeps and Lu Wen's ears never broke. Congratulations on killing the demonized giant bear, LV15. Experience plus 610. Crossing level experience bonus plus 91. Congratulations on killing the demonized giant bear, LV15. Experience plus 610. Crossing level experience bonus plus 91. Congratulations on killing the demonized giant bear, LV15. Experience plus 610. Crossing level experience bonus plus 91. Congratulations, level up to LV13. Life plus 50. Mana plus 30. Physical attack plus 10. Legal attack plus 10. Physical defense plus 5. Legal defense plus 5. Free attribute points plus 10. In just 20 minutes, Lu Wen had successfully promoted to LV13. But he wasn't satisfied with that. It was nowhere near enough to stuff his teeth. At this moment, when he looked at the many demonized giant bear figures, green light was coming out of his eyes. Experience. All of these were his experience. As if he didn't know how to get tired, Lu Wen kept slaughtering these small monsters with rich experience. As for the trash equipment and materials that fell on the ground, he didn't even look at them. Throughout the morning, Lu Wen killed from a LV15 demonized giant bear to a LV19 half-human deer demon. The level also skyrocketed. And although it was a bit different from what was expected, it was only a hair's breadth away from LV19. Phew, it's time to find the village chief to get a turn 1 quest. Lu Wen exhaled and stretched down his somewhat sore body. As long as I complete the quest, I'll be able to go to the first turn city and get my hands on the epic level props that my father left me. For the remaining gap of experience, Lu Wen decided to slaughter some small monsters on his way back, which would be enough to level up to LV19. He just didn't expect that on the demonized plains not far from the novice village, Lu Wen actually bumped into that old song from yesterday. Seeing the other party's gloomy expression, looking around as if he was looking for something, Lu Wen knew that this was directed at himself. Why is it still shady? Lu Wen was a bit helpless. He really wanted to hurry up and finish the quest and leave. Unfortunately, as he saw old song, the other party also saw Lu Wen, who was wearing a black mask, strutting towards himself, treading through iron shoes without finding a place. Kid, unexpectedly let in here, I caught you. Have you figured out how to die? Old Song looked at Lu Wen with a sardonic smile on his face. Before entering the godforsaken land, the Lu family head had told him that as long as he could find Lu Wen, his counterpart would send him a silver grade equipment. If he killed the other party, he would even enter the Lu family's core circle and become an outer elder of the Lu family. Unlike now, when the hard work is done and the pay is pitifully low, for the sake of the outer surname elder's identity, he had used only one morning to strip out the location of the Shengtian neighborhood where Lu Wen lived. It wasn't hard to find. He was just contacting the Qin family and stringing together information. Old Song had already sent people over there to capture the other party. If he could capture the real person, Lu family master would never forget the contribution he had made to the Lu family. Only, the teenager on the opposite side didn't panic as he expected, but instead gave a cold snort of disdain. Ha! Experience! What? Old Song didn't understand what the other party was saying, but Lu Wen had no intention of explaining for the other party. His figure disappeared in place, and a cold killing intent instantly enveloped Old Song. Old Song was jolted. He then remembered that the other party seemed to have a special ability that could kill people across borders. However, how can you, a freshly entered divine abandonment trash, stand up to me, a first turn powerhouse? Old Song snorted coldly, not putting Lu Wen in his eyes at all. Being able to kill Lu Hong didn't mean that he could decapitate him as well. Even if his level was sealed to LV17, it wasn't something that a new player could touch. Pust. As soon as Old Song's words fell, he felt a pain in his throat, followed by a feeling of two-sided leakage from it. Minus 2,488. Blast. How is that possible? With his life instantly zeroed out, Old Song only felt a force majeure kicking him out of the godforsaken land. Thinking of the Qin family's son and Lu Heng's fate, the great panic instantly swept the Old Song's whole body, his body shaking like a sieve. The real world. When he saw his hands, which had already begun to decompose into dust, he could no longer suppress the horror in his heart and instantly screamed in shock. Ah! Chapter 16, First Turn Mission. Congratulations on killing the Taoist Immortal Master, triggering the talent slaughtering gods and slaying demons, forbidden, and obtaining the silver boss drop reward. You have acquired weapon, Shadow Kiss, silver. You have acquired ring, Silver March, silver. You've obtained first turn equipment upgrade coupon, demon reward. You have gained strengthening stone times 500. You've gained skill points x5. You have gained experience x79, 080. Congratulations, level up to LV19. Life plus 50, mana plus 30, physical attack plus 10, legal attack plus 10, physical defense plus 5, legal defense plus 5, free attribute points plus 10. Boy, should I say no? Worthy of being a turn 1 player, the rewards that pop up are awesome. After so many experiments, Luwen had also discovered some patterns of some talent drops. It will give out equivalent boss drops based on the specific level of the person who died. Although this vegetable called Old Song could only exert LV17 strength in the novice village, the real reward was that it allowed Luwen to satiate himself fiercely. A full 70,000 plus experience. Almost topping Luwen to the top of LV19. Good man. Luwen let out a sigh of relief, but he couldn't use the 2 exploded equipment right now. There was no other reason. The equipment level was above LV20, and he, who had yet to complete the first turn quest, could not wear it at all. As for the skill points, they were added to, and, forget it, let's go find the old village chief first, and if things go well, we'll successfully complete the first turn today. Luwen walked in the direction of the village chief, and when he reached the other side, he realized that there was a big question mark on his head. It was golden and looked like it was on a mission. As expected, when Luwen approached the other party, the old village chief began to talk to himself. The God and Devil War destroyed our world, the laws shattered, and the Ascension Channel dissipated. This is a cursed land that cannot give birth to gods and devils. Outlander, I don't know why you are here, but I can sense your weakness and a certain sense of completeness emanating from you. I think I've come to the old man's place to ask for some doorways in order to be promoted to the first turn. The village chief stroked his beard, pointed toward the replica passageway beside him, and said smilingly, although you're weak, it seems that you have a stronger underbelly in your body than any other outlander. I'm afraid that the first few levels of the first turn trial won't be hard for you. If you are strong enough, perhaps you can harvest certain unexpected surprises inside. After saying that, Luwen felt a huge suction force coming from the vortex in front of him, instantly swallowing him into it. You have entered the first turn copy, Tower of the Undead. Minimum requirements, defeat the guards on the second level of the Tower of the Undead. As he entered the trial, Luwen's face became rare and solemn. Each transfer is an important turning point in the player's destiny, because passing or failing to pass the trial is closely related to the growth ceiling as well as the speed in the future. All transfer trials have 6 ratings: inferior, common, excellent, perfect, legendary, divine and demonic. Failure to pass the test 3 times will result in an inferior rating and will forever disqualify you from further upgrades. For example, those who had been stuck at LV39, LV59, and LV79 were most likely those who had performed too poorly in the transfer trial, and that's why they couldn't even get the most common evaluation. If you barely pass the trial, you will receive an ordinary level evaluation and your own attribute growth will be increased by 20%. Excellent and perfect will add 20% to this, one after the other. It was heard that the legendary level would increase by 30% on top of the perfection, but what exactly would be the reward for evaluating to the divine devil level? Luwen had never heard of. With my current strength, I'm afraid no newbie player can match it. The bottom line is that I also want to reach the legendary level evaluation. As for the god and demon level, it's better to take one step at a time. Before seeing the difficulty of the trial, Luwen was not in a good position to judge without authorization, knowing that even if he had S-rank talent in his previous life, his first turn rating was just barely perfect. Boom! Just then, 10 pillars of light came down with a bang. Luwen turned his sight to find 10 undead warriors rushing out of it, hurrying towards itself. Undead warrior LV19, life 12500/12500. Is this the difficulty of coming up here? Luwen was a bit excited. If other players were surrounded by 10 monsters of the same level, there would be a lot of fumbling. However, Luwen didn't know how many LV19 half-human deer demons he had killed, and against these undead-type monsters with low defense, the main fight was a breeze. Click, click, click. Luwen was like a ghost in the darkness of the night, constantly weaving around these monsters, hitting a small monster hard every time he struck. In just a minute's time, he had killed all these little monsters to pieces. But before Luwen could rest for a moment, 20 more pillars of light lit up, and the stone tablet representing the number of floors of the undead tower in the distance. The number on it changed from 1 to 2. In that case, 6 floors is the limit of the first turn trial? Luwen guessed in his mind, but his hand movements were not slow. This floor was literally not half as different as before, except for the fact that there were more monsters. Layer 2, Layer 3, Layer 4. Luwen was a force to be reckoned with, and easily reached the perfect rating that he had taken great pains to reach in his previous life. Next, I'm afraid we'll have to face the bronze level boss straight on. In Luwen's previous life, when he faced a bronze level boss alone, he didn't even have the slightest power to fight back, and was instantly beaten to a pulp. This time, I'll see how long you can last if I change my birdshot. Buzz. A pillar of light far larger than the first few times landed. Luwen raised his eyebrows slightly, and saw an orc with a large saber, a beer belly, and a black aura slowly walk out from it. The scrying spell was thrown out, and information about this orc immediately surfaced. Demonized Orc General, LV-15, Bronze Boss, Life, 105, 000/105, 000. I can't believe there's only LV-15. Is it considered a release? Luwen tried to remember his own trial scene at that time, but unfortunately, that year 18, stood like a minion. It's ridiculous to say the least. He didn't even have time to check the information of the bronze level boss before he was abused into a puddle by his opponent. This time, I'd like to see what you're going to face me with. The corner of Lu Wen's mouth revealed a cold smile, and his body dived into the darkness, rapidly feeling toward the orc general. Pust! The dagger stabbed out, making a large hole in the beer-belly general's head. The blow felt like it had triggered some kind of switch, and patches of damage sprang up from the top of his head. -3, 234, -3, 396, -3, 706, blast, 3, 952, blast, -4, 124, -679, -741, -790, -862. Dark Elemental Damage. Chapter 17, Single-handedly challenging a silver-level boss. The demonized orc general's life kept plummeting like running water. It roared angrily, and the large saber in its hand flashed with golden light as it fought to slash at Lu Wen. The gale was howling, and Lu Wen could feel a slight pain like a heat wave burning through it. If I were to be hit by you, even with my current attributes, I'm afraid I'd have to suffer a great loss. Unfortunately, I'm not going to fight you hard. I can boil you to death even if I boil you. With the LV4 end enchantment, his endpoint storage limit had come to 4. As soon as Lu Wen triggers 4 sneak attack judgments, his physical attack increases by an additional 20%. In addition to the strong explosive attributes of the Shadow Hunter profession, even if the demonized orc general's life was as high as 100,000, he was nothing more than a mobile sandbag in front of Lu Wen. Swish, 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 silver light flew. Lu Wen was able to take away a large amount of life from the boss every time he showed up, and before the opponent could counterattack, he was able to rush far away from the boss's attack range, followed by a dive to find another opportunity. One wave was enough to knock out 15% of the demonized orc general's blood, to say the least. After just a few rounds, this orc general with a beer belly had reddened eyes, and steaming hot air kept coming out of the corners of his mouth. Obviously, he was enraged by Lu Wen's shameless fighting style. When its life fell below 20%, a scarlet halo suddenly emanated from the surface of its body, and its large sword slashed out a blade light, heading straight for Lu Wen. Boom! The blade light punched a big hole in the place where Lu Wen was. The demonized orc general slashed one after another, and even if he couldn't detect Lu Wen's true position, with this special AoE skill, he scared Lu Wen, who was hiding in the corner, out of a cold sweat. Mud! This guy is actually so hard to hit when he opens up. Lu Wen could even think that if the blade light really cut himself, with the other party's attributes after the surge, he would even risk overturning his car if he continued to pursue the attack. Unfortunately, this will be your last outburst. Lu Wen touched behind the boss, and while the orc general was still slashing at the air, he quickly swung out his dagger, stabbing and pulling it out continuously at its center. -4, 214, blast, -4, 082, blast, -3, 998, blast, -842, -825, -818. When the boss was down to the last 7% of its life, Lu Wen didn't even give his opponent a chance to fight back. Immediately explode all 4 of the accumulated endpoints. Boom! -7004. With an instantaneous overpowering outburst, the demonized orc general who had just entered a berserk state hadn't been powerful for long before he was simply chopped into a piece of golden light by Lu Wen and dissipated in the same place. Buzz! Looking at the familiar pillar of light that appeared in front of him, Lu Wen licked the corners of his mouth and tightened his grip on the silver-gray dagger in his hand that had its attributes pulled full. If I pass this level, I'll be able to obtain a divine demon level evaluation. Reaching the legendary rank will give you an additional 90% in total attribute growth. I can't imagine just how much of an increase the divine demon rank will give me. Lu Wen was so excited that he was trembling slightly, and he couldn't wait to get through this tower of the undead right now. But as a short figure holding a staff and covered in black robes stepped out from the pillar of light, Lu Wen was stunned and the smile on his face froze slightly as Demonized Necromancer, LV-15, Silver Level Boss, Life, 295, 000/295, 000, *******. It really gave me a silver level boss. How much does this nerd think of me? letting me, a rookie who hasn't even turned one yet, single-handedly take on a silver-level boss. After seeing the boss attributes, Lu Wen couldn't help but curse. According to the practices of the godforsaken land, an existence of this level was usually rounded up by 3 10-member squads in order to have the possibility of killing it. If the players are strong, the numbers might be able to drop downward. Can you hunt silver-level bosses solo? What kind of international joke are you talking about? This thing isn't even comparable to the Tiger King that was nerfed for the most part in the newbie copy. Even if the level was only LV15, it was definitely enough for Lu Wen to drink a pot. As expected, the necromancer had raised his staff before he could even enter his sneak. The power of darkness gathered, and 5 LV15 elite minions appeared on the field, and a transparent aura appeared around the other party. And the moment he saw this scene, Lu Wen couldn't help but curse. Pi no mother ********. A silver-level boss bullying me as an 18-year-old novice player is even enough. But also give yourself a shield. Want to point billion? Though pissed off be the boss of this last level. However, Lu Wen did not dare to be slow, fearing that later on this necromancer will give himself something else to do. After quickly killing the 5 skeleton minions and stacking up 4 endpoints, Lu Wen attempted to sneak up on his opponent from behind. When his dagger was about to land on the back of the boss's head, the shield that had appeared earlier actually began to protect its owner on its own as if it had sensed some crisis, blocking Lu Wen's attack to death. -2045. Although he still had over 2,000 points of damage, Lu Wen's face was incredibly ugly. Ciphers, this shield can actually cancel out my bludgeoning damage. What's the point of playing a rally? It was important to realize that even if Lu Wen could keep consuming the boss's life now, when it entered a berserk state, it would recover 1% of its maximum life every second. If he couldn't trigger the bludgeoning damage, the damage Lu Wen dealt would probably not be able to keep up with his opponent's blood recovery rate. Although he could do a quick attack, this silver boss wouldn't stand around and let him output. There are always gaps where you can bleed back, one way or another. Even if Lu Wen's operation was pulled full circle, he wouldn't necessarily be able to take down this silver-level boss. If you can break his shield, essence flashed in Lu Wen's eyes as he turned his spear around to blast the shield as his highest priority. Lu Wen didn't believe that the shield of a silver-level boss could be so anticlimactic that it couldn't even break him. Swish, 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 -1890, -2041, -1909. There was a clanking and crunching sound. Lu Wen finally sighed in relief when he saw that the transparent shield, which was originally flickering with a rich luster, gradually became dimmer as he kept attacking. As long as this shield defense is capped, there's still a fight to be had. After all, most of the shield skills of mage-type professions were based on damage mitigation, and few of them had the efficacy of providing additional shield value. At the very least, the shield ability of this silver-ranked boss that Lu Wen was facing was the former. After Lu Wen's constant harassment, even though the necromancer's blood was nearly 300,000, it gradually showed a downward trend. Ghostly flames flickered in the necromancer's eyes as his staff was raised, and 5 more elite-level monsters were summoned out by him. Seeing this scene, Lu Wen grinned. The same moves won't work half as well on me. He bullied his way into the thousands, completely ignoring the threat of the elite minions. In response, the necromancer simply raised his staff bashfully until it was aimed at the rapidly rushing Lu Wen. Buzz! A charging sound rang out, and in Lu Wen's shocked gaze, the crystal ball that was originally embedded in the staff was like a discharged cannonball blasting straight at him. What a cyber mage! Chapter 18, Divine and Demonic Ratings. Lu Wen was scared out of his wits. It was the first time he had seen such an outrageous mage skill. It reminded him of the outrageous plot of a certain movie he had once seen where the supporting characters took off their own heads and kicked them as leather balls, seriously injuring the main character. Lu Wen hastily dodged and managed to avoid the crystal ball that was like a cannonball. Boom! A flame burst exploded from behind him. The heat wave blew Lu Wen's hair over as he stared dead ahead at the figure. Summoning, spell shield, and now even fire elemental attacks are out. It's outrageous. Lu Wen was a bit toothless. The true strength of a silver-level boss was somewhat beyond his imagination. Although he hadn't changed his entire body into LV15 silver equipment, was there any novice in the history of the Divine Star Federation that would be stronger than him at this stage? One getting a perfect rating was already tops. Trying to single-handedly challenge a bronze-level boss, the success rate was afraid to be ridiculously low. Not to mention this silver-level boss in front of him. Looks like it's really necessary to slowly grind this guy to death. Lu Wen had no other way. At this stage he had limited skills and it was hard to pull off any tricks. In order to prevent the necromancer from getting into any more trouble, Lu Wen was much more careful with this attack. Vigilantly watch your opponent's every move. But Lu Wen was surprised to find that although the necromancer had 2 tricks up his sleeve, it appeared that he only had 2. Aside from the mana shield and summon monster, the only other move left was the extremely powerful cyber missile. Granted, This guy can also unleash normal spell attacks, but as far as threats go, it's nowhere near the first three. Lu Wen gradually figured out the mechanics of this boss. After trying many times and the necromancer never brushed off any new tricks, a wicked smile suddenly appeared on Lu Wen's face. Hey, that was quite a fight back there, wasn't it? Change seats for fun? Lu Wen accelerated the frequency of his attacks, and his daggers kept stabbing on top of the necromancer's shield. Under the high-intensity output, only a click was heard as the shield shattered in response and exploded into a sky of ice crystals. To be honest, if this scene was seen by certain girls, they would definitely be mesmerized and unable to find their way out. Take a picture of any of them and use it as a special effects screensaver. Unfortunately, Lu Wen only had necromancers in his eyes. Without the protection of the shield, the defense of a brittle legal system boss like this, even if it was a silver-level existence, was no match for the demonized orc general just now. Swish, 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 -4, 324, blast, -4, 479, blast, -9, 025, blast, -862, -902, -1829. Damage like running water emerged from the top of the necromancer's head. Even if this one's life was as high as 300,000, it looked a bit less than adequate in front of the attacks that cut down at least 5,000 plus each time. Even when the explosive injury magic ring came into play, it would explode with nearly 10,000 points of terrifying damage. 85%, 74%, 62%, 51%, 35%. Life is rapidly diminishing at an almost insane rate like a dam breaking. It soon came to the edge of the 20% berserk line, and just as Lu Wen was about to finish him off in one fell swoop, the necromancer raised his staff high, and the familiar shield ensnared him once again. Holy, this thing turned out not to be disposable? Lu Wen had a bit of a headache. He could still accept the damage reduction from the shield, but the problem was that he, a shadow hunter, relied on bludgeoning to deal damage. When we turn 1, we must learn some skills that target shields, or else when we encounter such an enemy in the future, won't we be at a loss? Lu Wen made up his mind. The line of sight fell on the boss's head, and at this point, the opponent still had nearly 1/5 of his life left. Demonized Necromancer, LV15, Silver Level Boss, Life, 67, 852/295, 000, more than 60,000 blood was not much to say, and with Lu Wen's current damage, if he was lucky enough, a few sets of combos would take him away. However, considering the existence of the shield as well as the berserk return, Lu Wen had to change his offensive strategy a bit. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Wen's daggers stabbed out continuously and soon knocked the necromancer into a berserk state. +2, 950, +2, 950, +2, 950, +2, 950. The necromancer's head turned on a green light, and his own aura was more than 1 degree more powerful than before. Lu Wen carefully dodged his opponent's attacks, constantly putting himself on the side or behind the boss. Only then will the end skill trigger the judgment. Boom! After seizing the opportunity, Lu Wen directly blasted out the end that had been raised to LV4 without saying a word. Up to 170% damage is enough to counteract the effects of the shield. -3, 808, -761. Although these two damages seemed insignificant, don't forget that Lu Wen's backstab had no cooldown limit. He was like a high-speed gyroscope, constantly attacking the undead mage on his back. Thanks to the Boots of Haste S attack speed buff, which allowed Lu Wen to land several attacks in a very short period of time. The necromancer was exceptionally furious though, and berserk skills exploded underneath his feet in an attempt to blast away the abominable mole cricket behind him. Unfortunately, Lu Wen already knew its skills like the back of his hand, and how would you let the boss hurt you half a hair? Ka-chow! A clear sound like crystal breaking suddenly came. The shield that surrounded the necromancer had now shattered into slag, and his body was completely exposed in front of Lu Wen. If I can still get you to turn on the shield this time, you're the one. Lu Wen gave a thumbs up while giving the necromancer a cruel smile. The already small amount of life, coupled with the fragile body plate like paper, allowed this LV15 silver level boss to not last too long at all before being blown to pieces by Lu Wen. At the moment of the boss's death, a golden light enveloped Lu Wen, and the beep of a successful transfer came to his ears. Congratulations, you've successfully completed the first trial, and have earned an evaluation God and Demon level. Congratulations, you have received a divine and magical level reward, plus 270% combined growth of basic attributes. Congratulations, you've successfully advanced to the first career, Night Owl. Congratulations, you have awakened the skill of dagger mastery. Congratulations, you've awakened the skill of poisoning. Congratulations, awakening skill, serious injury. You've gained skill points x10. You've gained strengthening stone times 2000. Congratulations! Your transfer rating has reached the God and Demon level, rewarding you with the title God and Demon Cub, Gold, x1. You have gained experience x120, 488. Congratulations! Level up to LV20. Life plus 200. Mana plus 120. Physical attack plus 40. Legal attack plus 10. Physical defense plus 20. Legal defense plus 15. Free attribute points plus 40. The difference in attributes before transferring has been made up. A trial is just a trial. And the reward can actually be to such a heartless extent? Chapter 19 Exaggerated Promotion. Luwen had awakened an S-rank talent in his previous life. So naturally, he managed to advance to a first-turn player before the college entrance exam. But at that time, the increase in attributes was more than half a star difference from now. It is important to realize that the higher a player's level is, the less impact the attribute boost from each upgrade has on overall strength. After all, how can the attributes given by a level up be compared to the gains brought by high-quality equipment? But now, Luwen realized that the Divine Demon level rating had ruthlessly upgraded his talent. As the level rises, the natural growth of attributes will be more and more. Perhaps with this, can completely with other players to open the quality of the general gap. Very well, with my current power base, after entering the first turning city, I'm bound to have an epic outburst. Maybe expect a second turn before the entrance exam. Second turn? That was a strength that only the upper echelons of unusual county-level forces could possess. By then, Luwen had only been awakened for half a month. It could be seen just how much benefit passing the trial with a Divine Demon level evaluation had brought him. There are many rewards for clearing the level, and the one that Luwen is most interested in, apart from the 3 skills that he has awakened, is the Divine Demon Cub title, which has reached gold level in quality. Demon Cubs, gold. Effect, total attributes plus 15%. The effect was simple and overbearing, and after just one look, Luwen nonchalantly threw the Baboon Slayer to the side and hung the Divine Demon Cub over his head. A light golden-colored text slowly emerged from the top of Luwen's head, flickering like a breathing light. I'm going. This effect is overly drawn out. Hide it. Hurry up and hide it for me. The first turn city was not like the novice village. There were a lot of strong people over there, and with Luwen's current strength, he was not able to run rampant. It wouldn't be too late to light up the eyes of that group of players' dogs when their strength increased a bit more. After each turn, players will comprehend 3 native skills on their own, and the specific effects depend entirely on character. I don't know if it's the effect of the God Devil level evaluation that has allowed me to comprehend the 3 core skills of the Night Owl in one go. Although Luwen's previous life wasn't a Shadowhunter route career, he didn't play through 3 years of high school. He knows the basics of the 16 professions as well as his school teachers. Luwen landed his gaze on the 3 major skills, and the relevant information instantly surfaced. Dagger Mastery, LV1 plus 10% of base damage dealt with dagger-type weapons. Poisoning, LV1 coat your weapon with a special toxin. Each attack will add a layer of poisoning effect to the enemy, reducing the poison damage of physical attack by 10% per second for 10s. Stacking for up to 5 layers, each attack will refresh the duration of the poisoning effect. Serious Injury, LV1 plus 270% strike damage when triggering a strike. The effects of the 3 major skills are greatly enhanced for turn 1 players. Unusual players can comprehend. One can already be called the European Emperor. All 3 comprehend. Oh, what a joke about the Yoramaidan Dog King. Want to turn in core skills? I'm sorry, but go get in trouble with a gold level boss. Maybe if you kill it 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, you'll be able to pop out a core skill book. As for skill points, you also have to get them from bosses that are not below your level. Counting the ones rewarded this time, Luwen had as many as 12 skill points. Luwen didn't have any hamster personality, and wouldn't feel at all that tuning in so many resources would be of great use. Immediately, the 3 newly acquired skills were raised to LV4. As for the strengthening stones, they were also all utilized by Luwen. Congratulations, the Shadow Kiss enhancement is successful. Congratulations, the Silver March enhancement was successful. In just a few moments, 2 LV20 silver equipment were strengthened to the point of +9 by Luwen. He didn't stop there. Although there was a 10% probability of failure for each enhancement during the +10 +19 process, but Luwen had more than 2,000 strengthening stones in his hand, so how could he care about a few reinforcement failures in the area? Does it consume strengthening stone times 100 to strengthen Shadow Kiss? So what if it consumes 10 times the resources? Pull it all in. With the strong fossil reserves bottoming out, Luwen also harvested 2 pieces of +19 extreme equipment. Shadow's Kiss +19. Equipment description, a fine silver weapon for the first turn, with excellent dark attribute damage bonus. Equipment level, LV20. Equipment quality, silver. Equipment part, weapon. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attributes, physical attack plus 175. Enhanced effect, physical attack plus 498. Equipment effect, attacks with dark elemental damage. The Silver March plus 19. Equipment introduction, primary physical system dream. He will bring strong attributes comparable to the weapon equipment. Equipment level, LV20. Equipment quality, silver. Equipment part, ring. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attributes, physical attack plus 115. Enhanced effect, physical attack plus 327. Equipment effect, attack speed plus 30%. That attribute. It smells so good. Especially when Lu Wen saw the exaggerated enhancement effect. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. No wonder those high-level players want to get high-quality equipment. Just this reinforcement increase alone can top many low-level equipment. The stronger the basic attributes of the equipment, the better the effect of the enhancement will naturally be. But a lot of people can't afford to part with the strengthening stones in their hands, always feeling that they can get better equipment later, dreaming of becoming a god in one day. But how could they know that only converting resources into battle power in a timely manner was the true king's way to rapid growth in the Divine Abandonment lands? After getting everything done, Lu Wen then looked at the brand new panel after his turn. Character name, Shadowhunter 567. Rank, LV20, 12524/105480. Occupation, Night Owl. Talent, slaying gods and demons, taboo kill players and enjoy the same drops as bosses. And will reward special props that don't exist in the world. Currently unlocked rank, Silver. Causality. Life, 1250-49-45. Mana, 650-28-18. Physical attack, 644-3134. Legal attack, 43-236. Physical defense, 179557. Legal defense, 133441. Skills, backstabbing, LV4, sneaking, LV1, finishing, LV4. Skill 4, Dagger Mastery, LV4 plus 40% of base damage dealt with dagger-like weapons. Skill 5, Poisoning, LV4 coat your weapon with a special toxin. Each attack will add a layer of poisoning effect to the enemy, reducing the poison damage of physical attack by 25% per second for 10s. Stacking up to 8 layers, the duration of the poisoning effect will be refreshed with each attack. Skill 6, Critical Injury, LV4 plus 330% bludgeon damage when triggering a bludgeon. Chapter 20, Like to give it away? TSK. This kind of heaven-defying attribute appeared on a new player who just turned 1. If other people knew about it, they shall not go crazy with jealousy on the spot. After reading the brand new panel, even Lu Wen, a reborn person, had to sigh that his current strength was a bit too exaggerated. When the other silver level equipment is in place, this body's attributes will be able to go further. And by then I'm afraid that unusual LV30 players won't necessarily be my opponents. Lu Wen felt a little conservative in what he said, but when he looked at those students who had awakened with him, Lu Wen was now fully described as a humanoid boss. After using the first turn equipment upgrade coupon on his weapon, Lu Wen didn't continue to stay in the trial space. As you have completed the first turn, you are not eligible to stay in the novice village. Please go to the main city of the first turn as soon as possible. When Lu Wen showed up, he immediately received this alert. There was also an hourglass vignette hanging behind it, with the remaining time, 599s displayed above. There's nothing to say, just Dragonlance City away you. Among the several optional main cities, Dragonlance City has many secret and dangerous places within its borders, and the resources for upgrading are quite abundant. It was the core main city of the first turn of the Earth Elemental City in the real world. Lu Wen had also spent some time in Dragonmark City in his previous life, so he was naturally more familiar with the environment there. Ignoring the village chief's shocked gaze, Lu Wen appeared on top of Dragonmark City's Freedom Square with a flash. After finding a reliable restaurant, Lu Wen looked at the time and his consciousness exited the godforsaken land. Hey, is this Master Chen who's going to Yuan City? That said, it's clearly not exposed. So how did this kid find us? Very vigilant. Actually ran to the Dragon Hotel, thanks to us waiting until the night yesterday. Inside the hotel, 2 men dressed in black with sunglasses had their hands in their pockets and were walking slowly towards the top floor. Ever since Qin Long realized that the person who killed Qin Feng was most likely Lu Wenren, he immediately ordered to track down his whereabouts. With the Qin family's energy, trying to find a person within the small Guangfeng County was simply easier than ever. Do you think that guy could still be soaking inside the godforsaken land? When the time comes to directly awaken his consciousness, when he opens his eyes and sees 2 assassins holding a knife to himself, will he just pee in fear? One of the slimmer men couldn't help but laugh lowly at the thought of the possible images. Don't be careless. I've heard that this kid has a very odd talent and is able to kill people directly in the godforsaken land. That's how the young master died. It just happened last night. Can't you forget it now? Seeing his companion's brows furrowed slightly in concentration, the slim man was unimpressed. With the strength of our second turn, Even without weapons, we can beat him up with a slap in the face with our physical strength alone. I really don't know how to lose. No wonder the man was full of disdain. Second turn players are able to exert 20% of the strength of God's abandoned land in the real world, and also unlock some of the skills they have learned. He even felt that Long sending the two of them to catch Luwen was simply a big mistake. It is not an exaggeration to say that an anti-aircraft gun hits a mosquito. Seeing the slim man like this, the other man sighed lightly and did not continue to advise anything. His thoughts were in fact the same as the others in general. It was only the quality of the killer that had been cultivated for a long time that always kept him in a vigilant state of mind against his prey, even if the target was just a rookie newbie who had just awakened 2 days ago. Ding! Just as the two were about to go upstairs, the elevator doors suddenly opened, only to see a head wearing a duck-tongued cap. One shoulder carried a school bag of young men from which slowly walked out. The teenager looked down at his cell phone and didn't notice the two black shades blocking his path. Luwen, where are you running off to? A laugh mixed with surprise suddenly rang out. Luwen raised his head, and before he could see who was coming, he saw two short knives that flashed with a cold aura quickly set above his neck, and he could even clearly feel the icy coldness coming from above the blades. It's fortunate that the two of us came early, or else we would have really let you little brat get away. The laughing youth let out a heckle before putting his hand on Luwen's shoulder. Come with us, the family wants to see you. Although this person did not explicitly say who the head of the family was, when Luwen saw how the two were dressed and what they looked like, his mind flashed violently through the images he had seen in his previous life before he died. Same two killers, black suits, sunglasses, coupled with the Chin family he had offended in the past 2 days. Luwen instantly reacted. What a fast action. Less than a day to find me. Worthy of being the young master of the Chin family, not letting people rest even after death. He shook his head, all but oblivious to the short, sharp knife still at his neck. Originally thought that he had already called it swift to run away now, but he was still able to be approached by the other side first. It seemed that the Chin family's power in Guangfeng County was even more massive than he had imagined. How dare you talk tough at the end of your life? You're still the first in front of me. Luwen's bland demeanor caused a nameless fire to rise within the slim man. Obviously, he was being held up with a knife and was about to go to the bottom of the earth to keep Chin phone company. But not only did the other party not worry about his situation, he even had the leisure to make a snarky comment, which made the slim man who wanted to see Luwen peeing his pants hate to get this guy straight to death. His left hand poked out, ready to teach his opponent a lesson. The physical quality of a second-turn player was horrible. If Luwen was hit by the slim man, his head was afraid that he would have to dent a piece of it. Whether I'm dead or not, I don't know, but I know that you should not live long. Luwen grinned and instantly activated the Data Descent Experience card, familiarizing himself with the feeling of power throughout his body. The slim man who was originally extremely fast with his fists was now as slow as a turtle in his eyes. Luwen retreated backward, and then under the stunned gaze of the two black-clothed men, his body transformed into ripples and even disappeared into thin air. What? The slim man who was still trapped in his inherent cognition and didn't react couldn't help but exclaim out in shock, while the other man, as if he had thought of something, hurriedly roared, "Get out of the way. This is a shadow hunter skill." Pust. Unfortunately, his reminder was a little too late. Luwen pulled out a dagger from somewhere and had stabbed the slim man through the throat. Damn it, how dare you! The man in black shouted angrily and threw his short blade in the direction Luwen had appeared, attempting to cut the other party down on the spot. If I were in the godforsaken land, I might not be your opponent, but in reality, oh, go well down to the company of your friends. Luwen was like a ghost, his speed completely surpassing normal people. With a sway of his body, he easily dodged the black-clothed man's short blade, and in the next instant, he appeared behind the man. What? The black-clothed man only felt a flash before his eyes, and in the next moment, drilling pain came from behind him. He screamed out in misery, instantly drawing the eyes of the other guests nearby. But in the middle of these people's line of sight, they only saw two black-clothed men who had fallen in the middle of a pool of blood, their bodies drenched in blood. Where's Luwen left? Chapter 21 The Key to Heaven. Congratulations on killing the merciless Skydragon man, triggering the talent Slaying Gods and Slaying Demons, Forbidden, and obtaining the Silver Boss Drop reward. Congratulations, you have killed Super Big Hands, triggered the talent Slaughtering Gods and Slaying Demons, Forbidden, and gained the Silver Boss Drop reward. Since you consecutively killed 2 players who exceeded your own LV 20 or above, the rewards are now synthesized. Congratulations, you have obtained the first turn leveling gift pack ×1. Luwen, who had sneaked out all the way, didn't attract anyone's attention. After finding Master Chen waiting for him, he rushed towards Diyuan City without stopping. Chin's power in Guangfeng County may be very large, but then big enough to extend the hand inside the city to go? As long as Luwen was given some time, even if the Chin family's power was 10 times more massive, they wouldn't be able to stop their own retaliation at that time. In less than 2 hours, Lu Wen had arrived in the city. After learning his lesson from the last time, he purposely found a crowded place to blend in, and then robbed a weak high school student in the mall's men's restroom, and after changing into the other person's clothes, he strutted out, just to be on the safe side. Lu Wen repeated this maneuver a few more times, and finally appeared out on the side of a superstore. If you can still find me like this, I'll count your Qin family as great. Lu Wen now had no data descent experience card protection. Staying in Guangfeng County was very easy to be targeted by the Qin family. He was prepared to develop obscenely until he entered the academy, and after that, he would go to the other side to find trouble. Lu Wen didn't continue to choose a hotel to live in this time. He found a local agent and directly chose an upscale neighborhood with fairly reliable security. Viewed, paid for, moved in, and the whole process didn't take more than an hour. The well-decorated house didn't need to waste much of Lu Wen's energy at all, and after placing an order for enough food and drinks to live for half a month, he unlocked the security door and completely locked himself in the house. The other side, Xin Long, after learning that the two killers actually all died in the Dragon Hotel, stood up in a flash and looked at the butler in front of him with disbelief. Dead? 2 second-turn players actually died at the hands of Lu Wen. Are you kidding me? As a second-turn peak player, Xin Long knew very well what kind of energy the two killers could exert in the real world, not to mention a small high school student. Even those geniuses who had already entered the academy to cultivate were not necessarily able to block the assassin's assassination. But when Xin Long watched the video provided by the hotel, his entire body instantly became short of breath. Skills? Why does this little brat have skills? Didn't he just complete his awakening yesterday? Xin Long watched as Lu Wen cleanly resolved the two killers and then cast his skills to leave the spot. He was filled with disbelief, but the fact that it was right in front of him pressed back all his doubts. After a long silence, Xin Long let out a long sigh. To be able to perform skills in reality on the second day, this son's awakened talent is by no means as simple as we thought. Old Fu, send someone to look for this son again. This time I'll personally get rid of him. The butler named Lao Fu was horrified at the news. Master, why is that so? Why do you need to do this dirty work yourself when you can just leave it to your subordinates? Xin Long ignored Old Fu's persuasion and continued to say to himself, stab the news over to the police station, and take care to be a bit more secretive. If that kid wants to turn over a new leaf, the only way he can rely on is the college entrance exam. Killing my son and destroying my chance. If I can still make this little smooth high school exam. Early the next morning, after Lu Wen had a simple breakfast, he hurried into the middle of the godforsaken land. He's got a big day ahead of him. After walking out of the restaurant, Lu Wen went straight outside the hyperspace warehouse located in the center of Dragonlance City, and after inputting a string of keys according to his memory, an airtight box suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Got it. Lu Wen breathed slightly sharply. He put the box into his backpack and left the place without looking back. Beside them, two fierce-looking, cross-fleshed players glanced at each other and silently followed the hastily departing Lu Wen. It wasn't until he came to an unoccupied corner that Lu Wen had the time to check the contents of the box, only to see an ancient modeling key lying quietly inside, its halo converging, completely unable to see that this was an epic prop that was enough to make countless people go crazy. Key to the sky, epic, sealed. Special prop. LV40 plus can be used. Effect, you can open the secret world of Tongtian Tower once at the second, third and fourth turn respectively, and get 5 times the reward of harvest. It really is the key to heaven. Even though he had already gotten this epic prop in his previous life, Lu Wen was still very excited at this time, for no other reason. It was really because the key to heaven was too special, so special that even one of the 9 major powers, the Martial God's Palace, wanted to pocket it. In the entire Divine Star Federation, there were only a mere 3 people who had entered the Tongtian Tower secret realm in recorded history, and these 3, all of them have now become the top giants in the Federation, with strength that surpasses their generation. Although those 3 had shown strong potential before they had truly risen to prominence, it was hard to say that there was no credit for the Tongtian Tower secret realm in being able to reach the top. Unfortunately, not only do the props have level restrictions, there are also seals present. Even if I popped up to LV40 today, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to open the Tongtian Tower secret realm. In fact, not only the key to heaven was in the middle of the seal. From the time the player awakens and enters the abandoned land, all equipment and props that are not personally obtained by brushing monsters or purchased from NPC stores will be sealed for a short period of 15 days. Although it was unclear why there was this restriction, the Godstar Federation's senior management had cleverly set the entrance exam on the 15th day after the awakening. This can, to the greatest extent possible, put students taking the advanced level examination on a relatively level playing field. And, of course, only relatively fair. Even if a county-level power like the Qin family could spend money on hiring people to upgrade, would those big powers not have other paranoid tricks? Alas, Now green players like me who don't follow crooked paths and honestly upgrade are becoming extinct. Luwen put away the key to heaven and sighed helplessly. If it wasn't for the shimmering light of the +19 dagger at his waist that flickered from time to time, Luwen's words would have seemed sincere. Now that things are done, it's time to consider the matter of upgrading. Regarding the upgrade route, Luwen had already arranged it long before he descended on Dragonlance City. Just a short while later, Luwen came to the ordinary leveling area outside the main city. Just when he wanted to test his strength, a cold laugh suddenly rang out. Kid, hand over the treasure you took from the warehouse and we'll both keep you alive. Luwen turned around, only to see two fierce-faced, tall players looking at themselves with disdain as they wrapped their arms around them. He froze for a moment, then suddenly laughed. If you guys hadn't reminded me, I'd have forgotten there was a gift bag I hadn't claimed. Those two were also as confident as you are, but now the grave grass is estimated to be almost 3 meters high. Chapter 22 Leveling Up Gift Pack. Tank Mighty LV 26. Desperate Poisoner LV 28. Not even at the peak of the first turn. I really don't know how you dare to come out and do this kind of trick. Luwen disdainfully skimmed his lips after probing the duo's levels. Although the other party's level is high, the rewards of the God and Devil level trial are enough to make Luwen's strength override the duo, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Boy, you're really loud. Although the strength of my brothers and I is not good, but you, a punk who has been stopped at the early stage of the first turn, what qualifications do you have to judge the two of us? Desperate Poisoner grunted coldly. In his opinion, Luwen was the type of player who had devoted all his energy to life skills, and his level was still stuck at LV20. The opponent's special equipment was simply useless in his eyes, and his LV3 scrying technique could easily see through Luwen's old background. Daring to come out and practice alone, being targeted by them was a complete death sentence. When I kill you, all the props in your backpack will be mine. The other player let out a heckle and without another word of nonsense, he raised his weapon and charged towards Luwen. If you want to die, then I'll fulfill you. Luwen didn't care what happened to these two in the real world. After awakening the forbidden talent, Luwen knew that he and unusual players were already in two worlds. If you want to go to the top of this world, your hands will inevitably be stained with blood. It can't be helped. He swayed and deftly dodged his opponent's attack. +19's Shadow's Kiss just lightly slashed at the opponent's neck, and this full-blooded player instantly turned into a white light and disappeared in place. Luwen didn't even bother to look at the damage he had caused. To him, there was no difference between ordinary players and small monsters, and to be precise, the other party didn't even pose as much of a threat to him as the small monsters did. How is this possible? Seeing Luwen kill his brother in a single strike, the desperate poisoner's eyes went wide. As the advanced profession of the Sacred Shield Soldier, the Fudo Ming Wang's defense attributes could be said to be pulled to the fullest. Even if they didn't hold a shield to block, they weren't something that a mere LV20 player could take out in a second, right? The desperate poisoner was filled with confusion, but Luwen did not give the other party much time to think. Swish, shadows swept by, and he too turned into white light, disappearing into this world together. Congratulations on killing Tank Mighty, triggering the talent God Slayer Demon Slayer, Taboo. Congratulations on killing the desperate poisoner, triggering the talent Slaughtering Gods and Slaying Demons, Taboo. Reward Fusion. Special Gift Pack *1 is hereby issued. A first turn leveling pack and a special pack. I don't know what kind of goodies are actually hidden inside. Luwen chose to open it directly. You've gained experience buff, 20% extra bonus. You have obtained top, Quicksilver leather armor, silver. You have acquired pants, Quicksilver leather pants, silver. You have acquired shoes, Shadow of the Flowing Light, silver. You have acquired necklace, Pendant of Flowing Light, silver. You have obtained Light the Lantern *1. Seeing the 4 silver quality equipment that appeared in front of him, Luwen was slightly stunned, not realizing that the so-called leveling up turned out to mean this. The gift packs directly replenished all of Luwen's missing equipment, and there was no need for him to take the trouble to get those equipment. It's so simple and crude, but I like it. Without saying a word, Luwen directly changed his equipment on, and immediately, a system beep came to his ears as well. You have changed equipment. Life plus 3,565. Mana plus 1,000. Physical defense plus 586. Legal defense plus 469. Compared to normal equipment, these things that have names that look like sets but are actually loose pieces don't have any special effects. The only one that comes with additional light attribute damages, Pendant of Flowing Light. However, this was of little use to Luwen, as the necklace originally had a dark attribute increase, and now it was merely a change of attribute. With my current strength, I can completely brush some LV25 plus monsters efficiently, but if you want to maximize the effects of lighting the heavenly lanterns and the experience buff, you still need to experiment a bit. The effect of Light the Sky Lantern is very simple. It can gather small monsters within a certain range, lasts for an hour, and can be used a total of 3 times, and experience buffs can only be in effect for 24 hours. For insurance purposes, Luwen first came to the LV-25 leveling area. Here lived a group of alienated kobold warriors, with big bladders but less than 1.5 meters tall, pure and simple mobile meatballs. The scrying spell was thrown, and information about the little monsters instantly came to light. Alienated Goblin Warrior LV-25, Life, 30,000/30,000. It's worthy of being a first-turn minor monster. The life alone is this outrageous. Looking at his opponent's full 30,000 life, Luwen smacked his lips. After walking out of the novice village, the difficulty of the game and the godforsaken land is really displayed in front of many players. Small monsters with super high attributes, bosses that can't be fought without dozens or hundreds of people, and all sorts of outrageous replicas and secret realms all exist in this continent. Even the upgrading experience is the same. Each transfer is equivalent to putting a super experience debuff on yourself. Upgrading was like a turtle speed. Even those players who awaken S rank or higher talents would have a hard time leveling higher than LV-25 before the college entrance exam. This is the rule summarized in the college entrance exams over the years. With my current strength, I don't need to team up with anyone at all, and my solo brushing efficiency can finish off everyone. With the help of the divine demon grade talent, Luwen was confident that he could shake off those so-called geniuses by 10 blocks. Looking at the goblin warrior, who was holding up his long sword and gradually approaching, Luwen took out his dagger and silently began to quench the weapon with poison. Let me see just what point my strength has reached now. Swish! Luwen dived into the darkness, circled around behind the goblin, and his 6 skills instantly erupted. The dagger sliced through the air, and a terrifying shrill came from the tip of the blade as it blasted into the back of the short, fat man's head in front of him. Pust, minus 51,680. Bludgeoning, minus 10,338. Dark damage, minus 10,875. Light damage, minus 783. Damage that completely exceeded the life threshold exploded from the monster's head like a well. Obviously, he was a physical profession, but he was able to deal various attribute damages with his shots, and those who didn't know thought that Luwen was an elemental envoy. Congratulations on killing the alienated goblin warrior, LV-25. Experience plus 1821. Crossing level experience bonus plus 455. Experience buff bonus plus 364. Ha ha ha, cool, so damn cool. A knife a little friend. This is not practicing. This is not purely abusing vegetables? Luwen felt that he was still too conservative. With his strength today, I'm afraid that LV-30 monsters could touch him head-on. Mind you, his damage hadn't been fully inspired yet. The 2 main skills, End and Harden Poison, both needed to trigger tears to deal damage, and the former even increased Luwen's damage by an additional 20%. Even if the small monsters had high defense, Luwen was confident that he could kill them like chickens. With the current efficiency of brushing down. Chapter 23, The Unexpected. Thinking of this, Luwen's heart couldn't help but thump. Not to mention reaching the second turn before the college entrance exam. Ordinary players want to reach this point. Without a few months of hard work simply cannot be done. This was still the result of going all in on the godforsaken land. If people knew Luwen's exaggerated thoughts today, they would definitely scold him. Daydreaming too much belongs, but Luwen didn't care about that. After knowing his current strength, he had already targeted the LV-30 monsters. Roughly 5 kilometers away from the alienated goblin warriors is the active chassis of the forest spearman. Compared to a short, fat man like a kobold, a spearman who had lived in the forest for a long time could well be called a humanoid gibbon. The gargoyle resembled a humanoid with extremely long arms, holding a pointed spear sharpened from black ironwood, eyeing the stranger who had trespassed into their territory. Forest spearman, LV-30, life, 42,000/42,000. If you take into account the defense and high-level immunity of the monsters themselves, you should be able to ensure that the damage won't overflow too much. Luwen looked at the spearman's life, and then looked around the circle to confirm the density of minions. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Very well, here it is. Luwen took out a bottle of old-fashioned kerosene lamp, a piece of white fuel in the center. With a thought, the fuel burned fiercely, and a rich, exotic scent filled the surroundings, instantly drawing the attention of the forest spearman. Hey, next up is a pleasant upgrade time. Luwen's figure was hidden in the shadows, excitedly watching the small monsters that had gathered. He raised his dagger and headed straight for the back of his opponent's heart. Poof, 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 minus 48,837. Blast, minus 51,163. Blast, minus 53,421. Blast. With the end passive stacked, even if the level of the little monsters was a full 10 levels higher than Luwen, they couldn't stop this night owl with only LV-20. Luwen was like a phantom, constantly harvesting the lives of the forest spearmen. Experience also shoots upward at a rate visible to the naked eye. Congratulations on killing Deep Forest Spearman, LV30. Experience plus 2636. Crossing experience bonus plus 1318. Experience buff bonus plus 527. Congratulations on killing Deep Forest Spearman, LV30. Experience plus 2636. Crossing experience bonus plus 1318. Experience buff bonus plus 527. Congratulations on killing Deep Forest Spearman, LV30. Experience plus 2636. Crossing experience bonus plus 1318. Experience buff bonus plus 527. Congratulations. Level up to LV21. Life plus 200. Mana plus 120. Physical attack plus 40. Legal attack plus 10. Physical defense plus 20. Legal defense plus 15. Free attribute points plus 40. In less than 10 minutes, Luwen rose to LV21. This kind of upgrading speed, which is comparable to riding a rocket, is really mesmerizing. Looking at the densely packed forest spearmen in front of him, Luwen simply saved even sneaking, and he fought these little monsters head on like a warrior. As long as you hit a bludgeon, you can kill your opponent in one hit with the super high boost of serious injury. Luwen didn't dare to delay. His dagger almost swung out in a staggering shadow, constantly reaping the lives of this group of small monsters. As one by one the white lights lit up, Luwen's experience sprinted madly upwards at a speed that was unreadable to the onlookers. Congratulations, level up to LV22, life plus 200, mana plus 120, physical attack plus 40, legal attack plus 10, physical defense plus 20, legal defense plus 15, free attribute points plus 40. Congratulations, level up to LV23, life plus 200, mana plus 120, physical attack plus 40, legal attack plus 10, physical defense plus 20, legal defense plus 15, free attribute points plus 40. When the lighting heavenly lantern burned out, Luwen stopped his hand movements, ignored the forest spearmen surrounding the perimeter, and leaned under a tree to breathe heavily. I didn't think I could be this tired in a game. Is this data materialized body of mine a fake? Luwen was a bit dizzy. It was the first time he felt physical exhaustion since entering the godforsaken land. In order not to waste the strong effect of lighting the heavenly lantern, he didn't rest for a second, which allowed him to raise his level from LV20 to LV23 in just 1 hour. By the time we get to the day of the entrance exam, those people will probably be at this level. Unfortunately, the Divine Star Alliance doesn't have an early entrance examination. Otherwise I would have been able to enter the academy for further study long ago. Luwen grinned. He knew the idea wasn't realistic and didn't care about it. All Luwen wanted to do now was to take a good rest, and when he recovered, he would head towards the LV35 toxic swamp. Maybe there's still time to team up with someone and play a copy. Just as Luwen was about to set off, he suddenly heard a dull roar coming from the distance. Faintly, the angry curses and shouts of many players could still be heard. What's the situation? Luwen was a bit curious. From the time he had arrived on the forest spearman's side, he had seen very little sign of other players' activities. According to reason, this area should be the main activity range of the first-turn players, but even though they had just made such a big commotion, they froze and didn't find a single person. It wasn't until a voice came from the distance that Luwen guessed something about what was going on. When he got close enough to see a giant bear spirit that was as tall as a small 2-story building, he was surrounded by hundreds of first-turn players. Forest Bear Master, LV35, Gold Level Boss, Life, 32, 845, 524/186, 000, a Gold Level Field Boss, TSK. No wonder it attracted so many players over. Luwen hid in the shadows and carefully swept around, realizing that there were far more than the hundreds of players who were surrounding the boss. On the periphery of the battle zone, many other players were facing each other, and the atmosphere was tense, as if a group battle would break out in the next second. Listening to the angry curses coming from over there, Luwen sort of roughly understood the situation over here. The one that was besieging the boss was the top force of Dragonlance City, the Bloodclothes Dark Bureau, while the one that was being held back by them was another top force, the River Styx Chamber of Commerce. Originally, this gold-class boss was the first to be discovered by the Styx Chamber of Commerce. Nay, the hasty discovery, coupled with the lack of manpower, was discovered by the Bloodclothes Dartboard that was practicing in a group over here, and immediately blew the players of the Underworld Chamber of Commerce out of the sky. The furious Styx Chamber of Commerce immediately shook people, and how could the Bloodclothes Dartboard let the other side dominate in terms of numbers, and similarly called in the city's elite? Now the large forces from both sides had yet to arrive, but the Forest Bear Lord's life had dropped to the freezing point and could enter a berserk state at any time. Tens of millions of lives looked scary, but with hundreds of players here, One person could wipe them out with a few shots of skill. The Styx Chamber of Commerce knew exactly this, which was why they were prepared to force their way in and take down the boss Tailblade. A big man with a stout figure and clad in gold armor picked up his spear and pointed it at the captain of the blood-clothes dart bureau in front of him, and drank in a cold voice. Asterisk 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 off. If you dare to stop me again, don't blame me for killing your entire blood-clothes dart bureau squad. Chapter 24, The Tiger and the Tiger. Sun Yang, if you had this strength, I'm afraid you would have done it already. We're half a caddy. Where are you going to kill us? Stop being funny here. Chen Dong of the blood-clothes dart bureau sneered, not placing the other party's threat in his eyes in the slightest. Knowing that the gold-level boss behind them only had less than a third of its life left, taking it down the 100-man squad, would all be able to gain heavenly benefits, even if Sun Yang really dared to make a move. Their blood-clothes dart bureau, as the top force in Dragon Ripple City, wouldn't be afraid of the other party. Well, it looks like you're toast. Sun Yang was exasperated and laughed at Chen Dong's indifferent look. Originally, he had just acquired a silver-level weapon a few days ago, and he had exhausted his financial resources to strengthen it to plus 13. He had never exposed it to outsiders yet. This Chen Dong didn't know what to do, but even thought that he hadn't made half the progress as he had originally. Since you're looking for death, then I'll fulfill you. Sun Yang bellowed, brothers, give it to me. With that, he violently charged forward, the long knife in his hand slashing straight at Chen Dong. Chen Dong was shivering from the slash and hurriedly retreated backward, but Sun Yang was the first to attack, and behind him, there were many players who followed the output in time. The blood-clothes dartboard was caught off guard, and Chen Dong was smashed into his body by dozens of skills on the spot, transforming into a white light that was already dead. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These bastards from Styx actually dare to make a move. Brothers, show them to death. The blood-clothes dart bureau's vice-captain saw that his boss had been seconded, and immediately shouted out angrily. The original standoff was instantly broken. Countless skills flew about in the air, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. There was a lot of commotion here, and those players who were besieging the gold boss all turned around in dismay, not expecting the Underworld Chamber of Commerce to be so bold as to dare to play rough with the blood-clothes dartboard. Lao San, you go take a small team to support the back, and leave the rest to us. The player named Lao San nodded and immediately led nearly 50 players to charge towards the back. At this time, this gold-level boss had entered a berserk state, and the damage caused by the power of dozens of people alone could barely equal the other party's recovery life. Lu Wen, who witnessed the whole process, had his eyes wide open, not expecting such a bloody thing to actually happen in front of his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's a godsend, isn't it? Early on, after discovering the law of talent evolution, Lu Wen still thought about when he would be able to metamorphose his talent once more, but after only 2 days, the opportunity really appeared in front of him. If you don't even dare to grab a handful of these, what kind of game are you playing? Why don't you just go home and farm? Lu Wen hid his body behind a tree, his eyes dead set on the golden boss's life. The other side now had a team of over 50 people still outputting over there, and looking at the boss's million-per-second blood return speed, I was afraid that it wouldn't last too long. You only get one chance, so take it. Lu Wen was in an agitated mood, and all he could think about was how to grab the boss's last hit. As for the equipment and so on, he didn't dare to ask for it at all. He could grab it, and if he couldn't grab it, he would forget about it. It was already heaven's great luck to snatch the last hit into his hands, and if he wasted too much time on picking up equipment, the furious blood-clothes dartboard would definitely flay himself with fire. It's only just entered Dragonlance City, and I'm about to get into trouble with a new enemy. AI. Lu Wen was a bit emotional. Just a few days after his rebirth and return, he had unknowingly incurred a lot of forces, but he had no regrets about it. The man had already been killed. So what? Did he still want his help to resurrect him? As the blood-clothes dartboard continued to output, the blood of this boss, which was like a small building, was slowly decreasing, and from the tens of millions at the beginning, it had almost fallen below the million mark. But the price paid by the blood-clothes dartboard is even heavier. Just a little bit of effort. They have at least 10 people have been sent back to the main city by the boss, disappeared on the spot in situ. On the other hand, when the Styx Chamber of Commerce saw that there was only a sliver of blood skin left in the gold-level boss, their attack became incredibly fierce. Stiffly, he killed his way through the blood-clothes dartboard siege. Both sides suffered heavy losses, but they no longer had time to pay attention to each other, and all of them unleashed their skills at the giant bear in an attempt to snatch the final blow. Lu Wen, who had long been waiting behind the boss, similarly pulled out his dagger and exploded his whole body skills together. Boom! For a while, countless damage surfaced above the boss's head. Everyone stared nervously at the giant bear's bursting down of life until the blood bar went to 0. And finally someone couldn't help but yell out, Was it one of our blood-clothes dartboard who killed him? The lieutenant attempted to find answers on the faces of his own teammates, but all he saw were furrowed brows and nervous looks. And looking at the blood-clothes dartboard that had fallen silent, Sun Yang of the River Styx Chamber of Commerce immediately laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, daring to rob our Styx Chamber of Commerce's boss. Don't even look at your own strength to deserve it? Nearly 100 more of us and we still can't grab the boss's final blow. If I were you guys, I would have jumped into the river and drowned myself long ago. Although no one in the Underworld Chamber of Commerce likewise made a sound, Sun Yang took it for granted that it was whichever shy teammate didn't have the heart to make a sound, afraid of being too high profile and being retaliated against by the blood-clothes dartboard. But he didn't see that the faces of the people of the River Styx Chamber of Commerce were also very ugly. You look at me, I look at you, all wanting to find the answer from each other's eyes. Unfortunately, the answer is not here. Congratulations to player Shadowhunter 567 for killing the gold level boss, Forest Bear Lord, LV35, and obtaining a generous reward. Let's celebrate him together. Congratulations to player Shadowhunter 567 for killing the gold level boss, Forest Bear Lord, LV35, and obtaining a generous reward. Let's celebrate him together. Congratulations to player Shadowhunter 567 for killing the gold level boss, Forest Bear Lord, LV35, and obtaining a generous reward. Let's celebrate him together. The three beeps that suddenly appeared resounded throughout Dragonlance City, and some uninformed players were still lamenting the power of this one called Shadowhunter 567, who actually dared to take food from the tiger's mouth and scramble for the boss from the hands of those big guilds. As for killing alone, they hadn't thought about that possibility. No one would have that kind of strength, not even if those second-turn powerhouses came. And the Styx Chamber of Commerce and the Bloodclothes Dart Bureau violently looked toward each other's camps after hearing this unfamiliar name. After noticing the other party's equally dumbfounded reaction again, Sun Yang immediately realized that there was actually a third-party force intervening on the scene. This made him feel his face burning, together with the fact that he had gotten excited earlier for nothing. And the news that informed the entire Dragonlance City was like 3 slaps on the face. As if Sun Yang had sensed something, his gaze instantly locked onto a figure wearing a mask and running wildly for his life. Mard, you still want to run after robbing the boss? Brothers, give me chase. The Bloodclothes dartboard similarly hated the sudden appearance of the spoiler, and this vice-captain had excellent eyesight, and among the many balls of light dropped by the boss, he didn't see the shadow of the gold-level props at all. It couldn't be clearer what this means. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Catch that Shadowhunter 567 for me. If I don't flay him alive today, I'll count you, Ma Wang, as merciful. Chapter 25 Accidental Exposure. It wasn't just the Styx Chamber of Commerce and the Bloodclothes Dart Bureau that were after Lu Wen. Even Lu Wen himself didn't expect that his regional announcement after killing the gold boss could unintentionally expose his information. At this moment, inside the Qin family residence in Dragonmark City, a young man stared at the name of the one who had killed the gold boss on the regional announcement with wide eyes and astonishment. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he hadn't misrecognized him, and then showed a look of having seen a ghost. My two milk. Shouldn't this guy be in the novice village? How come he came to Dragonlance City, and nigh killed a gold-level boss? What kind of international joke is this? Despite the 10,000 in his heart, the young man did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly reported the news to the clan. When this news reached Qin Long's ears, the same look of dismay appeared on his face filled with majesty. Is it that little brat Lu Wen? How is this possible? Shouldn't he still be in the novice village? In order to find the other party, not only did he send out his manpower in reality, he didn't give up his action even in the game. Dozens of first-turn players had already spent a large amount of money to enter the novice village to look for traces of each other. But now that someone told him that not only was Lu Wen not in the novice village, but he had instead robbed a gold boss outside of Dragonlance City, how could Qin Long accept this outrageous fact? It's only been 3 days since the awakening. How did he get past the transfer quest? No, there's definitely something wrong with this kid's upgrade speed. Remembering back then, Qin Long was still just a rookie chicken around LV14 at this point. Not to mention completing the trial quest. He was unknown how much experience he was missing from LV19. Qin Long's eyebrows almost twisted into a Chuan character, and after half a day's thought, he still sent a message to the Qin clan's children within the first-turn city. Kill Shadowhunter 567 at all costs and crouch at the opponent's location for 24 hours after the kill. In addition, issue a hunting order and get the uncommon book site involved. I still don't believe that with my Qin family's heritage I still can't catch a mere student egg. On the other side, the Lu family had similarly received the news. As a force that could gain a foothold in Diyuan City, their power was even stronger than the Qin family, and the family head, Lu Yu, was a third-turn powerhouse with incomparably terrifying strength. He similarly issued a hunting order for Lu Wen, and the reward was even more amazing. Whoever manages to kill Shadowhunter 567 will be rewarded with a set of houses in the center of the Earth's Yuan City Center, and if he succeeds in guarding the corpses, another set will be added, and there is no upper limit to this reward. The incomparably generous reward immediately attracted the attention of all the players within Dragonlance City. I'll go. What has this guy done that the Qin family and the Lu family actually issued a bounty on him at the same time? Some people looked at the information on the list and couldn't help but look shocked. Didn't you pay attention to the area message just now? It's that Shadowhunter 567 who killed the gold level boss. But I heard that the two gangs of the Blood-Clothes Dark Bureau and the River Styx Chamber of Commerce got into a firefight outside of the city, as if it was because of the boss, and a lot of people went there. If it's their boss that's being robbed, shouldn't these two release a bounty? What's the matter with the Qin and Lu families? There were no people present who knew the inside story, so they could only discuss some meaningless information here. And then, I don't know who roared out, pulling all the attention of everyone around them. It's amazing that so many big powers are looking for him, so why don't we go? Just by killing him, not only will he be able to collect the two bounties, but perhaps he can also show his face on the side of the Blood-Clothes Dark Bureau and the River Styx Chamber of Commerce. It's like killing 4 birds with one stone. I'll go. Brother, you can have this brain. This can make you think. Someone marveled out, clearly stunned by this genius idea. Yeah, originally I didn't want to get involved, but when you say it like that, it seems like you can really reap a lot of benefits by doing away with that Shadowhunter 567. Those who are slow to react are still here lamenting that others have many ideas. I'll go ahead and go kill people to get the reward money. I'm going to go. Wait for me. Slow down with the code. And at this moment, Lu Wen was racing along, not daring to stop at all. After angering the two major forces, hundreds of people directly rushed towards his side, accompanied by countless skills whistling and blasting. The roar of the skills almost didn't deafen his ears. As for what was happening within Dragonlance City, he simply didn't have the time to know right now. This is a real poke in the eye. Lu Wen had some pain in his heart. He shouldn't have been so mean at that time. Not only did he grab the boss's last hit, but he also took advantage of his opponent's concentration to collect the 2 gold equipments that were popped out into his backpack as well. If not for that, the players of the 2 major powers would not have hunted him down like this. It's good that the harvest is good, but it's worthy of my adventure this time. As Lu Wen ran, he dropped his eyes on top of the several prompts that popped up from the system. Congratulations on killing a gold level boss. God slaying and demon slaying talent is upgraded. Current reward level, gold level. You have acquired top forest shelter, gold. You have acquired special equipment, golden mask, gold. Now that my talent bit grid has been upgraded to gold grade, the equipment that will be exploded from killing people in the future will also be mainly gold grade. Unusual first turn players even silver level equipment as a treasure for the supply. Only the big forces of high level players have loose gold level equipment. As long as I slaughter a few ungrateful guys, we'll be able to quickly equipment metamorphosis to the gold level. After seeing the generous rewards given by the god and demon grade trials, Lu Wen was prepared to replace his entire body with gold grade equipment this time, in case he failed the challenge. Even if he could get a legendary rating, it would still be a kind of failure for Lu Wen. Still, the main task now is to get rid of these guys behind us. Lu Wen looked at the players who were in hot pursuit and couldn't help but speed up his pace a few points again. At the same time, he put on his head the golden mask he had just acquired, which was a similar effect to Masked Shura, can resist the effects of scrying spells up to LV5, as well as tampering with personal nicknames. As long as the level of the scrying technique was lower than LV5, it was impossible to probe Lu Wen's true information. Even if you team up with them, you see a string of fake names. Although it did not have a masking effect, the ability of this equipment was completely above the value of Masked Shura, in Lu Wen's opinion. This equipment would give Lu Wen a huge boost when he got rid of the pursuers behind him. In order to get out as soon as possible, Lu Wen specialized in running towards those maps with complicated terrain, like what chaotic stone forests, fiery swamps, and misty forests were all strolled through. Coupled with his own mastery of the sneaking skill, Lu Wen shook off quite a few pursuers along the way. However, some of these players have the hidden breaking skill, so it's hard for the LV1 sneak to be of much use. But again, hard to play and not playing are two different concepts. After circling around, Lu Wen finally got rid of all the players in a dense rainforest. He leaned against a tree breathing heavily, cursing under his breath. Marred. A bunch of bull ***** plasters, wasting my upgrade time for so long. Damn it. Chapter 26 Innate Black Inviting Holy Body. 2 hours went by in a circle. Lu Wen was now in a high-speed ascension phase, and wasting even a minute would be a great loss for him. Not to mention 2 whole hours. Don't ever let me catch you, or I'll have your asses. Lu Wen had a face of bad luck. feeling that the big forces of this Dragon Mark city were too careful. Wasn't it just robbing a boss tail blade and taking a few pieces of gold equipment? I'm kind-hearted enough not to take all the equipment, and these guys are still after me. Damn it! Lu Wen's mouth was full of cannons, but in his heart, he had no intention of continuing to provoke the other party. It's okay to do this kind of thing once or twice, but if you do it more often, you're really offended. Forget it, let's just upgrade first. Wait until LV35 and I'll be able to put this gold equipment on as well. The fact that the treasure mountain was in his hands but he was not fortunate enough to enjoy it really made Lu Wen suffocated to death. Solely after seeing the small monsters roaming around, he picked up his dagger and began to upgrade himself. Since he didn't turn on the heavenly lantern, Lu Wen's efficiency in brushing the monsters was far less than earlier. However, before the night fell, he still raised his level to LV24, and this kind of speed that was comparable to riding a rocket made Lu Wen deeply fascinated by it. Unfortunately, there's a time limit for daily upgrades, or else I'd be all set to go for LV30 today. Lu Wen skimmed his lips, very much not understanding why the godforsaken land would come out with such a restriction. His mouth cursed, but his body was still very honest as he walked towards Dragonlance City. On the way, he encountered quite a few players from the two major powers who were still looking for him, but the golden mask was worn on his face, completely concealing his basic information. Unless it was someone who had seen his true face, it would never be possible to recognize him. After all, he was wearing a mask when he sneaked up on the boss earlier. Those players with high scrying levels were able to view his basic information, but they were unable to see his true appearance through the mask. Lu Wen didn't encounter any trouble until he entered Dragonlance City. It was only to his surprise that the atmosphere within the city seemed to be not quite the same as he had expected, only to see so many people looking around, their eyes scanning back and forth over the surrounding players. This scene gave Lu Wen a sense of familiarity. Could it be that the two forces have placed a wanted notice on me? No, I just robbed a boss. Why bother? Lu Wen felt a bit of egg pain. Why did he encounter so many broken things when he came back from Rebirth? Just after arriving at Dragonlance City, he had formed a grudge with the top local power. What kind of black inviting body is this Nimrod? In order to verify the speculation in his heart, Lu Wen walked towards a nearby tavern, but as soon as he entered the door, he heard a voice from inside that made him hard to strain. Asterisk. Where the hell did this Shadowhunter 567 hide? I haven't found it after a day of searching. A burly man with exuberant chest hair slapped the tabletop in displeasure. His eyes filled with anger. Not to mention you. Quite a few people have gone out looking for it today, and they still haven't found even a single hair? Humph. Unless this kid stays in the wilderness and doesn't come back, there will always be a day when we find him. Thinking about the bounties issued by several major powers, the hearts of the people in the tavern could not help but feel a fire in their hearts. That's real money in the real world, and it's still a huge amount of money. No one in the average turn 1 player would be indifferent to this amount of money. The opportunity to become rich in one day was right in front of them, but they had almost dug up the ground around Dragon Mark City today, and they hadn't seen even half a shadow of that person. Dude, who are you guys looking for that's so excited? Could it be that I was late getting online and missed something interesting? Under the dim light, a slender figure walked over. He leaned in the corner and asked towards the person next to him as if nothing had happened. Brother, did you not read today's Dragon Tattoo Daily? The 5 major powers have issued a bounty on a player at the same time, and that reward, it's a generous one. What the hell? 5 forces? When did I offend so many people? Lu Wen, who heard the news, was confused. Had he done something outrageous? How could there be 5 forces that wanted him? The corners of Lu Wen's mouth twitched as he forced down the doubts in his heart and asked again without moving. What's the situation? And please tell me more about it. Buddy, you kid, you've got quite a lot going on. There's a wall of bounties posted on the quest bar on the wall, all looking for that Shadowhunter 567. Go see for yourself and leave me alone to drink. Bumped, but Lu Wen was not present for this, and instead, he dropped his gaze on the quest bar that the man was talking about. When Lu Wen read the content on it, he couldn't help but have his eyes widen, revealing a face full of color. The Qin family and the Lu family, they also know that I've come to Dragon Mark Spawning City, but I didn't expose it. No, there were 3 regional announcements when I killed the boss, so maybe I was targeted by both families then. The River Styx Chamber of Commerce and the Bloodclothes Dark Bureau are just fine, but where did this uncanny book come from? I don't think I have any grudges against you guys, do I? Looking at one of the generous rewards written on it, Lu Wen couldn't wait to give himself to a few major powers to dispose of, especially the Lu family, in order to pull themselves out. Directly rewarded a house in the center of the city of Diyuan. It's outrageous. Asterisk. It. It's a good thing I have the golden mask to cover up the information. Otherwise I might have really let them find it. Lu Wen was in a celebratory mood. feeling that the heavens were taking care of him and were able to let him pick up a gold level cover prop. But before he could be happy for too long, Lu Wen's face suddenly stiffened when he saw a familiar mugshot printed on the wall, only to see that underneath the reward released by the Qin family, it actually came with a photo of Lu Wen's true appearance. It's also labeled with a paragraph of tips at the back. If you find the rewarded person in reality, please contact the Guangfeng Qin family as soon as possible, and we will prepare a generous reward for you. Contact. Passwords. The Qin family is trying to be immortal with me. Actually opened up the old man's household. The moment he saw the photo, Lu Wen immediately buried his head, fearing that these players around him would recognize him. It was a good thing that the tavern was slightly dim, and that everyone had their own things to do, so that no one recognized him. Lu Wen silently exited the tavern and quickly returned to his quarters, locking the door of his room heavily. The Qin family, good for you. I haven't even gone looking for your trouble yet. How dare you give me the upper lip one after another? Do you really think that I don't dare to take action against you? A trace of icy intent flashed in Lu Wen's eyes. He wouldn't just forget the things that the Qin family had done to him in his previous life. Not only Qin Feng, but the main clansmen of the Qin family, since his rebirth, especially after awakening his forbidden talent. He didn't want to spare a single one of them. Originally, I was planning to let you guys live for 2 more days, but now it seems that the progress is afraid that we'll have to rush forward. Chapter 27, Heaven's Remarkable Ranking. Lu Wen's heart churned with murderous intent, itching to kick down the Qin family's door right now. Phew. No, can't act rashly before my strength is raised to the apex of the first turn. Dragonlance City was not like the novice village. There were many experts here and the number of players was countless times more than over there. If he wanted to kill all of the Qin clan's direct lineage, he would not be able to do so until he had the strength to crush everything. Even within Dragonlance City, players could not move against other people at all. Lu Wen had to figure out the daily trajectory of Qin's family in advance. Good thing there's still plenty of time. I'll play with you guys for once this time. After setting his sights on the Qin family, Lu Wen began to dive into the wilderness with a brain, desperately brushing monsters to raise his level. With the help of the lighting heavenly lanterns, Lu Wen had risen to LV31 after spending only 2 days. To be on the safe side, Lu Wen soaked in the wilderness for 2 more days until he came to LV35, and only then did this quietly return to the city. After inquiring during this time, Lu Wen learned that the people of the Qin family seemed to be developing a newly discovered numerical copy. Qin Ming, the eldest son of the collateral line who awakened last year, has been trapped in front of a hellish copy for a week. This bunch of losers, it looks like I'm needed to save the day. Lu Wen came to the middle of a restaurant, asked for 2 dishes, and just leisurely leaned against the window and ate. His eyes always fell outside, until he could see that dozens of people had rushed back in a dusty manner, and only then did a small smile appear on his face. Finally, ever since Lu Wen had learned that Qin Ming and the others were interested in taking down a hell-ranked copy, he had always kept an eye on the other party's movements. Every time a raid failed, Qin Ming and the others would come over here to have a few sips of mulled wine. Not only were they from the Qin family, but there were also many players from other major powers in Dragonlance City traveling with them. After all, the hell-level copy was guarded by a gold-level boss, and it was impossible to raid it without a 100-man squad. Lu Wen didn't put these forces in his eyes. He just buried his face and pretended to eat seriously. Bang! The door to the tavern was violently pushed open. Qin Ming's face was ugly as he casually found a place to sit down and yelled at the NPC shopkeeper. "Serve us a couple of old favorites. Quick!" The store assistant answered, and then went to the back kitchen to prepare up the food that Qin Ming wanted. Bang! Mud! What bad luck! That 6-armed ape demon is ridiculously strong. We've been reunited a few times this week and we're still stuck on the last step. Qin Ming slapped the table in annoyance. He had long since risen to LV39 and was just making the final preparations for the second turn trial. He had already fallen in front of the excellent level rating twice, and if he failed again, then he would only enter the second turn with the most ordinary rating. By that time, his potential was exhausted, and there was not the slightest possibility of him passing the third turn trial. We'll be stuck at the top of turn 2 for the rest of my life. Brother Ming, don't be angry. This time it's just our bad luck. When we rub shoulders with those forces, we'll be able to try our hand at duplicating again. Some people were voicing their comfort, but it didn't have the best effect. Humph. If we continue to work with that group of losers, hell knows how long we'll have to wait before we can clear the hell level copy. Instead of that, why don't we find a few strong people with high talent levels to take us there? Speaking of this, Qin Ming couldn't help but have a headache. The fit reason for being able to get stuck in front of the value book is certainly there, but it's nothing more than secondary. The fundamental problem is the poor level of hardware they have. The entire body of silver level equipment couldn't be put together, let alone transforming the equipment with precious strengthening stones. Other than empty ranks, it's not much stronger at all. The geniuses who had awakened alongside him had long since entered the second or even third turn cities with their talents. In today's Dragonlance City, where were the real experts who could take them through the hell level copies? Brother Ming, I heard that the Heaven's Pride ranking has been released, and that some of the geniuses from this year's Awakening batch have already completed their first turn. If you don't mind the trouble, you can absolutely wait for some time. Wait for those players who awaken S rank or above talents to grow up, and then use the lure to get them to take us through the hell rank copies. Hearing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but be infuriated and laugh on the spot. I thought you had a great idea, but this is it? By the time they've risen to the top of the first turn, the cucumbers will be cold. Maybe if I had that kind of effort, I would have gotten through that copy a long time ago. The said little brother scratched his head. He also felt that this idea of his was very bull ********, but it was always a method, wasn't it? Never mind. Is there a Heaven's Remarkable ranking for Diyuan City? Bring it and take a look? Qin Ming asked casually. Yes, big brother. Yes. The junior brother hurriedly handed over a thin leather booklet with 3 large gilt letters stamped on the cover, Heaven's Pride ranking. This is a directory of geniuses written jointly by the top academic institutions. It contained information about geniuses who had awakened S rank or above, including location, talent level, and specific information. And within the Earth Elemental City, there were 3 geniuses on the list this term. Satoshi Ishii, LV20 Melee Master, Battleblade, Awakening Talent, Brave and Fearless S. Ho Seeing, LV20 Epidemiologist, Poisoner, Awakened Talent, Toxin Affinity, S. Yao Zian, LV19 Beast Soul Warrior, Awakened Talent, Nature's Soul, S. What use is a genius of a mere first turn to me? After seeing the information about the 3 geniuses, Qin Ming closed the booklet and sighed helplessly. That copy is our new discovery. No one has passed the hell level difficulty yet. If we wait for these 3 to grow up, it will be a month later at least. Do you think the other forces in Dragonlance City will snatch our first pass during this time? Seeing that his little brother did not say anything, Qin Ming fiercely poured a mouthful of wine, and his mood was indescribably depressed. Just as Qin Ming wanted to leave, a figure wearing a dog-faced mask slowly walked towards him. You are? Qin Ming asked suspiciously as he looked the other party up and down for a few moments. By way of introduction, my humble self, Aminos. When we were having dinner earlier, I overheard that young Qin wanted to find a powerful fighter as a way to pass through that newly released hell level copy. It just so happens that I'm pretty good at this, so young Qin only needs to pay some meager payment to get the reward for this copy's first pass. The dog-faced masked man rubbed his fingers together. The meaning couldn't have been clearer. Just you? I haven't heard of any expert with a dog-face mask in Dragonlance City. Qin Ming gave a disdainful heckle. If he was really some great expert, why was he still stranded within the first turning city like him now? Doesn't it smell good to get promoted to the second turn early? He didn't take the other guy seriously and assumed it was some dumbass who was trying to scam money out of him. Qin Ming waved his hand, signaling the other party to leave. Get the hell out of here before I change my mind or I'll have your ass. Yeah? The dog-faced masked man let out a light snort, not caring in the slightest about the other party's mockery. If I have such attributes, does young Qin still doubt my strength? As the words fell, a transparent panel suddenly appeared in front of Qin Long. Even though most of the information was obscured, he still saw the exaggerated damage that was nearly 7,000 high. His face changed violently as he looked at the other party in shock. What is this payoff you speak of? Chapter 28 Aminos. Simple. 20 pieces of turn 1 silver equipment. As long as you can afford to give it, I'll go all out to help you make your first pass through a hell level copy. Lu Wen said faintly. What? 20 pieces? Why don't you go grab them? Upon hearing Lu Wen's offer, Qin Ming immediately shouted and looked at the other party incredulously, attempting to see the other party's mouth through the dog-faced mask. How dare you? 20 pieces of silver level equipment. They could take it out even though they pieced it together, but that damages the foundation of all the players in the squad. And is it worth it to trade that for the chance to get the first pass to the hell level copy? Qin Ming suspected that even if they did pass the hell level copy, there was a high probability that they would lose money on this trip. No, your price is too much. It's not even a price that a normal team can afford. Hearing this, Lu Wen gave a disdainful heckle. The young master of the hallowed Qin clan can't even take out 20 pieces of silver level equipment. Who would believe it when I say it? If this bit of financial power is not available, then I will have to consider the blood-clothes dark bureau side as well. With that, Lu Wen made a move towards the dining table of the blood-clothes dartboard on the side. Seeing this, Qin Ming hurriedly pulled the dog-faced masked man to a stop and whispered, Aminos, as you know, if we were rich with this much silver level equipment, we would have cleared the hell level copies long ago. Can we ask for something else? Cash, real estate, whatever, we can provide it. It was true. Lu Wen believed it. But then, wouldn't his own information be exposed? Lu Wen shook his head. He hadn't expected the other party to be able to come up with so much equipment. Just now he said 20 pieces. It was only to give the other party a chance to counteroffer. If he didn't fish for Qin Ming properly, how would he trust himself? An expert who appeared out of nowhere? Tell you what, 10 pieces of silver level equipment. That's the bottom line I can accept. If I can't lead you through the hell level boss, I will return these equipments as much as I can. Young Master Qin, what do you think? 10? A look of struggle flashed across Qin Ming's face. 10 pieces wasn't a small amount, so perhaps the only way to get the equipment out in a short period of time was to ask for help from the clan. Okay, just listen to you. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, we and the players from the Bloodclothes Dart Bureau and the Uncommon Book will go to the Chaotic Stone Forest for another copy. I'll give you the equipment when the time comes. Lu Wen nodded. The fish took the bait then. As for some ragged silver equipment, he didn't even look at it. As long as he did away with these people from the Qin family, he would be able to harvest a bunch of gold equipment in a turnaround. What do you need silver gear for? Alright, then I'll look for you in the Chaotic Stone Forest tomorrow. After saying that, Lu Wen was about to get up and leave. Seeing this, Qin Ming once again pulled the other party, a hint of a smile on his face. Brothers, add a friend to each other for easy contact. After saying that, a friend request prompt popped up on Lu Wen's side. Lu Wen didn't even think about it and rejected it. Are you kidding me? If you add your friends to the list, they will all be exposed. How else was he going to hunt down the people of the Qin family silently? Lu Wen coldly said, don't bother, I'll be on time tomorrow. You just need to get your equipment ready, and I'll consider giving you the contact information when you're promoted to the second turn. Without giving Qin Ming a chance to speak, Lu Wen wiped his feet and turned around to slip away. Looking at the dog-faced masked man's back as he left, Qin Ming's face gradually became ugly. Very well, you're still the first person who doesn't give face to me, Qin Ming. The next morning, Lu Wen arrived at the messy stone forest on time. Looking at the at least hundreds of players gathered in front of him, he knew he hadn't found the wrong place. Lu Wen looked left and right and finally spotted Qin Ming and the others in front of the copy entrance. Just in time, just waiting for you. Without any nonsense, Qin Ming directly pulled Lu Wen into the squad. Seeing this, the squad leaders of the nearby Bloodclothes Dart Bureau and the Uncommon Book couldn't help but see a hint of displeasure in their eyes. After waiting half a day, you pulled one person together? For that you want us to pay 3 pieces of silver equipment each? Are you kidding? Yesterday, after Lu Wen left, Qin Ming found the two of them, stating that an expert would take them through the hell-level copy of the Chaotic Stone Forest on the first day. The duo had thought it would be some elite squad leading the way. However, he didn't expect the visitor to be an ordinary player wearing a dog-faced mask with no strong aura on him. Isn't this a child's play to open up the land? Don't panic, both captains. I've seen Amino's panel information, and the strength is absolutely reliable. I believe that with him joining us, our probability of clearing the copy will definitely increase greatly. As someone who had seen some of Lu Wen's panels, Qin Ming knew very well just how terrifying the strength of the man in front of him wearing a dog-faced mask was. It was simply not the kind of player that could be born in a Turn 1 city. They had fallen in the boss berserk phase a few times before, although the output could barely keep up with the opponent's blood return. But after a long time, it was inevitable that some players would be killed by the boss, thus causing the copy to be reduced. What they lacked right now was the existence of a person who could make a final decision, and a powerful fighter like Lu Wen was exactly what they were in dire need of at the moment. Don't blame me for speaking harshly. If the copies don't pass, the 3 silver equipment will not only be returned to us, but even this person you found. Humph. The captain of the Bloodclothes Dart Bureau didn't say much, but anyone with a discerning eye knew what this one meant. I'll take care of it, just don't worry. Lu Wen laughed, not caring in the slightest about the skeptical eyes of the crowd. He had originally come for the Qin family this time. What did it matter to him if he could beat the first pass of a hell-level copy or whatever? Not to mention the fact that both the Bloodclothes Dart Bureau and the Book of the Irregulars had issued bounties to him within Dragonlance City, taking a group of enemies through a copy. What kind of joke was that? If I can't get through, I'll not only return all the equipment, I'll even double the compensation. Lu Wen put all 10 pieces of silver equipment given by Qin Ming into his backpack and said in a confident tone. In order to gain the duo's trust, Lu Wen likewise showed a small portion of the panel to the other party. The nearly 7,000 points of brutal physical attack directly shook the two players who were at the top of their first turn and stared in disbelief, a look of having seen a ghost. This is an attribute that can be achieved in the first turn? Grass. What's going on? It's a bit perverted. Right. I have an extreme silver weapon in my hand and the damage is only close to 2,500 points. Could it be that this is a real bigot? The two of them exchanged glances, and then piled up their smiles and smiled slightly curtly towards Lu Wen. Brother, we were the ones who spoke too loudly earlier. I'm sorry. As long as the side quest can be passed, you overlook the boss drop first. We promise to stay out of it. If we had known that you had this strength, let alone 3 pieces, even if it was 5 pieces of silver equipment, we would have gotten them for you. Luan could not deny the change in attitude of the duo as he laughed softly. Since there's no problem, let's enter the copy. Chapter 29, Extermination of the Team. Swish, a flash of light. As Lu Wen's words fell, the team of hundreds of people appeared in the middle of the copy the next moment. You've entered the Mountain Giant. Requirements: kill the 4 guards, 0/4. Kill the gold level guarding boss. Current progress: for square guards, 0/4. Gold level guard boss, 0-1. Before entering the replica, Qin Ming had told Lu Wen all about the news inside the Mountain Giant. As the real main attacker of this copy, Lu Wen almost had the highest command of this operation. I heard young Master Qin say that you guys previously hunted that 4-way boss in order to save trouble, thus splitting up in 4 directions? That's right, those are nothing more than silver level bosses. With our strength, we can take them down even with only 20 or so people. Lu Wen nodded, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. It's a good thing he's wearing a dog-faced mask so no one can see his expression. In that case, let's act according to the previous plan. I'll follow young Master Qin, and we'll rendezvous with the Guardian boss after we've resolved the 4 silver-ranked bosses. The crowd nodded, not disputing this. It was the same way they had rated earlier, and this time it was nothing more than an extra leg up. Good, then we'll be on our way. Hundreds of player squads headed in the direction of each of the 4 mini-bosses, and behind Lu Wen, following naturally, were Qin Ming and the other sons and daughters of the Qin family. Counting him, there were 15. Lu Wen told the captains of the 2 teams from the Blood-Clothes Dart Bureau and the Uncommon Book that with him leading the team on this side, he would be able to completely divert the people of the Qin clan, thus helping them to resolve the battle more quickly. The 2 captains readily agreed. Just how strong the battle power that a Super Thigh could exert was. As the top major power of Dragonlance City, they couldn't be clearer. Don't look at Lu Wen's side, which only had 15 people. Perhaps it would be the fastest progressing team during this boss sweep. The crowd walked forward until they came to a moss-covered stone man as tall as a small 2-story building before stopping. Here it is. As long as we finish him off, we'll be able to get the key to the final land so we can round up that gold-level boss. Qin Ming opened his mouth, a hint of excitement hidden in his tone. Ha ha, young Master Qin, this deal will never let you down. Let's see how I'll abuse this boss. Lu Wen's figure disappeared into place, his voice echoing around everyone. Go on, help me draw fire. I'll go behind the boss and look for opportunities. He had informed Qin Ming of his occupation beforehand, in order not to be suspected by the other party when hiding himself. Seeing Lu Wen enter the battle first, Qin Ming laughed and was equally unwilling to show any weakness. With a wave of his staff, the ice pick pierced through the air and shot straight at the boss's head. This skill was like some kind of signal, and the Qin clan members who came together all started releasing their skills. Heal, taunt, curse, spell attack and more. Although they only had 14 first-turn players at full count, the power of the skills they played was extraordinary. Lu Wen secretly observed and couldn't help but laugh out loud. A bunch of medium-sized embroidered pillows, a lot of noise and only a pathetic bit of damage. Thanks to which I was worried about bringing out a bit too many people. In that case, don't blame me for not being polite. Lu Wen pulled out his dagger and didn't attack the boss as previously agreed. Instead, he circled around behind Qin Ming who was in the back row of the team. For these players with ordinary strength, he didn't even have the need to go all out. In the instant he did so, Lu Wen repeated his trick and directly retreated from the team in place. Swish, -113, 919, blast! A huge damage emerged from Qin Ming's head, and the person turned into white light on the spot and disappeared. Congratulations, you have killed the Dragon Tattoo Divine Law, triggering the talent Slaughtering Gods and Slaying Demons, Forbidden, and obtaining the gold boss drop reward. When Qin Ming was decapitated by Lu Wen, the system beep came belatedly. Player Amanos quits the team. Dragon Tattoo Divine Law is dead. What's the situation? The Qin clan members who were fighting were shocked by the sudden news and hurriedly turned back. However, the scene in front of them made these players at the top of the first turn open their mouths wide, staring at the figure that was slaughtering with reckless abandon. Ching, Dragon Throne is dead. Powerful Edward is dead. Big Tits and Big Ray are dead. Damn it, what are you doing? Stop it! Someone came back to his senses and yelled in a hurry. Looking at the dog-faced masked man whose body was glowing with white light and whose entire body was wrapped in repulsive force, the faces of the few remaining players were very ugly. After they realized the other side's betrayal, most of the 14 people in the whole team were already dead. That exaggerated to the point of unreasonable damage. The hearts of a few people jumped as they watched, but whenever they were touched by Lu Wen, they would turn into white light and disappear into thin air. Damn it, dare to sneak attack my Qin family. Amanos, you don't want to be alive anymore, do you? Some people raised their voices to threaten Lu Wen, but he acted as if he didn't hear them as his daggers flew up and down, quickly reaping the lives of the group. Congratulations on killing the Great Hands, triggering the talent slaughtering gods and slaying demons, forbidden, and obtaining the gold boss drop reward. Congratulations, you have killed the messenger of heaven's destiny, triggering the talent slaughtering gods and slaying demons, forbidden, and obtaining the gold boss drop reward. How dare you threaten me at the end of your life? Is it possible that the people of the Qin family have all awakened brain-dead skills? Lu Wen sneered. By withdrawing from the group before killing the guarding boss, players will only have 10 seconds to stay inside the copy. However, if he moved a little slower, he would not be able to completely finish off the Qin family members here. Swish, swish, swish. In just under 8 seconds, there was only one stone man boss left around Lu Wen. Let's collect some interest first, and then when the time is right, we'll wipe out your bunch of trash in one fell swoop. On the other side, the squad that was still fighting the 3 major bosses, after seeing the system prompts that kept brushing the screen, they coincidentally stopped their hand movements. What's going on? Why are all the people dead? The captain of the blood-clothes dartboard looked at the list of teams with only 85 people left to survive, and a trace of confusion couldn't help but flash across his face. From the time Aminos retreated from the team to the destruction of the Qin family's squad, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. So much so that by the time he reacted, the people were cleanly dead. Qin Ming, this is being approached by an enemy? Marred. Wasting my 3 pieces of silver equipment for nothing. The captain of the blood-clothes dart bureau only felt unlucky. He looked at the system records and easily deduced what had happened from them. Although silver equipment was not considered too precious to him, it was still money, and who could be willing to waste it for nothing? No, I have to get a refund from that idiot Qin Ming, and that Aminos, knowing the importance of this first pass of the hell-level copy to us. How dare he interrupt the copy process? Damn it! Chapter 30, The Furious Qin Long. The blood-clothes dart bureau captain attempted to contact Qin Ming, but the prompt he received was something that caused him to faintly stare. Player offline. Mud. Straight up out of God's abandoned land? What's the situation? It wasn't just him. The captain of the uncanny book was also trying to contact Qin Ming and got the same answer as the former. The two of them were a bit puzzled and didn't understand why Qin Ming would suddenly go offline. But with no way to contact each other and a copy team short on people, this raid is doomed to fizzle out. Without any nonsense, they decisively exited the copy and prepared to go to the Qin clan's compound to demand a statement. Even if Qin Ming wasn't there, they still wanted to get back the 3 pieces of silver-level equipment that they lost. As for the disciples of the Qin family, all of them sniffed out a hint of familiarity from the experience of the attack among the 14 people who were lost in the middle. It can't be that guy coming to the door, can it? Someone's breath hitched as if they thought of something. He desperately tried to contact Qin Feng and the others, but the result he got was always the reply of, "Player has gone offline." Damn, could it really be what I think it is? They had all attended the white ceremony hosted by the Qin family for Qin Feng a few days ago. As the favorite son of the family head, Qin Feng's death was like a nuclear bomb that exploded in the hearts of everyone. It was rumored that Qin Feng was the one who had met with an accident in the godforsaken land and had his consciousness extinguished, which rippled out to his body in the real world. This leads to death. For this reason, Qin Long was furious, and even placed a mandatory kill order in the family, targeting none other than Shadowhunter 567. And even in reality, there are strong Qin family members searching all over the world for Lu Wen's traces. No, I've got to get offline and see how these guys are doing. Qin Lu, you guys join me. Go contact brother Qin Ming and the others. Be quick. These Qin family disciples nowadays were to care about the matter of the failed copies. Hastily exited the godforsaken land and dialed up Qin Ming and the others. But the beeping busy sound inside was like a death wish, constantly irritating the nerves of the crowd. It wasn't until someone ran to Qin Ming's room and found it empty, with only some traces of haphazard destruction, that they screamed in horror. Ah! The news quickly reached Qin Long's ears. After hearing that 14 Qin family juniors, including Qin Ming, had died in the godforsaken land, Qin Long violently stood up and angrily kicked the desk in front of him to pieces. Damn Lu Wen! How dare he humiliate my Qin family like this? Really think we can't do anything about him? Damn little. I need you to pay the price. As a powerhouse at the peak of the second revolutions, how terrifying it was to launch into anger, and in the blink of an eye, the study was blown to smithereens. After venting, Qin Long took a deep breath and coldly said towards the shivering butler at the side, "No word from the police department yet?" The butler's throat rolled as he tried to regain his composure, but his trembling voice still revealed his inner panic. "Family, master." The police station side said that Lu Wen directly took a car and headed to Diyuan City after killing someone that day. The police chief has contacted the city. Maybe in a couple of days, there will be news about that little. Qin Long sniffed coldly. In 2 days? How many 2 days have passed since then? Feeling like it wasn't one of theirs that died. So you're fooling me with these lies about children? That fat guy is nothing but afraid of getting into trouble with the listing. He doesn't dare to conduct a large-scale thorough investigation. He doesn't dare. Someone else dares. Pass the news to the Lu family that Luan has appeared in Diyuan City. You prepare a car later, call on the clan's good men, and go with me to Earth Elemental City. Seeing Qin Long preparing to do it himself, the butler was taken aback. A senior student who had just awakened for a week had forced the Qin family head, who was at the peak of his second turn, to personally take action. What a monster! He wanted to utter a few words to dissuade him, but when he thought that Luan had already been able to decapitate Qin Ming, these first-turn peak powerhouses, he swallowed his words. The butler had a feeling that if Qin Long didn't make another move, perhaps it wouldn't take too long before he wouldn't be able to suppress that monster who was progressing at a rapid pace. Yes, I'll get ready. Luan naturally knew just how much of a shock it would cause to kill so many Qin clan disciples at once, but he had no choice. Regardless of his past life, the conflict between the Qin family and him simply could not be resolved. The most fundamental thing was the key to heaven in Luan's hand. As one of the 9 major forces of the Divine Star Alliance, is the Martial God's Palace not something that a mole like the Qin family can touch? Perhaps this news is not a rare secret among certain forces. The Qin family, it's possible that they're just the big-headed soldiers rushing at the front. If I don't even dare to kill these people, why don't I just hand over the key to heaven? After exiting the copy, Luan headed towards Dragonlance City. The harvest from this trip was large enough to rival killing more than 10 gold-level bosses, so there was no need to risk being hunted down by the Blood-Clothes Darkboard and the Uncommon Book to continue to linger around the replica. With my current strength, almost no one in Dragonlance City is my opponent, but if you want to reach the God and Demon level evaluation at the second turn, I guess it's still a bit difficult. Those gold-level bosses have up to hundreds of millions of blood moving around. It's simply not something that can be fought at this stage. Perhaps the special gift box in this hall will pop out something useful for me. Just as Luan returned to the restaurant and was preparing to come here for an epic boost, he saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged man walking towards him. Luan subconsciously gave way to a bodyline, and the man followed suit and moved. His bright eyes always fell on Luan, as if he was trying to see the Luan behind the dog-faced mask clearly. Shadowhunter 567, to be able to rise to LV 35 in just a week, it's really something. Tianjiao list of those in front of you look like a waste. If not on the list of the minimum requirements is S-class talent. Perhaps you, this little guy, has long occupied the top of the list of Tianjiao. Luan stopped his footsteps and looked at the middle-aged man who stopped in front of him in astonishment. It was reasonable to say that apart from a small number of people such as the Qin family, there shouldn't be anyone who had specific information about him yet. This guy who came out of nowhere knew so much about him. Subconsciously, Luan touched the dagger at his waist, and his gaze landed on the position at the back of the middle-aged man's head. Oh, don't look at me like that. It's weird. The middle-aged man let out a laugh, pulled open the stool next to him, and sat down smoothly. Talk about it. Lu Yuan's son. Hearing his father's name, Luan's eyes gradually turned cold as he stared at the middle-aged man. If not for the fact that this was a safe zone, he would have sent the other party to meet the King of Hell. Who the hell are you? Qin family? The Lu family? Or were they sent by those top powers? If the opponent knew Lu Yuan's name, then there was a high probability that he knew that Luan was hiding an extremely precious epic-level item. If he didn't ask where the other party came from, he could not rest in peace. Chapter 31, The God-Finding Pavilion. Me? Just an old waste of space that can only stay in first-turn city. The middle-aged man smiled to himself and asked for a glass of wine before starting to drink it on his own. Punk, you think I'm a cutie, do you? To be able to see through the cover of a gold-level prop with a single glance, and to know my father's and my real names, this is not something a punk can do. Luan didn't believe the other party's bull at all, knowing that the golden mask had a full LV5 masking effect. Where would an ordinary first-turn player have the skill points to throw at cold scrying? And this middle-aged man in front of him, with a gaze like a hawk, easily pierced through all his disguises. I have no need to lie to you. The middle-aged man poured a mouthful of wine, his tone still normal, but it's just dipping into the light of some talent. It can't be counted as real ability. I've come to find you purely because you brats have been making a tremendous amount of noise in the city lately. Not only family forces like the Qin family and the Lu family, but even the top forces in the city such as the Blood-Clothes Dart Bureau have come to find trouble with you. So naturally, they drew my gaze over. Originally, I hadn't put it on my mind, but when I saw you just now, I suddenly realized that you kid is actually after Lu Yuan. Speaking of this, the middle-aged man had quite a feeling of the vagaries of fate. I think back then, your father was one of the true legends of the God-Sealing Pavilion, and his talent was so high that he shocked the God-Forsaken land, and in just over a decade, he had traveled to the point where he was close to the 5th turn. At that time, as a secret son, he lurked in the Martial God Hall, nearly mixing up to the position of an elder. But unfortunately, the world is unpredictable, and the betrayal of another true biographer of the Sealing God Pavilion caused Lu Yuan to be exposed in the sights of the higher echelons of the Martial God Hall early on. So much so that the subsequent hunt for epic bosses and the annihilation of Lu Yuan in the meantime is also in that group's plans. The middle-aged man sighed as he looked at Lu Wan, whose face was constantly changing. At that time, the key to heaven that was popped out from the epic boss was taken out by Lu Yuan first, only that after Martial God's Palace killed Lu Yuan and didn't find this special prop from it. They already knew that before he died. Lu Yuan had executed a special means to send the props out, and with Lu Yuan's status at that time, there were at most two places for the key to the heavens to go, one being the God Sealing Pavilion and the other being you, Lu Yuan's son. Lu Wan was silent after hearing this, and only after a long time did he slowly open his mouth. After saying so much, and being from the Martial God Hall and the God Sealing Pavilion, I still don't know where you come from. Could it be that you are also of that so-called Sealed God Pavilion? The 9 powers on the God Star, which even someone like Lu Wan who had just recently awakened knew, did not have the name of the God Sealing Pavilion in it. He was incomparably unfamiliar with the power that his father had joined. Plus Lu Yuan had never mentioned anything about himself in the godforsaken land during his lifetime. Even if the middle-aged man spoke in a decent manner, Lu Wan was unable to determine whether it was true or false. Since I know so many hidden secrets, I'm naturally a member of the God Sealing Pavilion. My name is Lu Hongtao, and I am a first-turn observer of Dragon Tattoo City. In order to discover a good seedling like you in time so that I can absorb you into the Seal God Pavilion. Don't look at me like that. Most of the observers of the Sealing Pavilion are gifted with peculiar talents, and they have a clear advantage in probing, coupled with the fact that all of their skill points have been invested in probing techniques, so much so that your gold-grade concealment props can't be of any use to you until I'm here. Although my rank has reached the top of the first turn, in terms of strength, I guess I'm not your opponent yet, Lu Hongtao patiently explained to Lu Wan, and in order to win the other party's trust, he even said a lot of news about Lu Yuan, includes talent, rank, and various great things he did during his life. And the reason for all this talk is still for one thing. Lu Wan, you have strong talent, even more terrifying than the so-called Heaven's Pride list. Although I don't know why you leveled up so quickly, I still understand the principle of one step faster than the next. It won't be long before you'll be able to complete the second, third, or even fourth turn trials, thus understanding the true secrets of the godforsaken land. However, there is a prerequisite for this, and that is that you need a leader who can truly lead you to greater heights in the godforsaken land, and the God Sealing Pavilion is such a power. Lu Hongtao looked at Lu Wan with a burning gaze, and strongly invited. Believe me, joining the Seal God Pavilion is definitely 10 times and 100 times stronger for you than any other major power. There are tons of resources here for you to pick from, whether it's equipment, cross-border replica secret realms, or other powerful props. We at the Seal God Pavilion can provide you with all of them. What do you think? Lu Hongtao was a little excited. Not only had he found the son of Lu Yuan in Dragonmark City, but most of all, it was Lu Wan's terrifying talent that attracted him. It had only been 8 days since the awakening, and the other geniuses above the S rank had only just managed to cross the threshold of LV20, but this one's level had already risen to an exaggerated LV35, a speed that was comparable to riding a rocket that convinced Lu Hongtao that it wouldn't be long before Lu Wan would become a big shot in the Land of Wonder. It can truly be one of the linchpins of the Sealed God Pavilion. I don't see how. However, Lu Wan shook his head decisively as Lu Hongtao tried his best to tempt him. Although the other party's words were quite good, who knew if this was true? Besides, the one he originally wanted to go to was the Divine Star Academy. Although the top academies did not participate in the ranking of great powers, their strength was not inferior to powers such as the Temple of the God of Wushu. With his current advantages, he was completely able to securely enter the Divine Star Academy. So why did he need to join the never-heard-of God Sealing Pavilion? While your side is on good terms, and perhaps has some connection to my father, it's still true that it's just your side of the story. There's no way I'm going to leave a watermelon unpicked and set my sights on an apple, or a pear, or something smaller, don't you think? Lu Wan no longer gave the other party a chance to open his mouth and decisively drew away, leaving only Lu Hongtao alone who sighed helplessly in place. He disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. The Sealing Pavilion is an apple? Oh, what a peculiar analogy. It's a pity that this brat doesn't know enough to have heard of our name. Lu Hongtao took a sip of his wine, a little saddened that he hadn't been able to pull down Lu Wan, but not concerned about the outcome. His job was to observe the ungrown celestial pride, as well as some of the major events that might happen within Dragonlance City. Pulling heads and all that is not what Lu Hongtao is good at. Old Desert. I saw Lu Wan in Dragonmark City. Yes, that son of Lu Yuan. Failed. He didn't agree to my terms. Said he was going to the Divine Star Academy. Well, you talked to him about the rest. Vice Pavilion Master? He's actually coming to see Lu Wen in person? Okay, then I'll leave this alone. You guys watch it. Chapter 32 The Golden Gift Pack. Although he was very interested in the trader of the ceiling pavilion that Lu Hongtao had spoken of, Lu Wen knew that this world seemed to be stable and peaceful. But the appearance of the divine abandonment land had greatly severed the balance between people. Strong people destroyed the heavens and the earth, rumored to be able to destroy a party of towns with a single punch, and their methods were terrifying to the extreme. If it was really as Lu Hongtao had said, that the ceiling pavilion had numerous resources that could help him quickly establish himself in the godforsaken land, the water inside was absolutely bottomless. It was by no means something that a novice white like Lu Wen could get involved in. I have the assistance of a taboo-level talent. It won't take too long for me to become a powerful party. Why bother getting involved in the middle of the whirlpool of those great powers? The truth of my father's fallback then can also come out as I increase in rank. Thus the water will come out. Now, it's better to focus your attention on how to pass the second turn trial. Lu Wen hadn't forgotten that he had killed 14 Qin Clan's first turn peak, or LV39, players in a row this time. He couldn't even begin to think what a surprise he would give himself this time. Congratulations on killing multiple players in a row. Reward Fusion. Special issue of the very best gold gift pack *1. You have obtained Equipment Advancement Scroll, Gold, X5. You have obtained First Turn Equipment Upgrade Coupon, God and Demon Reward, X4. You have obtained a Data Advent Experience Card ×1. You have obtained First Turn 4 Holy Potion Gift Pack, Small, ×20. You've gained Skill Points X45. You have obtained Strengthening Stone ×6000. You have gained Experience X2, 650, 000. Congratulations, level up to LV36, Life plus 200, Mana plus 120, Physical Attack plus 40, Legal Attack plus 10, Physical Defense plus 20, Legal Defense plus 15, Free Attribute Points plus 40, congratulations, level up to LV37, Life plus 200, Mana plus 120, Physical Attack plus 40, Legal Attack plus 10, Physical Defense plus 20, Legal Defense plus 15, Free Attribute Points plus 40, congratulations, level up to LV39, Life plus 200, Mana plus 120, Physical Attack plus 40, Legal Attack plus 10, Physical Defense plus 20, Legal Defense plus 15, Free Attribute Point plus 40. Is this reward serious? Lu Wen looked at the panel prompt, his mouth wide open in shock, his eyes glaring out. Even if the level soared all the way up to LV39, all kinds of super specification rewards smashed into Lu Wen's backpack as if they didn't need money, especially the Advancement Scroll and Upgrade Scroll. Using the but to think also know what these two actually do. It's worthy of the Extreme Gold Gift Pack bursting out of 14 consecutive beheadings. It's just dangling. Lu Wen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The Qin family is really a group of good people. It seems like they contributed the most to all my equipment materials in the early stages. In time, I, Lu, will return the favor 100-fold. He landed his gaze on top of the two types of scrolls that emitted golden light, and his face was filled with a smile. One enhances the quality of the equipment and the other enhances the level. And together, they just solved my immediate problem. Although this time did not burst out any piece of gold equipment, but in terms of actual value, even 10 pieces of gold equipment are not comparable to these two heaven-defying scrolls. Lu Wen didn't slow down and hurriedly put his body equipment through a full-body super SPA. The golden light filled the entire room, shaking people almost unable to open their eyes. At the same time, a wonderful electronic beep sounded in Lu Wen's ears. You have gained Shadow Kiss, Gold, plus 19 × 1. You have gained Forest Shelter, Gold, plus 19x1. You have obtained Flowing Leather Pants, Gold, plus 19 × 1. The 6 pieces of equipment on Lu Wen's body all pulled up to the limit of what a turn 1 player could wear in just under 10 minutes. 6 pieces of plus 19 gold equipment, placed on any turn 1 player, could immediately dominate the turn 1 city they were in. If he didn't plan on upgrading, he could become a true first-turn king in the godforsaken land. Lu Wen had no intention of staying here. He only wanted to quickly pass the second turn trial and join among the Divine Star Academy through the entrance examination. With the resources of a top-tier academy, it was definitely possible for Lu Wen to grow up quickly. As for the remaining 45 skill points, Lu Wen looked at the 6 skills he had at his disposal, first ruling out Sneak, which was only LV1. Although this was one of the core skills of the Shadow Hunter line of professions, with the trial on the horizon, there was no way he would waste skill points adding to this. There are quite a few players who can break my stealth in a first-turn city, let alone a second-turn city with even more powerful players. After the transfer, we have to upgrade this skill, otherwise it won't be too easy to deal with if we really cause any trouble. Lu Wen looked at a few other skills, his face filled with a tangle. If only there were more skill points, there would be no need for all this trouble now. If that had been heard, he would probably have come up and bonked him twice. most of the first-turn players at this time, the core skills want to learn all the effort, not to mention raise too much skill level? After thinking about it for a while, Luwen upgraded each of the remaining 5 skills by 1 level, spending a total of 40 skill points. It wasn't until the upgrade was complete that Luwen realized that there appeared to be no other place for the remaining 5 skill points to go other than adding them on top of Sneak. As for Tun Down, he is not a hamster. The resources are transformed into war power. Otherwise it's the enemy hosting your public goods here. After a boost, Luwen felt that his entire body was full of power, and even if there was a platinum boss standing in front of him, he had the confidence to duel with it. No, can't be too inflated. I'm still just a LV39 shrimp. Stay low, stay low. Lovern took a deep breath and proceeded to look at his panel. Character name, Shadowhunter 567. Rank, LV39, 154. 422/1, 105. 431. Occupation, Night Owl. Talent, slaying gods and demons, taboo kill players and enjoy the same drops as bosses, and will reward special props that don't exist in the world. Currently unlocked rank, Gold. Causality. Life, 4945 38307. Mana, 2818 14295. Physical attack, 3134105119. Legal attack, 236454. Physical defense, 557 7487. Legal defense, 4414751. Skills, backstabbing, LV5, sneaking, LV3, finishing, LV5, dagger mastery, LV5, poisoning, LV5, serious injury, LV5. Chapter 33, The Second Ambition. I'll be damned. This Nima attribute is too fierce, isn't it? Being able to carry, fight and run. This is not a night owl. It's clearly a combination of a heavily armored tank and a desperate assassin. Luwen looked at his current panel. Even though he was prepared in his heart, he couldn't help but be shocked by this heaven-defying attribute. Among first-turn players, it's already elite to be able to wear silver-level equipment, and gold equipment that's only available to big powerheads or executives. But I have a full body of plus 19 gold-level equipment. Who the hell wouldn't be confused when they see that? Luwen felt that even if he let that group of ordinary players fight, it would take half a day of attacking while standing still to pose a threat to him. I'm so much stronger now than I was at LV19, and my dominance at the same level has reached an unprecedented level. Luwen felt like he was filled with power, and had the illusion that he could blast everyone in the Qin family to pieces with a single punch. Originally, I thought that it would be a few days before the second turn trial could take place, but I didn't expect the progress to be so far ahead of schedule. It's beyond my expectations. However, this is good. Awakening less than half a month of the second turn Powerhouse. Believe that those academies should be very interested, right? Luwen had a small smile on his face and was in a very relaxed mood. Before I go to the City Lord, I'll take a look at the last reward, the Holy Water Potion. Haven't really heard of it before. Luwen's line of sight landed on top of the 4 bottles of cans and jars of different colors in his backpack, and the relevant information instantly appeared before his eyes. Holy Water of Life, small. Special prop, LV20 and above can be used. Effect, upon use, instantly restores 30% of max cap life. Holy Water of Mana, small. Special prop, LV20 and above can be used. Effect, upon use, instantly restores 30% of maximum cap mana. Explosive damage Holy Water, small. Special prop, LV20 and above can be used. Effect, upon use, increases one's physical and legal attacks by 10%. Increases attack speed by 20%. Duration, 60s. Blood Drinking Water, small. Special prop, LV20 and above can be used. Effect, when used, it can inflict a forced bleeding negative buff on the enemy, and the attack comes with a layer of 30% of physical attack bleeding effect, with a maximum stack of 15 layers. Well, I can't believe I've never heard of this kind of powerful potion. It's worthy of the reward given by the forbidden talent. With the help of this holy water, perhaps I really do have a chance to go through the final level of the second turn trial. Luwen's promotion to the first turn was too short, and he didn't stay at all for a few days. But the good thing was that his strength was hard enough, and he was now able to exterminate the opening team that the Qin family had entered the copy in the morning, even if he was alone. Anyway, the trial has 3 chances. Even if you can't pass, you can still come back to kill again to make up for your own shortcomings. These scumbags from the Qin and Lu families are fine experience packs. Having made up his mind, Luwen walked towards the city lord's mansion. When he walked out of the restaurant, he did not see Lu Hongtao around, thinking that he had gone to observe other so-called geniuses. Good thing too, this guy's scrying technique level is too high. He can see through my old self with a single glance. If I found out that I had promoted to LV39 in just 1 hour, I guess my heart would be scared out of my chest. Although he wasn't afraid of what the other party said about the sealed god pavilion, a little less trouble was a little less trouble. and offending those big powers at will was really unwise in Lu Wen's opinion. Besides, he was also afraid that the other party would be curious about the secrets on his body, thus causing unnecessary disputes. Soon, Lu Wen arrived inside the city lord's mansion. A set of processes was generally the same as when he was in the novice village, and due to the rapid rate of promotion, Lu Wen could still remember what the old village chief had told him back then. Now, the city lord is starting to nag like this as well. Outlander, that's all I'm going to instruct you. It's up to you to see how far you can go. The city lord waved his hand, and a translucent vortex appeared beside him, and a powerful suction force came from inside, instantly sucking Lu Wen in. You have entered the second turn copy, Corrosive Abyss. Minimum requirements: defeat the Corrosive Abyss second sector guards. Looking at the special environment around him, which was pitch black and full of quagmires, Lu Wen's expression was unchanged. I've heard that there isn't much difference between turn 1 and turn 2. It's still just the numerical book type, and I don't know if this time there will be the same kind of pressure that there was during the turn 1 trial. Buzz. 10 crocodiles covered in scaly armor and with bodies like small tanks slowly crawled out of the mire. Lu Wen threw out his scrying technique, and information about the little monsters instantly surfaced before his eyes. Abyssal crocodile, LV39, life, 78, 000/78, 000. Is there only so much life? It doesn't feel like enough to beat me with one hand. Lu Wen took out his dagger, not caring about the thick black mist floating above the heads of this group of crocodiles, and walked straight towards the other side. Boom! 10 black balls landed on Lu Wen without causing the slightest blocking effect. Only a few dizzyingly exaggerated damage were left behind. -301, -421, -276, -299, -302. LV39 monsters, is that the only strength? Looking at the crocodile that hadn't even knocked out a tenth of his life in one round of focused fire, Lu Wen shook his head, a little disappointed with the intensity of the second trial, but the corners of Lu Wen's mouth, which were almost cracked to the base of his ears, still revealed his inner thoughts. Swish! A dark light cut through. Lu Wen's figure flashed, stabbing the crocodiles back one after another, and a large string of damage that killed the small monster's chi and blood ceiling in seconds appeared almost simultaneously. -224, 315, blast, -235, 030, blast, -246, 493, blast, -257, 315, blast, buzz. White light flashed one after another, and these small monsters that only had time to release their skills once were all easily killed by Lu Wen. Ha ha ha, a little friend with a knife. What a treat! Looking at the small monsters of the same level that didn't last past his strike, Lu Wen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Such a violent night owl. Just ask anyone else in the history of Divine Star Turn 1. Today, I'm going to speed through the second turn trial. In this instant, Lu Wen was a ruthless killer, madly slaughtering the monsters in the trial copies. But what he didn't expect was that the original fourth wave of numerous elite monsters had been replaced by a bronze-ranked boss at this moment. This slowed down Lu Wen's furious speed slightly. You've only passed the excellent level evaluation and you've encountered this kind of monster? No wonder the further back you go, the fewer players who succeed in transferring. If Lu Wen's guess was correct, the third level of the triple turn trial was estimated to be guarded by a bronze boss, or there might be a stronger presence. In that case, the last level of the second turn is to single-handedly fight a gold-level boss? When he thought of that exaggerated to the point of unreasonable life, Lu Wen's heart sank violently, and he felt that he appeared to be too happy too soon. Chapter 34 Powerful Gold-Class Boss. After realizing this, Lu Wen's heart grew heavy. He began to silently stack his own statuses, pulling all 5 layers of finality to keep himself in the midst of the 25% damage increase buff at all times. The bronze-ranked bosses and silver-ranked bosses on the 4th and 5th floors couldn't stop Lu Wen at all. Lu Wen just played steadily, and then smashed the 2 major bosses in one fell swoop. It was only when a dazzling golden light appeared in front of him, filling up his sight, that he tightened his mind and looked ahead vigilantly. Buzz! A dark thunderbolt instantly blasted in. Even though Lu Wen had reacted at the first moment, the speed of the thunder was too appalling, and he didn't know how much more powerful it was than the Tiger King who had also controlled thunder and lightning earlier. Boom! -5,785. Lu Wen's entire body was lifted out, and his life was suddenly reduced by nearly 1/7. ********. What the hell kind of damage is this? Looking at his disappearing blood bar, Lu Wen sucked in a breath of cold air. The first level of the same level of small monsters against him damage, only 200 or 300. When he arrived, he came close to hitting him hard with one blow. After all, Lu Wen didn't believe that the boss's opening blow would be some kind of big move. Now, I'm afraid there's going to be a fight. Luwen stood up and hurriedly hid his figure in the darkness, and since he had already raised Sneak to LV3, his movement speed was also increased by an additional 30%. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Dark thunder erupted like rain, but Luwen dodged them all with his one-step faster speed. It wasn't as woeful as it had been earlier. It wasn't until then that Luwen got a good look at the true face of this gold-class boss. Cursed Witch Demon Ayla's LV30, gold-level boss. Life, 115. 780. 000/115. 780. 000. Sure enough, even if the final level's boss is only LV30, a life as high as hundreds of millions of lives is still not something a turn 1 player at this stage can deal with. Looking at the Cursed Witch Demon in front of him, clad in a wide black robe and with a body like a small mountain, Luwen couldn't help but have his throat roll, obviously shocked by the exaggerated attributes of the gold boss. The divine and demonic level evaluation of the second turn is even more exaggerated in difficulty than it was in the first turn. Lao Zi is now fully equipped with plus 19 gold equipment, and I'm afraid that if I want to single-handedly challenge this guy, I'm afraid that victory or defeat is still a matter of 2 words. Even though Luwen had previously grabbed the golden boss's tail blade once at the hands of the blood-clothed Dark Bureau and other forces, this mountainous monster still gave him an unspeakable pressure when he faced it alone. Shoo! Dark thunder shot again, but Luwen, who was hidden in the darkness, did not receive a frontal attack. Luwen guessed that even if it was a gold-level boss, as long as it wasn't the type with particularly high spiritual perception, the Night Owl's stealth would have a certain restraining effect on it. When Luwen was about to sneak up on the boss from behind, he suddenly realized that he wasn't as tall as his opponent's ankles. This made Luwen, who was used to backstabbing his enemies in the back of the head, not know how to do it for a while. Asterisk 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 it. Is it hard to climb on top of a monster and attack? Thinking about this, Luwen immediately felt a little hard to strain. If it was an ordinary small monster it was fine, but he was now facing a gold-level boss. Hell, I wonder if the opponent will have any large-range defense skills? But Luwen only dwelled on it for a moment before he leaped and climbed up the back of the boss. The boss has a huge head and can deal bludgeoning damage even with haphazard attacks. Luwen didn't hesitate. His daggers flew up and down like butterflies through flowers, and continuously struck the back of the boss's head painfully. Minus 238. 415. Blast. Minus 235. 616. Blast. Minus 242. 556. Blast. Minus 47. 821. Dark attribute damage. Minus 60. 214. Light attribute damage. Minus 3142. Toxin damage. Minus 6287. Toxin damage. Minus 31. 420. Toxin damage. Minus 31. 420. Minus 31. 420. In just a few moments, Luwen landed over 10 attacks on the Cursed Witch Demon's head, directly stacking the toxin. Large swathes of damage surfaced. In terms of second damage, Luwen was already close to the million level, and was fully capable of posing a huge threat to this gold-level boss. As for the additional light, dark, and poison damage, it was no worse than his full output. Invaders, die! The Cursed Witch Demon that received a swift blow reacted extremely fast, and almost at the instant Luwen made his move, his body's surface emitted a circle of light blue lines. Luwen could feel the terrifying energy contained in these lines above them. He immediately drew away, but still underestimated the speed of the Cursed Witch Demon's skill release. Boom! A blue light shield emerged from its body surface, with dark thunder intertwining on it, like a terrifying net, violently spreading outward. Luwen, who was in the air, tried his best to change direction, but he was still hit by the blue light shield, and his life instantly plummeted by a cut. Minus 4535. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This guy's damage really hurts. Even with my current defense and life, I won't be able to take too many attacks of this level. Luwen scornfully glanced at the Cursed Witch Demon, feeling that this boss was a bit tricky beyond his imagination. However, the next scene was directly infuriated Luwen, and he couldn't wait to cut the boss in front of him to death, only to see the boss pull out a staff from nowhere and shake it in a circle over his own head. A green waterfall suddenly surfaced. These energies representing the source of life surged into the body of the Cursed Witch Demon, and its depleted life slowly began to recover. Plus 15,000. Plus 15,000. Plus 15,000. Plus 15,000. Holy, I'm not even in a berserk state yet and you're giving me a mouthful? In order to avoid the Cursed Witch Demon's melee skills, Luwen wanted to use his toxin damage to slowly wear down his opponent's blood. However, the Cursed Witch Demon used practical actions to tell Luwen that a gold-class boss was not comparable to the crooked ones he had previously encountered. Even though Luwen was super strong, the 1v1 head-on battle against the Cursed Witch Demon still allowed him to see the terror of a gold-level boss. Attacking, defending, and recovering in every way. It was simply the nemesis of lone wolf players like Lu Wen. Luckily, I still have 20 sets of holy water gift packs, so I'll get high when I really can't do it. If you can't do it again, go and find those bastards of the Qin and Lu families and kill them again, and ruthlessly strengthen the underpinnings. I still don't believe it. Open-hanged are single-handedly unable to defeat a gold-level boss. Lu Wen was ruthless in his heart and once again attacked towards the cursed witch demon, when Lu Wen was in the middle of his second turn trial. On the other hand, inside the Jiyuan City police station, a dozen police officers had serious faces, their eyes staring at the drawing board in front of them. It records a number of bizarre disappearances reported in Canton County. Tell us all, how have the teams been progressing lately? Chapter 35 Investigation Orders. Tong Qian, the police bureau chief, sat in the first place, her eyes coldly scanning the several people below. These days, almost every day, someone reports to the police station that their son or daughter has died strangely in the real world and subsequently disappeared. The clues provided by the other side are disorganized, but they all connect to the same target. Surprisingly, the suspect appears to be a high school student, Lu Wen from Guangfeng First High School. They had gone to Guangfeng a middle school to investigate the details of Lu Wen, find the original monitoring, but also verified the other side of the gift information. It was almost certain that what Lu Wen had awakened was an F-rank talent. However, looking at the effect, it appears to be a special ability that acts in the direction of reality. It's just that in the process of finding the target, the Jigan City Police Department ran into some trouble. After a great deal of investigation, our group found that this suspect named Lu Wen, after killing 2 players in the middle of the Dragon Totem Hotel, took a car and came to Diyuan City. The suspect went through a number of disguises and finally disappeared from sight at the Washington Garden, and we suspect that there is a great probability that the other party is temporarily living in that place. A middle-aged police commissioner reported the information from the previous investigation, detailing everything about Lu Wen to the chief. At the end, he paused and said in a puzzled tone, "Director, apart from this Lu Wen's counter-killing of the 2 assassins at the hotel, all the rest of the information was provided by the Guangfeng Qin family, counting the Lu family at most. These 2 families, relying on the fact that they have players at the top of the second turn in their ranks, are accustomed to being mighty to those little people with mud legs. Would it be a bit wrong to list Lu Wen as a wanted criminal based on their word alone? As a veteran police department for many years, Li Wan-take's ability to analyze a case is far from comparable to that of the young police department present. Together with this period of investigation, he could easily detect something fishy here. The Qin family and the Lu family, within the boundaries of Diyuan City, did not have a good reputation as one would expect. Even if he came to the police station with evidence to report, it would be difficult to gain the trust of Li Wan-take, a veteran police officer. In his eyes, Lu Wen had more than likely messed with 2 forces, thus being slapped with a trumped-up charge. Besides, the other party's parents are dead and have been orphaned. If he misses the college entrance exam due to the interference of these 2 forces and loses the chance to change his class, Li Wan-take himself will feel guilty. Therefore, after reporting with Tong Qian, he couldn't help but interject again. "Humph, old Li, put away your useless sympathy. As a police station, don't you even understand the responsibility you are shouldering?" Next to him, a young police officer grunted coldly. "Just now, this side of Team 2 received a report from the Qin family, a total of 14 people, and it's certain that they have all been framed by Lu Wen within the Divine Abandonment Land. From the time of awakening to now, in just a week's time, this person has killed nearly 20 lives. How dare you defend the other side of such a murderous man?" As the young man's words fell, all the eyes of all the police departments present turned toward him. The young police commissioner's chin lifted as he spelled out what had happened. However, he had received a bribe from the Qin family, and the story naturally appeared to be overly entrenched, describing Lu Wen, an innocent 18-year-old, as a sinful murderer. Tong Qian nodded. She had just heard the news as well. She coldly glared at Li Wanza, who still wanted to speak for Lu Wen, and forcefully interrupted. "Whether it's a murderer or not, we'll find out once we arrest him. Han Qing, you come with me and lead a small team to the place where the suspect is located and make an arrest immediately. As for old Li, you will sit in the police station and handle other reported cases. Follow me." Tong Qian, thunder and lightning. "Do not give Li Wanza the opportunity to speak. With a group of people will leave the office in great numbers." Before departing, Tong Qian found an excuse to temporarily leave her subordinate's sight. She picked up her cell phone, dialed a number, and after a few rings, a low-voiced male voice immediately came from the other side. "Hey, what's it to me? Xin Long, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. We've already found out the detailed location of that kid. I'm sure you've arrived in Diyuan City as well. I'll only be waiting for you for half an hour. If you don't take down Lu Wen, the police department will step in and take coercive measures." Tong Qian's tone was icy cold, as if she was like this to anyone. At that time at noon, Long personally called her and asked the police department to look for traces of a person named Lu Wen. For this reason, the other party went out of their way to give Tong Qian a piece of gold-level equipment as payment, which allowed the police department to contribute. Listening to what Tong Qian said, Long was slightly silent before he smiled. Then thank you, child director. Half an hour is enough. A small ant of one turn. You can crush it by moving your hand. When I finish dealing with this side, I'll treat Chief Tong to a doodle. Tong Qian ignored Long and hung up the phone decisively. Do you really think you're the only one who knows about Lu Wen's news? He, a local snake of Guangfeng County, actually threatening me to do something without knowing what to do. It seems that it really gives you little families face. Tong Qian revealed a hint of a cold smile. She didn't take out to tell Long the news for the sake of that gold equipment. She pulled out a picture of Lu Wen with various details about the man written on the back, especially the 5 words, epic props, which were highlighted by her circled words in red, stood out. Privately utilizing the abilities of the godforsaken land, attacking and killing high school candidates, entering a room and injuring someone, no matter which charge is attached to it. You'll have to shed a layer of skin in my place. If you have the sense to obediently hand over some treasures, I may still be able to spare your life. If you are stubborn, not only that epic prop I'm going to pocket, even stinkers like the Qin family will be a great political achievement for my upward progress. Family Master Lu, could you be interested in joining me in catching that mudblood who doesn't know the heights of heaven? Inside the Lu family, Long put down his cell phone and looked at Lu Yu, who was sitting in front of him, his face full of gloom, and couldn't help but smile and open his mouth. Although his face was full of smiles, the butler beside him couldn't help but shiver, as if he had seen something terrible. A morose coldness permeated from within Long's body, and even the butler, who was also a second turner, was able to detect the terrifying killing intent contained therein. This is to directly kill the murderer who caused the young master to disappear. The butler thought darkly as he poured a cup of tea for the two of them, his afterglow glancing over Lu Yu from time to time to see if he, who also had a dead son, dared to join together to fight Long. Lu Wen abused my son, so what reason do I have not to walk up with you? Since we have gotten the news, it is not too late to move as soon as possible to exterminate that little man, so as not to have a long night's sleep. Lu Yu stood up, his eyes looking out of the window, killing intent churning in his eyes. His hatred for Lu Wen not weaker than Long's in the slightest. What's more, the 2 first-turn players sent by Long to assassinate each other, which could all be countered by Lu Wen. In order to prevent accidents, he decided to go with Long to exterminate Lu Wen, that man. Chapter 36, Second Turning Divine Demon. Inside the second turn of the trial, Lu Wen was not aware that the outside world's actions against him had begun quietly. At this moment, he was frantically attacking the cursed witch demon, spending half a day to finally press this gold-level boss life to the edge of the berserk line. Under the boss's desperate counterattacks, Lu Wen had several close calls and almost planted himself within the second turn trial. Looking at the cursed witch demon whose body lit up with red light, Lu Wen quickly poured in 2 bottles of holy water, explosive wound, and drink blood. You have used explosive damage holy water, minor, to increase your own 10% physical attack and spell attack, and increase your attack speed by 20%. Duration, 60s. You use blood drinking holy water, minor, which inflicts a negative buff of forced bleeding on the enemy, and the attack comes with a layer of bleeding effect of 10% of physical damage, stacking up to 15 layers. The 2 holy water effects are powerful and critical to the current situation. Lu Wen swept his eyes at the cursed witch demon who was already completely red with rage, and without any further hesitation, his figure hastily dived into the darkness. With a flip and jump, he arrived at the back of the cursed witch demon's head in a few clicks. At the same time, he held the holy water of life, small, in his hand in case the boss might release an AoE skill at any time. Die for me. Lu Wen gulped softly as his dagger kept stabbing at the boss's weak points. Large swathes of differently colored damage erupted from the top of his head. Minus 296, 902, blast, minus 298, 155, blast, minus 287, 626, blast, minus 59, 380, dark attribute damage, minus 65, 845, light attribute damage, minus 31, 420, toxin damage, minus 46, 860, bleeding damage. A variety of dazzling skill light effects erupted. And after getting high on medicine and pulling his end points to full capacity, Lu Wen's state had already come to a kind of peak. Even though the cursed witch demon could recover over 1,000,000 lives per second, Lu Wen wasn't weak at all. His second damage had long exceeded the boss's recovery ability, and as long as he played steadily, it wouldn't take long for him to pass the second transformation trial. Cursed witch demon Ayla's, LV30, gold level boss, life, 22, 054, 258/115, 780, 000. There's still nearly 20 million lives left. I hope the 4 holy waters potion can sustain me until I kill this cursed witch demon. Luwen knew that entering a berserk state boss was the toughest. His output damage had an overflow of only a few 100,000. And to kill the opponent, even if the boss stood and let him output, it would take nearly a minute. However, at the previous stage, Luwen had long since mastered all the skills of the cursed witch demon and knew that this fellow had a notable ability to preserve his life. An inattentive one might even allow the opponent to regain a few million life points. At this moment, Luwen had already pulled his attack speed to the maximum and kept attacking the back of the cursed witch demon's head, attempting to take advantage of this safe time to output a few more times. But the cursed witch demon, as a gold-level boss, would not stand still and be slaughtered. Boom! A blue light shield surfaced on its body surface, and then violently spread outward. Luwen had known that his opponent would use this skill, and in order to maintain his current output efficiency, he directly took the attack hard by virtue of wearing a full set of gold-level equipment. Minus 6,782. Sure enough, after being bombarded by a circle of thunder, Luwen's life plummeted by a knot. This damage has actually increased so much, it really hurts. Luwen bared his teeth in pain and hurriedly poured down the holy water in his hand, instantly recovering 30% of his life. Looking at the lives that had been restored to the safety line, Luwen couldn't help but be a little envious of the strong efficacy of the holy water. In the godforsaken land, there are only quantitative recovery potions. Where can I find this percentage recovery potion? It was also his own forbidden level talent that could give this kind of reward. With the help of holy water, Luwen didn't care about the cursed witch demon's skill. Even if he fell into a berserk state, the damage increased greatly. But Luwen was a heavily armored assassin. Not only was his life ridiculously thick, even his defense was even more exaggerated than those holy shield clerks. Under these conditions, even if the cursed witch demon kept releasing its skills, wanting to lift the griffin that was hanging over its head, it still couldn't help Luwen, who had already hung his body on the back of the boss's head. The cursed witch demon's life was slowly declining at a steady rate under Luwen's constant destruction. 20 million, 18 million, 15 million, 1,000 million. Grelotol, ants, give me, death, die, die, die. The cursed witch demon felt its own vanishing life and acted more and more furiously. It tried to wrestle itself to the ground, blast the back of its head with thunder, and even summon minion guards to deal with Luwen. But no matter what method, it could not drive Luwen away, but instead accelerated the flow of his own life. If I let you flop today, I won't be called Lu. Although Luwen always hung behind the cursed witch demon, his holy water consumption was horrifying. If it came a few times like this, even he would have to avoid the cursed witch demon for a while. Unfortunately, the cursed witch demon had fallen into a berserk state, and his sanity had already been destroyed for the most part. Coupled with Luwen torturing the other party in such a way, it had left the soul of this gold-level boss on the verge of crumbling. Boom! Under a series of destruction and suppression, the cursed witch demon's life gradually returned to zero, and its body collapsed, turning into countless dark particles that dissipated into the original place. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the second turn trial, and have received an evaluation, Divine Devil level. Congratulations! You have received a divine and magical level reward, plus 300% combined growth of basic attributes. Congratulations! You've successfully advanced to the second career, Faceless Man. Congratulations! You have awakened the skill of Faceless Separation. Congratulations! You've awakened your skill, Dark Attack. Congratulations! Awakening skill, Shift. You've gained skill points x20. You have obtained Strengthening Stone times 5,000. Congratulations! Your transfer rating has reached the God and Devil level. Rewarded with the title Miracle Light, Platinum, times 1. You gained Experience x1, 524, 488. Congratulations, level up to LV 40, Life plus 600, Mana plus 360, Physical Attack plus 120, Legal Attack plus 30, Physical Defense plus 60, Legal Defense plus 45. Free attribute points plus 80. The difference in attributes before transferring has already been made up. There's actually a 300% attribute increase in this divine and demonic level evaluation. I seem to remember it was only 270% last time. How come there's 30% more? Looking at the prompts coming from the system, Luwen was instantly attracted by its exaggerated rewards, until he saw the blinding increase ratio. Then he felt that something was wrong. Could it be that the second turn evaluation is harder than the first turn, so compensation is given in that regard? Chapter 37, The Faceless One. Although he wasn't sure exactly what was going on, the increase in attributes by as much as 300% was a relief to Luwen. Ordinary players' 2 transmigration boosts might not even be 50%, but my side's attributes have doubled and swelled. The gap is really getting bigger and bigger. Thinking of those players who struggled to even get a normal rating, Luwen really didn't know what to say. To be honest, before the second turn is still pregame. There is a lot of room for complementary improvement, but even so, there was a significant portion of players on the Divine Planet who were unable to pass the second turn trial. To be precise, it can only be barely beaten, following which it stays stuck at the top of turn 2. Next, maybe it's time to consider hunting platinum level bosses in groups, otherwise the second turn is still using gold equipment. It's a bit hard to keep up with my upgrading progress. If outsiders heard this, they would have to beat Luwen to death. The mainstream equipment of turn 2 players is still silver level. Gold level equipment popularity although higher than turn 1 players, but that is because turn 2 is strong. There are trade unions, families and other members of the power to find boss to kill every day. Under such conditions, gold level equipment was still exclusive to those union leaders, elite players, and regardless of the reinforcement level or the amount of equipment, it was nowhere near as strong as Luwen. Just stepped into the second turn, did not have a minute, began to dislike on the gold equipment. Genus led a person difficult to bandage. Unsurprisingly, this promotion to Faceless One with a divine and demonic level evaluation has directly awakened the 3 core skills. Even the skill points are rewarded quite a lot, so it's a good way for me to level up. Luwen landed his eyes on the skill, and its specific effects instantly surfaced. Faceless Doppelganger, LV1 consume 300 points of mana to create a faceless doppelganger that inherits 20% of the original body's attributes. The doppelganger masters all the original body's equipment and skill effects. The number of doppelgangers exists is determined by the skill's level. The doppelganger lasts for 10s. Cooldown time, 60s. Dark attack, LV1 and sneak state. Own movement speed plus 300% for 3s. And in the next attack inflicts 150% of the enemy's physical attack with paralyzing effect. Cooldown, 15s. Shift, LV1 consume 500 mana to change position with the doppelganger. Cooldown, 30s, compared to Shadowhunter and Night Owl. The Faceless One's skills are mostly functional, and while you can find damage skills out there, I'm afraid they're far less effective than these. These few skills were nothing short of divine in Luwen's opinion. Deep Blue, give me some. You consume skill points x7. Faceless Split LV1 LV4. You consume skill points x7. Dark Attack LV1 LV4. You consume skill points x7. Shift LV1 LV4. It's a good thing that there were 2 skill points left over from when I strengthened Sneak before. Otherwise I really wouldn't know which skill to raise first. After getting the skills right, Luwen didn't bother with the strengthening stones. Now that he had been promoted to the second turn, although he could continue to strengthen his equipment, the LV35 gold equipment could not be used for too long. Luwen wasn't interested in putting such rare props on trash that was about to be eliminated. You guys will come in handy when I get platinum level equipment. Luwen landed his gaze on the last and most lucrative reward. Miracle Light, Platinum, effects, plus 25% of all attributes. Every time you enter the battle state, you can get the Miracle Light buff bonus. Miracle Light, immune to 1 fatal injury. Is this nifty bloodlock? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The platinum level title is that exaggerated? How come I didn't know? After seeing the introduction of Miracle Light, Luwen immediately stared with wide eyes, his face full of incredulity. It wasn't like he was a bumpkin who hadn't seen the world before, and although platinum level titles were precious, it wasn't like there was no one reporting on the online godforsaken land forums. Attributes and whatnot have long been memorized. Luwen felt that unusual titles had at most a 10% to 15% attribute bonus, and none of the other skills. Where is it like Miracle Heart, which is so outrageous, even if the bonus is high? There is also a blood-locking divine skill. It's the equivalent of an extra life for nothing. Luwen hurriedly put the title on, as if he was afraid that the other party would run away. It wasn't until the entire harvest was organized that Luwen opened his attribute panel and checked up on the specific enhancements this time. Character name, Shadowhunter 567. Level, LV40, 167. 523/3, 728. 000. Occupation, Faceless. Talent, slaying gods and demons, taboo kill players and enjoy the same drops as bosses, and will reward special props that don't exist in the world. Currently unlocked rank, Gold. Causality, Life, 38,307 Mana, 14,295 27688. Physical Attack, 10. 519 484. Legal Attack, 4541506. Physical Defense, 7487101163. Legal Defense, 4,751 6683. Skills, Backstabbing, LV5, Sneaking, LV3, Finishing, LV5, Dagger Mastery, LV5, Poisoning, LV5, Serious Injury, LV5. Skill 7, Faceless Doppelganger, LV4 consume 300 points of mana to create 4 faceless doppelgangers that inherit 35% of the original body's attributes. and the doppelgangers can master all the effects of the original body's equipment and skills. The number of doppelgangers exists will depend on the level of the skill. The doppelgangers can last for 10s, and the cooldown is 54s. Skill 8, Dark Attack, LV4 in Sneak State. Own movement speed plus 345% for SAXS, and in the next attack inflicts 195% physical attack with paralyzing effect on the enemy. Cooldown, 15s. Skill 9, Shift, LV4 consume 500 mana to change position with the doppelganger. Cooldown, 24s. Woohoo! Take off! Having just been promoted to the second turn, my strength has almost doubled. When the platinum grade equipment is returned to its place, I won't be able to go up to the sky by then? Looking at his exaggerated attributes, the corner of Lu Wen's mouth almost didn't split to the root behind his ear. What Qin family and Lu family? They're all ING dog families. Old me has now been promoted to the second turn. Is it possible that I'm still afraid of you bunch of trash? Lu Wen was confident that as long as his equipment was in place, he would be able to kill the other party even if the Qin family head had already reached the peak of the second revolution. Starting tomorrow, it'll be time to go all out to level up, striving to maximize one's battle power before the college entrance exams, and by then, one will also be able to choose a major with more resources at the Body Star Academy. With this thought in mind, Lu Wen left his copy and proceeded to teleport to the second turn main city, Earth Elemental City, with the help of the City Lord. Chapter 38, Strong Enemies Attack. When he arrived at Diyuan City, Lu Wen realized that it was already afternoon. I was online so early today that I almost lost track of time. Lu Wen felt that time always flew by in the godforsaken land, as if a day had passed in the blink of an eye. It's good that we've finally completed the second turn trial, and we'll be able to start practicing near Earth Elemental City from tomorrow as well, so it's not too bad. It's just that the equipment problem needs to be solved urgently, so I'll have to keep an eye out for the famous big powers or elite teams in the second turning city. With this thought, Lu Wen began to stroll around the Diyuan City. For the various kinds of special wonders in the city, Lu Wen didn't pay any attention at all. He looked left and right and finally found a restaurant in the center of the city. He was a lone wolf and had no fixed abode of his own in the city. That's a privilege reserved for the great powers. After asking for a good room, Lu Wen unlocked the door and closed the window tightly to make sure there was no danger before he exited the godforsaken land. At this moment, the duo of Qin Long and Lu Yu had already arrived outside Lu Wen's door, and downstairs, there are several police department special cars waiting here. Tong Qian sat in the car, quietly looking at the watch. I didn't realize that Qin Long had brought that guy Lu Yu up there as well. It seems that the time should be shortened to 3 minutes for good measure. With the strength of the two of them, once they identify their target, I'm afraid that Lu Wen Brat won't have the power to fight back at all, and will be seriously injured in a moment, as long as I take pictures of them kidnapping Lu Wen. Let's see what I'll do with you. Tong Qian looked cold. The surrounding police department followed already, waiting for Qin Long and Lu Yu, two people out. As for the other side kidnapping a suspect? What Lu Wen's status is just a matter of her words. Let him be a good man. He is a good man. If you say Lu Wen is a suspect, in addition to the parties involved, I am afraid that no one dares to refute. Time passed slowly until a loud bang came from upstairs, and Tong Qian instantly tensed her body and opened the door to get out of the car. Everyone, prepare to follow me up and apprehend the Qin and Lu felons. Yes, upstairs, Lu Wen, who had exited the godforsaken land, was bored and had wanted to make some simple food, but when he passed the doorway, he suddenly heard a strange noise. He subconsciously walked towards the door, but he saw that the doorknob was swaying slightly, and even the security door was shaking with an amplitude visible to the naked eye. No, it's hard to believe that someone is looking for it. Lu Wen's eyes narrowed slightly. He had changed his face many times and changed countless locations before finding this residence. I didn't realize it had only been a few days. As for whether the outer door was a water meter check, a delivery, or someone else, Lu Wen hadn't even considered that point. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the security door shook violently. The man at the door looked like he had sensed Lu Wen moving, and his movements instantly became impatient. Sure enough, the trouble seekers are here. I hope you have more than 4 turns, otherwise. Lu Wen coldly grunted and directly crushed the Data Descent experience card, and the familiar power once again filled his entire body. Just as the security door was about to be forced open, Lu Wen took a big step forward and kicked it. Boom! A roar that shook the entire building suddenly rang out, and the hard and unparalleled security door was directly burst open by Lu Wen's kick. Even Qin Long, who was behind the door, was shocked by the suddenness. When they saw Lu Wen appear at the door with his hands in his pockets and his face calm, Qin Long and Lu Yu didn't have time to think about why the door of the room suddenly burst open. They all looked at Lu Wen with a touch of cruelty in their eyes. Lu Wen, finally I found you. When you killed Qin Feng, did you ever think about where you would be today? Qin Long let out a sardonic laugh. His right hand fiercely probed towards Lu Wen. Not only did he want to torture his opponent to death today, he didn't even want to let go of the epic props. Although Lu Yu didn't know that Lu Wen had epic level props on him, his heart to get Lu Wen killed was the same as Qin Long's. In that case, you're that punk Qin Feng's old man? With a flash of his body, Lu Wen easily avoided Qin Long's tackle and stared at the duo with interest. And you, which one is it again? That Su Manlan's family, or the Earth Elemental Lu family, or a few other big powers sent their thugs? With the help of the Data Descent Experience card, within a short period of time, Lu Wen was simply fearless of the attacks from the other duo. Looking at this outburst of might, the duo's rank within the Divine Abandonment Land was definitely far superior to his. But this is reality, and it's Lu Wen's home turf. At least within 10 minutes, he would be able to fully inherit the attributes within the Divine Abandonment, and even if a third turn Powerhouse came, he would have the confidence to touch base with the other party. Humph, I am Lu Yu, the lord of the Lu family. Brat, I will let you know exactly what will happen if you dare to touch the people of my Lu family. Lu Yu and Qin Long frantically attacked Lu Wen, and in the blink of an eye, the living room was reduced to rubble. But no matter how hard they tried, they were never able to touch a corner of Lu Wen. It was as if the other party had anticipated all of their attack routes, and with a few dodges they were able to avoid all of the attacks. This made Qin Long couldn't help but feel a strange sense of being treated like a monkey. Even if the reaction in again late, he also realized that things are not right. Lu Wen's strength seems to be a few times stronger than what he predicted. No, it is dozens of times. What kind of talent are you? Qin Long's attack stalled and looked at Lu Wen with a scornful expression. The other party's breezy appearance clearly didn't put him and Lu Yu in their eyes. It gave him a sudden bad feeling. Oh, none of your business? Seeing Lu Yu also stop moving, Lu Wen laughed and looked at the Qin Long duo with contempt. Two losers who are not even 3 turns yet. How dare they come to trouble me? Have you thought about how to die? What? These are your last words? Lu Wen shook his head, seemingly somewhat as disappointed with the other party's reaction. The two lords of power only have the strength of the top of the second turn at most. Ha, what a waste. As the words fell, the faces of both Qin Long and Lu Yu sank. Lu Wen's words were like a knife stabbing straight into their hearts. Compared to other cities, Earth Elemental City was lacking in resources and rarely had any decent forces or experts. If the duo's strength was placed elsewhere, they might not even be considered a fart, and they could only reign supreme in this remote place of Diyuan City. Originally, the duo had been developing here for nearly 20 years, and had long since ignored the matter, but Lu Wen had mercilessly lifted this layer of their scars. How could the two of them not be angry? Kid, you're looking for pust. A dagger penetrated Qin Long's throat, causing him to swallow the last word of death alive. Qin Long eyes wide, unbelievable look at the sudden appearance in front of Lu Wen, obviously earlier still away from their own far. How will? Puff. Qin Long fell to his knees, his head sticking forward uncontrollably. Bang! The dull ringing sound was like the roaring of war drums, knocking hard on Lu Yu's heart. He stared blankly at the lost Qin Long, and for a moment, he actually froze in place, not reacting to what exactly had just happened. Chapter 39, The Yellow Bird in the Back. Oh, don't look. Soon you'll be going down to be with him too. Lu Wen moved extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he came to the front of the stunned Lu Yu. The dagger swept through a cold shadow, and directly lifted this person's head to fly high. Looking at the headless body with blood like a spring, Lu Wen kicked it to the side. It wasn't until the duel was resolved that the familiar yet wonderful beat finally rang in Lu Wen's ears. Congratulations, you have killed Qin Long, triggering the talent Slaying Gods and Slaying Demons, Forbidden, and obtaining the gold boss drop reward. Congratulations on killing Lu Yu, triggering the talent Slaughtering Gods and Slaying Demons, Forbidden, and obtaining the gold boss drop reward. I didn't expect to be able to settle these two before the entrance exam. It's wonderful. Without the topmost experts sitting within the clan, is it not a piece of cake to tackle the remaining ordinary players? Lu Wen felt that the smell of blood that filled the room at the moment was somewhat sweet. It was as if he had already seen the ultimate fate of these two families later on. Those players with slightly higher levels would all be turned into experience packs for his rush to the top. As for the other forces within the first turning city, although there were some conflicts, they hadn't reached such an irreconcilable point as the Qin and Lu families. Now that I'm in the second turning city, it's cheaper for them. Lu Wen shook his head and lost his smile. This house hasn't been lived in for long, yet we're looking for another place. He had no thoughts of disposing of the body and was ready to just turn on the run while the experience card was in effect. But before Lu Wen could reach the door, he heard a burst of dense footsteps coming from downstairs. It was only a matter of moments before Tong Qian rushed up with a group of police departments. Looking at the bloodstains all over the room and the headless bodies falling on the floor, many young police departments subconsciously vomited. The rich bloody gas rushed straight to the brain, stimulating these people's brains to go blank on the spot. And Tong Qian, who was preparing to capture the evidence of Qin Long's duo's crime. Even more so, her pupils suddenly shrunk, and she lost her voice and exclaimed, "Lu Wen, you actually killed them all. How dare you?" Originally, after Lu Wen saw a group of people in police uniforms surround him, his heart was shocked and he just wanted to turn around and escape, but he stopped when he heard Tong Qian's voice. "You know Qin Long and the others?" "No, you know me?" Lu Wen stared at Tong Qian closely, his eyes filled with doubt. Just now, he was almost scared away by this group of police stations, so much so that Lu Wen didn't even notice that there was something fishy going on. Qin Long duo just came not long. Tong Qian will bring people rushed up, especially a certain young police department still holding a camera in his hand, as if he was ready to shoot something, obviously came prepared. Combined with everything that had happened earlier, as well as Tong Qian's shocked tone, it wasn't hard for Lu Wen to guess that this group of people were afraid that they were planning to come with a yellow bird. According to normal people's logic, Qin Long and Lu Yu, as second-turn peak players, were not able to deal with a small high school student. However, the truth was beyond everyone's expectations, as Qin Long and his duo were counter-killed on the spot by Lu Wen. It directly stunned the dozen or so police departments that arrived. As for why Tong Qian wants to do this yellow bird, Lu Wen probably has a guess in his heart, although not sure, but can be sure that this old woman is afraid not to hold anything good fart. Not wanting to confront the police department, Lu Wen's form dived into the darkness, ready to slip away on the spot. However, Tong Qian was not a second-turn player like Qin Long, but a solid third-turn police bureau chief. She had been able to activate some of her abilities within the divine abandonment, and coupled with her high-level detection skill, she had seen through Lu Wen's stealth with a single glance. "Lu Wen, you mutilated the lives of more than a dozen members of the Qin family, and today you killed 2 family heads. Where else do you want to run to? Hands in the air. Drop your weapons and stop resisting or I will arrest you for violent disobedience." Tong Qian didn't finish her sentence before she directly rushed towards Lu Wen's location. Looking at this situation, there was no intention to give Lu Wen a chance to explain or surrender. Her original intention was to capture Lu Wen, so as to force out the whereabouts of the epic props, and now the other party insisted on resisting the law, but also to meet the plans of Tong Qian. The two of them chased after each other, and soon, Tong Qian made a flash and arrived in front of Lu Wen. A bright ball of fire lit up in her hand, heading straight for Lu Wen's abdomen. Feeling the intense threat coming from the fire, Lu Wen didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly dodged away. However, Tong Qian was not relenting, and her moves were aimed at Lu Wen's vitals, forcing Lu Wen to dodge from side to side. It was a mess. Asterisk 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 off. I don't want to mess with your police department. Don't make me do it. Lu Wen couldn't help but feel anxious in his heart as he looked at the remaining time of the experience card. If this old woman kept pestering herself, she would not be able to escape the other party's tracking unless she really did it. From the brief exchange of hands just now, Lu Wen had sensed that this person's strength was definitely as high as 3 revolutions. It was far beyond the Qin Long duo. Ha, do it? You're a high school student who hasn't been awakened for long enough to be able to kill Qin Long by relying on epic props. Don't you think you can deal with me? A third-turn player? With that? Hearing this, Lu Wen's eyes instantly turned cold. You were going to come after me? Hand over the epic props and I might be able to make your stay in the jail cell more comfortable. If you are persistent, then don't blame me for coming down hard. Tong Qian snorted coldly, not caring at all about the grim-faced Lu Wen, a prey destined to be locked inside a cage. Now this is just the last resistance. Trying to escape from her was a no-brainer. Until now, Tong Qian had thought that Lu Wen had killed Qin Long and the two of them by relying on epic props, completely ignoring the fact that the other party was clearly less than 3 turns, but could use the divine abandonment skill at will. Looking at Tong Qian, who was like a dog's skin plaster, chasing after her, Lu Wen only felt a burst of headache. Asterisk 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 off. Don't push me, he whispered angrily, hoping the old woman wouldn't be insensitive. Lu Wen didn't want to make a move purely because of the other party's special status. It didn't mean that he was afraid of a third-turn powerhouse in the real world. Force me? Why don't you try forcing me? Tong Qian didn't care about Lu Wen's threat at all. A small mole cricket, can it still turn against the sky? Watching the experience card time gradually shorten, Lu Wen knew that if he continued like this he would really be pestered by this old woman until she died. If I accidentally get you killed, don't want to blame me. Turning back to look at Tong Qian, who was constantly chasing after him like a mad dog, Lu Wen's mouth revealed a cold smile. After turning a corner, Lu Wen quietly stealthed and left a doppelganger in place that was generally the same as himself. As for himself, he ducked behind a trash can. Tong Qian was very fast and followed her in the blink of an eye. After seeing Lu Wen's back not moving, she directly shot an ice pick over. I'd like to see where you go. Before the word run was uttered, Tong Qian's face changed violently. Only Lu Wen's figure was illusory, and he wasn't half affected by the ice cone at all. How can this be? This is the Faceless One's doppelganger. Put. When the ice cone passed through the split moment, Luwen launched, shift shape, and instantly appeared in front of Tong Qian. The dagger that glittered with cold light also appeared, stabbing fiercely at the heart position. Chapter 40, Wanted by the Police Department. No good. Alarm bells went off in Tong Qian's heart, and she couldn't wait to think about why Luwen had mastered the Faceless One skill, and hastily used her life-saving skill before the dagger penetrated deep into her heart. The 6 walls of ice centered on her and quickly pushed out horizontally in all directions. Luwen only had time to stab the dagger into a small half, but he was blocked out by this ice wall, and was not allowed to advance an inch at all. Poof. Tong Qian opened her mouth to say something, but sticky blood suddenly flowed out of her mouth, blocking all her sounds. Worthy of being a third-turn powerhouse, this doesn't even die. Awesome. Since he had made his move, Luwen did not want to let his opponent leave alive. Even if he knew that Tong Qian might be a big shot in the Diyuan City Police Department Bureau, he couldn't shake the murderous thoughts in his heart. A third-turn powerhouse who came for epic props could be a much bigger threat than the Qin and Lu families. Luwen wouldn't be naive enough to think that if he let Tong Qian go, the other party would remember him well. The other party would only hold a grudge against Luwen even more, hating him and torturing him until he got his hands on the epic props. Then he would kill her in one fell swoop. I hope you can grow a little bit of memory in your next life, not putting me in your eyes with a mere third-turn strength. Ha! When the ice wall disappeared, Luwen quickly rushed towards Tong Qian, but what he didn't see was that Tong Qian quickly pulled out a parchment scroll from her bosom after releasing the ice wall. Before the dagger landed on his head, Tong Qian managed to unwrap the scroll, and an invisible force wrapped it, instantly disappearing in place. Ding! The dagger fell short and stuck on the concrete wall behind Tong Qian, and Luwen's face was suddenly gloomy. Teleportation props? This old woman actually managed to get her hands on such a good thing? Luwen knows that to bring back props from the godforsaken land, the cost is so great that it is not something that the average third-turn player can afford. It's a pity that the experience card time is limited, or else I would have slaughtered you anyway. Luwen glanced at the young police department that was rushing over in the distance, and without further hesitation, he hurriedly dove into the shadows and disappeared. Damnable bastard, actually wasting one of my life-saving base cards. Damn it! Tong Qian, who had fled away, kept cursing Luwen, and at the same time hated the already dead Qin Long. If not for this guy's misinformation, how could she have treated Luwen like a mole? As for the hotel video that he had seen in the police station bureau, Tong Qian had long forgotten. All she wants is to climb up the ranks of the federal police department, and she's done a lot of things in the shadows that would make an outsider's eyes water. The Qin and Lu families in Luwen are nothing more than stepping stones for Tong Qian to move to the top of the police department. Tong Qian originally thought that with the epic props in Luwen's hands, he could make friends with one of the 9 major forces of the Federation, the Temple of the Martial God, who had thought that he actually flipped the car in Luwen's hands. If she had not reacted quickly, she would have lost her life at this moment just like Qin Long and Lu Yu. No good. The group leader is seriously injured. Call an ambulance. When the other police department arrived, see Tong Qian stained with blood? Chest is unable to stop the gurgling spray. All were startled. A few people wanted to come up to assist, but they were pushed away by Tong Qian, who gasped and said in a deep voice, "Out of the way. Immediately return and list Luwen as a key wanted criminal in Diyuan City. I want to fully monitor his information situation. Never let this son escape." On the other side, Luwen, with the help of his stealth ability and superb physical strength, climbed directly to the roof of the neighborhood. Nowadays, the people who have offended the police department, as long as they are not cuties, all can realize that all electronic devices and online records will not escape the official investigation. There are less than 7 days until the college entrance exam, so let's first find a place to stay until I enter the Divine Star Academy. Then I can find that old woman to settle this score today. However, before that, perhaps there's still a way to return to Guangfeng First Middle School, or else you won't be able to take the college entrance examination yet. The college entrance exam is an opportunity for Luwen to turn his life around, and he won't miss it no matter what. As long as that old woman doesn't realize that, then I still have a chance. Luwen found a relatively secluded spot on the empty roof of the building. As time passed, Luwen heard the sound of police cars honking several times, but he didn't care, just rested quietly against the wall and waited for the next day. Congratulations, you have killed Qin Long, triggering the talent Slaying Gods and Slaying Demons, Forbidden, and obtaining the gold boss drop reward. Congratulations on killing Lu Yu, triggering the talent Slaughtering Gods and Slaying Demons, Forbidden, and obtaining the gold boss drop reward. The next day, as soon as Luwen went online, the reward arrival beep came to his ears. You have obtained the second turning scroll ×2. You have acquired Northern Rift, Faceless Man, X1. You have obtained Runestone of Physical Attack, second turn, X500. You have obtained Strengthening Stones X40, 000. You gained experience x1, 417, 800. You've gained skill points x35. It's worthy of 2 peak second turn drops. The rewards are just plentiful. Looking at the few rewards that had never appeared before, a trace of a satisfied smile appeared on Lu Wen's face. As the line of sight swept across, the attributes of the reward props immediately surfaced. Second turning up scroll. Special prop. LV40 plus can be used. Effect. Inherit the original characteristics of the weapon and break through the shackles of the second turn. Northern Rift. Special props artifacts. LV40 plus can be used. Attributes. Plus 24% damage to bosses. Critical damage plus 36%. Runestone of physical attack, second turn. Special prop. LV40 plus can be used. Effect. Set to the second turn damage equipment. Can be attached to an additional 1% damage increase. The second turn weapons up to 2 inlay can be synthesized. The moment he saw the attributes of the 3 props, Lu Wen couldn't help but widen his eyes and slightly sucked in a breath of cool air. Whether it's the leveling scrolls or the artifacts that will only appear in the second turn, it can make his immediate combat power get a quick boost. As for the physical attack runestone, although can also be brushed through the boss, but in terms of the efficiency of the second turn players to kill monsters, save enough 200 physical attack runes, it is estimated to waste old nose time. Unless you break into certain special secret areas or copies, you can get a large amount of runestones. This second turn transition period is considered to be able to pass through smoothly. When I will equipment promotion, strengthening is completed. Also good to start looking at those special copies of the Earth's Yuan City. Lu Wen licked his lips, a little excited about this. The upgrade experience required after the second turn was again greatly increased compared to the first turn. Nowadays, simply leveling up brings much lower benefits than replacing equipment and shuffling artifact phrases. What's more, he was prepared to open the first Tong Tian Tower secret realm after he finished updating his own equipment to see some heavenly chances. Chapter 41, Overall Enhancement. 35 skill points. You can start by raising the Dagger Mastery and Serious Injury skills to LV6. These two have nothing to say. An increase in basic damage is the core of the core skills of Lu Wen. The other increases burst damage and even more so enhances the output cap, which is simply perfect for Lu Wen, a person who likes to solo bosses. You consume skill points x16. Dagger Mastery LV5 LV6. You consume skill points x16. Serious Injury LV5 LV6. After finishing upgrading his skills, Lu Wen dropped his sight on his equipment bar. 2 second turning upgrade scrolls, which he was going to use on his weapons and rings. This is because these 2 pieces of equipment fulfill the requirements for the use of runestones. I also don't know how much of a boost I'll get from turn 2 equipment. Lu Wen's previous life was just a small Karami who had just turned 1 not long ago. Far less than now. Those experiences that were once there could no longer provide him with any useful help at this point. Lu Wen removed the equipment so that it was attached to the surface of the Ascension Scroll. A golden light suddenly swooshed out, wrapping the equipment tightly and making it impossible to see inside. A moment later, the golden light dissipated, and under Lu Wen's gaze, 2 pieces of equipment with very different styles from the previous ones were revealed. A short blade, red in color and surrounded by gold inlays as if it were a work of art, hovered silently in the air. Next to it is a dominating ring with a coiled evil dragon. Looking at the newly released 2 pieces of equipment, Lu Wen couldn't help but TSK twice. In the end, it's a second turn equipment. It's just not the same as those rags I used earlier. Lu Wen took it in his hand and played with it for a while before proceeding to start strengthening it. From plus 19 to plus 29, each enhancement requires 1,000 strengthening stones, and there is a 20% chance of failure during the enhancement process. The penalty for failure is severe, dropping the equipment by 2 levels. If the face is dark enough, it is likely that tens of thousands of strengthening stones smash down. Strengthening level is still plus 19, but who was Lu Wen? The chosen son of the godforsaken land, the possessor of a taboo level talent. How can you have bad luck? After a burst of operation, a series of pleasant beeps suddenly rang in Lu Wen's ears. Congratulations, the red flame short blade has been successfully strengthened. Congratulations, the red flame short blade has been successfully strengthened. Congratulations, the red flame short blade has been successfully strengthened. Not long after, the 2 pieces of equipment that had broken through the boundaries were successfully strengthened to plus 29 by Lu Wen. And this exaggerated strengthening level, even among the second turn players, was also described as heartless. But Lu Wen had no intention of stopping. When the rune stones came to hand, he would install them all. However, before that, he still needed to upgrade the runestone fusion to fulfill the equipment's already small number of whole slot locations. Runestone upgrade, although there is no failure to say, but the materials required is an astronomical figure. Just went to high school at that time, but also heard that a teacher to play runestone fund. After the burst of the position after the loss of pants are not left, the loan of a level 5 rune stone, and finally because of the inability to pay off the debt and jumped off a building and commit suicide. Holding the rune stone in his hand, Lu Wen's thoughts diverged for a while, thinking of the stormy teacher who had caused a sensation in Guangfeng No. 1 Middle School. A level 5 rune stone is equivalent to 561 level 1 rune stones. Where would an unusual player go to get so many rune stones? Within the magical land, runestone fusion was extremely pitiful. There had to be 9 rune stones of the same grade and with the same attributes to be fused together. In other words, Lu Wen had to prepare 9 level 1 runestones if he wanted to ascend to level 2 with the physical attack runestones in his hand. The same is true for level 2 to level 3, and even subsequent higher levels. Such a high cost also makes the runestone much more effective. Each time you upgrade, the runestone has a minimum additional increase of 1.5%, and the further you go the more exaggerated the effect of the upgrade becomes. Second turn players can put 2 runestones on each piece of equipment, which means that on weapons and rings, I can set a total of 4. Calculating like this, 500 ordinary runestones are completely enough for me to combine 4 third-level runestones. With this thought, Lu Wen's mind moved, and he saw hundreds of runestones rise out of thin air, entangling and colliding with each other. With a flash of light, Lu Wen was left with only 4 physical attack runestones in his hand. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. After Lu Wen set the runestone, he turned to the equipment panel. When he saw the specific attributes of the second turn equipment, he immediately sucked in cool air and stared in disbelief. Red Hot Short Blade plus 29. Equipment description: a golden weapon that breaks the shackles, with a terrifyingly high damage that makes the rest of the second turned beings fearful. Equipment level, LV 40. Equipment quality, gold. Equipment part, weapon. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attribute, physical attack plus 2074. Enhanced effect, physical attack plus 10,058. Runestone, tier 3 physical attack runestone, 2x. Runestone effect, physical attack plus 970. Equipment effect, 25% probability of triggering Inferno Dragon Slash when attacking, increasing damage by an additional 180%. The Ring of the Broken Wall plus 29. Equipment description: a golden ring that breaks through the shackles and comes with an extremely rare special skill. Equipment level, LV 40. Equipment quality, gold. Equipment part, ring. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attribute, physical attack plus 1,364. Enhanced effect, physical attack plus 6,615. Runestone, tier 3 physical attack runestone, 2x. Runestone effect, physical attack plus 638. Equipped effect: after killing an enemy, it will activate the instant body buff, which can instantly descend to any position within 5 meters, only effective within 3 seconds of activation. I'm wiped out. 2 pieces of gold level equipment gave me 2 such heaven-defying skills. It's a bit outrageous, isn't it? Looking at the attributes of the equipment and the accompanying skill effects, Lu Wen's harumph almost didn't flow out. He was already good at instantaneous outbursts, often killing an unusual small monster in a few hits. If he put on the ring and activated the instant body buff, wouldn't he become a true flying thunder god owner? Super efficient brushing, not weaker than those mages at all, and will even be stronger. If you come across a suitable leveling ground, instantaneous body can be cast almost uninterruptedly. What a void walker. This is really a treasure for me to find. Lu Wen decided that unless he met equipment with better attributes and specialties than the Ring of Broken Bits in the future, he wasn't going to change it in the short term. With 2 pieces of strong equipment to add support. At this moment, Lu Wen's physical attack attribute once again ushered in an explosive increase. Physical attack, 17484371111. Chapter 42, the proper use of split. The physical attack has more than doubled. I just don't know what it would be like to hit a second turn monster. Lu Wen had expected his exaggerated damage. He wanted to know how much difference there was between turn 2 and turn 1, and whether or not this current gold level equipment would work or not. If that doesn't work, then we'll have to go to the Qin family and Lu family's quarters in Diyuan City. The heads of the 2 families were dead, and these 2 forces that had hunted him down more than once had now become an experience bag for Lu Wen to take as much as he wanted. If you're short on equipment and props, you can absolutely take the heads of 2 families and sacrifice some. As for whether or not the person who was killed had any grudges against him, this was out of Lu Wen's consideration. If you send someone to kill me or even come to kill me in person, you've already made a deadly enemy. I have no father, no mother, and no elders or brothers, so killing me is the same as killing my whole family. If there is ever a day when your 2 families are exterminated, don't blame me. Lu Wen has his own set of proven logic and is not worried about equipment at all. The only thing that's hard to deal with is the platinum level boss. With my current strength I simply can't hunt this kind of existence alone. I must find a large group to go in, whether it's a copy or a field. You must participate in killing the platinum level boss inside. Luwen had a plan in his mind, but how to implement it was another question. Whether it was in Dragon Ripple City or Earth Origin City, he didn't have any human veins available to him, and there were quite a few enemies. The experience required to upgrade the second turn was huge, and it was impossible to get out of this place for a while. Solely, Luwen ran outside of the city and began to research a suitable location for his leveling. As usual, he found a map that was 5 levels above his own, but unfortunately, this place was infested with soul system monsters, which were very much a restraint for a physical output profession like him. This caused Luwen to shift his position, from LV-45 Shadow Spectre, all the way to LV-49 Martial Grandmaster, finally allowing him to discover a suitable place to practice, only to see that within the forest ahead, there were quite a few players teaming up to hunt a single giant gibbon. The gibbon was 3 meters tall and stood up like a small giant. Unusual players looked very small in front of him. A pair of super meaty fists that seemed to be covered in 10 layers of gloves made this item's attacks extremely exaggerated, ranking amongst wild monsters of the same level. Luwen saw a battle blade player who couldn't dodge in time, being smashed by this tank-sized fist. The whole person along with the shield was smashed out together, losing most of his life. The gibbon attacked swiftly and powerfully, one move after another. All kinds of punches were performed in its hands, looking like a martial artist who had practiced martial arts for many years, worthy of being called Martial Grandmaster. This name is really not wrong. Martial Arts Master, Long-Browed Ape, LV-49. Life, 304. 000/304. 000. A small monster has 300. 000 life. The second turning city's practicing ground is just awesome. Although the life of a martial master was very high and Luwen was somewhat surprised by it, a smile appeared on his face, and the plus 29, Red Inferno Shortblade, was already in his backhand. Before I was promoted, I was able to kill martial arts masters with my damage, and now that I've achieved Faceless One, I'll only be more comfortable dealing with it. Luwen hid in the shadows, and after finding a place where there were fewer people, he began to strike hard at this small monster that caused countless second-turn players headaches. Luwen had his skills fully open and quickly came behind the martial grandmaster, and the broken blade pierced into the small monster's back heart like a spike. Ow dash. -1, 288, 523. Blast. Exaggerated damage emerged from the top of the little monster's head, and the martial grandmaster only had time to let out a miserable scream before his body turned into a patch of light and disappeared. Congratulations, you have killed the martial arts master, LV-49. Experience plus 5,454. Cross-level experience bonus plus 2,454. Martial arts patriarch. On this, Luwen felt rather speechless as he looked at the high amount of damage he had dealt. He had thought that martial arts masters had a certain level suppression on themselves and that it would be slightly more difficult to fight. But as soon as Luwen exploded, the little monsters were doused with damage and there wasn't even a shadow left. It's really a bit weak. This is good. I can summon the faceless doppelganger to help me fight together, even if it's only 35% of my own attributes. I'm afraid I can still maniacally abuse these martial arts masters. Luwen's mind moved, and 4 doppelgangers that looked exactly like him appeared in place. They inherited Luwen's intention and without the slightest hesitation, they madly rushed towards the martial grandmaster. In the flashes of light and shadow, the 4 doppelgangers would each decimate a head of martial grandmasters. The moment the little monster died, a prompt came from Luwen's side as well. Congratulations, you have killed the martial arts master, LV-49. Experience plus 5,454. Cross-level experience bonus plus 2,454. Congratulations, you have killed the martial arts master, LV-49. Experience plus 5,454. Cross-level experience bonus plus 2,454. Congratulations, you have killed the martial arts master, LV-49. Experience plus 5,454. Cross-level experience bonus plus 2,454. A divine skill for brushing monsters. If I keep summoning the Faceless Divergent, isn't it equivalent to applying a permanent experience buff to myself? I thought that it would be more difficult to upgrade after entering the second turn, but now it seems to be somewhat different from what I thought. After perceiving the correct usage of Faceless Divergence, Luwen couldn't wait to start experimenting with it. 10 minutes later, Luwen looked at his experience bar that had skyrocketed a notch, and a demented smile appeared on his face. It's at least 60% more efficient, and aside from having to replenish mana from time to time and the short duration of the split, there aren't any major drawbacks at all. Even in some places where small monsters are dense, the doppelganger can trigger the instantaneous shift buff, coming and going without a trace. Purely and simply a hyperspace warrior. The speed at which experience rises is visible to the naked eye, and the exhilaration it brings is by no means comparable to that of a man or a woman. After experiencing the strength of the split skill, Luwen was simply unwilling to stop, and his entire body was directly rooted in this leveling area. It was just that unlike ordinary players who were based in one place, there were often not enough monsters to paint due to Lu Wen's efficiency in killing monsters being too fast. This forced him to run back and forth between several major leveling zones, to the point that this frantic action caused the light-chasing elite group, who had just been punched out of the secret realm, to bump into him. "Chief, look guys, what are those light masses? They're so fast. With such high damage, even a martial arts master can be directly killed in seconds. That's too cool, isn't it?" A metal-looking singer in light green robes with a staff exclaimed. Following the singer's line of sight, the people of the light-chasing elite group also noticed the faceless doppelganger in front of them who was constantly flickering his body and frantically slaughtering martial arts masters. "Chief, this man is so powerful. Do you think he's any good? Can he help us get through that secret realm?" Chapter 43 The Light Chasers Elite Group. Looking at Lu Wen who was frantically slaughtering the small monsters, Chasing Light showed a surprised look on his face. Although killing some martial arts masters didn't seem like much to him, he was afraid that his own strength wasn't low as he was able to solve the LV-49 monsters so efficiently. Thinking of the painful encounter in the secret realm just now, Chasing Light couldn't help but show a few helpless looks on his face. It's a good idea to make some contact, and if it works, there's nothing wrong with pulling this guy. Left and right we're still missing a profession that can hit output. After making up his mind, Chasing Light walked towards the direction where Lu Wen was, and behind him were 50 elite players, who likewise followed. Before they could get close to Lu Wen, Chasing Light's footsteps lurched as he looked with shock at the figure that suddenly dissipated in front of him. Not only him, even the singer Sissy, who had been shouting to pull Lu Wen into the team earlier, had her mouth open at this moment and kept blinking with a dumbfounded look on her face. Is this Faceless One's split skill? As Elite turned 2 players, they were naturally clear about the core skills of each profession, and the only ones who could master the split in turn 2 were the Faceless Ones with the highest burst damage. A single bilocation can furiously abuse a martial arts master. Then the main body strength. Chaser's throat rolled, feeling as if he had seemingly met a real bigot, and it's also their most scarce output profession. "Sissy, come with me. Let's go talk to this big guy and see if we can pull him over. Even if it's not good enough, we have to make him work with us to get through that secret realm." Sissy let out a and after checking that her own makeup was fine, she followed Chasing Light's footsteps and headed for the woods ahead. Lu Wen leaned his back against the boulder and looked at the 2 players who were taking a step towards him. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. He recalled his experiences after descending into Earth Elemental City, and after confirming that he hadn't incurred any trouble, he sighed slightly in his heart. By the looks of it, it's not here to look for trouble. It's a pity about my gold boss drop. Lu Wen shook his head in disappointment. Since it wasn't an enemy coming to his door, there was no need for him to continue staying here. "Dude, wait." Seeing Lu Wen wanting to leave, Chasing Light was shocked in his heart. Such a thick thigh could not be let go for nothing. He hurriedly stepped forward to call out to Lu Wen, and then under the other party's slightly puzzled gaze, he opened the door and stated his intentions. "Brother, I am the leader of the light-chasing elite troop, Light Chasing. Next to me is our vice troop. Just now I saw you brushing the monsters next to me, and you were actually able to take out the martial grandmasters easily with your faceless detachment. It's really impressive. Truth be told, our team has just discovered a newly born secret realm, and we wanted to break it down directly, but the difficulty of this secret realm is just too high. With only our strength, it's a bit difficult to get it through before the line goes down. Brother's strength is good. Do you want to come over and get a piece of the action?" Chasing Light issued an invitation. His tone was sincere, and he couldn't see the slightest hint of hypocrisy. Sissy kept nodding her head in the background, acting as a comic relief. "That's right. What has been refreshed this time is the secret realm of blessed treasure. As long as we kill the final boss, everyone will be able to obtain a huge amount of benefits. We can lock the distribution mode to distribution by labor. The light-chasing elite group won't do those things of bullying the small by the big. The resources should be whoever's." Hearing the word Fubo, Lu Wen, who was originally not interested in this, had his eyes light up, not expecting to encounter this kind of benefit just after entering Diyuan City. Compared to ordinary secret realms, Fubo secret realms can produce some more rare and special resources. Things like strengthening stones, rune stones, disposable props, and special treasures that increase one's attributes are all available in there. Relatively, the difficulty would be slightly greater than the normal secret realm. However, Lu Wen didn't immediately agree, but asked, "May I ask how many players your group has in total? If I remember correctly, the elite group is at least 50 players to start with and 200 to cap it off. An elite group whose strength far exceeds that of an ordinary squad. Why is there even a Fubo secret realm?" Lu Wen didn't continue, but Chasing Light and Shishi blushed, obviously understanding each other's meaning. Chasing Light coughed lightly a few times, and just when he wanted to explain, Xia Xia on the side couldn't help but open her mouth. "We, the light-chasing elite group, have only 50 players here this time, but it has absolutely nothing to do with the loss of the secret realm. It's purely because that guarding boss is too perverted. Even though it's only LV40, he's a platinum level beast. How can we little Karami fight? Sissy bristled, extremely dissatisfied with her poor play in the secret realm just now. After all, they could all be LV50 plus players, and to be beaten by a boss that had just entered the second turn and nearly destroyed the group still made her upset. Gold level boss? Those 50 people do have a bit of trouble, but it only has a measly LV40. It's platinum. If we can roll over even when killing a gold boss that is 10 levels below us, why don't we just take a block of tofu and run ourselves over? Sissy corrected. Platinum? Hearing these two words, Lu Wen's heartbeat directly missed a beat. He had tinnitus earlier and thought that Sissy was talking about a gold level boss. It wasn't until the other party corrected him that Lu Wen reacted to the chance of his talent promotion. And it's also a special boss whose level is only LV40 and can only be active in the secret realm. Faced with this kind of temptation, how could Lu Wen endure it? And after asking for some other news about the secret realm, he immediately chose to join the team. As for the matter of Chasing Light inviting Lu Wen to join the Chasing Light elite group, it was rejected on the spot by him. I'm sorry, I don't have any thoughts of joining other team forces in the short term, so thank you for your kind words, brother Light Chaser. Lu Wen knew exactly how terrifying his upgrade speed was, and joining the second turn elite corps wouldn't help him at all, except for the fact that it would put a layer of shackles on his body. Well, in that case, let's go to the secret realm first. Chasing Light sighed slightly. Although he hadn't seen Lu Wen's main body strength with his own eyes, he knew that this person was absolutely strong and terrifying. It was within his expectation that he had not succeeded in pulling it together. Having the opportunity to break into the secret realm together today, he was already able to hook up with this strong man, and if he wanted to pull someone in, there would be plenty of opportunities to do so in the future. Chasing Light led Lu Wen back to the elite group, but when he came closer, he saw 5 players dressed in blood standing there. The other sub-regiment, which had originally stayed in the city's quarters, had also come this way at this time, and was chatting with the 5 of them about something with a smile on their faces. Seeing Chasing Light and Shishi return, Deputy Regiment Lin Yu waved his hand and hurriedly came forward. Chief, Sissy, you're finally back. After hearing my brothers say that they lost this opening and that the regiment's output was insufficient, I purposely recruited 5 blood-clothes Dark brothers from the city to come and help out. Among them, the one with the tallest block is one of the Dark leaders of the blood-clothes Dark Bureau. His name is Hu Tian, and his strength is very impressive. Chief, what happened to your face? Why is it a little dark? Chapter 44, Encountering the Blood-Clothes Dark Bureau again. After noticing that the atmosphere was wrong, Lin Yu also noticed Lu Wen behind Chasing Light. Associating the words that had just come out of the group's mouth, Lin Yu's heart instantly thumped. It can't be a good thing, can it? What one fears most often comes. When those 5 blood-clothes Dark Bureau players saw Chasing Light, they hurriedly went forward to greet and say hello. Although the light-chasing elite group was nothing more than a small group at the end of the line in their eyes, but the right to use the secret realm was in someone else's hands, so even with their status, they had to be nice and ask for a position. After all, they were coming over and splitting the resources of the other team themselves. There are 5 people in, so there will inevitably be 5 people out. Head Light Chaser, I am Hu Tian, the head of the Blood-Clothes Dark Bureau, and these 4 are my hand and foot brothers, all leveled above LV53. I heard that the headmaster wants to find an output squad to pass through the secret realm. The output of the 5 of us is absolutely powerful. Even in our Blood-Clothes Dark Bureau it's also the upstream level. I'd like to trouble the headmaster to show his face and spare a few seats for the 5 of us brothers. Hu Tian will be grateful later. Looking at Hu Tian, who was tall and carrying a huge sword of cold light on his back, with a face full of smiles and even a bit of fawning, Chasing Light felt quite a headache. He had heard of Hu Tian's name, a LV57 Battleblade Grandmaster with considerable strength. He had even seen the other party leading the Blood-Clothes Alliance's elites in a 50-man configuration to round up a LV53 gold-ranked boss with his own eyes. Whether it was command or individual combat power, Hu Tian was excellent. Unfortunately, Chasing Light shook his head. If Hu Tian had come at any other time, he would have absolutely swept his couch to welcome him. Even if he had to sacrifice some of his team's interests, he would have to sell the Blood-Clothes Dark Bureau a favor. But now, what's the matter, Chief? Could it be that there is some difficulty? Seeing Chasing Light sigh, Hu Tian suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Although the 5 secret realm quotas were indeed precious, but the volume of the Blood-Clothes Dark Bureau, the other party should sell him a face. At that time, Lin Yu and they had clearly said that the maximum number of places within the team could be evened out, and that it was impossible to force the 5 of them in. But Hu Tian was confident that with the reputation of the Blood-Clothes Dark Board, even if he wanted 5 places, Chasing Light, even if he was no longer reluctant, would have to pinch his nose and admit this dark loss, but things don't seem to be going as well as one would expect. Hu Tian's thoughts turned sharply, and without giving Chasing Light the chance to open his mouth, he hurriedly said, "Captain, I see that your regiment is fully configured, and I'm afraid that it's a bit difficult to hastily cram the 5 of us on. Tell you what, see if you can even out a spot. I'm on the verge of the 3rd turn now, it's time to accumulate some trial materials." He thought that after lowering the conditions, Chasing Light would agree to this, but seeing that the other party was still shaking his head and refusing to give up his position, Hu Tian could not help but get angry in his heart. "Head of Light Chaser, before coming here your vice regiment said that you wanted to recruit an output profession to enter the secret realm. Now that my people are here and you are unwilling to bring me, what? Are you looking down on my Hu Tian's strength?" As the words fell, Hu Tian's body exuded a faint fury aura, and the entire room fell silent, with their gazes all falling on Chasing Light. "Bodyguard Hu, I'm really sorry, there was indeed recruitment posted over at the resident earlier, but unluckily, we had already recruited a partner first before you came. If there is an opportunity in the future, it won't be too late for the two sides to cooperate." Chasing Light's tone was full of apologies, but Sissy on the side rolled her eyes. "This Hu Tian is big and thick, long and bold appearance, said that he will repay later, who knows when the future is in the end. Want to rub a secret car? Do not pay the pit fee, even if it is not enough, but also want to hog 5 at once." She has never seen such a brazen person. "I don't know who Headlight Chaser called. Could it be a famous expert from Earth Elemental City? Let me get acquainted too?" After hearing that the team was full, Hu Tian's expression instantly turned cold, no longer having the previous fawning. He scanned the circle and finally landed his gaze on Luwen. The light-chasing elite group had the same costume, which was very recognizable, and this guy in front of him who was hiding his head was afraid that he wasn't the one the other side was talking about cooperating with. "Humph, I'd like to see who you are." Without caring about the faces of the people present, Hu Tian directly threw out his scrying technique towards Luwen, and when he saw the bright and shiny and only LV40 level, he immediately laughed out loud. "Ha ha 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 ha, Headlight Chaser, are you not joking with me? How can a LV40 guy in the district have the nerve to steal a position from me? It couldn't be that Headmaster Jean Chasing Light thought that I couldn't be stronger than this trash who just turned 2. Hu Tian pointed his finger at Lu Wen and laughed with tears in his eyes. He could kind of see that what partners, all excuses. The light-chasing elite group didn't want to cooperate with them at all, deliberately raising a LV40 waist as a shield. Did he really think that he, Hu Tian, was good at fooling around? What? LV40? I go. Still really just turned 2. The head of the head is not to invite the big master it. How to bring back a drag bottle? It shouldn't be. The headmaster wouldn't really just bring back a random one to make up the numbers. Or is this the first son of one of the big families who wants to come over and mix up the favors? As Hu Tian's words fell, the crowd looked towards Lu Wen's direction and couldn't help but suck in cold air when they saw that this one was really only LV40. All of them were talking about it. To most second-turn players, the masquerade on Lu Wen's face simply didn't work as well as it should have. As for the 4 players behind Hu Tian, their faces were also gloomy. This light-chasing elite group was so bold that they actually dared to fool even the people from the blood-clothes dartboard. Did they really not want to hang out in Earth Elemental City anymore? And no one was more shocked than the duo of Chasing Light and Shishi. They glanced at each other, and each could see the surprise and horror in the other's eyes. Previously, the duo did not cast their scrying technique on Lu Wen, firstly because they were afraid that the other party would notice, and secondly because they were empirical in thinking that this one was definitely a great expert of LV55 or above. But now it seems that this is clearly just entering the second turn of the newborn. Not only did such a low rank not make them feel disappointed, but a great joy welled up in their hearts. LV40 will be able to use the faceless doppelganger to abuse and kill the martial arts master. What kind of equipment? What kind of skills do you have to do? Not to mention having seen it, the duo had never even heard of it. Could this Lu Wen guy be one of those great powers' newly born prides? She gulped. In order to prevent the headmaster from dropping the chain, she hastily opened her mouth, completely dispelling Hu Tian's thoughts of wanting to dabble with the car. Bodyguard Hu, please return. There is no need to talk about the secret realm. This is the person we are looking for. It's getting late. We still have to go and attack the secret realm. Lin Yug, see off the guests on behalf of Headlight Chaser. Xia was thunderous, and after she finished speaking, she immediately called up Lu Wen and the clueless group of brothers and rushed towards the place where the secret realm was located, only leaving behind the 5 Hu Tian who were even more confused in place as well as Lin Yu who had a helpless look on his face. Dart Leader Hu. It's really embarrassing for Chief Cece to give the word. Chapter 45. Looking at the departing back of Lu Wen and the others, Hu Tian froze in place for a long time before coming back to his senses. We're, what? Getting screwed over by the Light Chasers elite? Hu Tian had the feeling of a dream. Since joining the Bloodclothes Dark Board, he had never been the only one to bully others. Where had he experienced being teased? Dart head. This matter cannot be left alone. How can a small elite group dare? And that mole cricket, who has obviously just entered the second turn, actually helped the light-chasing elite group to jointly fool us, deserves to die as well. A little brother's chest heaved and he growled low in exasperation. The rest of the few people nodded their heads in succession, their faces ugly and frightening. Obviously, they also felt that this time, they came to look for the light-pursuing elite group to be left with a big face. Humph, how can we let it go like this? Chasing Light is going to die, as well as those members of the elite corps behind him. One by one, all of them can't escape. As for that LV-40 Griffin, he just came to Second Turning City and doesn't know the heights of heaven. He even dares to offend my Bloodclothes Dark Bureau, when he really doesn't know what he's talking about. It seems that it's necessary to make them wake up to who's in charge of this Earth Elemental City. Hu Tian's face was grim as he silently walked towards the direction where the crowd had left, and within a short time, the four juniors were in the chat group and saw the hunting order given by the Dark Master. All idol brothers in a group. Look at my personal coordinates and come to support me quickly. The enemy is an elite group of 50. Powerful. But the Bloodclothes Dark Board is the leader of D Yuan City. This matter concerns the face of all the people in the board. We must not let the enemy escape easily. Auxiliary professions prepare all the banning props in advance and make sure to wipe them all out, leaving no survivors. After giving several orders one after another, Hu Tian took 4 minions and trailed after the light-chasing elite group crowd to follow them. When he thought that he and the others didn't need to enter the secret realm, he could also snatch the props obtained by this group of people and even his own equipment. Hu Tian couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Do you really think that fooling my Bloodclothes Dark Bureau is costless? Naive? Lu Wen followed the light-chasing elite group all the way to a certain valley in dense forest, and after passing through the layers of cover, he finally saw a hexagonal altar emitting a ghostly light. Its surface was carved with complex runic patterns, and mana vortexes surrounded it. A glance would let people see that this place was extraordinary. It looks rather like a phallic altar from the Awakening, Lu Wen thought in his mind. Regarding such a rare resource as the secret realm, he had only learned about the information on the relevant forums of the godforsaken land. There are all kinds of comments, either hateful curses or extreme praise, to name a few. But the same point is the huge resources contained within the secret, but all can successfully pass, will be its rich rewards to the mouth full of oil. There are different rules within the secrets. I just don't know what type this one actually is. I hope it works in my favor. When he came over earlier, Chasing Light and Sissy briefly talked to him, but Lu Wen only heard a generalization. He still had many doubts in his mind about the secret realm he was about to enter. As if he could see what was going on, Chasing Light led the crowd towards the altar until the spectral light lit up from the ripples. Then he turned his head and laughed. The rules of the secret realm will be clear to you once you enter. Lu Wen nodded his head. Similar to entering a duplicate, the secret realm would also give the corresponding conditions for clearing the level. The light flashed, and the crowd disappeared into place, leaving only the sound of the wintry wind blowing from time to time. A few moments later, another sound rang out from the dense forest. Hu Tian appeared here with 4 people. Their throats rolled involuntarily as they greedily looked at the already lit up secret altar. If we can successfully destroy Chasing Light and their group, the equipment that will be popped out will definitely be able to bring the brothers' battle power up another notch. Who made these guys dare to not give face to the dart head? Don't they know who the sky is in this D Yuan city? That's right. When Along and the others come over to set up this place, no matter how great the light-chasing elite group is, they will have to be buried here. You've entered the Amethyst Realm. Requirements: traverse the Amethyst Corridor, 0/1. Kill the Amethyst Beast, 0/1. Rule 1, the Amethyst Corridor should be traversed by a single person, and the person who fails will be judged to be dead, and cannot be revived by resurrection and other healing skills. Rule 2, for every 200,000,000 life points consumed from the Amethyst Beast, you can randomly obtain a secret realm buff. Rule 3, maximum capacity of the secret area, 50 persons. No wonder Chasing Light didn't bring more people in, so there's a limit to the number of people. Just wouldn't that difficulty be a little too high? When Lu Wen saw these 3 secret realm rules, he was slightly silent, especially the second one, which was even more of a big headache to read. Consuming 200 million lives to get a buff. How much blood does this nigga have? This time, he and the light-chasing elite group crowd surrounded the boss. If his teammates were too crotch-pulling by himself, it would never be possible to pass the secret realm alone. However, when Lu Wen thought about his third trial, which was likely to show up as a platinum-level boss, his heart was struck with fear. You can't really ask me to fight one-on-one, can you? This is a bit too difficult, Lu Wen muttered to himself, depressed as he stepped into the long amethyst corridor in front of him that could only accommodate one person. The entire promenade was made of bright purple crystals inlaid with an incomparably smooth surface that could clearly reflect Lu Wen's figure. Lu Wen wasn't sure what kind of danger there was within the long corridor, and he took his short blade out, vigilantly observing the front and back ends. Buzz. Just then, a sound of wings flapping suddenly rang out. Lu Wen hastily turned his head and realized that hundreds of fist-sized purple poisonous bees had appeared behind him from nowhere. The spikes on the ass of the poisonous wasp flashed with dark green luster, and bursts of poisonous mist erupted from the holes on its body surface, and in a short time, it had blocked all the paths behind Lu Wen. Asterisk. What the? Lu Wen's feet powered up and he hurriedly ran forward, while not forgetting to fling out his scrying technique and shine it on the poisonous bees. Amethyst Poison Wasp, LV45, Enhanced Elite, Life, 10 out of 10. Characteristics, protected by the rules of the secret realm. Each attack received is forced to be reduced to 1 point. Marred. Lousy can even kill a small mountain of martial arts masters in seconds. Your fart of a poisonous wasp can actually block me 10 times. Is there any mistake? After seeing the monster's characteristics, Lu Wen knew in his heart that it was by no means reserved for players to deal with, and should be some sort of means to drive them forward. Lu Wen was extremely fast, even more so after entering the sneak state. Before he could run far, Lu Wen felt enlightened. An extremely wide and long corridor cave appeared within his vision, but Lu Wen couldn't be happy. Chomp, bang, swish, swoosh. Various kinds of amethyst weapons emerged from the crystal wall, blocking the front 100 meters of the road layer by layer. There are super steel needles as thin as cattle hair, as fast as lightning chopping horse sword, and can be hammered to death in a single blow of the 10-meter hammer. But if he touched it, even Lu Wen's body would probably be seriously injured. And the line of small transparent characters that appeared next to it also side by side confirmed Lu Wen's conjecture. Being hit by a weapon temporarily deducts 15% of the player's maximum life limit and causes a certain knockback effect. Chapter 46, The Pitiful Organ Path. A knockback effect here. Don't you want me to die? I don't know how the damage of the patches of reinforced elites in the back will be, but the base is there, and it's enhanced by the ultra extreme buff. Any way you look at it, he doesn't have the advantage. And if it's a firefight he might even roll over here. There's no way out. We can only break in today. Having said that, Lu Wen still summoned 4 faceless doppelgangers very much from his heart to break into this trap together. According to Lu Wen's observation, there were dozens of organ array weapons on the surface alone, not to mention whether the designer would be sinister enough to put a big trick in a corner, just waiting for someone with a destiny to come over and inspire it. He didn't even know how to pass through this side of the passage without injury. As the sound of wings waving got closer, Lu Wen knew that there was not much time left for him. Marred. I don't believe that with my current panel attributes, I still can't pass the first level of the secret realm. Lu Wen saw the pattern of the organ's operation, and then after finding what he thought was the perfect timing, he rushed in with a brain. When he entered the organ path, countless arrows were shot out from both sides at once, and the dense air-breaking sound scared Lu Wen so much that he didn't dare to stop at all and rushed forward. However, as the gatekeeper of the secret realm, the difficulty of the organ road was far beyond Lu Wen's imagination. The arrows that were shot out were rooted in the place where Lu Wen was just now, and none of them hit each other. But Lu Wen's face was showing an expression of having seen a ghost. He dully lowered his head, and when he looked at the transparent thin needles that had appeared on the ground at an unknown time, he realized that he had fallen for the big push of the organ gallery. Playing dirty, ha? Lu Wen wasn't one of those species whose dynamic vision was heaven-defying. How could he possibly see the fine needles that suddenly stabbed up? He wouldn't necessarily be able to spot them even if he looked closely, not to mention being highly mentally focused on breaking through the barrier. A strange force descended around Lu Wen, pushing him backward, and the entire person instantly arrived at the entrance of the organ corridor. Lu Wen looked at those suddenly slowed down organs and hidden weapons and sneered. Pretend, keep pretending. As long as I step into the organ gallery, you guys will give me a super sneak attack. Lu Wen remembered where the spikes were this time, and at this point, the culprit that caused him to retreat this far had disappeared. But this was nothing to Lu Wen, just a small hidden weapon sneak attack. It was hard to believe that he would fall in the same position twice. Lu Wen continued to sprint, but this time, before he reached his previous position, the undefendable spikes actually reappeared and directly stabbed him through the soles of his feet. Ah! Intense pain instantly swept through his entire body, and Lu Wen couldn't help but shout out with a hideous expression. But no matter how much he wailed, he could never stop the effect of the rules of this place, and was once again lifted to his initial position. Only this time, the poisonous bees at the back had already caught up, mercilessly crashing into every corner of Lu Wen's body like a raging storm. The poisonous needles that he carried behind him even pierced through his mask, battle armor, and leg guards, directly piercing into Lu Wen's flesh. Grass. My eyes. Lu Wen covered his face with his hands and kept swinging his short blade in an attempt to repel the little monsters. Unfortunately, under the special buff, the group of poisonous bees were not afraid of Lu Wen's super high attack at all, and all of them charged forward without fear of death. -186, -152, -164. The little monsters don't do much damage and seem unthreatening. However, the lives that were plummeting like running water were telling Lu Wen that if he didn't pass through the organ corridor as soon as possible, he would surely be tortured to death by this group of elite monsters. We can't sit around any longer. We have to act fast. Lu Wen was so disturbed that he hastily cast Shift Shape and appeared on top of the bilocation that was already halfway through the level. Bang! Before Lu Wen could stand firmly on his heels, a heavy hammer fell from the sky, whistling towards his head. Lu Wen hastily dodged, but he stepped on a dark compartment and galvanized the fire dragon godgun that was hidden in the dark. Four long snakes of flame erupted from the ground, directly burning the hair on Lu Wen's body. The body once again fell backwards, rushing straight into the swarm of venomous bees that were catching up. Since Lu Wen had already been hit 3 times in a row by the organ, 45% of his self-taught life was directly deducted. Combined with the occasional infestation of poisonous bees, the state of the paper at the moment is extremely worrying. The slightest mistake will involve in the first level of the secret world. ********. Chasing Light didn't tell me earlier that the difficulty of the secret realm was this high. Is it hard to believe that everyone is not experiencing the same difficulty? Lu Wen was incomparably confused, but at the moment, he was unable to think carefully about the reason, because, in his afterglow, he glimpsed that one of the doppelgangers had magically traversed most of the organ passageway, about 3/4 of the whole. Looking at its smooth appearance, I'm afraid it won't take too long to directly cross the organs here. Lu Wen's eyes lit up as a lightning bolt crossed his mind. He hastily attacked towards the poisonous bees behind him, hanging on to the toxin damage to the 3 gargoyles as fast as he could. Lu Wen silently counted the time in his mind, and when his doppelganger was about to reach the opposite bank, he ran the short blade through the body of the poisonous wasp and immediately inspired Shift Shape. When Lu Wen dodged for an instant, the toxin hanging on the little monster exploded, directly triggering the conditions of instantaneous shift. Lu Wen, who had been tormented enough by the long corridor of organs, where would he dare to hesitate, and immediately dodged forward again, and the other 2 venomous wasp bodies shattered. Lu Wen was waiting for now. After 2 consecutive, instant transfers, he had already appeared at the end of the organ corridor. The small monsters behind him instantly became violent at this scene and killed Lu Wen as fast as they could. Bang! 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 As the poisonous wasps were about to rush towards Lu Wen, a transparent light screen then surfaced, blocking the path of these little monsters. Ha! So it's just a scene monster. I thought I'd have to take care of all of you before I could move on. Looks like I overthought it. Lu Wen glared at these little monsters, snorted coldly, turned around, and headed for the brighter passage ahead. If it wasn't inconvenient to make a move with you within the secret realm, in the outside world, I would have already eaten you alive and transformed you into the experience within me. Looking at the hint of 1/1 on the quest progress, Lu Wen spat thick spit and took big strides towards the exit of the passage. The first level had been passed, and now it was just a platinum level boss's head away from clearing the entire secret world. Simple, brutal, but hard enough. When Lu Wen stepped out of the passageway and came into a huge pit with 4 directions, he realized that there were already quite a few players who had already gathered here. Looking at Lu Wen who was walking towards them, the crowd looked at each other with a trace of doubt flashing across their faces. Which godman is this puss-faced, weird-looking fellow? No way. How did it become like this? We don't have anyone in the light-chasing elite group who looks like this? When he heard the crowd talking, SA was a bit puzzled. What was going on? He had just entered the secret realm not long ago. How could he be forgotten? Lu Wen subconsciously touched his nose, but the strange touch that came from his hand lifted his spirits. He hastily drew out his short blade, crossed out the side of the mirror-like blade, looked at the inside of the body in a state of disarray, full of pus, as if being played with strangers, could not help but fall into a moment of silence. It was as if the poisonous wasp-tail needle had some special ability, and it even directly dinged Lu Wen's gold-level mask, directly revealing the disfigured zombie pus face inside. Is this me personally? Chapter 47 Amethyst Beast. *********. Who the is this? When Lu Wen saw himself in this current state, he was shocked and petrified on the spot. How could he not expect that the swarm of poisonous wasp-tail needles to be so powerful, piercing his golden masquerade, not to mention that even his body was as outrageous as a pus-filled warrior? It's no exaggeration to say that if this world doesn't have the existence of probing techniques, Lu Wen would just strut out onto the street. No, it's a stroll around the mansions of the Qin family, the Lu family, and these rivals, and no one would be able to recognize him. That's add up. Is there an antidote for this? It's not supposed to stay swollen. is it? Luwen had some egg pains and suddenly regretted coming with the light-chasing elite group to make this mess. Old man. Your chasing light had excellent eyesight. After all, it was an important helper that he had personally found. And even though Luwen was nearly disfigured at the moment, he still recognized him at a glance. It's a long story. Not wanting to continue discussing this sad matter, Luwen asked curiously, Headlight Chaser, what did you guys encounter inside the amethyst corridor at the first level? I see that the group is in pretty good shape. Could it be that we didn't encounter the same kind of trial? Hearing Luwen ask this, Chasing Light immediately responded. He gave the other man a sympathetic look inside. Your condition reminds me of an old friend. Deceased? Luwen was a bit puzzled. Our last challenge was also supposed to be 50 people. The one you replaced, old brother, also suffered a serious injury at the first level, and the situation was even worse than yours. But don't worry, old brother, we've quizzed you. The swelling effect on your face will recover in an hour at most. It won't be too much of a problem. Chasing Light gave Luwen a look of you don't worry. Luwen was speechless for a while. His feelings were really what he had guessed. Don't worry, the first level is basically not too threatening. Let's wait for the rest of those brothers and go find the amethyst beast's trouble after the people are all together. Following the sight guide of the Chasing Light, Luwen saw that in the center of the pit, there was a smaller-sized beast, as if it was as big as an ordinary house cat, lying on the ground. The alien beast was covered in purple crystals, and the crystals were exactly the same as the ones he had seen earlier. Luwen attempted to release his scrying technique to check out some of the boss's specific attributes. Unfortunately, they hadn't actually entered the second level yet and couldn't view any information about each other. Good thing, Chasing Light had summarized some of the last raid's insights there, and he looked at the amethyst beast with a dignified expression. Don't look at this guy, it's only a small one, but when it fights, the movement is enough to be called destructive. From what I've observed, this boss should have 10 layers of life, each with over 200 million exaggerated lives. For every layer of life we knock out of the boss, we'll be able to randomly obtain a special gain buff. But the boss will also strengthen by a hair, and its size will eventually become the size of a small mountain. And its strength is extremely terrifying. Listening to Chasing Light's narration, Luwen also had a rough understanding of the amethyst beast. In short, this was a life supermodel that would evolve and eventually be able to grow into a superboss and a terrifying existence that would take them out with a single blow. However, the secret realm was, after all, a place of opportunity with extremely abundant resources, and would not set exorbitant difficulties for challengers that could not be accomplished. The turnaround should be in these random gain buffs, and if you're lucky enough, you might be able to gain the ability to restrain the boss. Time slowly passed, and the remaining players of the light-chasing elite group arrived one after another. When the 50th player appeared here, the female behemoth that was previously lying on the ground suddenly opened its eyes and slowly turned around. Ow! He let out a long whistle up to the sky, as if he was angry that someone had intruded into his forbidden land. When the amethyst beast stood up, a transparent message floated before everyone's eyes. Amethyst Behemoth, LV40, Platinum Boss, Seal 1, Life, 203, 000, 000/203, 000, 000. Everyone listened to the order. The main tank goes up to carry the damage and pull the hatred. The other long-range professions spread out their positions. Don't let the amethyst beast exterminate all of them with one AoE skill. The rest of the freelancers, randomize according to their specialties and get the gain buffs out as soon as possible. Remember, prioritize to ensure that the main tank's milk. Pay attention to stay control skills to protect people. Do not skimp on the hands of the precious medicine. Should eat out and then buy is. Chasing Light said as he led the charge towards the amethyst beast. As a holy shield cleric, his defense was undoubtedly the strongest in the crowd, and was the first major T of this raider group. Don't look at Luwen's luxurious equipment, but in terms of defense and chi and blood alone, he was no match for this one. The crowd wrapped the amethyst beast in layers, and at Chasing Light's command, countless skills rushed up into the sky, ruthlessly smashing into the boss. Rumble, -254, 231, -181, 151, -298, 789, -187, 188, -265, 123, -324, 482, -314, 878, -374, 947. After two transitions, the light-chasing elite group was clearly much more powerful than the players Luwen had previously encountered. The most notable thing was the damage. Even those with slightly less strength could knock out hundreds of thousands of life from the amethyst beast. According to this situation, even as a platinum level boss, I'm afraid the amethyst beast won't be able to hold out for too long. Luwen watched truly as the 200 million lives sealed on the first layer were blown away by chasing light and the others in just the blink of an eye. The strength is extremely exaggerated. It's estimated that the amethyst beast evolving into the size of a small mountain is the key moment of the boss battle. Luwen wiped his short blade and his figure quietly hid in the shadows. He had previously observed the light-chasing elite group for half a day, but unbeknownst to him, these players were also stealing glances at Luwen from time to time. They also wanted to know just how powerful the existence that had been invited by boss chasing light at the expense of offending the blood-clothes Dark Bureau was. After all, the faceless doppelganger had existed for too short a period of time, and many people hadn't gotten a good look at Luwen's true strength. Luwen didn't think too much about it. The purpose of his trip was the same as chasing lights, to kill this platinum-level boss. He didn't even have the idea of hiding his strength, and when he touched the boss close to him, he violently erupted all of his own killing moves. Backstab, serious injury, faceless split, dark attack, but anything that could increase damage was all used by Luwen. Pust. As the short blade fell, a fountain of blood violently erupted from the back of the amethyst beast's neck, coloring the dazzlingly bright purple crystal into a bright red. Large swathes of damage then surfaced, directly dazzling chasing light and the others who were at the forefront. -2, 172, 965, blast, -457, 704, light damage, -11, 133, toxin damage, -22, 266, toxin damage, -100, 199, toxin damage, -100, 199, toxin damage, -100, 199, toxin damage. What kind of damage is this? Hundreds of thousands of toxin seconds? Blitz directly broke 7 digits to go. This is just the second turn can hit out of the damage? Chasing Light stared wide-eyed, although he had previously seen the output that Luwen had put out on the Martial Grandmaster. But the one in front of me is a real platinum-level boss, and the two can't be compared to each other at all. Originally thought that Luwen should have some kind of special props on him that increased damage to wild monsters, but now it seems that the target of the damage increase seems to be the boss. After holding his breath for a long time, Chasing Light took a deep breath, his eyes filled with excitement. Big bucks. This is a real winner. Chapter 48 Super Output Machine. Looking at the violently unlike human Luwen, Chasing Light just wanted to yell a few times, but as the leader of the elite troop, he had to maintain a masterful demeanor in front of his brothers. So what was the point of yelling and screaming? But no matter how much he tried to hide it, the roar of excitement couldn't cover the fire. CC, quick, hurry up and add buffs to your oldest brother. Don't just look at it. Hurry up on the gain skills. Chasing Light's voice sort of dragged Sissy, who was also looking dumbfounded, back to her senses, and she scrambled to cover all the gain skills on Luwen. As for the other assistants, after seeing that Sissy had already buffed Luwen, they did not make a move so as not to waste their skills. Aides such as the songstress have no cap on the number of people they can milk, though, and it's no problem to put in a few as long as they have enough skill. The point is that with the same buff, only the one with the strongest effect will work on a player. As the deputy leader of the light-chasing elite group, CC's strength was bound to be in the first class, not something that could be compared to an ordinary singer. Congratulations, you have been blessed by Berserk Heart Blessing. Physical damage plus 3054. Duration, 60s. Congratulations, you have been blessed by Water Source Shield Blessing. Physical defense plus 4214. Legal defense plus 3845. Duration, 60s. Congratulations, you have been blessed by Swift Wind Blessing. Attack speed plus 20%. Duration, 60s. Luwen was in the middle of killing, when several dazzling streams of light violently landed on his body, and a brand new power emerged from his body. He felt that his damage was more than a step stronger than before. Is this gain buff? Luwen paused in his movements and looked in the direction of the source of the skill. Cece was gulping down blue pills, sweat sliding down her forehead, a look of being about to be drained. It's working well, but that milk seems to be a bit lacking. Luwen whispered to himself. It was good that the skill roar was loud enough. If Xia heard it, she would not have scolded him for being a rogue. Luwen's figure reappeared on the side of the amethyst beast, and at this moment, his tears had already stacked up, and his strength had risen once again. Combined with the big tits Sissy had given him, he couldn't even begin to imagine how violent he really was today. Ka-chow! The short blade in Luwen's hand flashed with a dangerous red halo, directly piercing through the wafers on the amethyst behemoth's body and bursting it into a pile of debris. Terrifying damage surfaced on its head, once again refreshing Chasing Light's knowledge of the LV40 class. -3, 015, 487, -5, 427, 877. Equipment skills, -612, 185, -1, 102, 667, split damage, -1, 102, 667, -1, 102, 667, -1, 102, 667. In just an instant, Lu Wen had erupted with a terrifying second wound of over 10 million. It directly blew out the amethyst dragon's protective body wafer, extinguishing all of its first layer of life. Dozens of blue balls of light erupted from the boss and fell straight onto all the players. Secret Realm buff enemy breaking blade, blue increases attack power by 13%. The first tier of buff effects was extremely simple and had an effect on all players in this area. And Chasing Light couldn't help but light up after seeing what the buff did. The last time they were seemingly a hair's breadth away from destroying the boss. But he knew deep down that the boss was only the most perverted when it reached the final stage. Not enough damage to do anything but watch your opponent keep bleeding back, no matter how they attacked. It was difficult to threaten the amethyst beast by half. This time, they actually randomized to this rare buff at the very beginning. Ow! A roar interrupted Chasing Light, who was rambling. The previously fart-sized amethyst beast, with the lifting of a layer of seals, as if it had eaten super pig feed, its body swelled several times, directly turning into the size of a tiger and leopard. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! The crystals on the boss's body lit up and transformed into countless streams of purple light, shooting at the crowd like arrows. The sudden outburst of the amethyst beast caught everyone off guard. Just now, it was clear that it had been taking a beating, and the little one had no power to fight back at all, but after contacting the seal, it became incomparably fierce. A single skill knocked out nearly a third of the life of several front rows with slower dodges. Even Lu Wen managed to dodge the attack, his eyes scornfully looking at the tiger and leopard-sized amethyst beast. Is only the second layer of seals this powerful? I can't imagine how ferocious this guy would be if the seals were fully opened. Lu Wen licked his lips, looking a bit hyper. In his opinion, only this kind of incomparably strong boss that was difficult for unusual players to kill would be able to pop out some good goods, and killing it would also unlock the platinum level boss drop, which was a real reward headache. After the amethyst beast finished erupting, Lu Wen's figure shifted and once again came in front of the boss, his short blades continuously stabbing out, poking countless holes in his body. Even the front row of the light-chasing elite regiment raised their weapons and shields and wrapped the amethyst beast in them. The larger body size, on the contrary, is more convenient for front row players to output. What's more, with the buff boost, the amethyst beast's life dropped even more rapidly this time. In just a few minutes, 200 million lives were all emptied by the crowd. Good job, just hit it. Chasing Light raised his shield and roared, his eyes filled with excitement. This crusade against the boss could be so much easier than the last time. He couldn't help but look at Lu Wen and sigh repeatedly that the other party was like a real output machine. Especially when dealing with a big boss like this, the role that can be played is simply terrifying. 50 green light clusters burst out, and Lu Wen suddenly had a cyclone around him, wrapping him in layers. Secret Realm buff, Wind of Size, green increases your physical defense by 5%. How does this green level buff feel? Almost interesting. Even though the 5% defense didn't overlap with the buff that Sissy had put on him, Lu Wen couldn't help but drop his gaze on the green letters behind, Wind of Size. Could this be a buff level in the Secret Realm? Lu Wen couldn't figure it out, but at the moment, he didn't care to pay attention to that because the amethyst boss had once again lifted the seal. Super Pig Feed probe was live and amethyst giants the size of cars suddenly appear. It had a long crystal and horn on its head, and purple elemental energy flowed through its body, making it look very extraordinary. Roar! Having just lifted the seal, the amethyst beast once again unleashed its skill. A shockwave centered on him and spread violently outwards. Even with Lu Wen's reflexes, he didn't dodge the boss skill. He only felt a pain in his body, a thrill of being rubbed head-on by a truck, and was lifted out by it on the spot. Ouch! It hurt so much. Ah! Chapter 49, The Last Hour. Lu Wen shouted in pain while outputting frantically. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his trip. The amethyst beast had to die today. Regardless of whether there were 10 or 20 layers of seals, Lu Wen only wanted to raise his talent to the platinum level as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to quickly gain a firm foothold within the second turning city. Don't break the buffs. Full output. This guy doesn't have a high ceiling layer. The advantage is on our side. Chasing Light shouted loudly, constantly controlling the pace of the elite group's battle. As a main T, he knew very well what to do at what time, and after not having to worry about output, he thought more about how to surround this amethyst beast. Now that the behemoth's strength hadn't been fully displayed, he also had time to think of a strategy to deal with it. Otherwise, it would really be bad if we waited for the boss to evolve to the point where it couldn't be limited. But I don't know if it was just a stroke of luck, but their siege of the amethyst beast this time was unexpectedly smooth. Not only does it have Lu Wen as a super thigh to help out, but even the random buff effects are very powerful, breaking 7 layers of seals in a row, giving all the output and recovery and other rare buff. At this time, even if you don't count the elite group's milkmaid singer. Lu Wen's panel material attack at this time has also come to 48,242. Very vicious and scary. Most players at the top of turn 2 don't have this value. What's more, all players also received a minus 30% cooldown super buff after knocking out 200 million life from the boss for the 7th time. It was with this that Chasing Light had great confidence in the Secret Realm Pass. Looking at the Amethyst Beast that had evolved into a 3-story tall building, not only did the crowd not feel any pressure, but instead they were fully motivated and kept outputting, with large swathes of damage coming out of the boss's head. The 200 million lives that seemed to be standing firm were knocked out again for the most part without realizing it. Roar! Seemingly enraged by Lu Wen's group of ants, the Amethyst Beast roared, its body glowing with purple light, the light filling the entire mine. Rumble! A violent tremor came from the ground, and everyone's spirits were shaken as they nervously watched everything around them. The boss is about to enter a berserk state. Be careful. At most the next layer of seals will have a huge increase in strength. Pull your status in advance. Chasing Light was like an old mother instructing the people of the Chasing Light regiment. Ka-chow. As soon as the words fell, a huge crack emerged from the ground. Ka-chow-ka-chow-ka-chow-ka-chow-ka-chow-ka-chow-ka-chow. The sound was getting denser and denser, and the crazily trembling ground made everyone not have the energy to deal with the boss and look at their feet vigilantly. The earth cracked open, and under the effect of this special skill of the Amethyst Beast, the crowd was divided into dozens of areas by the horrifying crack of the earth. More than 4 or 5, less than 2 or 3. Some of the warblades or sacred shields were divided directly outside the battlefield, and even if they wanted to fight with each other, they couldn't do so for a while. The only way to get close to the boss is to cross the wide crack in the ground. But the problem is, the Amethyst Beast feet area, to people left standing position is very narrow. Really want to brain up. Boss random attack, can push them into the crack of the earth. Lu Wen wasn't AT and wouldn't even think about that. As an output monster, all he had to think about was how to quickly climb up to the Amethyst Beast's head so he could pummel his opponent. With its current damage, seconds have long been in the millions. As long as the light chasing elite group's damage kept up a little bit, the platinum level boss in front of them wouldn't have a chance to show off. Don't be confused by his skills, grab the output and try to kill him in seconds as fast as possible. Otherwise, when he enters his berserk state, it will be difficult to overthrow him straight away with the current situation. Chasing Light, as the head of the group, once again gave the order to fight, and all the members nodded silently without saying anything more, their gazes all focused on the boss. As for Cece in the distance, her eyes were unblinking as she looked in the direction where Lu Wen was. She has to always make sure that the opponent's buffs don't break, thus affecting the speed of advancement of the entire secret world. Xia could see that if they wanted to pass through the secret realm, they absolutely could not do without Lu Wen's help. That exaggerated to unreasonable damage was like a sharp knife that could viciously put a puddle of blood on the boss every time he did it. The Amethyst Behemoth was constantly suffering from skill blasts that caused it to scream in pain, and the frequency of skill releases was much more frequent than the last time when Chasing Light and the others opened up. For a while, the pit lit up with a 7-colored halo of light, with skills exploding every now and then. Under this kind of high-intensity firefight, there were soon players who were unable to dodge, and were turned into scum by a skill of the Amethyst Beast, and directly disappeared in the secret realm. Watch out for dodging. Dodging! Chasing Light's voice is almost shouting smoke, but fighting until now. Both sides have all gone to the head. Coupled with the skill berserk sound explosion in the mine, no one can hear Chasing Light's roar. Ding! Secret realm buff, speed of life and death. Purple increase attack speed by 35%. Increase skill release speed by 25%. As the buff appeared, the Amethyst Beast's body swelled once again, directly breaking through the top of the mine and transforming into the size of a small mountain. Even if his limbs were on the ground, he was as tall as a small 10-story building, and his snake-like purple vertical pupils stared at Lu Wen and the others. Just by looking at each other slightly, the crowd felt a thick pressure coming from their bodies. You have received Life Barrier, Curse, full attribute minus 10%, duration, 6000, asterisk. It even comes with attribute suppression. Should it be so shameless? After Cece saw her attributes slipping, she couldn't help but curse out loud. Her beautiful eyes rounded as if she wanted to kill the Amethyst Beast in this way. As a platinum level boss, it wasn't until this moment that he fully displayed his true battle power. Just by standing still, the strength of the pressure could cause the crowd to be suppressed to a certain extent. Even Lu Wen, he didn't know if this was the special ability of a platinum level boss, but as he watched his opponent rapidly regain blood at a life recovery rate of over 20 million per second, a sense of urgency suddenly rose in his heart. Hurry up and attack. We can't let the boss get its blood back up. Just by speaking, the Amethyst Beast returned 100 million lives. Asterisk. This damn boss. Can't let him continue like this. Chasing Light gritted his teeth. This was where they fell last time. There's a big brother leading the team this time. Brothers, success depends on this one. Output for me. Output ruthlessly. Make sure to cut down the amethyst beast to this point. After roaring this, Chasing Light hurriedly crossed the earth rift and rushed towards the boss. At this time, he didn't even care if the amethyst beast would open up in place. Chasing Light only knew one thing. If they didn't keep up with the output, they really wouldn't have a chance to pass the secret realm. Chapter 50, Talent Upgrade. Looking at the amethyst beast that was madly wreaking havoc and beating the main tees of the light-chasing elite regiment like a ball, Luwen looked grave as he took out a bottle of explosive wound holy water, small, from his backpack, which was one of the few things he had in stock. I wanted to save it as an old reserve, but I didn't expect to use it so soon. Although it was a bit heartbreaking, Luwen still drank it in one gulp to give himself another super buff. You have used explosive damage holy water, minor, to increase your own 10% physical attack and spell attack, and increase your attack speed by 20%. Duration, 60s. As the holy water went down, the Lu cultural relics attacked for the first time to break through the 50,000 mark, and exuded a terrifying to the extreme aura all over his body. If I can kill the platinum level boss and raise my talent, I will be able to have this kind of terrifying panel in normals in the future. Try my strongest strike today. Luwen's figure flickered, constantly weaving in and out of the amethyst beast, with a large area in the back of his head that triggered a blitz attack no matter where he hit. As long as Luwen attacked fast enough, he was perfectly capable of being a terrifying turret comparable to other mages or super shooters. The chowder. The short blade carried golden light and stabbed in, directly exploding a piece of appalling damage on top of the amethyst beast's head. -3, 814, 811. Bludgeoning, -6, 866, 660. Equipment skills, -3, 245, 852. Bludgeoning, -3, 185, 544. Bludgeoning, -5, 671, 477. Equipped skills. The super strong panel combined with the many buffs and Luwen's own +29 equipment effect allowed him to deal a set of damage that made everyone in the room's jaws drop. Almost single-handedly, the amethyst behemoth's blood return was suppressed. Brothers, in one fell swoop, quickly destroy this big guy. Seeing this scene, Chasing Light hurriedly shouted, and his entire body also closed in on the amethyst beast, outputting with all its might. There was no need for him to remind them. These second-turn elites naturally knew what to do. One by one, skills and spells were released as if they didn't want blue, and dazzling halos filled the entire mine. With Luwen's explosive output, the amethyst behemoth now had a near total lack of blood recovery effect except for its full attributes going up by a hair. In front of the elite group that had stacked 8 layers of secret realm buff, a mere 500 million blood was completely insufficient. -242, 488, -358, 145, -358, 456, -412, 414, -275, 777, -184, 985, -247, 896, -321, 544, -351, 488, -314, 456, -359, 589, -188, 345. Large streams of damage blossomed from the boss, and its life was like a flood that had been unloaded, swooping downward with an unstoppable momentum. Boom! Large swathes of haze emerged from the body of the amethyst beast and surged into the crowd. The appearance of the random buff was like a deadly poison, causing all the people present to get all worked up. The seal is lifted. Only the last layer is left. Come on, brothers. Finish him off in one breath. Charge, charge, charge. I didn't expect our light-chasing elite group to be able to round up platinum-level bosses someday. Ha ha, what a pain in the ass. We haven't won the fight yet. Don't be careless. The crowd was exuberant, looking at the boss's life that kept slipping away. The entire crowd was as energized as if they had been pumped with adrenaline. 8%, 6%, 3%, 2%, 1%. The amethyst beast's state was getting worse and worse. Even if it kept struggling against it, it couldn't stop the fact that it was about to be defeated. The last 20 million lives didn't even last a second before they were directly blown up hard by the crowd. The moment its life returned to zero, the amethyst beast's body suddenly ruptured, turning into countless ice crystals that dissipated into nothingness. Equipment props gushed out like a spring, landing precisely at everyone's feet. Ha ha ha, platinum equipment. It's really ING platinum level, and it's also the rarest ring. What's that to you? On my side I exploded a superb vestment with additional defense skills. What are you comparing it to? He. A second turn core skill book. This trip over here is really profitable. The moment the reward appeared, the crowd couldn't wait to put it behind their backs and proceeded to check it out. Chasing Light did the same, and after obtaining 2 pieces of special effect equipment that were very rare even for him, he walked towards Lu Wen with a face full of joy. Older brother, it's thanks to you this time, otherwise with the strength of this boss, even if we find some outside help, it would be almost impossible to surround and kill it with 50 people. Add a friend. If you can still come across this kind of benefit in the future, by then old brother will definitely not forget you. Chasing Light was full of smiles and was quite spirited. Those 2 pieces of special effect equipment fit him very well, even if the equipment attributes were not as good as the one he was wearing now. The increase in his battle power was by no means comparable to that of ordinary equipment. I'm afraid that it will allow him to directly advance to the top echelon of the second turn. Therefore, he was 10,000 times more grateful to Lu Wen in his heart, and even wanted to send out some of his other harvests from this trip to maintain the relationship. But when he walked into Lu Wen's heel, he found that this face, which had been swollen into a pig's head, had been restored to its original state. It was the eyes under the masquerade that looked a little dull, as if they had seen something unimaginable. Congratulations on killing a platinum level boss. God slaying and demon slaying talent is upgraded. Current reward level, platinum level. You've earned the amethyst medal design. You have obtained top, amethyst breastplate, platinum. You've obtained a copy of the second turning crossover scroll. You have gained skill points *40. You have obtained strengthening stone *56,000. When Lu Wen saw several special props that he had never heard of before, he knew that he had really come to the right place for this secret realm. Not only did the talent complete its upgrade, but even the extremely special medallion type equipment exploded. It's really not a wasted trip. What talent? Lu Wen returned to his senses and found that Chasing Light was full of excitement, pulling on his arm and continuously thanking him, rather like he wanted to immediately worship him. Lu Wen drew out his hand and glossed over the matter of talent. It was his livelihood, and he simply couldn't let anyone but himself know about it. Now that the secret realm had passed, he still wanted to go and upgrade as soon as possible, but he didn't have time to accompany Chasing Light and the others anymore. Give a buddy spot for the next date. Lu Wen nodded his head, while in his heart, he silently thought that unless there was a boss of this level out there, he wasn't interested in hanging out with this group of people. Together with his best friend, Chasing Light is full of joy, which is considered to be successful in holding the thigh. Even though the thigh level was only LV40, strength was king in the godforsaken land, and a district level was nothing. After counting the harvest, Chasing Light immediately exited the secret realm. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes, and their vision was restored, but they had already returned to the top of the teleportation altar. Kill, don't let these fat sheep get away. Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, a ferocious roar instantly rang out, and with it, there were countless skillful flames of light. Boom! Chapter 51, The Experience Baby is back. No good, we've been ambushed. Someone is squatting outside the secret realm to guard us. Too much firepower. The enemy is far outnumbered. Don't fight hard. Retreat. Chief, what to do? The dense roar cut off the light chasing elite group command instantly, and light chasing was forced to only shout within the team group. Quickly retreat towards the city. Call up your brothers who are practicing in the wilderness and meet us quickly. Fighting and retreating. Today I want to see who is so bold as to ambush our light chasing elite group. Chasing Light was enraged as he desperately fought off the skills blasting from afar. Looking towards the many figures clad in blood outside the dense forest, he instantly reacted as his sight locked onto Hu Tian at the very front. Damn bastards! So it's you! Hu Tian looked at the wretched figure and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. And you discuss well. You do not listen. Now hit to the face too. How? Still want to beg for mercy not? Hu Tian quickly rushed out, his weapon wrapped in a halo of skill and fiercely shot towards Chasing Light. I'm discussing your mother. Who dares to bully us with impunity on the basis of her big family? Hu Tian, I'll write down today's revenge. Don't let me catch a chance. Chasing Light fended off the incoming attack, his eyes glaring icily at Hu Tian. The real culprit has been found. He is not interested in fighting. The other side has a large number of people. Even if the light chasing elite group's combat power has been upgraded by a section, I'm afraid that it is not a rival of the blood-clothes dartboard. Most importantly, he was afraid of dying in the wild and exploding all the equipment dropped by the amethyst beast. That would be a real loss to Grandma's house. Humph, still trying to escape? Not only you. That kid who fooled my blood-clothes dartboard has to die here today. Hu Tian's eyes were fierce as he scanned the battlefield back and forth, but he didn't find the figure of that waist that was only LV40. Humph, my blood-clothes dartboard has hundreds of brethren here today. Even if you hide underground, I will pull you out and beat you to death. Oh, I'm so scared. I didn't expect the blood-clothes dart bureau to be such a badass within the second turning city. The heavenly boss and the earthly boss. You blood-clothes dart bureau want to be this third. What? Is it hard to believe that you're the ones who have the final say in the earthly Yuan city? Lu Wen's figure emerged from the darkness and killed the elemental envoy who tried to sneak attack Chasing Light with a single strike. He looked at Hu Tian with interest, not realizing that just as he dozed off, someone would send him a pillow. Lu Wen originally wanted to go to Qin and Lu's house to find trouble, so as to make up for his own equipment, but Hu Tian's appearance immediately made him dismiss this idea. With an experience pack delivered to your door, why bother traveling near and far, wasting time, not to mention that the rewards may not be as great as those of the Blood-Clothes dartboard. Dare to kill my Blood-Clothes dart bureau's people. Boy, you have guts. The moment Lu Wen made a sound, Hu Tian turned around violently and stared dead at the short knife in the other party's hand. Beside him was lying an elemental envoy with a face full of panic, as if he had suffered some great terror. He hadn't seen Lu Wen strike, and subconsciously assumed that the other party had relied on a sneak attack to kill his companion. However, Hu Tian didn't realize that around the dead elemental envoy, all the other players couldn't help but take a step back and looked at Lu Wen, who suddenly appeared with a terrified face. The terrifying damage that had just broken 7 digits had really scared them. Obviously just a LV40 guy. The feeling he gave them instead was even more terrifying than those long-established second-turn powerhouses. It's true that I don't have a lot of guts, but yours, it seems, is pretty big too. Dare to ambush me in the wilderness. TSK, looks like you really don't want to live. Lu Wen let out a cold snort, due to the fact that the speed of the first turn was too fast, causing him to not stay in the first turn city for long at all. Those forces that had once offended him, he still regretted not having the chance to retaliate back. But now, it seemed that the top forces within the first turning city were most likely developing well in the second turning city as well. In that case, the Blood-Clothes Dart Bureau and his beam was considered to be completely knotted. Seeing as you came over to deliver warmth, I'll let you suffer less and send you on your way with one blow. Before he finished speaking, Lu Wen suddenly split into 4 figures and rushed towards Hu Tian. Humph, good luck, just turning 2 and being able to master the core skills of this profession. Unfortunately, it's me you've met today, kid, die for me. Hu Tian let out a bellowing cry, and the battle sword in his hand was raised, ruthlessly slashing towards Lu Wen. Buzz. The battle knife cut through Lu Wen's body without the slightest delay, as if it had chopped on top of the air. Not good. Alarm bells went off in Hu Tian's heart, and he hurriedly turned around to find that the faceless doppelganger that the other party had released earlier had now transformed into Lu Wenren. How is it possible that this kid has actually mastered 2 core skills? Hu Tian's heart cried out madly. He was close to the top of the second turn, and he had only mastered 1 skill. What is this guy's virtue and ability? Just entering the second turn of the bottom has accumulated such a deep depth. Asshole kid, die for me. Once jealousy burns, it instantly shatters one's sanity. Hu Tian simply ignored the cries of alarm coming from his teammates behind him and quickly turned around with his sword, releasing a water dragon blade chi towards Lu Wen. Boom! Lu Wen used his physical body to directly knock him out of the way, not caring in the slightest about the life that plummeted by a few thousand points, and the short blade that flashed with cold aura ruthlessly plunged into the opponent's heart. -1, 637, 825. The terrifying damage directly engulfed Hu Tian's entire being, directly decapitating him in place. 1 strike, just 1 strike, and the Blood-Clothes Dart Bureau's head of the Dart Bureau was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He killed Dart Leader Hu. Catch him. Don't let this man escape. Kill. Dare to provoke the Blood-Clothes Dart Bureau. Even if you have great skill, you'll have to die here today. Lu Wen killed Hu Tian with a single strike, and although it seemed painful to Chasing Light and the others, it enraged hundreds of Blood-Clothes Dart Bureau players, especially those long-range professions. They all aimed their spearheads at Lu Wen, with various colors of skills spewing out, with a crazy trend of skill shuffling. In the face of a storm of attacks, Lu Wen didn't dare to resist, and after slaughtering another player who rushed towards him, he immediately disappeared into the darkness and fled to the distance in a hurry. Seeing this, Chasing Light stopped grinding and led the team to start moving towards the city. The great battle within the godforsaken land could not interfere with the real world though. However, news about Lu Wen appeared one after another in the eyes of certain bigwigs. Jigen City Police Department Bureau. Tong Qian's face was extremely gloomy, listening to the disgusting voice coming from the other end of the phone, and hated to slap it to death. What? Think you're doing a seamless job and no one can find out about you? Hee hee, Tong Qian. Less of those crooked thoughts. What Lu Wen has on him is not something you, a mere third-turn player, can get your hands on. This time, not only did you destroy the subordinates that I trained, even the person that our Blood-Clothes dartboard named, you also dared to touch them. Do you really not want to mix in the state city anymore? I'm telling you, you must find Lu Wen for me before the college entrance exams, or else I'll have plenty of ways to clean you up. Listening to the incomparably sarcastic voice from the opposite side that did not give the slightest bit of face, Tong Qian's fire surged, and she icy coldly returned. Yuan City is not a place for you blood-clothes Dart Bureau to play the bully. Still really think I have no one behind me? Afraid of the forces of your state city? I'm telling you, if you want someone, come over here and find them yourself. As for what's on him, if you guys can touch it, why can't I? Tong Qian? Chapter 52 Reactions of the Parties. Snap. Tong Qian hung up the phone. Her breasts rose and fell violently. Obviously by the blood-clothed dartboard popularity is not light. These assholes, do they really think that Yuan City is their territory? The state city can't even manage the affairs of the state city, and you still want to meddle in our earth elemental city. Humph, what a beautiful thought. Tong Qian hummed disdainfully. The news that Lu Wen was carrying epic-level props had been heard by many of the higher echelons of the forces, especially in the Yuan City territory, which was paying even closer attention to the senior student who had just switched jobs not long ago. From the time Qin Long and Lu Yu made their move to Lu Wen's major shift in status in the police system, in less than 2 days, these forces knew everything. The mole. The whole damn thing is a mole. She is the commissioner of police. Do not know who under the hands of credible. As for the blood-clothes dart board, which is in the state city, its senior management even called Tong Qian, and the threat was overflowing. As a first-rate power in the third turning city, the blood-clothes dart board's grand dart leader was even a fourth turning powerhouse, far beyond Tong Qian's ability to compare. If you want epic props, why don't you go and grab them yourself? You really think I'm a soft persimmon? For the threat of the blood-clothes dart board, Tong Qian didn't put it on her mind at all. She was an official person of the Divine Star Alliance, and unless the Nine Powers had that kind of transcendent existence, no one would dare to touch her in reality. It's just that the god-forsaken landside is going to suffer a little bit. The big deal is to avoid those bandits, and it's not too late to level up and then retaliate back. Unfortunately, if I could get that epic prop, my strength would definitely undergo a skyrocketing change. Where would I still be held back everywhere like now? The martial god's palace did not reveal what exactly that prop was, but just with the words epic grade, it could draw the hearts and minds of countless experts. If the news of the key to heaven was exposed, the attention Lu Wen would receive would by no means be the same as what was in front of him. After being threatened by the blood-clothes dart board, instead of following the other party's request, Tong Qian increased her search for Lu Wen. Even a bounty was put up for Lu Wen on the internet. A whistleblower reward of a full 5 million divine star coins. This money was enough to change the fate of a lifetime for an ordinary person. Tong Qian feels that this move is not enough insurance. Directly Lu Wen now informs the situation to the principal of Guangfeng First Middle School. She wants to block all the way out of the other side. What? This kid actually killed dozens of people from the Qin family. Are you kidding me? The moment he received the news, a low roar of surprise resounded within the principal's office of Guangfeng No. 1 Middle School. Du Xing looked at the information coming from his cell phone, and the whole person was dizzy. For Lu Wen, he naturally has an impression. The cultural achievement is very high, perennial domination of the senior class. Even if Du Xing as the principal also heard a little. I remember when Lu Wen awakened, he only obtained a most garbage F-rank talent. Where on earth would he have the ability to kill someone from the Qin family? As for the LV40 plus rank, meh, more ing bull. It's good enough for Lu Wen to be promoted to a turn before the college entrance exams, but also LV40? Du Xing cut out. He felt that the police department bureau had gone crazy. From top to bottom, it's okay enough to classify an average student with only F-grade talent as a murderer. Is it hard to find an innocent student to take the blame for the lack of performance this month? Hanging up the phone, Du Xing couldn't help but think this way as he inhaled a cigarette and exhaled several large smoke rings. But what does this have to do with me? In case Lu Wen does really well on this college entrance exam, not only will I be able to receive a generous reward from the Department of Education side, I'll even be able to establish a relationship with outstanding graduates like Lu Wen, whether it's for the sake of the school or my own future development. I also have absolutely no reason to report to Tong Qian, right? After figuring this out, Du Xing had a smile on his face. He extinguished the cigarette and called out softly, Mr. Zhou, pay attention to the recent returnees. If Lu Wen returns, report back to me in a timely manner. After a pause, as if he remembered something, he suddenly added, oh yeah, you go over to the Qin family side and take a trip to see how Qin Feng is doing. Tianshui Zhou, Joint Admissions Office. Dozens and hundreds of enrollment teachers were all here. They came from different academies and most of them were local forces in Tianshui continent. Only a few top-tier academies such as Divine Star and Haori could manage to take in geniuses recklessly with the entire alliance as their basic disc. At this moment, this group of people were staring at the ever-changing Heaven's Pride list, wanting to select the true Heaven's Pride so that they could be specially recruited to their own academy. This class of students has a lot of potential. It looks like it's much stronger than the previous classes. At least the upgrading speed is really not slow. It's only been a few days and there are LV23 players being born. the admissions teacher of an institution of higher learning sighed softly. Yeah, it's a lot stronger than we were back then. I reckon that when the day of the entrance exam comes, maybe someone will be able to break through the LV25 limit. What a top-notch seedling. Someone beside him chimed in. There's also a student from Tianshui continent who has awakened an SSS grade talent this time. I remember his name is Wang Tung, right? That's him, but old Wang, you are not to think about it. People's top academies are guarding next to them. SSS grade talent genius, what's it to do with your Qingyuan academy? Hey, you're saying that? What if we're recruited by Qingyuan? Humph, go pee in the toilet and look in the mirror. You're talking in your sleep. The joint admissions office is bustling with activity before every high school entrance exam. Within a certain corner, 7 people with powerful auras, almost exuding the aura of old man not to be messed with. This Lu Wen is strange, obviously just an F-rank talent, but the level has actually reached above LV30. This guy won't be finding any loopholes. The level is drilling a hole to get here. In front of them, a piece of the Super Heavens Pride ranking, which could only display the information of 10 people, was erected here. Those who were able to make it onto this list had awakened at least SS-level talent, and originally, the crowd thought that Tianshui continent's top student of the college entrance examination this time should be born among these 10 people. But just in the morning, the Super Heavens Pride ranking trembled violently, causing the enrollment teachers of several top-tier academies to be stunned for a while. It was only when they found that piercing F-rank talent showing up on the list that everyone then realized something was wrong. This student named Lu Wen's information was almost blank except for the name confirmation of the divine abandonment. Love, age, 18, talent level, F, level, LV30 or above, estimated. Comment, talent may be related to the real world, but the nature of the heart is unpredictable. Rumored to have been involved in a number of murder cases, the lives of more than 20 people in his hands, has been listed as a key wanted criminal by the Jigen City Police Department. Please contact with caution. Chapter 53, The Lost Divine Martial King. Drill or no drill, I don't know. That's all for the observer to think about. Besides, so what if the rank is high? He's a key wanted criminal at the municipal level, and he still wants to take the high school entrance exam with this status? To fall into the devil's path at such a young age. It's good enough that you don't go to harm others. Wanting to enroll in my Haotian academy, humph, not even a door. A middle-aged man with flaming red hair and a stocky figure snorted coldly. Obviously, he was displeased with Lu Wen's display of his identity. As for that LV30 plus level guess, he looked at it purely as a joke. Those observers were low-sighted, and the odds were that they were guessing wildly based on their own experience. Otherwise, with their scrying technique rank, how could they not know the other party's exact strength? Yeah, what can a player with an F-rank talent compare to those SSS-rank talents of Wang Tung? This cheating tactic is really getting more and more popular nowadays. To be able to bypass the God's Forsaken Land's novice restriction, TSK, it's really something. The enrollment teacher of the Divine Star Academy was a beautiful woman whose name was Zhang Chunyan, with a powerful aura that looked even more terrifying than a third-turn powerhouse like Tong Qian. Needless to say, this is definitely a high-level bigot. Zhang Chunyan looks gentle and sensible, but her words are incredibly mean. The Divine Star Academy has always emphasized on the overall development of its students, and a simple high grade may be able to add extra points in the college entrance examination. But who can say about the real strength? Maybe it's just a super sketchy, watery one that's been brought up. My Divine Star Academy. It's not a place where any cat or dog can come. At the very least, you have to awaken an A-rank talent to have the qualifications to join the academy. Zhang Chunyan shook her head and looked at Lu Wen's profile. A disdain flashed in her eyes. She shook her head, no longer paying attention to the other person at all, and turned to the profiles of a few others. As for the few remaining enrollment teachers, although they were somewhat surprised by the judgment of the information given by the observers, still none of them were moved by this. They wanted super geniuses with high development potential and fast transformation of strength. Lu Wen might have some talent, but if he was labeled as the Alliance's most wanted, his value would be greatly reduced in the eyes of the many enrollment teachers. Never mind how huge the power of the academy is. This world is ultimately the Divine Star Alliance holds the power. Want to use the prestige accumulated by the academy to harden against the official. If the senior leaders of the academy learned about this, they would definitely skin them, and even if they didn't pull in the geniuses, they still led back a big scourge. At that time, Eden's stinking scolding is light. Or perhaps they will be kicked out of the academy and left to fend for themselves. Alas, it's a pity about a seedling. Otherwise I'd like to see for myself what kind of talent that can make an observer judge LV30 or above is like. Even Lu Wen would never have imagined that he had caused such a huge chain reaction in other unseen places by just counter-killing the duo of Qin Long and Lu Yu. And those are just the obvious ones. When he broke away from the blood-clothes dartboard's pursuit and counted his harvest. Within the distant Dragonlance city, A transparent shadow appeared out of thin air as he hovered above the main city, scanning all the players coming and going below. This should be the place. According to the observers, that kid has already reached LV37 a few days ago. Now he might have already started preparing for the second turn trial. The Divine Martial King couldn't help but have a smile spread across his face as he remembered that deceased son, worthy of being his boy. His talent is really strong. In just a short period of time he has left behind players of his age by 18 blocks. If we keep running wildly at this speed, there might even be a slight possibility of becoming a god in the future. Unfortunately, he's not that interested in my Seal God Pavilion for the time being, and also, other than those big powers or top-tier powerhouses, few people have heard of our name. This king would like to see if you brat can still resist temptation after seeing the true depths of my pavilion? Thinking of the images that might appear, the Divine Martial King laughed softly twice as his transparent body flew through the city, scanning every player here at a speed that was unfathomable to normal people. But soon, the Divine Martial King sensed that something was wrong. There was no Lu Wen at all in this place. He was confident that he hadn't missed any corners. Besides, with his own strength, it wouldn't take too long to explore a mere dragon-marked city. Could it be that he went out to practice? The Divine Martial King's brows furrowed. If that was the case, if he wanted to find Lu Wen, wouldn't he just have to wait for a rabbit? As for going out of the city to look for it, this thought was viciously snuffed out by the Divine Martial King just as soon as it had risen. Are you kidding me? The wilderness is huge. Where is he going to find it? Just as well, if it's still in Dragonland City, it'll probably be back before going offline, so it's not too late to look for it then. It's just a matter of spending some more divine thoughts. It's nothing compared to pulling in Lu Wen. Congratulations, you have killed the great king of the ancient moon, triggering the talent slaughtering gods and slaying demons, forbidden, and obtaining the platinum level boss drop reward. Congratulations on killing Oriental Huashua, triggering the talent slaying gods and slaying demons, forbidden, and obtaining the platinum level boss drop reward. You have acquired equipment advancement scroll, platinum, ×2. You have acquired necklace, life shelter, platinum, ×1. You have obtained turn 2 equipment upgrade coupon, god and demon reward, x2. You have obtained random teleportation scroll, platinum, ×1. You've gained skill points x60. You have gained strengthening stone ×60, 000. You have gained experience x3, 260, 000. Congratulations, level up to LV41, life plus 600, mana plus 360, physical attack plus 120, legal attack plus 30, physical defense plus 60, legal defense plus 45, free attribute points plus 80, counting the harvest from the secret realm. I've gotten my hands on 5 or 6 platinum grade props from this trip alone. Should I say no? My talent is really strong and scary. Lu Wen couldn't help but let out a soft hum of pleasure as he looked at the extremely high-quality equipment props that had suddenly appeared in his backpack. How valuable are platinum props? Just look at the light-chasing elite group, exhausting themselves looking for a newly born secret realm to open up until they got Lu Wen to get through it. How many pinches of platinum resources did they get for this battle? Lu Wen does not know. Think not more than a handful of index. This is still a variety of buff plus full case to get the harvest. If you were to raid those copy bosses, even if the life level was platinum, it would be nice to be able to pop out a few pieces of gold equipment. Want platinum gear? Don't brush him 5 or 6 times a copy is don't want to come out. Even if there is, it is expected to be platinum in the garbage waste. I don't know how long I'll have to grind inside a copy if I want to find a piece of equipment with extreme attributes and perfect stunts. One step at a time. When I organize this harvest, my strength will be able to go to another level. The grade can also be raised upwards before the entrance exam. It's just a pity that I'm going to have a hard time sleeping in the last few days. It's not easy to return to Guangfeng County unnoticed. Chapter 54 Dagger Mastery LV8. Lu Wen was prepared to consume this harvest before considering the matter of returning to Guangfeng County. 2 of them, the upgrade ticket and the advancement scroll, are the ones that will come in handy straight away. Lu Wen placed the weapon and ring on the scroll. A burst of light flickered. 2 body-emitting platinum-colored equipment suspended in mid-air. Dazzling halo piercing people's eyes. You have acquired Red Inferno Short Blade, Platinum, plus 29 ×1. You have gained a Ring of Wall Breaker, Platinum, plus 29 ×1. After the equipment had finished advancing, Lu Wen held it in his hands and could clearly feel a surge of power pouring into his body. It was like 100 or 10 pounds of strength had surged overnight. Ferocious and exaggerated. Lu Wen, who hadn't experienced platinum equipment, was visibly startled the moment he touched the equipment. He hastily released his scrying technique, and after seeing the brand new attributes of the Red Inferno Short Blade and the Ring of Breaking Walls, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Holy, is this nifty property serious? Red Hot Short Blade plus 29. Equipment introduction, break the shackles of the platinum weapon. with the rest of the second turn of life fear of the horror of the high damage. Equipment level, LV40. Equipment quality, platinum. Equipment part, weapon. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attributes, physical attack plus 3111, plus 1037, this increase is in parentheses. Enhanced effect, physical attack plus 15,088, plus 5,030. Runestone, Tier 3 physical attack runestone, 2x. Runestone effect, physical attack plus 1,455, plus 485. Equipment effect, 25% probability of triggering Inferno Dragon Slash when attacking, increasing damage by an additional 180%. The Ring of the Broken Wall plus 29. Equipment description, a platinum ring that breaks the shackles and comes with an extremely rare special skill. Equipment level, LV40. Equipment quality, platinum. Equipment part, ring. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attributes, physical attack plus 2046, plus 682. Enhanced effect, physical attack plus 9,923, plus 3,308. Runestone, Tier 3 physical attack runestone, 2x. Runestone effect, physical attack plus 957, plus 319. Equipped effect, after killing an enemy, it will activate the instant body buff, which can instantly descend to any position within 5 meters, only effective within 3 seconds of activation. Hiss. These two equipment alone have nearly 11,000 physical attack bonus. If you count the increase of Miracle Light. Luwen looked at the panel and realized that the physical attack column had actually been raised to 50,688 points, which was a full 15,000 more compared to before he replaced his equipment. Just outrageous. Luwen sighed. It's worthy of the title given by the second turning divine demon evaluation. I don't know how much stronger it is compared to those stinking fish and shrimp. If I finish building the platinum equipment that was rewarded this time, my heaven-defying panel attributes will probably go up another notch. Said to do it, this tripped down enough to give him a burst of nearly 120,000 strengthening stones. Randomly built, not afraid of the so-called failure at all. Luck is bad. Money is bad. Lovern has the best of both worlds. After a clanking session, Luwen had harvested 2 LV40 extreme equipment. You have obtained Amethyst Chest Armor, Platinum, plus 29 times 1. You have gained Life Shelter, Platinum, plus 29 times 1. Let me con the attributes of the two cuties. Hey, Mesa is 2 stunts? Luwen's eyes glazed over when he saw that each of the 2 pieces of platinum equipment came with a special skill. What divine luck! This was a randomly popped equipment, and in Luwen's opinion, passing in terms of attributes was good enough. Where do you think there's a stunt attached? What's the difference between that and whoring out 2 skills for nothing? Amethyst Breastplate plus 29. Equipment description, a breastplate made up of wafers from an amethyst beast with unparalleled defensive capabilities. This armor is also known as the amethyst turtle shell by some monsters. Equipment level, LV40. Equipment quality, platinum. Equipment part, blouse. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attributes, physical defense plus 4,114. Legal defense plus 2,421. Life plus 12,500. Reinforcement effect, physical defense plus 6,623. Legal defense plus 3,897. Life plus 20,125. Equipment effect, amethyst shield actively released. Forms a circle of amethyst shield around the body with a shield value of 200% of life. Cooldown time, 120s. Life shelter plus 29. Equipment introduction, Extreme Linglong Blood Pool. Baron Linglong Law Pool. The favorite of the melee. Long range. Equipment level, LV40. Equipment quality, platinum. Equipment part, necklace. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attributes, life plus 25,000. Mana plus 5,000. Enhanced effect, life plus 60,625. Mana plus 12,125. Equipment effect, life shelter, active activation. Instantly restores 50% of maximum life. Cooldown time, 120s. With my current defense, this is already enough meat. If there are these 2 skills to help, Luwen couldn't imagine anyone else at the same level who could decapitate himself in a dignified manner. Apart from weapons and rings, the 2 pieces of equipment that add physical attack, the one that is recognized as having the highest value is the blouse, which is even prioritized over weapons in some people's eyes. Looking at the attributes of the amethyst chest armor, one could tell that not only did it have 3 attribute bonuses, the values were even higher. Although there were no platinum level pants or shoes yet, Luwen compared it to the gold equipment he was wearing now, and estimated that even if these 2 were added together, the attribute bonus provided would hardly be as high as the top. Higher will only be a little bit higher. After strengthening so much equipment, Luwen also slightly discovered some of the patterns. Take for example the weapon in top. The former has a single attribute and gives a very explosive physical attack when strengthened to plus 29. The latter, on the other hand, distributes the reinforcement resources evenly, which simply means that it is reinforced everywhere and nowhere is reinforced completely. I also wonder if this is a restriction on equipment in the godforsaken lands. Lu Wen is not clear about this, but this does not prevent him from having a heavenly attributes, not to mention the same level of players, even if those who are at the top of the second turn of the players to come, to see his panel should also be ashamed of themselves. As for the remaining few rewards, Lu Wen took a general look at them. There were life-preserving base cards that could teleport and run away at any time, as well as medallion designs, and a cross-border second turn copy scroll. There are still 100 skill points left, to the point where I can raise a skill to LV8. Lu Wen didn't have any idea of making up for his shortcomings at this stage, and only wanted to stretch his strengths indefinitely. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly invested 3-digit skill points into Dagger Proficiency. You consume skill points X96, Dagger Mastery LV6 LV8. Dagger Mastery, LV8 plus 80% of base damage dealt with dagger-type weapons, 80% increase. Whoever comes down with one strike will die. Ha ha ha. Explosion. Explosion. Chapter 55. The base attribute has been raised another notch. Maybe if I practice next, I can find a higher leveled monster to give it a whirl. Lu Wen thought in his heart. He put the design map and copy scroll into his backpack, and the minimum use level of these two rare items was also LV45. Even though Lu Wen couldn't wait to build the medallion now, he didn't have much of the rest of the way due to the rule restrictions. The harvest of this trip has exceeded my expectations. Wait for some time, the second turn cross-border copy to go. The Tong Tian Tower secret realm is even more to break through, so it looks like I might have my hands full in the second turn phase. Exit the godforsaken land. Lu Wen opened his eyes from the darkness of the building. He moved his body around a bit and went to the roof of the building to keep a wary eye on the surrounding movements. I hope that dog woman Tong Qian hasn't left anyone over here to squat me, or else I'll be in trouble. After making sure there were no suspicious people, Lu Wen then slowly walked downstairs. However, as he stepped out of the doorway of his unit, he subconsciously lifted his shirt up and lowered his head, sneaking along the places without surveillance irradiation as much as possible. It didn't take too long for Lu Wen to escape from this neighborhood. He had been living in Guangfeng County for so many years and rarely came to this side of Diyuan City. Lu Wen is now penniless. In order to prevent possible high-tech positioning, but also threw his cell phone out. This left him standing at the corner of the road, staring in disbelief at the constant flow of traffic. Where should I go? Lu Wen was a little scared. He was not some old driver who knew the road from Diyuan City to Guangfeng County, only by relying on the road signs to keep recognizing them. After spending several hours, this barely found a small road. They say it's a trail, but it's just a farther, more winding, bumpier road of broken paths. It was good that there were many road signs, which could prevent Lu Wen from getting lost to some extent. In this way, Lu Wen relied on his legs to walk until the dawn, until he came to a stinking ditch at the mouth of the sewer, which stopped. It's not very good for rushing during the day with all the people and the sun. At this time of the day, there's no one out there at all, and even if we enter the divine abandonment at the lower water outlet, our safety can be somewhat guaranteed. I hope there aren't any messy snakes and ants and mosquitoes infesting the neighborhood. God willing. After some prayers, Lu Wen once again entered the godforsaken land. He walked out of the city gates and headed out of the wilderness area without looking back, crossing over the Woodao clerics and charging straight towards those LV53 plus monsters. A white light dissipated just as Lu Wen came online. The Divine Martial King waited for half a day in Dragon Mark City at night, and then ran to the second turn of Diyuan City, overlooking all the incoming and outgoing players, and froze without finding Lu Wen. Where the hell is this kid hiding? It's weird. If it wasn't for the risk of going offline in the wilderness, the Divine Martial King couldn't help but go to the wilderness to look for Lu Wen, until the latter part of the night when he still couldn't find him, and only then did he go offline to exit the godforsaken land. But if he was a few minutes late, he might have collided head-on with Lu Wen. Unfortunately, due to the time, at this time, the practicing area was deserted and silent, with only the sound of various monsters roaring occasionally coming out. Lu Wen paid no attention to it and just focused on finding his prey. He practically transformed into a dark ghost, madly slaughtering these high-level LV50 plus monsters. Due to the outrageous level difference between the two sides, Lu Wen's experience accumulation efficiency also began to furiously sprint at a speed that was unfathomable to ordinary people. Lu Wen was like a mud truck, intercepting the experience bottleneck of unusual players, which was directly smashed by one of his accelerations. LV42, LV43, LV44, LV45. For several days in a row, Lu Wen rushed at night, entered the godforsaken land in the early hours of the morning to kill the four directions, and took time to rest during the day. Finally, on the day before the college entrance exam, Luwen finally returned within Guangfeng County, and even the level within the Divine Abandonment Land had been raised to LV-45. At this moment, Luwen was covered in filth, and his entire body exuded a stinky gutter smell from the inside out. It tastes disgusting to the core. I go. This is who ate the leeks and garlic to vomit. I niet. You. The two young ladies who walked past Luwen couldn't help but turn green when they smelled the odor, and hurriedly covered their mouths and noses, trying to isolate the poisonous gas that broke through the upper limit of their sense of smell. Unfortunately, the duo still squatted on the side of the road in an uncontrollable frenzy of vomiting. Luwen's brows furrowed. Was the flavor really that exaggerated? He smelled it himself, and, well, it smelled pure, nothing at all offensive, and very much in keeping with playing the role of a human-sized manure truck. Luwen ignored the other people's strange gazes and went straight back to Guangfeng No. 1 middle school and found a classroom without locking the door and stayed there. The college entrance exam is just around the corner, and now I only have the medallion left to build, so it's a good thing that the materials have been collected in the past few days, just in time to help me strengthen another wave. Luwen entered the Divine Abandonment and dinged at the design for a while, finally knocking out a beautiful medallion engraved with an amethyst style. Amethyst Hunter. Special props, medals, LV-45 plus can be used. Attributes. Full attributes plus 10%. Skill 4 level plus 1. This property seems a bit. Looking at the medal, Luwen staggered and smacked his lips. This was the first time he had seen equipment that could raise skill levels, although it could only be raised by 1 level. It was important to realize that skill 4 was the dagger mastery that Luwen had just raised, and the effect had directly broken through from the original 80% to 90%. The panel hasn't changed much, but its overall strength has clearly gone up another notch. Character name, Shadowhunter 567. Rank, LV-45, 17, 561/8, 145, 648. Occupation, faceless. Talent, slaying gods and demons, taboo kill players and enjoy the same drops as bosses, and will reward special props that don't exist in the world. Currently unlocked rank, Platinum. Causality, life, 61,888 209701. Mana, 27,688 45891. Physical attack, 17, 484 57, 131. Legal attack, 1506 1863. Physical defense, 1016321401. Legal defense, 6683136880. Skills, Backstab, LV5, Sneak, LV3, Finish, LV5, Dagger Mastery, LV9 Pro, Hardened Poison, LV5, Serious Injury, LV6, Faceless Split, LV4, Concealed Attack, LV4, Shift, LV4. Not bad. With this attribute of mine nowadays, unless I'm allowed to break some copies of the plot, whoever comes will die. I say, Luwen felt immediately invincible. Those heavens remarkable ranking geniuses. Meh, they're just some fools who are selling their reputation. What can they compare with him? Chapter 56 Convergence of Parties. The night before the college entrance exam was extraordinarily long for Luwen. In order to enter the Divine Star Academy, regardless of his previous life, he had been making a great deal of effort to do so, not only for the sake of becoming stronger. What Luwen needed most now was a haven that was strong enough to withstand outside crises. The Divine Star Academy, as the top academy within the Alliance, definitely had the ability to shelter him. At that time, those enemies in reality would not be able to pose any threat to him through the academy. As long as I'm given some time, even if it's those sons of ES from the Martial God Palace who are plotting epic props, I'll crush them one by one for you. Thinking like this, Luwen unconsciously went to sleep. He was not the only one, but many others were looking forward to tomorrow's entrance exam this evening. In addition to the students who were at the same level as Luwen, there was also the Earth Elemental Tong Qian, the Blood-Clothes Dark Bureau in the State City, and the Qin and Lu families, which had lost 2 heads of families and were in a great deal of internal turmoil. Early the next morning, all the senior students, accompanied by their parents, came together to Guangfeng No. 1 middle school, which was crowded and bustling. For them, the college entrance examination is the only chance to change their fate for the rest of their lives. There is no room for error. These students looked tense and uneasy as they looked at the talented students who were spreading their aura and manifesting their power. In particular, the geniuses who had already completed their first turn and had walked out a distance on this path were even more proudly raising their chins, contemptuously looking at the apprehensive-looking wastes. Only half a month's time, previously still the same starting line of students, even if not yet the college entrance examination, the gap between each other gradually revealed. In the godforsaken land, especially for newcomers like them, a high level was synonymous with a strong person, and the first turn was the dividing line between ordinary students and geniuses. When you cross over, you are an elite, a strong man ready. If you can't pass it, then you are a waste. Not to mention the third turn, but a waste that may not even be able to beat the second turn. Say, have you guys seen Qin Feng and Su Manlin? There was that LV21 talented student looking left and right, trying to find out the two most talented students in their Guangfeng First Middle School. I didn't see it. I guess they haven't come yet, but with their A-grade talent, I'm afraid that with a little effort they can enter those top academies. Ugh, even I'm LV22. With those two's talent, guess how far they've actually gotten? At least LV24, I guess, and with the Qin family's help behind you, maybe LV25 is even possible. Che, the highest level in previous years was only LV25. Right, even if the talent is higher, it's hard to exceed the history of previous years? Someone grunted disdainfully. I've heard that this term in Diyuan City has produced 3 S-ranked demons, all of whom have broken through to LV25, and in previous years, this could compete with those SS-ranked geniuses for the top prize in the provincial exam. It's rumored that our Tianshui continent's Wang Tong has not only awakened an SSS grade talent, but his level is even as high as LV27. If nothing goes wrong, this year's provincial scholar should be him. Maybe even make a hit on the national top student. TSK, the top academies are at your disposal. It's really enviable. Hey, this term is too many demons. It's damn unlucky to compete with them on the same stage. Originally I was still able to get into an academy, but now it seems that I'm afraid it's hanging by a thread. The geniuses who had completed their first turn had talked about those famous heavenly pride demons, and although their tone was a bit acidic flow, if one looked closely, one could clearly see the confidence in these people's bones. As for the other wave of ordinary students, they looked much more uncertain. Every year, there are only a few top-notch college entrance exams, and the bottom ones are also. Only the ones that don't make it to the top are the hardest and most painful. Obviously worked hard too, or ended up not even reaching LV20 due to talent, equipment, luck, etc. Although they know that they are probable to be the accompanying role this time, but until the last minute, who is willing to give up the college entrance examination that will change the destiny of the rest of their lives? In addition to the chattering and constantly noisy students, many parents came together to chat with each other about something. No one noticed that a group of people whose temperament was slightly different from ordinary people mixed inside Guangfeng First Middle School, with hidden headphones hanging from their ears. They silently listened to the icy female voice coming from inside. If any sign of Luwen is found, take control of him immediately. I'll be on defense in Zone A, and Vice will be in Zone B. Our police department bureau must not let a vicious murderer disrupt the order of the college entrance examination. Whether Guangfeng No. 1 middle school's college entrance examination can work smoothly depends on you all. Li Wanzi did not respond, and he sighed softly, as if he had seen a rising star that was about to rise, becoming dim under the persecution of the corrupt Federation. It might even end up in a smash. It's a pity about that guy's talent. If not, the first prize winner of the Tianshui continent this time would definitely be him. Li Wanzi sighed again, his cloudy gaze filled with numbness. Even if he knew part of the truth of the matter, with his position of strength, he could not change anything at all. Time passes slowly. As the principal Du Xing delivered a mobilization speech, the restless hearts of the students gradually calmed down. All the expressions are serious, quietly listening to each other. At that moment, a figure with a scruffy body that emitted an unpleasant stench walked out from the school building. Li Wanzi glanced at the other party and saw that it was a lost beggar, so he didn't continue to pay attention. Should be here to ask for some food, maybe leave later. He thought so. Not only him, even the rest of the members of the police station bureau reacted in the same way, not recognizing in the slightest that this was the one they had been searching for with all their hearts. It wasn't that Luwen was good at disguises. It was that his outfit was so outrageous and smelly that it was hard for people to connect him to the demon who had slaughtered dozens of people in the Qin family. Luwen even crossed the playground, which was Area A where Tong Qian was located, and strutted in front of it, and the other party didn't even recognize that this was Luwen. At this time, Principal Du Xing is explaining the precautions of the college entrance examination. In short, there is only one chance for this high school trial, and the Alliance will intelligently score you all according to your performance inside, and the higher the trial points are, the greater the hope of entering the top academies. Next, I will provide you with a special login for this trial. As the words fell, a turquoise light ball suddenly appeared in front of all the students of Guangfeng First Middle School, with a light blue jade card suspended inside. All of you hold the token in your hands. You can directly realize the descent into the land of God's abandonment. As for the real world, don't have to worry about it. There are me and many teachers to sit in the town. Coupled with the token's own function of protecting the master, no one can hurt you. Du Xing's tone was arrogant, and so was the truth. Since the establishment of the Alliance, only the first few times of the college entrance exams would there be cases of certain players committing illnesses and attacking the candidates, and all of them were eventually killed on the spot by the experts guarding the place. Even with their best efforts, those sneak attackers failed to shake the strong shield that was strong enough to withstand the attacks of a fourth-rotation powerhouse. Upon hearing this news, a smile appeared on Lu Wen's face. That's great! Chapter 57, the beginning of the trial. And really, it gave me a chance. When he came over, Lu Wen saw Tong Qian's group of police subordinates sneakily hiding among the crowd. A group of strangers whose aura was out of place with ordinary students, in Lu Wen's eyes, was comparable to an open fire in the night, piercing and frightening. After confirming that Tong Qian, that blind man, did not recognize him, Lu Wen swaggered into the student line, until he saw that Lu Wen, whose clothes were tattered and dressed no differently than a beggar, also obtained a blue jade token. Tong Qian, who was closest to him, finally realized that something was wrong. This guy is also a student? Swish! The doubt in her heart had just risen when a blue light flashed violently around all the seniors, and the halo transformed into a shield that enveloped them all over. If the scrying technique could be used in reality and was of a high enough level, it would be able to tell that these were gold-level artificial props. Once activated, it could withstand a quarter of an hour of furious bombardment from a third-turn powerhouse. It's simply too big to use on students. However, for the sake of the smooth running of the college entrance examination and the discovery of more talents, the top management of the union had to adopt this stupid method as a way to ensure the personal safety of the candidates. Only when Lu Wen and the others had all entered the divine abandonment land did Tong Qian come up and survey Lu Wen halfway around him. He frowned slightly, always feeling that the person in front of him was very familiar. He just couldn't recall where he had seen the other party, until the mind suddenly flashed Lu Wen's figure. Tong Qian, this is the scruffy youth and his own heart searching for people to connect. I can't believe it's you. Tong Qian's voice suddenly raised an octave, drawing the eyes of everyone around her. What's wrong, Commissioner Child? Du Xing leaned over and looked at the somber-faced Tong Qian with some confusion. Principal Du, didn't I ask you to block the qualifications of Lu Wen, the murderer, for the college entrance examination? Why did you still let him in? Tong Qian, ice cold, dead staring at the face full of dismay Du Xing, one word said, "Ha, this guy is Lu Wen the murderer? I don't know." Du Xing blinked, as if he had just reacted, and slapped his head with a remorseful look. I'm sorry, Commissioner Tong. It was my negligence in my work that I didn't notice Lu Wen who was mixed in with the candidates. Don't worry, when the college entrance exams are over, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer from my side. Humph, I hope so. Principal Du, don't mistake yourself. Tong Qian's threat was undisguised. She didn't care about a county principal. Her tone was like commanding a slave, mean to the extreme. With that, she turned and walked away, returning once again to where she had previously sat. At this time, there were already quite a few people gathered over there, and among them, quite a few figures wearing the Qin character cloud pattern looked over to the side, their eyes filled with killing intent. Damn little, how dare you brutalize my Qin family head? If you are not brought to justice today, my Qin family's name, which has been fighting for decades in Guangfeng County, will really be stepped on by you. Some people from the Qin family snorted disdainfully and coldly, their eyes filled with resentment and indignation, because the Lu family is far away from the Diyuan city, a long way to travel. This place to come people are only 2 or 3 kittens. Although there were fewer people, their artillery attacks were even more raw than the Qin family's. Martyr little arm cub, even if the college entrance exams are over and we have the top academies to protect us, we'll still have to get you completely killed. Lao San, make sure to keep a close watch on the people. I'll go over to Earth Origin City and call for some more experts. Even if this brat grows 10 pairs of wings, I'm going to let this guy fold here. Du Xing couldn't help but show a hint of mockery in his eyes as he watched those bulls and devils stirring together. On the day Tong Qian called him, he had his assistant go to the Qin family to gather information. The result surprised him. Not only did Lu Wen kill Qin Feng, who possessed A-class talent, even Lu Wen's own scandalous girlfriend was tragically framed. The Qin family was even worse. Not only did they die their son, but afterward, dozens of direct Qin family members died. A while ago, he had even heard the news of Qin Long's fall, a matter that had been making a lot of noise within some second-turn clans, and it was hard not to pay attention to it. A top-tier heavenly pride destined to become a genius and able to enter the Divine Star Academy in one fell swoop. Do you really think my old man is going to give you guys away for nothing? Humph, thinking quite beautifully. When that kid comes out, the old man will inform the other party of everything. Not only will I be able to harvest the friendship of a future superpower, but I will also be able to bring my Guangfeng First Middle School to a higher level. Why not? A bunch of idiots still want to deal with Lu Wen. Inside the godforsaken lands, when Lu Wen's consciousness descended to this place, he immediately realized that he had not appeared within the Earth Origin City. Instead, he stood in front of an ancient and tall octagonal tower. He looked up at the unknown height of the octagonal tower and was secretly surprised in his heart. This kind of exaggerated ancient architecture was something he had never seen within the godforsaken land. Suddenly, a voice that resounded through the heavens and earth suddenly rang out, exploding in the hearts of every candidate. Palace selection trials. Rules: enter the 8-square tower and kill the monsters transformed by the tower spirit. Depending on the strength of the monsters, the killers will be awarded different amounts of points. Reward. The voice was intermittent, as if it had been forcibly blocked by some kind of force, and what appeared in front of Lu Wen and the others was an incomplete information on the rules of breaking into the tower. Is this really a trial treasure in the possession of the Divine Star Alliance? Lu Wen was a bit skeptical. No wonder he thought too much. Anyone who looked at it, it wasn't like the test that the college entrance exam should face. It was more like some kind of special trial that hadn't been completely demystified. And they, for one, are one of them. I don't want to. Anyway, with my current strength, even if I know the truth it won't change anything, it's better to honestly break through the barrier. After all, entering the Divine Star Academy is the most important thing. Lu Wen shook his head, not bothering to think about these has-beens, as he took a big step into the 8-square pagoda, and then disappeared into a white light. Whoosh! The white light kept flickering, and the high school trial officially began. First floor. Requirements: destroy 50 nightmare octopuses, 0/50. Whoa! The sound of water crashing drew Lu Wen's sight over, only to see 10 LV-25 large octopuses slowly emerging from the void. They danced their long whiskers and slowly walked towards him, until it came close to within 5 meters of Lu Wen. One of the octopuses just couldn't help itself and swung its long claws on the spot, violently lashing at him like a fierce whip. Just the first level. It's even harder than the most trashy first turn trial. I don't know how many wastes will be eliminated this time. Unfortunately, that's not enough for me. Lu Wen didn't dodge the attack of the large octopus, letting his opponent's long whiskers like a whip fall on him. He took out his short blade with a meaningful smile on his face. Kill. Chapter 58. Young Hong's Expectations. -152. -185. -102. -108. -98. -87. -114. Intense damage surfaced from Lu Wen's body. Just this and scratching attacks. Almost even the defense could not be broken. Take what to block Lu Wen? ****** off. Lu Wen let out a low shout and waved the short blade in his hand, directly slicing the closest nightmare octopus in half. -2. 086. 714. -2. 175. 478. -2. 121. 478. -2. 047. 588. -2. 214. 411. Even if he didn't perform any skills, Lu Wen's casual strike was not something that this group of ordinary small monsters with only LV-25 could withstand. Swish! A white light flashed, and before the nightmare octopuses could unleash their watchful means, they were cut over by Lu Wen. When the last mini-monster disappeared, the prompt of the 8-square tower rang out around Lu Wen. Second floor. Requirements: eliminate 20 elite nightmare octopus, 0/20. When he heard the specific content of the trial, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned and looked up at the sky with some confusion. Why does it feel like this is mimicking the progress rules of the transfer trial? There shouldn't be any bronze, silver, or gold bosses next as well, right? Lu Wen thought this way. However, comparing to the transfer trial, the difficulty of the gauntlet was undoubtedly much greater. Coming up and directly opening up, releasing a full 50 LV-25 monsters. One must know that when this rank was placed in the previous year's college entrance exams, only those demons who had awakened S-rank talent or above would be able to reach it. But now, the starting point was LV-25, which made it hard for Lu Wen not to think about the psychological shadow area of those candidates who hadn't even turned 1 yet at this point. It was a good thing that this place was wide enough to give the candidates enough time to roll around and roam around, or else at most the third floor would be able to brush off the ordinary candidates who hadn't even turned 1 yet. I also don't know how many floors are the highest in the 8-square tower, so don't let me be too disappointed. This time, Lu Wen came from Diyuan City in order to thoroughly display his talent and attract the attention of those top academies. Only by breaking the 8-square pagoda in the fastest and most domineering way could Lu Wen's wish be completely fulfilled. So let's get started. Joint Admissions Office. After all the candidates of the Tianshui continent entered the 8-square tower, a transparent light screen suddenly lit up. The upper part shows a dense screen of candidates, and on the left side, there is a real-time score counting leaderboard constantly scrolling, and it's also known as the Heaven's Pride leaderboard. Every time a student killed a monster, he or she would earn points accordingly, and only the top 1,000 would have the chance to enter the top academies for further study. This year's group of students, they are truly marvelous, so much stronger than our class. Looking at the geniuses who were killing it big time and ravaging the little monsters like toys, some of the academy teachers couldn't help but sigh. His words seemed to resonate in some way, and immediately a teacher chimed in. Yeah, the percentage of geniuses is just too high this year. There are at least 3 or 5 S-ranked gifted people in just one city area. In the past, these people definitely had the qualifications to compete for the top 50 candidates in a continent. Now, the unusual S-grade talent is a bit of a struggle to even get into the top 100. As for those SS and SSS grade geniuses, the hunting efficiency is even more exaggerated and scary. Can't you see that Wang Tang has already entered the second level of the trial? At this rate, how can he not rush 15 or 16 levels? TSK. On the left side of the leaderboard, Wang Tang took the first step into the second level by shaking off the second place by a gap of more than 10 seconds. And the killing speed was still increasing. Even though the second place was trying their best, there was still a tendency to chase them further and further away. Wang Tang's talent shouldn't be simple. It's the type that feeds off of battle. And I reckon that rules like the college entrance exams are very favorable for his talent to be brought into play. I'm afraid that those other SS class prides can only compete for the position of second. It's the top student anyway. It's better to keep looking at him than to pay attention to the other candidates. Hey, I hope I can dig up some good seedlings from here. The teachers kept nodding their heads, clearly agreeing with each other. Whatever the candidate achieves has little to do with their group, unless one enrolls in one's own school and becomes a fellow student who can be a source of performance for them. Otherwise, with their identity strength, how could they stay in the real world all the time? And go to the godforsaken land to brush more experience? He doesn't smell good? While the enrollment teachers were still studying how to open the chips and pull in geniuses, Yang Hong of the Pingtian Academy noticed the many normal screens outside of a small area, but there were 50 to 60 reddish screens. These images are at least 3 times smaller than those of normal candidates, and one must pay attention and labor to see what is inside. Yang Hong knows that the reddish color is a special mark only for students who are carrying a big lawsuit, have a record in the police station or are being investigated by the other side, as well as students who have done something seriously illegal. Such people, in general, are not allowed to sit for the entrance exams, but due to the tight manpower and administrative costs, a number of such students sneak in every year in a bid to turn their fortunes around through the entrance exams. But they didn't know that their efforts had no effect at all, and even if their points were high, they couldn't enter the so-called Heaven's Pride ranking. Normally, no academy dared to want these students, unless the other party's talent really reached a heaven-defying level. Only then would the academy break the rules to include them. Although the name of their Pingtian Academy was overbearing, due to the changes within the Divine Abandonment Land, the school's experts had fallen one after another, and were now on the verge of falling out of the ranking of top-tier academies. If we don't recruit some talented disciples, I'm afraid that we will be reduced to those ordinary schools, and we will not be able to lift our heads up completely in front of those schools that used to be at the same level. Let's hope there are some good ones. Yang Hong secretly looked forward to it in her heart, but she couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment in her eyes after she swept through half of the red area. How can real genius emerge from some guy who will be recorded on the record? She sighed. It wasn't that no one had paid attention to these candidates in the red area in previous years, but there were almost no exceptions, not to mention the top heavenly prides. Even the candidates with A-grade talent were pitifully few. Most of it is D and F-rated crap, etc. F-rated? An image suddenly flashed through Yang Hong's mind. A few days ago their top academy had discussed a teenager named Lu Wen. Some observers claimed that the opponent's level would be above LV30, except that at the time everyone took it as a joke. After all, if one had actually seen the other party, the observer would definitely be able to tell the other party's true rank. Wouldn't give that vague and irresponsible guess. Maybe, things are still turning around. Chapter 59, Mud Truck. Start. Yang Hong quickly scanned over the red screen. Compared to normal candidates, the number of these problematic teenagers was simply not too small. It made it easy for her to find Lu Wen's name. It was only when Yang Hong saw the points that were as high as 100,000, as well as the outrageous 10th octagonal tower level. Her entire brain buzzed as if it had been blown up by a super-yield nuclear bomb, and she instantly went pale. How is this possible? Yang Hong murmured in a low voice. Her first reaction was that something had gone wrong inside the 8-square tower. However, the points that were rising madly upwards every moment were telling her that it was all true, because Yang Hong noticed that in that very small piece of red area, Lu Wen was like a god and devil, madly slaughtering monsters that were enough to be called nightmares to the other candidates. No, that's a silver-level boss? Why is his damage so high? A silver-level boss can't even take a hit in front of him? Yang Hong felt that the worldview he had built up over the years was crumbling to pieces at this moment. That millions of outrageous damage, if it was placed on the top second-turn players, or third-turn players, she wouldn't even care. That would have been as high as they could go. However, appearing in a student who had just transferred half a month. Yang Hong felt very ridiculous. What's going on in this world? Is it insane already? I'm mostly sick, and I'm getting presbyopia at a young age. Yang Hong hid in the corner, stealing the feeling of doing eye exercises once. When she looked at the red screen again, at this time Luwen has already broken to the 12th level of the barrier. The whole person was like a mud truck, unreasonably creating a mess of everything in front of him. God, this good thing can't really be happening to me, can it? Yang Hong took a deep breath and quietly stared at Luwen's every move. In fact, the trial rules of the 8 Square Tower were very simple. From ordinary small monsters, to elite small monsters, and finally to the legions of monsters composed of various professions. This is the tiny monster trial. Moving on to the boss trials. The 4th level is a LV15 bronze level boss. The 5th level is silver level, and the boss will be a full 10 levels lower than the monsters. 5 levels in a cycle, and each time the mini monsters and bosses are raised by 5 levels as well. Yang Hong glanced at Wang Tung, who was ranked first. This SSS grade talent possessor was currently trapped in the 3rd level of the trial. Compared to Lu Wen's 10 levels, nay, now that he had reached the 12th level, how much more than one section was missing? Who? Must contact the principal, his old man. Such a genius. If he can enter my Pingtian Academy, he will definitely be able to lead the academy back to supremacy. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Hong came to a remote corner and hurriedly contacted the highest level of the Pingtian Academy. Outside, although it hadn't been long since the entrance exams began, some students had already been kicked out of the octagonal tower. These were all ordinary students who had yet to reach the first turn and had mediocre strength. Hey, this wall-breaking college entrance exam is simply harder than the first turn trial. It doesn't give us ordinary students a way out at all. A flat-headed student who had fallen on the 2nd level side. He clearly tried hard enough, but when 20 LV25 elite monsters stood in front of him, it still gave the flat-headed youth a sense of powerlessness. No matter how much he dodged, there was always an elite monster's attack that could land on his body. The flat-headed youth didn't even have a chance to escape, and was directly ed by the swarm of small monsters. As for those who came out with him, it was largely the same thing that happened to them. Only those guys with faster movement speeds or decent defense life were qualified to wander around with that group of strangely high-level monsters. It's about time. Get ready to do it. Tong Qian indifferently commanded in the headset, and called all the police departments that came together. Standing quietly not far from Lu Wen, the Qin family and the Lu family did the same. Some guys with less than 3 revolutions even had the guts to come to Guangfeng First Middle School to block people. Du Xing snorted coldly when he saw this. Did he really think he didn't have any help? Old buddy, I'm going to rely on you to pull your weight this time, he said to a short, old man with a wrinkled face next to him. With me around, I don't think those few little guys would dare to do anything. Just relax. The old man looked indifferent, and did not put this group of people in his eyes. He was the peak strength of the 3rd turn. Not that woman Tong Qian can be compared. Boom. -5. 392. 104. After finishing off the 15th floor's silver boss with a single blow, Lu Wen didn't even take a breath and directly plunged into the battle on the next floor. After so many rounds of killing, Lu Wen had also discovered the operating rules of the 8 Square Tower. 5 layers a cycle. Simple and crude, but very effective. Just like he just killed as a LV25 silver level boss. Lu Wen does not know those geniuses cannot be singled out this kind of existence. At least in Guangfeng a middle school. Want to find a past 10 layers are very difficult, unless top SS or SSS grade talent. The 15th level is the end of the road for that group of so-called geniuses. And this, for me, is just the beginning. Lu Wen is extremely confident in his own strength nowadays. Unless there is a platinum level boss here where he breaks into an extremely high level. Otherwise he simply can't stop Lu Wen, who was like a speeding dump truck. He gripped the red Inferno short blade tightly, like an Inferno ghost from hell, and continuously harvested the lives of the small monsters. In just a few minutes, Lu Wen had killed all the small monsters on the 16th floor. This kind of horrible efficiency, and did not with the 8 Square Tower layer higher and weakened. To Lu Wen, are a knife seconds of goods, the level of high and low, and what does it matter? 16, 18, 21, 25, 32, 39. After breaking through to the 39th floor in a single breath, a strong dwarf covered in flickering flames and holding a giant hammer handle appeared out of thin air. The scrying technique was thrown out, and the information of this boss, which was full of special effects, instantly appeared in front of Lu Wen's eyes. Firehammer Teslan, LV45, silver level boss. Life, 134. 400. 000/134. 400. 000. Finally something interesting, but alas, only a little. Looking at the silver boss that hundreds of millions of huge life, Lu Wen disdainfully let out a sigh. Even the same level of gold level boss. In his hands there is only a defeat, a kind of end. What did the dwarf with the hammer up in front of him want to do? Suicide? Lu Wen didn't put his opponent in his eyes, and as he went down with a series of sets of attacks, the silver-level boss that had previously bared its teeth at Lu Wen was now filled with consternation, revealing a humanized expression of shock. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What do you mean by that look? Dead shorty? After an ah of misery, Lu Wen swept this boss into the trash can in 3 tries. Just when he thought that the little monsters of the 41st level were about to attack, a booming sound instantly resounded in Lu Wen's ears. Congratulations on passing the selection of the outer gate of the Divine Devil Palace. You have obtained invitation to the Divine Demon Trial *1. Chapter 60, Come with us. Invitation to the Divine Demon Trial. What is this? Looking at the backpack, suddenly more hot gold card. Lu Wen is full of question marks. A good college entrance exam. How also on the whole copy of the reward? Is it hard to believe that my earlier guess was true? Ever since he heard the vague rules of the trial, Lu Wen had a feeling that the 8 Square Tower was not simply a high school trial site. This place gave him a feeling much like those special secret realms in the rumors, especially when he broke through the 40th floor of the earth and received the invitation to the God and Demon Trial. He was even more convinced of his initial thoughts. Lu Wen landed his eyes on the prop that emitted golden light on its surface. Invitation to the Demon Trial. Special prop. LV59 and above can be used. Effect, a special reward from the Divine Demon Palace to those who pass the outer gate trial examination. You can use this invitation to teleport to the Divine Demon Mystery Realm, and have a chance to obtain a dark gold level reward. Dark gold level rewards are here. Just which divine force is this Divine Demon Palace? Actually so bold? Lu Wen hadn't heard of any power called the Divine Demon Palace within the Alliance, but on second thought, he had never even heard of the God Sealing Pavilion. Yet the other party was able to insert their dark sons into one of the 9 major powers, the Martial God Palace. This indicated that within the Alliance, there were hidden forces that he hadn't known about. The water in here is probably deeper than I thought. Lu Wen let out a sigh of relief, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. The 8 Square Pagoda is a place of trial that the Alliance has placed here, and everything inside should be in the hands of the other side. I guess there's nothing wrong with the invitation to Divine Demon Trials. When I rise to the second turn limit, then I'll go to that so-called Divine Demon Palace to see that it actually rewards dark gold level props. It's really quite luxurious. Outside, as the many candidates continued to exit from the 8 Square Tower, the faces of Tong Qian and the others became increasingly ugly. There were 2,000 senior students in the entire Guangfeng First Middle School, and most of them had not even passed the first few hurdles and were eliminated early. According to their expectations, Lu Wen shouldn't be able to hold out for too long even if he was overly strong. After all, Tong Qian still thought that Lu Wen's ability to severely injure her in reality was purely due to the light of that bizarre talent. The real strength is not as high as one might think, but as the students withdrew from the examination one after another, Lu Wen was as steady as an old dog, with no intention of ending the examination at all, which couldn't help but give Tong Qian and the others a bad premonition in their hearts. It wasn't until all the candidates except Lu Wen came out that Tong Qian's worries finally came true. I go. This dude hoo-ah, bum, how to run our school high school? No way. I've been watching him for a long time. It looks like the number of tiers to break through should be higher than all of us. You can't say that. So what if it's been a long time? I think this person should belong to that kind of main T profession. Maybe he's still cultivating a relationship with that group of elite little monsters. It's also true that the truly powerful experts have long climbed up there, where the small monsters and bosses are of a higher level, and it's normal for them to come out first. No one recognized this scruffy, vagabond-like savage as the former school bully of Guangfeng No. 1 Middle School. Candidates are in no hurry to leave. When the entrance exams are completely over, acceptance letters from the universities will be delivered to them on the spot through a special login. Whether or not you can get into the school of your choice depends on whether or not the login in your hand will erupt with the school's unique visions. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The expressions of the people looking at Lu Wen began to look wrong. Was this really an expert? 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The eyes of everyone in the school were all focused on Lu Wen's head, and at this moment, they were already sure that this was a real big brother who was hiding. Perhaps the number of layers this guy has broken through can be comparable to those S-class geniuses in the city? I just asked my friends over there. Those people over there who just finished the college entrance exam and awakened their S-class talent lasted more than 40 minutes inside the 8 Square Tower. It was really scary. AI. Who says it isn't? It looks like a true genius will be coming out of our school as well. Someone sighed and looked at Lu Wen with envious eyes. On the contrary, I didn't see Qin Feng and Su Manlin. The two of them have awakened their A-rank talents and have a high probability of being admitted to top-tier academies. So how come they don't even come to the college entrance exams now? Could it be that he joined some great power in advance? Someone speculated in this manner. I heard my third aunt's family's fourth sister's cousin's uncle's nephew's great-uncle's son say that the two of them it seems, were slaughtered by Lu Wen. The death of the old tragedy. My home is living near the Su Manlin neighborhood. Awakening day. The police car rushed over there in great numbers. Scared to death. Hiss. Hearing such explosive news, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, glancing at each other, their heads all a bit foggy. These were the two most talented people in their Guangfeng First High School. How could they die on the day of the transfer? You said Rud. Yes, it's the one you're thinking of. Brother, tell me in detail. What's going on? Ahem. Rumor has it that Su Manlin got involved with Qin Feng behind his back, and when Lu Wen bumped into him, he slaughtered them all in a fit of anger. The students gossiped a lot, but Tong Qian looked at Lu Wen still continuing the examination. A heart could not help but slowly sink. Now that everyone was waiting for this one, it would be unlikely. I was afraid. If he wanted to take the person away with the least amount of commotion, he glanced at Du Xing on the high platform. Looking at this person with a smiling look, she knew that the probability that the other party could not be relied upon. It was not known how long it took, but the protective light shield around Lu Wen gradually dissipated, and the previous noisy sounds suddenly disappeared as if some mute spell had been cast on them. Everyone was staring intently at Lu Wen, wanting to see just what this savage had achieved within the 8-square tower. Buzz. A pillar of light suddenly erupted from the logon in a certain student's hand, on which arcane light flowed, forming a picture of a Luan bird in flight. It's enrollment started. Holy, so soon? In that case, how is it possible that the amount of time this dude lasted is among the top few in the entire Tianshui continent? When did a monster of this level appear in our Guangfeng First Middle School? Buzz, buzz. Without waiting for them to figure out why, hundreds of pillars of light exploded, displaying all sorts of illusory light shadows in the air. Some people were even wrapped in 2 or 3 pillars of light, obviously being looked at by more than one academy. Lu Wen stood up and looked at the login in his hand with interest, not knowing that with his 40 passes, there would be a few top-tier academies throwing in the towel. But before Lu Wen could wait for the result, a sound of dull footsteps came from far and near, rapidly approaching him. Lu Wen, come with us. Chapter 61. Go? Why should I go with you? Lu Wen turned around and couldn't help but sneer when he saw Tong Qian surround him with numerous plainclothes police departments. I am a reserve of the top academy. How dare you arrest me? Or are you prepared to forcibly take Tianshui Zhou's top student of the college entrance examination captive in front of the general public? Lu Wen was full of energy and wasn't afraid of the threats from Tong Qian and the others. In his opinion, putting the 8-square tower through, he was already an ironclad top academy reserve, and was still the core of the core. Although Tong Qian had a bit of power in the Diyuan City Police Department, but if he wanted to fight against the kind of power at the level of Divine Star Academy, the difference was not a star. The two sides were simply not on the same level of opponents. Lu Wen, I don't want to say any more nonsense. You mutilated dozens of lives of the Qin family. You have seriously violated the alliance laws. Even if you are a reserve of a top academy, you can't escape the law. Tong Qian snorted coldly and showed the wanted order to Lu Wen, staring dead at the teenager in front of him who was hiding a huge treasure. It's a warrant. Let's go. Murderer. Tong Qian tone bites very heavy. The voice also spreads out a long way. Many students see this scene, have withdrawn out a long way. A flash of bewilderment and shock crossed their faces. Shocked, the unkempt homeless man, who seemed to have fled from the city, turned out to be Lu Wen from his own school. Bewildered, he is just a student. Where to go to kill dozens of people in the Qin family? This is not a joke? As for Lu Wen's claim of being the top scholar of Tianshui Zhou, none of them took it seriously. After all the students in the same school knew that Lu Wen had awakened the most garbage F-grade talent, so how could he be capable of doing such a shocking thing? Could it be that thing is true? Only a small number of people looked horrified, not daring to look at Lu Wen in disbelief. When Qin Feng and Su Manlin's disappearance, once they were on the spot gossip rumors, just as a fun look, but now, they turned their heads to look at the rumor spreader, the other side of the same face, hands on the head. I did not expect a casually made up nonsense, actually a prophecy, really grass. What if I were to say no? Lu Wen frowned. He didn't expect that Tong Qian, the old woman, was quite well prepared, and even brought out the arrest warrant. That's a lot of fighting for the epic props on him. Lu Wen skimmed the motionless login. His heart could not help but rise a trace of anxiety. He now has no data experience card, and cannot in the first 2 times as in the reality of the big kill. If Tong Qian really wants to take him by force, forcibly arresting someone in my Guangfeng First High School, did you ask for my opinion? Just then, a cold humming sound suddenly came out. Du Xing walked slowly, and he was like an unsheathed spirit sword, plunging straight between Lu Wen and Tong Qian. Director Tong, Lu Wen is the outstanding seedling of my Guangfeng No. 1 middle school, a supreme genius destined to be admitted to a top-tier institution. I'm afraid there's something wrong with trying to take someone away with just a warrant? Du Xing stared at Tong Qian's gloomy face and let out a light laugh. Even if Lu Wen really has a problem, he should come back after the college entrance exam is over to ask for someone. What's the rush now? Although Tong Qian had long thought that Du Xing might turn against the water and had already made mental preparations, but when the other party really stood in front of the wanton, the anger still rubbed his heart. Oh, what do you want? I'm the chief of the Jiyuan City Police Department. Do I have to report what I want to do to an ordinary school principal like you? Take Lu Wen down for me, and anyone who dares to stop will be arrested as accomplices together. Tong Qian did not put Du Xing in her eyes at all, reached out and grabbed towards Lu Wen's neck. Although he did not have a data experience card, Lu Wen was at least a full body plus 29 super tycoon. What's more, there was also platinum equipment in hand, even if they couldn't perfectly utilize their own strength within reality. But avoiding Tong Qian's attack was not a problem. Seeing this, the rest of the police department similarly lunged at Lu Wen, and they did not use pistols and other old-fashioned weapons. Taking stuff against some normal people, or first-turn players is okay. It's all no different than a toy to someone with a little bit of class. Don't you dare! Du Xing shouted angrily, his body flashed with golden light, and he immediately transformed into a giant bear and slapped at Tong Qian fiercely. The old man who followed beside him shot out together. The crowd only felt a blur before their eyes, and the old man split into 5 figures, surrounding Tong Qian in layers. Surrounded by 2 people, Tong Qian simply did not have the power to fight back, and immediately thumped back a few steps, her face extremely ugly. 2/3 revolutions? Du Xing, I have underestimated you, Mr. Director. You've underestimated a lot, and that's just where it's at? Du Xing has already decided to bet on Lu Wen. How would he care about Tong Qian's opinion? Even if the other side of the arrest warrant in hand, he does not care. Afterwards, he had 100 reasons to explain that he was not one of those wasteful principals who climbed up through connections. So what was there to be afraid of him for? It took less than 10 seconds from confrontation to outburst. A melee of dozens of people erupted directly. Frightened, those candidates around them hastily retreated, not daring to get involved in the group's fight. Even the teachers were the same, although the principal was fighting the group of unknown enemies. But by looking at the furious scene of their skills being released indiscriminately, one could tell that this was a battle above the 3rd turn, not something they could just intervene in. Tong Qian originally thought that he arranged a seamless, but really to the implementation of the plan, but found that his most relied on the power, actually backwash on the spot. This put her, who didn't have too many experts with her, in the middle of a passive situation. But Tong Qian didn't forget the purpose of this trip. She shouted at those police stations, "Catch that kid, and we'll reward him afterwards." Although the pie was drawn somewhat obviously, the police department that followed them didn't dare to do otherwise, and immediately surrounded towards Lu Wen. Even the Qin and Lu families, Uyghur and dozens of people. The atmosphere of tension diffused throughout the scene. Those who were acquainted with Lu Wen were secretly sweating for him, having clearly achieved the best college entrance examination results in the whole school. Yet he hadn't gotten an invitation from even one of the academic institutions. Surrounded by the police department and other guys who don't look like good people at first glance. I'm afraid it's going to be a bad day. If I can't beat Tong Qian, I can't beat you guys? Stop a bunch of stinking fish and leave me alone. Lu Wen snorted coldly. As long as he didn't reach the 3rd turn, then he wouldn't be able to perform his skills in the real world, and that was what he was really afraid of. But what capital did a group of guys with at most 2 turns have to fight him? Lu Wen blasted out with a punch, directly sending one of the fastest rushing police department flying backwards, ruthlessly hitting a nearby utility pole. The man spewed blood, his eyes rolled over, and he even fainted directly. I don't want to get my hands dirty. If there really is that ungrateful one who wants to come and try, I don't mind letting you guys see the true strength of the Tianshui continent's top student in the college entrance exam. Chapter 62, Pushing Invincible Across. On the verge of death, you actually have the leisure to talk big. Brothers, give it to me. Avenge the family head. When the Qin family's children saw Lu Wen's emboldened appearance, their chests rose and fell in anger, and their expressions were extremely hideous. Of course they didn't believe the bull ******* Lu Wen said. What Tianshui continent scholar? Was that something he could get his hands on with an F-grade talent? But regardless of whether Lu Wen was the top scholar or not, the other party had indeed lasted for a long time within the 8 square tower. I don't know exactly what the results are, but it's highly likely that you'll receive a favor from an advanced school, or even a top school. Tong Qian and the others weren't afraid of each other. That was because the police department had the entire Divine Star Alliance at its back and belonged to the official system. The Qin and Lu families, on the other hand, were in all honesty nothing more than landowners who mingled in the remote city of Diyuan and acted as the masters of the land. To say there is any strength, oh, the head of a family is only at the peak of the 2nd turn, And those geniuses coming out of the advanced and top academies, just any one of them would be able to brush them off as small monsters. Not to mention a freak like Luan who had shown great strength before the college entrance exam. If they let the other party run away today, they might be removed from Duyuan City in a few months. Humph, when really don't know how to die. Seeing that these lunatics were completely ignoring him, Luan snorted coldly and exerted a few points more force than before. But any dare to lean up, he palm will be able to beat each other into serious injuries, directly, such as the first unlucky egg that fainted dead are considered good, such as the Qin family Lu family of people, but also was hit by a broken body, blood flow on the ground. Although Luan tried his best to restrain himself and did not kill anyone, he didn't want to let this accident and thus affect his entry into the top academy. But the surrounding parents candidates, including teachers, were all scared white by this horrible scene. Some teachers' lips trembled, not daring to think about how much woe this kind of big event would bring to them if it happened to Guangfeng No. 1 Middle School. Lu-Wan, stop it, you're making a mistake. Hearing this, Luan cursed back on the spot, and even the force of his strike was a few points heavier. I am guilty of Nima, have been bullied to the doorstep of the house. You do not help even if it's not enough, but also here to the outsiders. I can go to your horse. Put. A Qin clan disciple was shattered by him on the spot, paralyzed on the ground, with various colors of liquid flowing out. Luan really does not have much good feelings for these teachers. Black and white on this help outsiders to talk really disgusted him enough. His entire body had been dyed red with blood, and with this scruffy look, he looked like a psychopathic murderer who had just gotten out of prison. Tong Qian's side was still being frantically suppressed by Du Xing and the mysterious old man. Lu Wen's side was already cleaning up the scene as if a storm was sweeping away the leaves. Dozens of people could barely get through even a single move in his hands. All of them were knocked to the ground by him, grunting and unable to get up. However, Lu Wen didn't show any joy. Instead, he looked at the login device clutched in his hand with a puzzled expression. He only saw that the light pillar had been lit up above him at some point, but no matter the brightness or the visions that appeared, it was not as grand as he had imagined. It's not even close to other students, which makes Lu Wen very puzzled. Could it be, what's wrong with the login? Or, Lu Wen, you actually dare to openly assault the police and violently resist the law. What exactly do you want? On the other side, Tong Chen finally noticed what Lu Wen had done, and with just one glance, she just felt dizzy and couldn't believe what was in front of her. Dozens of people were actually all overturned by Lu Wen alone. How is this possible? Is it possible that all the people under her command are really losers? She cast the ice wall shield that resisted Lu Wen's inevitable strike in the first place and violently pushed Du Xing and the two of them away, while then quickly drew back and came straight at Lu Wen. Kid, let's see if I can't catch you this time. Tong Qian's speed is extremely fast, obviously is the outbreak of all the strength, wrapped in a uniquely belongs to the third turn of the profession powerful momentum, rushing to smash. Lu Wen only felt the wind coming at him, he didn't dare to catch it, and hastily retreated backward. Boom! An ice cone violently rose from the ground, stabbing out a deep pit about half a meter wide in diameter. Boom boom boom! Ice cones kept surfacing, heading straight for Lu Wen, the terrifying skill arriving in front of him in an instant. Looking at this situation, Tong Qian was prepared to directly cripple Lu Wen, quickly resolving the fight and thus transporting the other party back to the police station. Unfortunately, although Lu Wen was unable to cast his skills in reality anymore, his basic attributes were here, and his movement speed was not much slower than Tong Qian's, so he was able to dodge the ice pick easily. Just then, several pillars of light in succession erupted from the logon again. Boom! What's the situation? Can't it be that a top academy has started to make an effort? When the light pillar lit up, it meant that an academy had taken a liking to Lu Wen and had issued an invitation for him to enroll. But the eyes of the onlookers became subtle as, why does this pillar of light look so small? It's even worse than me. Can it be that this guy has just really been grinding time inside the 8 square tower? No, not really. What's the benefit of this? Just pretending? Some people didn't dare to believe it. After all, Lu Wen's powerful 1v dozens just now had shown that the other party was definitely mixing better than them in the godforsaken land. Otherwise, it was simply impossible to last even a single move in front of Tong Qian, a third-turn powerhouse. But the logger is like an ironclad proof, not to mention the top-tier academies. Up until now, it was all those unorthodox academies that were sending invitations to Lu Wen. Everything seemed to say that Lu Wen's performance within the 8 square tower was not as brave as they had imagined at all. Ha ha, care about him so much for what? Usually he is also quite crazy. Can't look at this, can't look at that. Now what? So many top academic institutions is not the same did not look at him? I'd like to see what this guy takes to be mad after being taken by the police department. He deserves to end up like this. Some students who usually dislike Lu Wen revealed cold smiles. The other party's failure in the college entrance exam was just as good news to them. After all, Who wants to see someone they hate have a better life than they do? Lu Wen frowned tightly. He was really a bit nervous. If there was no top academy willing to smooth out this old woman Tong Qian for him, he was afraid that he would have to go back to the previous kind of hiding days. What the hell is going on? I'm burdened with a forbidden level talent. My level exceeds that of my contemporaries by more than double. And even the 8 Square Tower trial was directly killed through by me. So why hasn't a top-tier academy sent me an invitation yet? As if she could see Lu Wen's doubts, Tong Qian sneered. Killing so many people and still wanting to get into a top school. Where in heaven is that good? I've long listed your identity as a major wanted criminal. Even if you perform well in the high school entrance exam trials, no academy will offend the Alliance officials in order to protect you. Still waiting for your nebulous backer. Today. Boom. Before the words were finished, a pillar of skyrocketing light suddenly erupted from Lu Wen's hand, and the light shot straight up into the sky. Chapter 63, Give Face to My Old Man. This is. Looking at the pillar of light that was even more dazzling than all the other candidates, Lu Wen couldn't help but stare. His backer, at last, had arrived. Buzz, an open sky axe floated in the sky, and the vision reflected for miles around, shocking the people present all jaws. This is a top school. There is definitely a top school that has extended an invitation to Lu Wen. Holy, what's going on here? Isn't this guy a pretender? How come a top academy really wants him? That's not fair. Those students who wanted to see Lu Wen's jokes, after seeing the supervision that belonged exclusively to the top-tier academy, their eyes instantly reddened with envy and stared dead at the heaven-opening axe in midair. Their bodies trembled, itching to strangle Lu Wen and get this disgusting guy straight to death. Obviously, there is an invitation from the top school, but also show a look of suffering. This heart, pretend to see who? The crowd was enraged. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Wen's battle prowess displayed at this moment was too terrifying, they would have wanted to drag him to the school's restroom and beat him up furiously. Buzz. At this time, the heaven-opening great axe slowly became smaller and eventually turned into smoke and clouds, coalescing into a sinister figure. This person was none other than Yang Hong, and in order to meet Lu Wen earlier, she had gone so far as to use a special prop to descend her projected doppelganger directly next to the other party's login. Boom! But before she could speak, a huge snowball floated out of thin air and slammed this way. Pust! The shadowy doppelganger was dispersed by a single blow, and it turned back into smoke to condense into a human form. What the hell is going on over here? Yang Hong gazed over and saw a woman wearing a police department uniform that exuded the unique aura of a third-turn player constantly casting skills. Various ice skills blasted towards Lu Wen's side, forcing this super genius who had just broken through the limit at the 8 Directions Tower to retreat. Stop! Lu Wen is the person our Pingtian Academy wants by name. What do you police department want? Are you trying to ruin our genius? Yang Hong naturally knew that there was a problem with Lu Wen's identity, but so what? This was the demon with the highest number of points in the college entrance exam ever. It was even more terrifying than those guys with SSS level talent. She couldn't let Tong Qian go on with this nonsense. In case something happened to Lu Wen, their Pingtian Academy's dream of re-emergence would be shattered here. I'm afraid. So what if it's a top-tier academy? Lu Wen is an important wanted criminal within the police system. Not to mention your Pingtian Academy. Even if the Divine Star Academy comes, I still won't give my face. Tong Qian didn't pay attention to Yang Hong, casting spells faster and faster instead. One by one, ice explosion bombs exploded around Lu Wen, and the terrifying energy even toppled the surrounding students who had gotten closer. I'd like to see how you don't give face to my Pingtian Academy. Yang Hong's eyes slightly condensed as he stared unkindly at Tong Qian. The other party is wearing a special police uniform, so he must be a local police officer. But compared to the recovery plan of the Pingtian Academy, what is this status? With a wave of her palm, a substantial palm wind suddenly rose up and went straight at Tong Qian. The speed of the palm wind was extremely fast, and in just the blink of an eye it rushed in front of Tong Qian. Tong Qian's face changed. There was no time to dodge, and the whole person was heavily slapped out. Blood spilled all over the sky, and Tong Qian only felt as if he had been hit head-on by a heavy truck, and all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Good, strong guy. She braced herself, blood spilling from the corners of her mouth as she stared resentfully at Yang Hong, whose body was illusory. I said, even if the Divine Star Academy comes, I won't give face to you Tian Ping. And what are you, still not coming out? Do you want to stay in the shadows and watch the show? As the words fell, the face of Du Xing, who had just arrived, changed. A dozen figures dressed in blood had appeared inside the school at some point. They approached this way quietly, without making a single sound. In the face of a super expert who could seriously injure Tong Qian with a single strike, this group of people did not show the slightest bit of fear. Strong man of the Pingtian Academy, please go back. Lu Wen is someone our chief bodyguard wants. You can't take him away. Although this fellow Tong Qian is a bit arrogant, She didn't say anything wrong. Even if the Divine Star Academy comes, we must take Lu Wen away. A leading youth spoke in a calm tone, not affected in the slightest by Yang Hong and the Pingtian Academy behind him. What Lu Wen represented was far from being as simple as epic props. It was also about whether or not they would be able to gain the friendship of one of the 9 major powers within the alliance, the Temple of the Martial God. Even though the top academies were large and extremely powerful, against a behemoth like the Martial God Hall, they were still a step weaker. Thus, even though the Blood-Clothes Dart Bureau was only a third-turn power in the state city, if they could capture Lu Wen, they would have every chance to go even further, and they would not be afraid of the Pingtian Academy in the twilight of the day at all. What? Yang Hong stared wide-eyed, not daring to believe what the visitor said. When did the reputation of the Pingtian Academy become so weak? Do they really think that they are lambs to be savaged at will after a change of heart? The fire in her heart churned, and she repeatedly slapped at these red-clothed figures. As a fourth-turn powerhouse, even if it was only a split body descending, the strength that could be erupted was not something that could be compared to an ordinary third turn. Unfortunately, the strength that these red-robed figures had erupted was far beyond the crowd's imagination. After all, they were all peak third-turn powerhouses. Even Yang Hong could only force them back, unable to kill them in one fell swoop. After all, the strength of these people is far from Tong Qian can be compared, although it is also not Yang Hong opponent, but resist the other side of the attack is not a problem. What's more, Yang Hong himself was not personally present, and the gap in strength between the two sides was not at all as big as imagined. As long as they exhausted the energy of this person's detachment, they would have a chance to capture Lu Wen alive, thus handing it over to the Martial Gods Hall in exchange for a generous reward. Under the constant siege of a group of blood-clothed figures, the energy of Yang Hong's projected detachment quickly bottomed out. Even if she went all out, she could only manage to keep the split from being broken. Kid, don't make a pointless struggle. Come with us. The leading blood-clothed youth walked up to Lu Wen's near front and looked down at the other party. The remaining dozen or so Third Revolution's powerhouses similarly walked over and surrounded him, their gazes unkindly looking down on Lu Wen. Unexpected. Cut the ing crap and come with us. A physically tough, extremely large man didn't want to listen to Lu Wen's nonsense, and his large bushy hand directly slapped him, as if to knock him out with a slap. The palm wind whistled, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lu Wen. What a great show, but unfortunately, it can't go on much longer. All the juniors, sell the old man a face. What? As the voice fell, the crowd only felt a shocking thunderbolt exploding from their ears, blasting their heads blank on the spot, their bodies involuntarily falling to their knees. They stared blankly in the direction of the source of the sound, only to see a figure wearing a dark gold mask with no breath floating in the void, silently looking down at them. How? Chapter 64, Strong Divine Martial King. Flying, is a fifth-turn powerhouse. How could this be? Why would a hallowed fifth-turn powerhouse come to such a less place? Is it worth it for a mere Lu Wen? No one would have thought that there was also a fifth-turn powerhouse standing behind Lu Wen, and judging by the terrifying aura emanating from his body, he was definitely a supreme existence in the fifth turn. Since no one said anything, that's a tacit admission? The Divine Martial King's voice was calm. No joy or anger could be heard. As the crowd watched in horror, he slowly landed beside Lu Wen, his palm resting on the other's shoulder. Kid, this is your enemy on all sides. How? Do you still wait for the so-called top school invitation? The Divine Martial King laughed softly, a few more points of playfulness in his tone. The predecessor is. Lu Wen's face was calm, but in reality, he was panicking internally, and he completely dared not do anything small in front of this level of powerhouse. Besides, he didn't remember when he had crossed paths with the other man. Seal God Pavilion. Divine Martial King. The Divine Martial King's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone around him to hear clearly. Which power is the Seal God Pavilion? Why haven't I heard of it? Someone had a puzzled look on their face and looked at their companion in disbelief. The companion shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Don't ask me. I only know that there's no name of the other party among the 9 powers, but since there's a fifth-turned powerhouse in attendance, I think it's a great power from another continent. Other continents? It's possible. Many people who were unaware of the truth attributed the Sealing Pavilion to the Outer Continent forces. This included Tong Qian and the people from the Blood-Clothes Dart Bureau as well. Only Yang Hong's face was grave. As the head of enrollment of the Pingtian Academy in Tianshui Continent, not only was his strength enough to rival that of the chief bodyguard of the Blood-Clothes Bodyguard Bureau, his intelligence channels were even more exaggerated and frightening. But even so, he hadn't heard anything about the Sealed God Pavilion. To know, Yang Hong, as a fourth-turn powerhouse, her sight had long been placed within the entire alliance, and the forces that could make her unclear were either silent and nameless, or extremely deeply hidden. With Divine Martial King's superb strength, it was clearly the latter. If I really let this fellow take Lu Wen away, I'm afraid that my Pingtian Academy will completely lose this opportunity to rise quickly. Yang Hong quickly analyzed the pros and cons of the matter. Although the Divine Martial King was likewise on Lu Wen's side, the entanglement of interests between the two sides was even more serious than that of the Bloodclothes Dart Bureau in Tongqian. After all, Lu Wen, as the topmost demonic pride, had the qualifications to shut down the prosperity or otherwise of a party's power. It wasn't just the people who were robbed, but also the future of the Pingtian Academy. This senior, my Pingtian Academy has already sent an invitation to Lu Wen to enroll in the school, is now a member of the school, in broad daylight, robbing my school of heavenly pride, is afraid that it is not too good, right? Yang Hong's tone was soft with a hard edge. In the face of a five-turned powerhouse, he had to raise the backer that was the Pingtian Academy. After all, the old principal was also a fifth-turn powerhouse, and if he really fought, he was not afraid of the other side. The heavenly pride of your academy? Oh, you girl, you really know how to tell jokes. I've been here since the beginning. Do I still need you to make things up here? The Divine Martial King let out a light laugh, somewhat disdainful of what Yang Hong had said. There was a huge difference between fifth-turn powerhouses, and of course he knew the old principal of the Flat Sky Academy. The other party was a powerhouse, a very strong kind. Unfortunately, he was stronger, and it was not even a star stronger, completely capable of suppressing Principal Pingtian with one hand. It's ridiculous that this girl is actually pulling the flag in front of him. If your principal personally came to me to ask for someone, maybe I would give him a little bit of face, and at most beat him into a serious injury. As for you, the Divine Martial King glanced at the unsightly Yang Hong and shook his head. Seeing as you bailed out Lu Wen once, I won't bother with you. If anyone else dared to talk to me like that, I would have slapped him to death long ago. Where are you like you? Still standing here properly? Shut up. The Divine Martial King let out a low shout, and a terrifying pressure emanated from his body, instantly enveloping the entire Guangfeng First Middle School. Ka Chao. The Bloodclothes dartboard in Tongqian and the others only felt that there was a weight of 10,000 pounds on their bodies, and even though they used their entire body to try to block it, they were unable to do anything about it. One could only fall to one's knees, unable to get up by this majestic aura. As for the projection that Yang Hong had manifested, it was even directly shattered by it, dissipating into nothingness on the spot. The little girl is so young and her mouth is so broken. It's better to let her stop. On the contrary, you kid, have you thought about it yet? Do you want to come with me to the court of the sealed god? I believe that the Watcher should have talked to you about our specific situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Wen couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. You have exerted your divine power. Where is the room for me to refuse? Even the projection split of a fourth-turned powerhouse was said to be broken. It was truly incomparably terrifying, and I didn't know to what realm its true strength had actually reached. However, he didn't have much resistance to the God-Sealing Pavilion where the Divine Martial King was located. His father was a core disciple of the Sealing Pavilion during his lifetime, and now that the results of the college entrance exam have been spoiled by that old woman Tongqian, only one of the top schools within the alliance is willing to throw in an olive branch. This was completely different from what Lu Wen had imagined, and even far from it. Although he was not clear about how exactly the Divine Martial King had found himself, he did not care about it. If he did not have this person to save him, even if he had the principal's help today, he would definitely not be able to do well. Under the expectant gaze of the Divine Martial King, Lu Wen nodded his head and responded. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Lu Wen seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly pointed at the group of people lying on the ground and asked, Senior, if I kill them, will the Seal God Pavilion be able to protect me? The Divine Martial King froze. Was this kid so bold? Lu family and Qin family's people even if, although he is not clear about the other side of the bottom, but just now the fight he saw clearly. A group of people surrounded Lu Wen, and in the end were able to be killed back. This kind of accomplished waste had no qualifications to enter his eyes at all. On the contrary, Tongqian and other police department personnel, killing will definitely have heavenly trouble. Of course, the trouble is only for Lu Wen, those strong people who know the horror of the Sealed God Pavilion. On the contrary, do not care about this. Ha ha ha, if you want to kill, then go ahead and do it. Who cares what his status is? He's been beaten to the door. If he doesn't fight back, you don't have to go to the godforsaken land. It's not for cowards. In that case, the corner of Lu Wen's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Tongqian, whose face had changed drastically. You old woman, you've gone against me repeatedly. Do you really think I don't dare to make a move against you? Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. The sound of footsteps like a death wish, ruthlessly smashed in the heart of Tongqian. Her pupils shrunk into pinholes, constantly trembling. Tongqian's entire body tensed her muscles, wanting to break free from the pressure brought on her by the Divine Martial King, but even though she used all her strength, she still couldn't move a single bit. Lu Wen, you can't kill me. Are you hardly going to challenge the alliance laws? Tong Qian hissed and yelled, her body shaking like a sieve as she continuously terrorized Lu Wen with her words. Unfortunately, Lu Wen's footsteps did not pause at all, but instead became incredibly firm, and in a few steps he came to stand in front of Tong Qian. Ridiculous, the law of the Union is to allow persecution of ordinary people like you? A maggot-like thing like you is worthy of talking to me about the law? Go talk to Hades. Lu Wen raised his foot and stepped downward fiercely. Click. Bones broke and blood splattered. The whole place was silent, and the onlookers all looked at Lu Wen with horror in their eyes. He just killed the police officer? Congratulations, you have killed Tong Qian, triggered the talent slaying gods and slaying demons, forbidden, and obtained the platinum level boss drop reward. Chapter 65, Killing Madness. You have acquired shoes, boots of the gods, platinum. You have acquired pants, sinister asylum, platinum. You have obtained the strength curing scroll, god and demon reward. You have obtained second turning chi and blood runestone times 4000. You have gained skill points asterisk 100. You have obtained strengthening stone asterisk 125000. After killing Tong Qian, Lu Wen only felt physically and mentally relieved, and the air around him seemed to smell sweet. He paid no attention to the rewards the talent gave him, much less the shock of the crowd of onlookers. At this moment, he only felt that all the shackles that had imprisoned him had disappeared. Since he has decided to join the God Sealing Pavilion, Lu Wen has no other worries. Tong Qian is dead. How can those children of the Qin and Lu families who followed him leave in one piece? Lu Wen, what are you doing? Stay back. No. Seeing that Lu Wen had no intention of stopping, he instead landed his eyes on them. These family disciples immediately panicked, broke down and cried in pain, desperately trying to escape from this place. You scumbags, you're equally no good. If you dare to make a move to surround me, then be prepared to be damned. Poof, poof, poof. Lu Wen punched them one by one, directly blasting them into red and white watermelons, and the cues kept ringing in his head, as if he was rocking out and venting his emotions like crazy. Congratulations on killing Qin Wu, triggering the talent slaughtering gods and slaying demons, forbidden, and obtaining the platinum level boss drop reward. Congratulations on killing Lu Qingqing, triggering the talent slaughtering gods and slaying demons, taboo, and obtaining the platinum level boss drop reward. Congratulations on killing Qin Kaiyang, triggering the talent slaughtering gods and slaying demons, forbidden, and obtaining the platinum level boss drop reward. Within a short time, these stragglers who had followed him were slaughtered by Lu Wen. At this time, he was completely unconcerned about how much shock this move would cause. Lu Wen only knew one thing: even if he didn't kill Tong Qian and the others, his situation wouldn't get half as good. Even if one pleases the other, there will always be one or another person or dog that wants to pounce on him and bite him. Since there's no need for reconciliation, why don't I just turn all of you into nutrients and become a part of me stepping into the supreme power? At this time, Lu Wen had already killed his eyes. Where did he still care about the flood behind him? His line of sight shifted, and he landed on those people from the blood-clothed dark bureau again. None of your business. Have to win to get involved. Send you on your way today. Remember to wait for your boss down there. I'll send him to be reunited with you soon too. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, including Du Xing and the old man at the peak of the third revolutions beside him, Lu Wen cleared out all of the blood-clothed dark bureau's strongest men again. The air is filled with this pungent smell of blood. There are timid students have long been scared on the spot vomit. The parents and teachers were no better. Trembling, the soles of their feet covered with a water stain. This lunatic, if he does this, it will be absolutely publicized. And who will be able to protect him? By what God Sealing Pavilion? Are you kidding me? A force that I've never heard of, and it dares to go against the Federation? Some suppressed to the extreme voices kept ringing out, and with Lu Wen's perception ability, he naturally heard them clearly. He simply looked up and swept his eyes to the source of the voice, and there was a sudden silence there, everyone looking down at their toes and the liquid underneath everyone else's feet, and no one dared to say another word. As for the remaining police stations, Lu Wen did not do anything. Unlike the Qin and Lu families and the people from the blood-clothed dartboard, this group of people not only had special identities, but other than Tong Qian, the old woman, they were also just ordinary public officials who acted on orders and had no deep hatred with him. The main point is that now that Tong Qian is dead and he has taken out the bad anger, if he expands the conflict to the entire police system, he is afraid that he won't be able to live peacefully in the future. Lu Wen slowly stepped in front of the Divine Martial King and snickered. Is it still protected now? The Divine Martial King froze, then laughed up to the sky. Ha ha ha, you kid, you're really fierce and powerful. Even if you kill everyone, I'll keep it. What I mean is that many more things like today will happen in the future, and the people who die will be stronger and have a higher status. Is Senior really not afraid that one day, I will break the sky of the sealed God Pavilion? Interesting, but the prerequisite for doing so is to come to the God Ceiling Pavilion to see just how high the sky is here, and then say those big words of yours afterward. The Divine Martial King was very satisfied with Lu Wen's performance. He could tell that although this kid wasn't a troublemaker, his destructive power was much more terrifying than those fifth-turn powerhouses. The guts are really big and the strength is strong, totally not comparable to those losers of the same age. Including it in the God Ceiling Pavilion would definitely be the single most correct thing he had done in his life. Ha ha ha, that's good, that's good. Before leaving, Lu Wen came to the Principal Du Xing and solemnly thanked him. Although the Divine Martial King was hiding in the shadows early on and wouldn't let him be harmed in the slightest. But in any case, this one was one of the few reliable helpers who were on his side and still had the guts to go head-to-head with the police department. He also wanted to say thank you to Yang Hong, but unfortunately, this one had been blasted apart by some equally short-tempered powerhouse, and he still didn't know where he was. There can only be time to repay the favor of today's protection. After settling everything, the Divine Martial King placed his palms on Lu Wen's shoulders, and with a flash, he and Lu Wen disappeared into Guangfengyi, only leaving the crowd frozen in place. Half a day no one dared to move. Phew, today, it's really exciting. This rotten federation has finally hit a hard nail today. It's just a pity for that Lu Wen kid, being forced to that point at such a young age. I hope that he can get by in the ceiling pavilion nevertheless. Li Wan's aside, he didn't have the same feeling that his other colleagues had after the robbery. As a veteran police commissioner who always carried out his principles within the police station bureau, his understanding of Lu Wen was still above Tong Qian. He had privately checked Lu Wen's information after the other party had issued the so-called wanted notice. What capital could this kind of student, who was so clean that he couldn't be any cleaner, have for Tong Qian to bother targeting? Thinking of all the wrongful convictions that had happened, Li Wan's aside again, but then smiled. Perhaps this little guy is also doing the people a favor, and if a few dozen people die, perhaps hundreds or even thousands will have their fate changed as a result. Chapter 66 Eye of Heavenly Tilt. Lu Wen and the Divine Martial King duo left. I don't know what means the Divine Martial King used. Lu Wen didn't even have time to react. His vision turned around, and his whole person appeared in another completely unfamiliar place. Lu Wen looked around. This place was dim and lightless, surrounded by a circle of stone walls. It looked like a tower, but Lu Wen didn't dare to be sure, as he raised his head to look up. But the uppermost part was a void, like the teleportation channel within the God-forsaken land. Is this the sealed God Pavilion? Lu Wen asked curiously. Yes and no. The Divine Martial King hummed and walked towards the giant stone monument erected in the center. The headquarters of the God Ceiling Pavilion isn't in reality, but is set up in the God-forsaken land's circumstellar space, and it's simply not possible to go there without a fifth-turn strength. The place under your feet, on the other hand, is a branch pavilion within Earth Origin City that hasn't been activated for a long time, and technically speaking, you're the only one here today. Lu Wen opened his mouth, somewhat surprised by what the other party said. In the middle of the stars in the God-forsaken land? Is pushing it that hard? It was the first time he had heard of a power building its lair in the God-forsaken land, and it was still far away and endless in the stars. This made Lu Wen both surprised and with a trace of yearning, wanting to see if the starry sky of this God-forsaken world was consistent with the outside world. After all, the God-forsaken land came from a mysterious place, and it was not too much to say that it was another real world. The pattern that had formed on the God Star today was largely related to the sudden descent of the God-forsaken land. High? That's extremely high. It's super high. None of those familiar forces on the God planet, except the Federation itself, have this kind of ability. Aside from being pushy, being able to walk out of the God-forsaken land is a proof of strength in itself. Now, do you understand what kind of position the God Ceiling Pavilion is in on the God Star? Lu Wen nodded, but his brow furrowed again soon after. If the God Ceiling Pavilion is so powerful, why would there still be traitors who want to join the Martial God Hall? Even my father. There are assholes in any power. Even the Seal God Pavilion is no exception. When the greed in a person's heart cannot be satisfied, they will fall into the abyss. I'm sorry about your father. At the time we weren't aware that a mole had exposed the information to the extent that it caused a major disaster. Speaking of which, the Divine Martial King took a deep breath, murderous intent flowing in his eyes, clearly also harboring a grudge over this matter. We later found out from our investigation that there was not only the temple of the martial god in this, but also a big shot within the Federation who was messing around with it. Anyway, the reason is complicated. If you want to know, come back to me after the fourth turn and I'll tell you the whole truth. Good. After a long moment of silence, Lu Wen nodded heavily. He did not rush to find the mole who had killed his father. The Divine Martial King's meaning was clear. That mole's rank was at least above the fourth turn. Lu Wen's strength were at the same level or among his peers. It was purely a descending blow, but compared to those who were truly strong, the difference was still too far. Trying to exterminate him was no more difficult than crushing an ant. Not bad, not blinded by hatred. I'm afraid your heart is even better than your strength. I brought you here today, mainly to talk to you about one of my Seal God Pavilion's great underpinnings. This will be of great benefit to your growth, and whatever you want can be realized through this monolith. Come and see. The Divine Martial King greeted Lu Wen, pointing at this gigantic stone monument, and proudly said, "This is the Eye of Heavenly Pouring, whose body is a legendary grade prop in the hands of the Pavilion Master, and possesses the terrifying ability to spy on the heavens and the earth and gain insight into everything. Nowadays, you're also the only member within Earth Elemental City, so it's simply more than appropriate for this item to be given to you to use." Lu Wen's eyes widened as he swept back and forth over the Divine Martial King and the Eye of Heavenly Tilt. "So, this legendary grade prop's doppelganger can be used for me? Aha! Doesn't that mean that I can also monitor heaven and earth with this, and gain insight into everything within Diyuan City?" Lu Wen asked excitedly. "I can't, that's what the instants are for." "Pust, then why are you talking so much about it? Just so I can see what's going on." Lu Wen didn't expect that a powerful person like the Divine Martial King would actually like to play the big gasp bit as well. "The main purpose of the establishment of my God Sealing Pavilion is to seal the gods in 6 revolutions, thus crossing over into a completely new heaven and earth. And the resources required during this period are so large as to be beyond your imagination. Like those top-tier academies in the outside world, it's hard to get someone to truly cross into that realm even if they gather all their strength. Therefore, the Eye of Heavenly Tilt can help you quickly collect information about the resources of the place where you are, including but not limited to wild secret realms, copies, blessed lands, firefights and battles between forces, and even information about bounties within the tavern can be checked out clearly for you. Even if you spare the resources, it can even help you find out the color of your enemy's underwear." Ahem, don't look at me with that kind of look, it's just a simple analogy. So, all you have to do is regularize useful information so that you can quickly earn the resources you currently need. The Divine Martial King pressed his hand onto the Eye of Heaven's Pouring, and instantly, an image emerged from it. One could only see a group of red-clothed figures, who were traveling through the wild woods, surrounding and chasing after a wild boss, which, judging by its physique, was estimated to be only gold-level difficulty. The screen shifted, and this time Lu Wen saw a group of differently shaped players gathered around the quest list in the dimly lit bar, pointing and talking about something. The methods of acquiring resources in the Divine Abandonment Lands are nothing more than secret realms, copies, wild and dangerous lands, blessed lands, cross-border battles, or other special channels. Why is the Eye of Heavenly Tilt enough to be classified as a legendary prop? For one thing, this is the foundation of a large power's intelligence system. Even if our numbers are no match for the so-called top powers in the outside world, we should definitely be a few steps above them in terms of intelligence. Secondly, wanting to rely on the kind of buying and selling to earn resources in reality is extremely unrealistic, unless one is strong enough to bag a whole piece of blessed land or a core resource point. Otherwise, unusual resources simply won't sell for a good price. In the end, the Divine Abandonment Land is a primitive world where the strong eat all, where force determines everything, and the first ones to handle all kinds of superb resources are definitely those top-tier powerhouses. And the Eye of Heaven's Pouring allows you to acquire sufficient resources at the fastest speed when you are weak, thus solidifying your base for constant breakthroughs. Speaking of which, the Divine Martial King took out a mask that was nearly the same model as his, only the lines were not quite the same color. "This is for you, a platinum-grade masking prop, enough for you to use for a long time. You advanced to the second turn not long ago. I think you still lack a weapon to use while you have one. I happen to have another platinum-grade dagger here that popped out back then, so I'll give it to you as well." The Divine Martial King took out another double-bladed dagger that flashed with a turquoise-blue halo, and just by looking at its windy appearance, he knew that it was definitely a top-notch piece of equipment. But to the Divine Martial King's surprise, Lu Wen was not half polite and took the mask on the spot. As for the most precious platinum-grade weapons, they just took a glance and silently withdrew their eyes. Lu Wen scratched his head in some embarrassment and tangled, "Elder, can we exchange a reward for a platinum-level weapon? I don't lack." Chapter 67, Second Turn Supreme Gift Pack. The Divine Martial King froze for a moment before looking up and down at the faint arcane light radiating from Lu Wen's body. "Good boy. A really good outfit. Much better than I was back then." His eyesight was extremely high, and he could see through the platinum-grade equipment Lu Wen was carrying at a glance. And the rest of them were also gold equipment with quite a high enhancement level. To him, both gold and platinum are a bit of a step down, but putting it on Lu Wen is a bit too much. "In that case, I'll give you some other treasures." The Divine Martial King flipped his hand, and a transparent crystal that shone with a yellow halo was revealed. Lu Wen was immediately attracted to it for no other reason than it was a level 6 physical attack runestone. "Isn't this a little too expensive?" Lu Wen didn't care about platinum-level equipment, but high-level material attack runestones were rare props that he was currently in dire need of. He hadn't forgotten the teacher who had been forced to jump to his death because he couldn't afford to pay back the interest on the runestone fund, thus causing an irreparable tragedy. The value of a high-level physical attack runestone could be imagined. Is it hard to believe that this is even more precious than platinum-grade equipment? The Divine Martial King laughed. He had a lot of good things on him, but there weren't really many that were suitable for second-turn players. So this physical attack runestone was a nice little gift. Take it. You should be able to use this thing for a while yet, although you are now joining the Sealed God Pavilion. According to our tradition, you need to step into the third turn before you are qualified to actually meet fellow players. Most of them are making their way through the state cities, so if you're interested, you can learn about the situation over there in advance. Now that the mission is complete, I have other things to do. Work hard. I'm looking out for you. The Divine Martial King patted Lu Wen on the shoulder and smiled with a word of encouragement before disappearing into this space. By the way, within the real world, I have sent you to a safe place, so it won't be too late to come out again when you cross over to the third turn to master part of the Divine Abandonment's abilities. 3 turns? Should be soon. Lu Wen looked at the place where the Divine Martial King had disappeared and muttered. He upgraded at a divine speed, and his foundation was incredibly solid, far beyond what other players could compare. Now that the entrance exams are over and I have a place to stay, it's time to start investigating what happened back then. Although the Divine Martial King said that he would inform him of everything after his 4th turn, Lu Wen was clearly not the kind of person who could endure loneliness, as long as he had enough strength, not to mention the 4th turn, even if it was the 3rd turn or even the 2nd turn, he would dare to go to the Martial God's palace and make a fuss. This action exceeded expectations by too much. Not only did I not join the Divine Star Academy, but I stepped onto the big ship that is the God Sealing Pavilion. From start to finish, I've killed dozens of people, equivalent to decapitating dozens of platinum bosses. And I haven't even looked at any of the others except for that old woman Tong Qian's reward. Lu Wen realized the shift and landed on top of the many extra props within his backpack. Congratulations on killing many players in a row. Reward Fusion. Special issue of the 2nd turn of the Supreme Gift Pack ×1. You have obtained Prime, Faceless 1, God and Demon Reward, X1. You have obtained Turn 2 Equipment Upgrade Coupon, God and Demon Reward, X6. You have obtained Fixed Transfer Scroll X10. You have obtained 2nd Turning Chi and Blood Runestone, LV7, ×4. You have obtained 2nd Turn Physical Attack Runestone, LV7, X4. You have obtained 2nd Turn Defense Runestone, LV7, X4. You've gained Equipment Essence X32. You have gained Skill Points X2145. You have gained Strengthening Stone X2, 425, 000. You have gained Experience X72, 856, 000. Congratulations. Level up to LV46, Life plus 600, Mana plus 360, Material Attack plus 120, Legal Attack plus 30, Material Defense plus 60, Legal Defense plus 45, Free Attribute Points plus 80, congratulations, level up to LV51, Life plus 600, Mana plus 360, Physical Attack plus 120, Legal Attack plus 30, Physical Defense plus 60, Legal Defense plus 45, Free Attribute Points plus 80. As Lu Wen's attention focused on these props, the densely packed seawater-like beeps instantly drowned him out. Since he had taken control of his natural ability, he had never been in such a situation. It wasn't until a good while later that Lu Wen finally came back to his senses, and he breathed a sigh of relief, somewhat shocked at the harvest. In the real world, to kill many third-turn powerhouses, the rewards were doubled by an unknown number of times. Actually, even the level 7 rune stones were given away as if they didn't need any money. A pity. I should have known that I would have asked for some other rewards with the Divine Martial King just now. In a roundabout way, the combined rewards that exploded from the Divine Martial King were only useful for platinum-grade masks. Special circumstances like today's are expected to be rarely encountered again in the future, to the point where I have to find a way to maximize the use of my resources, so that I can tamp down my already deep heritage. A one-time access to the unusual second-turn players cannot get a reward for life, is to Lu Wen's nature of mind, but also inevitably have a moment of disorientation. But he quickly adjusted, and the ding-a-ling-ding-a-ling began to pound away for a while. The 2 pieces of platinum equipment that exploded from the old woman. They can't be wasted. Give me upgrade coupons for all of them. Not only these 2. Lu Wen used all the upgrade coupons in his backpack in one breath. There were so many enhancing stones that they couldn't be used up, and with the banknote ability, Lu Wen had no difficulty at all in closing his eyes and directly sprinting his entire body to plus 29. You have acquired Extreme Walking Boots, Platinum, plus 29 times 1. You have gained Asylum of Sin, Platinum, plus 29x1. Take a pinch. As for those high-grade rune stones that were rewarded, Lu Wen directly set all of them, with exactly 12 whole slots, so there wouldn't be any waste. After taking care of his regular equipment, Luwen then picked up the Prime, which, in his opinion, was enough to be called a true artifact. Like Northland Rift, Prime is also a second turn artifact, only this attribute gap. Dyna Sky, special props artifacts, LV40 plus can be used. Attributes, full attributes plus 23%, plus 41% damage to bosses, plus base damage plus 22%, plus blast damage plus 38%, plus the 8-star divine artifact itself comes with 4 attribute phrases, and the attribute cap of a second turn divine artifact is 59%. Now that I have 32 points of equipment essence, I can give it a good scrubbing. Luwen stared at the plus number at back of the artifact's entry. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. If this was washed out with a perfect attribute, his own strength would definitely still skyrocket a cut. Even if Tong Qian was in his face, he would be able to blow his dog's head off with a single punch, easily crushing a third-turn powerhouse. The key to this is the 32 points of equipment essence that is rewarded. Essence of equipment, second turn, special prop, LV40 plus can be used. Effect, melting platinum level equipment gains 1 point of energy essence, which can be used for artifact word shuffling. Chapter 68 8-star divine weapon. The equipment essences of the second turn can only be obtained by melting platinum grade equipment, and after the third turn, diamond grade equipment is just a consumable. Papers thought of certain artifact attribute screenshots he had seen online before and couldn't help but feel emotional. The gap between man and man is simply countless times greater than the gap between man and dog. The superb equipment that unusual players spend countless efforts to get is nothing more than a consumable prop for the artifacts to be shuffled in the eyes of those tycoons. Counting on it, I'm also a tycoon in other people's eyes. A big dog. And this feeling of being able to squander resources at will is pretty good. Luwen was satisfied to the point where he couldn't be any happier with what was going on, and didn't sympathize with the average player at all. The 4 attributes of Prime are very positive, so it's not necessary to wash the word type, just pull the attributes up a bit. Within the divine abandonment, there were only 2 paths involving word shuffling, one of which was attribute type, and the other was word value. Luwen's entire body was now covered in plus 29 extreme platinum equipment, counting it as an early graduation, and now he only needed to pull up the value of his artifacts, and he didn't have to worry about all kinds of equipment before LV59. Action. As Luwen's mind moved, light flowed on the surface of Prime, emitting a dull buzzing sound like a war horn. Congratulations, Artifact Optimus Prime has been successfully trained. I hope that one shot will give me an excellent attribute. Luwen Sanwei rubbed his hands together and looked at the artifact panel in anticipation, but the next second, he pulled a long old face, as if the world owed him $3 million. Dyna Sky, special props artifacts, LV40 plus can be used. Attributes, total attributes plus 16%, minus 7%, plus 38%, minus 3% damage to bosses, base damage plus 25%, plus 3%, strike damage plus 30%, minus 8%. What a crap thing. Cootie. It's the only one that retains attributes. Luwen's brain was fine again, and he immediately started a new round of shuffling. However, several times in succession, the attributes of Prime didn't change too much, and in the end, it was just plus 4% bludgeoning damage. Could it be that I'm a non-celebrity? Such a thought flashed through Luwen's mind, but it was quickly put out of his mind again. If he's a non-sheik, there's not a lucky one in the whole world. But after more than 10 consecutive shuffles, Luwen's face gradually darkened, no longer as relaxed as before. Congratulations, Artifact Optimus Prime has been successfully trained. Congratulations, Artifact Optimus Prime has been successfully trained. Congratulations, Artifact Optimus Prime has been successfully trained. The prompts continued one after another, but each one was like a sharp knife plunging straight into Luwen's heart. Garbage. Nothing but garbage. Very few of them work, and the attribute increase is even lower. Not at all like what they say on the internet, where you can get a decent attribute after a few shuffles. If you don't come out again, damn it, I'll directly refine you too. Luwen also didn't know which wire in his brain was wrong, and viciously rushed Prime to threaten. Seemingly hearing someone's evil heart, Prime became a lot more honest, and in the course of the next, it burst out extreme attributes in succession. But Luwen was not satisfied with this. Anyway, the equipment essence in his hand has no other purpose. There is absolutely no need to keep. He threw it all into the Prime until the penultimate shuffle, and blinding golden light suddenly erupted, shaking Luwen so much that he couldn't open his eyes. Asterisk 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 shipped? Luwen held back the strong light and looked at the attribute panel of Prime. But he was directly shocked. He jumped up in place, incredulously holding his head, his mouth constantly shouting, Dyna Sky, special props artifacts, LV40 plus can be used. Properties, Full attributes plus 35%, plus 12%, plus 52% damage to bosses, plus 11%. Base damage plus 34%, plus 12%. Strike damage plus 59%, plus 21%. Nemas, this is going against the grain. The bonus of a divine artifact is worth 2 or 3 platinum titles and medals. Should it be so exaggerated? Luwen didn't even dare to think about the extent to which his panel attributes would explode if he were to equip it. With this great killing weapon, even if I go to those platinum level bosses to fight them one-on-one, I'm afraid I might win. The third turn trial seems to be secure now. Luwen is full of joy. Feel Tongchen, those people killed really good. Burst out of the reward is like a rocket booster. Directly will he in the second turn on the road to advance a big cut. Perhaps it wouldn't take too long before he could even consider the matter of the third turn. Those little caramels in the same period of time are still far away from the second turn, not to mention the third turn, and I'm afraid that only the guys who have graduated for a long time may be able to keep up with me. Luwen removed the Northern Realm Split Abyss, and proceeded to replace it with the 8-star artifact with unbelievable attributes, Prime. The moment he loaded the divine artifact, Luwen only felt that the power in his body was like a volcano erupting, surging and erupting away. Even if his attributes had been called heaven-defying before, they were still as small as the light of a glowing fire compared to now. After feeling some changes in his power, Luwen desperately wanted to check his panel attributes, but he remembered that there were still the last 2 props that could give him a strong force in the real world that had not been used. Luwen pulled out an ancient-style sheepskin scroll and violently tore it open. Gusts of fluorescent light surged into his body. He closed his eyes and carefully experienced the changes. A moment later, Luwen violently opened his eyes. An array of shocking aura shot out from them. The real world. Strength conversion rate has reached 40%. This is something that only a 4th turn player can do, but now it's easily done by a strength curing scroll. It's worthy of being a divine and magical reward, and the ability is just unbelievable. Luwen's attributes within the divine abandonment were very high. Originally 20% were able to hold up for a long time under 3rd turn players. Now the panel had skyrocketed and the conversion ratio had come to 40%. If he was surrounded by Tong Qian and the others again, as long as he had a weapon in his hand, Luwen would definitely be able to kill the other party back and exterminate them without leaving a single piece of armor. Although his real-world strength had increased, what Luwen was most interested in was the upwards of 2,000 skill points. That's the real core of what can make people strong. After the skill level is raised to LV12, it will be able to be cured as a personal talent in the real world. And even if you don't have the 3rd turn, you will be able to cast the cured skill. The main thing is, this kind of full-level skill can restore 100% of all the might of the god-abandoned land after hitting the enemy, when millions of damage is dealt out. Even if it is a 4th turn player, in the real world, he has to give me immediate death. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Chapter 69 Lu Boss 1. Luwen had already had his mind made up about the choice of skills. Backstab, as his most commonly used attack, the priority had to be pulled to the highest, and he was now able to strike out as a sneak attack. No matter what angle the enemy was facing him, Luwen could instantly go around behind the opponent, thus chopping down this jutsu that could synergize with other skills to explode together. Each time you raise your skill after LV10, the increase is a bit more than before. I'd like to see what kind of heights the backstab, which is solidified enough to become a talent, can reach. Deep blue. Give me some. Luwen let out a low gulp, and skill points poured onto the geek backstab skill icon like a rain of light, and at the same time, a succession of beeps followed. You consume skill points x16. Backstab LV5 LV6. You consume skill points x32. Backstab LV6 LV7. You consume skill points x512. Backstab LV10 LV11. You consume skill points x1024. Backstab LV11 LV12. Backstab, LV12 max sneak attack from behind. You'll find your target broken everywhere. Your next attack deals plus 430% damage. It's really simple and rough, but I like it. The faceless one deserves such explosive skill damage. Otherwise how can it claim to be the #1 single damage profession? Luwen looked at the brand new skill attributes. The corners of his mouth rose, and the short blades in his hands flipped, gesticulating back and forth as if he had ADHD. He was now in dire need of an unimpressive foe to validate his strength, or else he would have wasted this explosive boost that was comparable to a volcanic eruption. Luwen could even think of how brutal a damage he would deal when his short blade stabbed his enemy in the back of his heart. The rest of the skill points can't go to waste. You consume skill points x32. Serious injury LV6 LV7. You consume skill points x64. Backstab LV7 LV8. Serious injury, LV8 plus 410% bludgeon damage when triggering bludgeon. As the rarest core skill in the first turn stage, the base damage of serious injury was considerably stronger than backstab. However, Lu Wen still listed it as an alternative. The reason is also very simple. A successful sneak attack has a high probability of hitting the enemy's vitals, thus triggering a blitz. On the flip side, triggering a blitz is not necessarily caused by a sneak attack. Moreover, as long as one was a normal person, how would one expose one's weaknesses in a frontal battle, allowing Lu Wen to find an opportunity for a blitz attack? It is precisely because of the different linkage between the two that led to Lu Wen's focus in adding the points. After digesting all the gains, Lu Wen looked at the self panel, and even though he had already prepared his heart, he was still shocked by the attributes that could be described as heaven-defying, and his eyes were almost glaring out. Character name, Shadowhunter 567, rank, LV 51, 244, 885/20, 869, 497, occupation, faceless, talent, slaying gods and demons, taboo kill players and enjoy the same drops as bosses, and will reward special props that don't exist in the world, currently unlocked rank, platinum, causality, life, 209,701 5672, mana, 45,891 138421, physical attack, 571311544343, legal attack, 1863 2849, physical defense, 214011686883. Legal defense, 136801111772. Skills, backstab, LV12, sneak, LV3, finish, LV5, dagger mastery, LV9 pro, harden poison, LV5, serious injury, LV8, faceless split, LV4, concealed attack, LV4, shift, LV4. Million level life and over 100. 000 physical attacks. This is a nigh unbelievable rhythm? Lu Wen blinked frantically, and after making sure he hadn't misread it, he sucked in a hard breath of cold air. With my panel attributes and skills, I'm afraid I can single-handedly challenge a platinum boss even if I go to the third turn trial right away, right? Lu Wen didn't dare to think that if other second turn players would be scared to the point of myocardial infarction on the spot after seeing this superb attribute of theirs. However, there is no doubt that although we are all at the same second turn, the gap in strength between the two sides is like a rift valley, so big that it is unbelievable. Itchy hands, must find an unlucky guy to try his strength. Lu Wen couldn't wait to rush to the outside world immediately and find someone to practice with him, but he hadn't forgotten about those red figures that appeared when the Divine Martial King demonstrated the Eye of Heavenly Tilt to him again earlier. It's just as well, a new grudge and an old one at the same time. Dare to come to trouble me, I'd like to see how many lives you have enough to die. Lu Wen pressed his hand on the Eye of Heavenly Tilt, and instantly, a message surfaced in his mind. This use consumes, turn 2 silver level equipment times 1, a silver level equipment querying once. This consumption is really expensive, but it's not a waste of this silver equipment to be able to find the traces of those guys. Lu Wen's mind moved, and the Eye of Heavenly Tilt let out a buzz, and then the image that looked like the real thing appeared. On the screen, about 50 players dressed in bloody clothes were crouching next to a giant corpse and continuously groping for it. Lu Wen could see clearly that this group of people were picking up the boss drops, and each one of them was smiling extremely happily, as if they had gotten some kind of absolute treasure. Asterisk. Is it that fast? Is a gold level boss that unbreakable? Lu Wen was a bit depressed. Simply killing did not satisfy the desire in his heart. What he wants to do is bully people, especially players who bully these bully forces. How can he feel good when he can just kill someone without any reason? He wanted to see that sad look of you can't beat me and there's nothing you can do to me. Lu Wen used the Eye of Heavenly Tilt to observe a few more times, and found that the forces he was familiar with were actually honestly leveling in the wilderness, and didn't see anyone besieging the boss. Asterisk. It's no fun. Can't we just let it go? Lu Wen was a little annoyed, with a suffocating feeling of having nowhere to release his strength. But soon, as if he thought of something, his expression lit up. Yeah, I haven't even used the second turn crossover copy scroll and the key to heaven yet. What's the point of always focusing my attention on those rookies? If we're going to fight, we have to fight the strongest of the second turn. Lu Wen took out the second turn crossover copy scroll and tore it in half on the spot. Ka-chow. The void was like a rag revealing a gap, from which a powerful suction force surged out, instantly wrapping Lu Wen's entire body. Whoosh! Next to the Eye of Heavenly Tilt, it was empty and extremely quiet, like no one had ever come before. Pingtian Academy. 2 figures, one old and one young, walked among the shadows until they came to a secret room, which stopped them. The old man opened the secret room, in which there was only an ancient scroll covered by transparent glass, and the rest no longer had any clutter. Lu Young. This is one of the few second-turn crossover copy scrolls in our academy. There are very few chances of acquiring the power of the world, so you have to seize it. The old man looked lovingly at the youth, with a hint of expectation and worry in his eyes that the onlookers could not understand. Lu Yang did not notice that the old man was different. As he looked at the scroll in front of him, his face filled with a solemn look. Old headmaster, I know, this cross-border battle. I will reclaim the glory that belongs to my Pingtian Academy. Anyone who dares to stop me, I will completely crush them, no matter who it is. Chapter 70 Cross-Border Copies. Good boy, go now. This cross-border copy, if you perform well, it will be enough to help you clear the vast majority of the resistance to the third transformation trial. At that time, as long as you have successfully soloed a gold-level boss, you will hopefully take the final step. The old principal patted Liu Yang's shoulder full of expectations until he watched the other party enter the copy. Then he suddenly sighed. The sixth transformation divine demon, the realm that countless powerful people want to reach with all their heart and soul. How can it be so easy to enter? Although Liu Yang is highly talented, if he can't achieve a perfect evaluation in the third and fourth turn, I'm afraid it will be as difficult as climbing up to heaven if he wants to achieve better results in the fifth turn stage. The importance of underpinnings. Ugh. When Liu Yang entered the copy, he realized that the surrounding was chaotic and he couldn't see anything at all. Only the endless gray air currents kept blowing past him, as if he was shuttling through the space-time tunnel at high speed, and was passing through the layers of obstacles to enter the legendary land of trials. I don't know how much time has passed. A ray of light shot in, illuminating everything around it. At this time, Liu Yang could no longer feel the whistling of the gray air current, and after his sight was restored, he landed directly on the several second-turn players who had been waiting here for a long time. He swept his eyes over one by one. With his superior scrying technique, almost no one at the same level of players could escape his eyes. Taishang Tianzun LV59, Invincible Big Hand LV59, The Best Cook LV59, Targets cannot be scoped. When he saw the end, his movements suddenly lurched, and a hint of suspicion couldn't help but flash across his handsome young face. Liu Yang looked towards a figure wearing a strange mask in the far corner and once again cast his scrying technique, but still found nothing. I'm afraid it's a master. Liu Yang thought silently in his heart, but he was not afraid, not to mention that his strength had already reached the limit of a second-turn player. According to his understanding, the rules of this cross-border copy were extremely special, and those who appeared here would all be teammates of a squad, and both sides could not kill each other at all, and their opponents were those other worlds that had also been data mined by the godforsaken lands. If they could defeat those players, the 5 of them would be rewarded with an unimaginably generous amount of money. But what the average intelligence-deficient player doesn't know is that dying here, even if you don't reach the 4th turn, you will immediately die in the real world. Introduce each other. I need to know the most basic information about all of you. I don't want to somehow die at the hands of my own people. The invincible great hand spoke. Liu Yang turned to look. This extremely large, 2-meter-tall supergiant, spoke in a jar. You can call me Big Hands, or you can address me as Brother Hands. I am a holy shield cleric at the peak of the 2nd turn. It's not an exaggeration to say that the defense and life attributes almost crown the entire 2nd turn players. Big Hands spoke with extreme confidence, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Liu Yang secretly snorted coldly. Never heard of the name, but still dare to boast here. Really night and day. My talent is SS grade, Holy Shield Redemption. I'm a milk titan. I'm definitely tough enough. If you fight with those alien guys later, remember to stand behind me. Liu Yang's expression stuttered as he resized up the other party again. Although Oteko was a bit arrogant, he wasn't the kind of stupid person who didn't have a brain. Knowing that all for one and one for all, he began to extend goodwill to a few of his other teammates. The other few nodded, and with the Big Hands throwback, they introduced their occupational characteristics, but no one said anything more about their natural abilities. The Supreme Heavenly Father was a thin young man with an extremely cold appearance, and when he opened his mouth, it was as if he put people in the middle of an icy sky and snow, only to feel incomparably cold. I'm the faceless one, extremely good at output. Just leave it to me when you encounter those blood bulls or whatever. After saying that, he never spoke again and quietly looked at the 3 Liu Yangs. The extreme cook was likewise a girl who was not too old. Her entire body was wrapped in a light green robe, only revealing a pair of bright eyes. I'm a milkmaid, group milking kind of thing. You can also use me as a sub-T if necessary. I have some damage reduction passive skills of my own. I'm still quite resilient. The more you listen, the tighter Liu Yang's brows wrinkled. 1 by 2, the feeling is not to be messed with. Just hearing about these abilities is a head-scratcher. However, as an SSS-ranked talent possessor and the hope of the Pingtian Academy, Liu Yang was confident that he was not weaker than any player of the same rank. He spoke in a deep voice. I am a second-turn ruler, bursting out in the direction of group attacks. If this remaining brother's occupation does not clash with me, I will be the squad's main C. In contrast to the unusual professions of Warblade, Songbringer, and Sacred Shield Master, the lawgiver is much rarer, and can be considered a modern-day representative of the general practice of speaking the law. Attribute growth might not be as good as other professions, but in terms of skill shenanigans, the lawgiver could rank in the top 3 of all professions. The fight was pretty vicious. Dude, you're all that's left, tell us about it too. All eyes fell on this masked man. Not only Lu Yang, there was one counting. They all probed each other's basic information when they came in, but invariably, the scrying technique didn't have half an effect on the masked man at all, which made them take this mysterious man, who had never said a word, exceptionally seriously. I should be considered an all-around profession except that I'm not good at spell attack and recovery. Facing 4 teammates who were clearly not weak, Luwen felt that he should be appropriately humble so as not to provoke the rebelliousness of these young geniuses. After all, this was a cross-border copy, and in case he needed several people to operate at the same time in order to pass the level, then I'm afraid that he would have to completely rest with this body strength. But Luwen didn't expect that even if he had kept a low enough profile, the 4 temporary teammates' gazes at him had become strange. Omnipotent. Could it be that brother your occupation is also a lawgiver? Lu Yang was a bit puzzled. I'm afraid that the only one who can call himself omnipotent in the second turn is the lawgiver one. Brother, this is a cross-border copy. Those who can enter this place with the strength of a second turn, no matter their own strength or the forces behind them, are not comparable to ordinary players. Don't define yourself by outside judgmental standards. Besides, we are facing those otherworldly players, so your irresponsible statement is going to ruin everyone. The Supreme Heavenly Father's brows furrowed as he stared at Lu Wen with some displeasure. He was of the same faceless profession. How could he not understand the characteristics of this profession? If the other party said that he was good at output, he closed his eyes and believed that. As he said earlier, those who could enter the cross-border copy at the second turn definitely had 2 brushes on them, but the other side said he was all-powerful. And that's really a big statement. Yeah, bro, just be honest with us, what are you really good at? If you die here, unless you have a resurrection spell, then you're really dead. The tall and handsome brother felt a slight headache at the sight. His own C-suite came up and started to play with falsehoods, which made his entire heart hang in the air in an instant, and his face was filled with a wary look. Lu Yang and that nanny nodded their heads equally, more or less skeptical of Lu Wen's words. Seeing this, Lu Wen spread his hands and sighed helplessly. Hey, I wanted to get along with you guys as ordinary people, but what I got in return was skepticism and rejection. Well, I won't pretend anymore. I show my cards. I'm a boss. A thief-awesome humanoid boss. What? Chapter 71, Cruel Rules. Dude, this is not funny. Don't with it. After a few moments of silence, Big Hands was the first to speak out, and he was quite helpless at the jumpy nature that Lu Wen displayed. If it was in the outside world, it would be just fine, but this is a cross-border copy. The slightest inattention will kill the absolute murderous place. When he encountered this kind of teammate, Big Hands had a big head when he thought about it, and in his heart, he was already pondering whether or not to leave the copy early. In case he was pitched by Lu Wen, he really had no place to cry. Not just him, Lu Yang. Several people are also a bit speechless. No one believes in Lu Wen's bull *******, but also humanoid boss. Why don't you go to heaven? Forget it, I can't talk to you mortals. One and all are still too narrow-minded. Seeing the helpless and tangled look of several people, Lu Wen knew that this group of seemingly strong teammates had not taken what he had said to heart at all. Lu Wen waved his hand and walked forward on his own. Hurry up and get into the copy, with me leading the way. The pack is stable alright. Saying that, Lu Wen pushed open a thick door in front of him, within which a space rift of equal height was suspended. Swish! Lu Wen stepped into it and disappeared inside the crowd's line of sight in the blink of an eye. Lu Yang's few people looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what to say. Let's go. We've come all this way. We'd better go into the copy first. Lu Yang sighed. He didn't even expect Lu Wen to have any strength now. As long as he didn't drag his feet, that would be the biggest contribution to their squad. Swish! 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 As several people crossed the spatial rift, a blood-red river appeared before everyone's eyes. And then, a copy prompt message immediately surfaced before the eyes of several people. Lu Yang swept through with a glance, but his face changed slightly. Not only him, but also Big Hands and the others. You have entered Blood Sea Treasure, second turn cross-border copy. Requirements, kill greedy treasure goblin doppelganger, 0 to 1, kill greedy treasure goblin, 0 out of 0. Current progress, greedy treasure goblin split, 0 to 1, greedy treasure goblin, 0 to 0. Tip 1, there are a total of 10 teams entering the Blood Sea Treasure. Hint 2, killing the greedy treasure goblin doppelganger will earn you the inheritance treasure key or the Sea of Blood treasure key. Hint 3, if more than half of the teams choose to use the inherited treasure key, all teams will enter the final level directly. Tip 4, if more than half of the teams choose to use the Blood Sea treasure key, all teams will enter the greedy Blood Sea trial. Tip 5, killing small monsters within the greedy Sea of Blood trial will increase the final boss strength and drops by a small margin. killing other squad players will increase the final boss strength and drops by a large margin, and destroying a squad will result in a guaranteed drop of platinum props by the final boss +1. Tip 6. If you die in the copy, you will die in the real world. This rule is a little too cruel, isn't it? Killing people to increase the final reward. Isn't this clearly encouraging players to kill each other? This, to be honest, I have also only killed people within the divine abandonment, but dying before the 4th turn will not affect reality at all. If the enemy strikes out at me, I will definitely strike back without mercy, but if I actively hunt. After seeing the brutal rules of the Blood Sea treasure, Liu Yang's brows furrowed, and they were caught in a tangle before the fight even started. For them who had never killed anyone before, this second turn crossover copy had definitely become an unforgettable experience for several people in this life. Whether to choose to settle for the status quo or to break through the bottom line in pursuit of more lucrative rewards, no one can easily give an answer. Everyone, don't let the rewards fool your eyes. Can't you see that the rewards increase while the boss strength also increases? If we really kill someone in the sea of greedy blood trial, the 10 teams will be reduced in number while having to face a boss whose strength has increased greatly. And it's still a question of whether or not we'll be able to beat the boss with this and that. Not to mention the fact that after killing each other, they have to work together to raid the boss. It's not even realistic to think about. Milkmaid Extreme Cook spoke up and analyzed. Despite her best efforts to remain calm, her slightly trembling voice revealed her inner panic. Although he had already done some mental construction long before entering, he was still inevitably nervous when he really faced the cruelty of the cross-border copy. Yeah, let's play it safe. Liu Yang wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was directly interrupted by an incredibly excited voice. To play it safe, wouldn't it be nice if we just kill all of those alien dogs and then enjoy the entire boss drop all to ourselves? The crowd looked stunned, and then they collectively turned their heads and looked at Lu Wen, who was the first to come in, his eyes filled with shock. No, man, that's murder. Killing the light is easy to say. The enemy is not those cats and dogs in the outside world. How can you let you kill all of them? Even if you do, what about the final boss? 5 people fighting each other? Without giving several people a chance to speak, Lu Wen had already arrived before the river of blood and kicked down a large coin that emitted a rich golden light. Thud! The coins fell into the river of blood, and a sharp, evil laugh instantly rang in the ears of the crowd. Whoa! The river of blood erupted, splashing a large area of scarlet, and a goblin covered in black and red lines leaped out of it. The corners of its mouth cracked to the base of its ears, looking at Lu Wen and the others in an exaggerated manner. Ha ha ha, here to give me coins again? Good people, the great Brady will grant you death and make you my 456th collector. This 10-meter tall gigantic goblin reached behind his back and pulled out his money pouch, and then swung violently. 10 or so millstone-sized copper coins were like cannonballs blasting towards several people. Not good, get out of the way. Liu Yang was shocked and hurriedly reminded the crowd to dodge. Lu Wen, this guy who was not a martial artist, actually released the boss directly. This made them not prepared at all, and in their haste they only had time to dodge, where there was still the strength to fight back. In the face of this kind of terrifying attack, Lu Wen stood still and did not move half a foot. He did not feel the danger in it, not even a little bit, even if the other party's attack looked bluff. But in the end, it was just a product of database attacks. As long as the attributes were high enough, not even a flood could help Lu Wen. Under the shocking gaze of Liu Yang and the others, the giant coin smashed straight into Lu Wen, but unlike what they expected, this person was not blown away on the spot, but instead, he directly shattered the coin into smithereens by virtue of the strength of his body. Looking at the copper pieces that fell to the ground, Liu Yang opened his mouth wide, unable to believe that this faceless man actually resisted the boss blow with his flesh. -1452, and the one that dropped 4 figures for life. Is that serious? Could it be that the boss is actually a watered-down one? With this thought in mind, he threw out his scrying technique, wanting to test the true strength of his opponent. But the information revealed by the boss was like a hammer that hit him hard on his brow. Chapter 72 Green Plants. Greedy Treasure Goblin Doppelganger, Brady, LV55, Gold Boss. Life, 1. 962. 000/1. 962. 000. Holy, this is a gold level boss? After seeing the specific attributes of the boss, Liu Yang, the SSS ranked talent possessor, couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. The first level is so sick. How hard must the final boss be? It was even if this was going to be a large number of people, counting those otherworldly players, there were only 50 people in total. If 50 ordinary players, it would be a struggle to hit a gold boss, let alone the perverts within the second turn crossing. Life is so high, almost 2 billion. This goblin is considered powerful even among the gold class. Big Hand Z's face was grave. With such a high level of chi blood, it would take quite a bit of time just to beat it off. Not to mention the reverse chi blood that was restored every second after entering the berserk state. That nanny and I don't have much output ourselves, and those two guys are the only ones we can rely on as far as he is concerned. Big Hands looked at Lu Wen, who was unharmed. His heart was very puzzled. Could it be that the professional information this person said earlier was not false? Otherwise, how could a faceless person resist a single blow from a gold-level boss without dying, let alone only losing a mere 1,000 or so lives? Don't look at it, since the boss is here. Let's hurry up and him up, and we'll talk about the rest later. Seeing that the goblin boss still wanted to release its skills, Liu Yang spoke in a deep voice. Polar ice. His hands opened in front of him, and a thick and incomparable ice cone kept stabbing at the boss. Before these ice cones could rush to the goblins, Liu Yang once again let out a low shout and another row of ice cones was released by him. Its frequency was so fast that it instantly attracted attention. Boom! -2, 421, 211, 2, 348, 921, 2, 366, 987, -2, 322, 415, -2, 184, 562, -2, 322, 145. A large explosion of damage emerged from the top of the goblin's head, instantly knocking out tens of millions of life from the boss. Liu Yang was like a super turret. His skills were uninterrupted one after another, and in a short amount of time, he blasted out up to hundreds of millions of extreme damage. Is this guy so vicious? When the Supreme Heavenly Father saw Liu Yang's performance, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. He thought that with his S-class talent, he would be enough to run rampant in the cross-border copy, but just coming in reality gave him a head start. It wasn't just him, the rest of the few people were also silently observing Liu Yang. Unlike normal players, Liu Yang's skill release frequency was extremely exaggerated, sometimes even hitting two identical attacks. The other party's performance was not at all comparable to that of an ordinary lawgiver. The difference was too great, and this outrageous frequency of spellcasting was definitely related to Liu Yang's talent. Supreme Heavenly Father thought in his heart. Just as he wanted to make a move to help, he only saw Big Hands rush up with his shield, blocking the front at the very first moment when the boss erupted in a group attack. Boom! A buzzing sound rang out, and the tall body of the Great Hand Son trembled slightly, unable to help but take a few steps backward. With the shield boost, he didn't take too much damage, but only the life numbers floating out of his head were a shock to him. -9, 141, how is this possible? Otoko's eyes widened in disbelief, her eyes scanning back and forth between Lu Wen and herself. The opponent was wearing light armor and did not make any moves to resist the boss attack. On the contrary, not only was he covered in heavy armor, even the weapon in his hand was a shield with the strongest defense, which had the effect of damage reduction. But even so, he was on the verge of losing nearly 10,000 life in one hit from the boss. Asterisk is outrageous. When the Supreme Heavenly Father saw this, he immediately had a clear perception of Lu Wen's exaggerated defense. I'm afraid, even if you give yourself full output, you won't be able to second such a monster. He sighed slightly and put away the pride of being an S-rank genius in his heart, silently quenching his dagger with poison and charging towards the boss. Taishang Tianzuan was lucky to have mastered most of the Faceless One's core skills, and as he shifted, 3 illusory figures appeared. In just the blink of an eye, Taishang Tianzuan appeared behind the goblins, and his skills were focused together in a complete explosion, once again blasting out a whole new level of single damage. -3, 145, 544, -1, 058, 577, -1, 058, 577, -1, 058, 577. As a faceless one, Taishang Tianzuan might not have the kind of fancy and flashy skills that a lawgiver had, but in terms of explosions, he had never been afraid of anyone. He was now wearing 3 pieces of platinum equipment, and he had even strengthened them to +22, with extremely explosive attributes. What's more, the faceless man's skill had almost no cooldown and could be triggered with a close hit, making it perfect for dealing with those super blood bulls. As for the extreme cook, she was in the back to add blood and replenish the status of several people. The frequency of this oversized goblin's attacks was extremely exaggerated, nearly hitting a few people too busy. Fortunately, everything was moving in a good direction, but gradually, Liu Yang and the others felt a hint of something wrong. How does it feel? Like something is missing? Liu Yang's brows furrowed as he felt like he had missed something, but when I looked around, I didn't see anything wrong. Just as he was about to continue his output, he realized that the goblin boss life was dropping extremely regularly. Aside from the meager damage contributed by Extreme Chef and Big Hands, it appeared that he and Taishang Tianzuan were the only ones left at full output. Where's that weirdo with the great defense? Lu Yang raised his eyes in confusion and realized that Lu Wen had, at some point, exited the battlefield and was watching them surround the goblin boss in boredom. Bro, what are you up to? You don't fight a good boss. You run off to the side and gawk. Me. Lu Yang wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. This mysterious man with a mask seemed to face everything with a cynical attitude at the beginning of entering the copy. Neither the killing nor the possible super boss at the end caused this person to have too many mood swings. Just as Lu Yang was thinking about these have-nots, he suddenly glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that the mysterious masked man took out a short red blade. The other pulled out a jar of green medicine bottles and slowly sprinkled something on them. Seeing this familiar starting movement, Lu Yang's brain instantly waddled as he stiffly turned his head and his gaze fell on the Supreme Heavenly Father. Couldn't help the roll of his throat. No, is this guy really a faceless man by profession? And what's the explanation for the exaggerated defense just now? It can't be. Never. No one can maintain a high defense and still manage to output damage. No one. Lu Yang kept hinting to himself, but when Lu Wen whooshed and dodged to the side of the goblin boss, the moment the short blade landed on the back of the opponent's head, the Inferno Dragon's shadow emerged, and a damage that shook the whole scene violently erupted like a volcanic eruption. Ow. -60, 543, 378, *******. Chapter 73, Big Brother, please accept my knees. As soon as the whopping $60 million of damage was dealt, the whole room was silent, but all kinds of nationalisms followed closely, like a bustling food market, ringing non-stop. You're not kidding me? The first one to break through the defense was Lu Yang, who had thought that with his SSS rank talent ability of reducing 50% skill CD and probability of replicating attacks, his damage would be able to top the field. However, in front of this single damage of over 60 million, his previous output was like an itchy scratch, cleaning the hairs on the goblin boss. This guy is by no means faceless. If he is, I'll just eat it. The second to break defense was fellow faceless one Taishang Tianzuan, who belonged to the same profession as Lu Wen, making the comparison only more dramatic. In front of Lu Wen, he was like a new recruit who had just come out of the novice village. Trashy. What's more, Supreme Heavenly Father knew deep down that the faceless one's means of output wasn't as singular as the outside world imagined. Whether it was splitting or quenching poison, it allowed them to produce an output comparable to that of the top turret mages of the same rank in a short period of time. As expected, Lu Wen's figure kept flickering, and a large amount of damage erupted like a waterfall from the goblin boss's head, and the life of this 10-meter-tall super goblin was also dropping crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. A scene that made Taishang Heavenly Father break his defense even more quickly appeared. After Lu Wen stacked up all the skill passives at a fast pace, his damage skyrocketed again, and he was able to knock out hundreds of millions of life from the goblin boss with just a few hits. But the inconspicuous green damage interspersed in the meantime was what really made it difficult for Taishang Heavenly Father. -416, 726, -416, 726, -416, 726, -416, 726, toxin damage, *******. Toxin damage is over 400,000 per second. This guy's panel object damage, I'm afraid it's 100,000, right? Hardened poison, level if it's higher. I'm afraid it's not able to break the second damage out of a million. This pervert, grass. Taishang Tianzuan's mind collapsed. His proud single damage was abused worthless in front of Lu Wen. Luckily, what comforted him a little was that Lu Wen didn't explode with 60 million damage every time he struck. Most of them stayed around 50 million. It's also incredibly uncomfortable, but it's always a little easier to take than it was a moment ago. It seems that the Inferno Dragon Void that this person struck should be an equipment skill that increases damage bursts. If you attack normally, it's only 25 times higher than me. Grass. The Taishang Heavenly Father with a shattered Dao heart was no longer able to spit. His eyes were empty as he numbly attacked the goblin boss. Not only the two outputs, said his main T defense invincible big hand son also doubly sad. Their own defense is not even comparable to the faceless person. Where there is the face to say what tank, why don't you just hide behind the nanny and mix the output? Nope, he doesn't have a long-range damage skill. Thinking of this, Oteko sighed and similarly entered Sage mode, mechanically fending off the goblin boss's attacks like a puppet on strings. The only one who didn't feel the fallout, I'm afraid, was the milkmaid extreme cook. Lu Wen didn't have the ability to recover, and her occupational advantage wasn't half affected. With Lu Wen's superb hand joining in, the goblin boss's seemingly exaggerated airblood was as if it was paper thin, and couldn't stand up to Lu Wen's super outburst at all. In a matter of 3 strikes, he had beaten this gold-level boss into a heap. Golden light flashed as two keys of different colors emerged from the boss's corpse. The people came forward and looked at the keys representing different endings, all of them glancing at Lu Wen in tacit agreement. Big guy, do we go with the legacy key or the... Bang! Lu Wen raised his leg and kicked the inheritance key, which was emitting a blue halo throughout its body, and naturally picked up the other one. I told you, the bag with the fly, Lu Wen said indifferently. It was still the same sentence, but at this moment, when it came out of his mouth, it was as if it had a different kind of magic, instantly convincing the crowd. Good, we should choose the Blood Sea treasure trial. Real men should charge. Otako hemmed and hawed. He scratched his head and smiled an incredibly naive smile. Where was the hardened man he was when they first met? Yeah, with the big guy leading the way, the inheritance key and all that is just pulling through. Give that group of alien players a little divine star shock. Dare to come and bully us. Hey, Big Brother mustn't slap them into Sean? Even the extremely talented cook who was previously incomparably fearful of the Blood Sea treasure trial came forward at this time and said with a smile, why would you be afraid of those alien players when your own team has a superpower? Is there a second turn monster opposite that deals 60 million high damage in one hit? The extreme cook was skeptical about this. No, in her opinion, those who could explode for 10 million damage were already considered gods. But in front of the big man, it's nothing but scum. It's a rare opportunity to enter a second turn cross-border copy. And since I'm here, I definitely want to run for the highest rewards. As long as that group of alien players dares to come and seek death, I don't mind making the boss drop a little more generous. Lu Wen played with the blood-red key in his hand, then exerted force with his palm and an illusory gate appeared in front of everyone. There was a tiny hole in the center. Lu Wen inserted the key and the scarlet demon symbol was branded on top of the gate. 9 transparent holes were then revealed around it. The remaining 19 shouldn't have killed the gold boss yet, so it looks like we're going to have to wait a while. In this regard, Lu Wen wasn't surprised. A LV-55 gold class boss, in terms of strength, wasn't much worse than even a LV-40 amethyst beast. It would be extremely impressive in itself for a squad of 5 to clear the level. It would be too much to ask for speed from them again. But to everyone's surprise, a team completed the challenge in just under 10 minutes. Immediately, the scarlet demonic pattern reappeared. It's a bit interesting. It seems that these guys are also very confident in their own strength. I just don't know how many tricks there are anymore. I hope I don't get disappointed. Another space. Betrayal looked at the first scarlet demon icon that appeared, and his face, which had been slightly joyful, instantly turned gloomy. Even the other 4 players looked at each other with a hint of shock revealed in their eyes. There was actually a team that killed the goblin boss before them. How was this possible? One must know that the leader, Betrayal, was a super genius of their Roy Star, and his father was a peak 5th turn powerhouse. As far as they knew, Betrayal had at least 5 pieces of platinum equipment on him, and his enhancement level was bound to be not low. They had just seen how that violent damage of up to $10 million had abused the goblin boss. That's it. Someone else can steal their first kill? On what grounds? Chapter 74, turn it all into my sustenance. Boss. Someone spoke up cautiously, only to be interrupted by Betrayal's raised hand. Don't say that nonsense. It's not uncommon for alien players to be better than me. Only, what I'm curious about is whether the opposite side has a super genius leading the team, or whether the overall strength is stronger than our side. If the former is okay, I am not afraid. My talent can be called invincible in single combat, but if it is the latter. Betrayal didn't speak again, but the other few people in the team were listening to understand that the boss was worried that they would suffer from the other side in the next Blood Sea treasure trial. Time passed slowly, and the remaining few teams killed the goblin boss one after another. Unsurprisingly for Lu Wen, besides the top 4 choosing the Blood Sea treasure trial, the rest of the 5 to 9 chose all of the inheritance keys, quite self-aware. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that I can only take a guaranteed reward for this second turn crossover. Lu Wen sighed. He still wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make a profit, but unfortunately, it seemed hopeless. Mostly, the 5th pass squad was a bit of a wimp, and just happened to be in a position where it wasn't up or down, and it was treacherous. If the results of the trial vote were known only to themselves, I would guess that most of this group of alien players would pick the Blood Sea treasure trial. After all, who would willingly waste a chance to cross the border for a copy? Liu Yang was also helpless. He wanted to hug the super thigh for once, but he didn't expect it to have the flavor of a tiger's head and a snake's tail. This made him worried about the upcoming 3rd turn trial. If he couldn't get the best equipment or props this time, I'm afraid that passing the perfect grade trial wouldn't be so secure. Just as the crowd sighed, the scarlet demonic pattern suddenly emerged, firmly imprinted on the 10th keyhole hole. What's the situation? It's actually tied? The extreme chef opened her mouth in surprise. How does this count? Don't the rules say that you need more than half to enter the next level? And what's with this 10th squad, actually daring to pick the Blood Sea treasure trial? Crazy or not? Crazy or not I don't know, but I'm afraid we're going to get what we want. You guys? Otoko pointed to the gate in front of him, a slit opening quietly after the key was inserted all the way in. A piece of blood-red light shot out from it, and with it, a river of blood like an angry river surging wildly. The river of blood erupted from the door, and in just the blink of an eye, it drowned the 5 Luwen people and swallowed them alive. Grunt! Luwen spat bubbles out of his mouth and surfaced in a hurry, and before he could look for Lu Yang and the others, he was frozen in place by the countless little monsters that suddenly appeared. Naya, where is this ing up? What's going on? Wow. Lu Yang's several people successively emerged from the water, and before they could lament the strange changes in the copy, they were stunned by the small monsters around them. Asterisk. How many monsters is that? 1,000? Or 10,000? The little monster has a strange appearance, shaped like a round toad, with short limbs, a thick neck and a big brain, and a shiny steel fork in his hand. They stacked on top of each other, forming a wall of flesh tens of meters high, wrapping Lu Wen's squad in a ball. Lu Wen even saw that an uncountable number of small monsters were approaching this way as the sea of blood rolled in the distance. Kill out first, Lu Wen shouted in a deep voice. This sea of blood that had suddenly formed was extremely limiting to the strength of the crowd, and if they were completely surrounded by this group of small monsters, they would inevitably fall into a bout of chaos. He chose the direction closest to the distant island, but just as he was about to move, he saw dozens of clusters of light rising from other seas. Is that player? Lu Wen didn't dare to be sure. After all, compared to the already solidified LV-12 skill, scrying technique, he hadn't risen even one level at all. It's the players. They're heading towards the central island as well. I'm afraid that's where the real meat grinder is. Lu Yang sighed with emotion, but his movements did not slow down at all, rushing towards the island with all his might. Those otherworldly players also instantly figured out the key to this trial, and even the team that chose the inheritance key was staring around with fierce eyes at this moment. No one dared to be the slightest bit careless. Within the second turn cross-border copy, a single carelessness would lead to death without a burial place. Seemingly sensing the movement of the group of players, the toadlet let out a shrill whine, and then rushed towards Lu Wen and the others at a speed that was beyond normal. Lu Yang, as a lawgiver, was extremely good at a wide range of skills, and he had wanted to release an ice wall to block the group of small monsters, but I didn't expect that the skill just cut into the skin of the small monsters and pushed them outward for a few meters, and this group of seemingly thick-skinned guys were all belly up, lying dead in the water and couldn't die anymore. A piece of purple light gushed out from the corpse of the little monster, and it directly converged into an altar in the very center of the island. Holy, what the hell? My sister hit him too. The moment he saw the purple light, Lu Yang's anxious hometown words soared out. He stared blankly at his hands. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have only used the least powerful defense skill, right? How do these guys just die like bumper stickers? Lu Yang hurriedly checked up on the monster's attributes, but this look was so frightening that his face turned white and his body stiffened for a moment. Parade Siren, LV-55, Enhanced Elite, Life, 500. Characteristics, attacks ignore defense and inflict 10,000 points of damage. Nima, what's the joke? With only 500 life, even touching him would kill this cruising siren 1,000 times over. But you can't, it's a fixed 10,000 points of damage. Who can stand it when it hits them? Densely dotted with cruising sirens. It wouldn't take one person a moment for the small group of people to be wiped out. Damn, the rules of this Thai copy are disgusting. Lu Yang spat out his bitterness, but right at this moment, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Great, now we'll be able to make the boss explode with more gold coins. Lu Wen similarly saw the attributes of the patrolling siren and immediately cheered with excitement. He summoned 4 doppelgangers and released them all. He himself pulled out his short blade and killed the nearest patrolling siren with a single strike, and with the help of the instant body skill effect, he kept appearing behind the small monsters. One cut for one little friend. Lu Wen directly transformed into a super lawnmower, frantically harvesting the sirens' lives, and while fighting, he didn't forget to shout at Lu Yang and the others. What are you waiting for? Kill! After saying that, not caring about the stagnant gazes of several people, Lu Wen borrowed his instantaneous body ability and quickly rushed towards the nearest otherworldly squad. Its ghost-like figure immediately caused the other party to be alerted. A shadowy-faced youth stared at Lu Wen and spoke in a cold voice. Get back to your place and don't force me to make a move. Although he was speaking in otherworldly language, Lu Wen naturally understood the other party's meaning. I'm sorry, you foul-mouthed bastard. I'm not going anywhere. On the contrary, you 5. Would you like to turn into my sustenance and help me explode some rare materials? What? The shadowy youth's brows furrowed, clearly not understanding Lu Wen's meaning. But Lu Wen didn't give him a chance to think too much. A flash came in front of the opponent, and before the youth could react, the short blade had already stabbed into his chest. Congratulations, you have killed Tony, triggered the talent Slaying Gods and Slaying Demons, Forbidden, and gained the Platinum level boss drop reward. Chapter 75, Buddy, are you touching the porcelain? Watching the youth transform into a long purple dragon that rose into the air and left, Lu Wen nodded, quite satisfied with his masterpiece. That's right, increase the explosion rate more often so I can knock out something useful from the boss. Lu Wen's whole body equipment is already fully equipped. There are not many places where he can continue to enhance it. High-level gems are one aspect, or the highest 10-star artifacts will do. As for the special props, to be honest, Lu Wen did not hold much hope for this. Wouldn't it be nice to kill some alien players to drop some treasure chests and increase the boss drops along the way? You guy, how dare you kill our captain? Looking for death. The shadowy youth died so cleanly that his fellow team members didn't even react, and Lu Wen directly sent their captain to the west. Seeing this, the remaining four were furious and their skills erupted in a rage, rapidly blasting towards Lu Wen. -12, 452, -10, 452, -12, 454, -19, 441. Unfortunately, the chi was fierce, but this amount of damage was nothing more than an itch to Lu Wen. Is this the only level of alien players? Lu Wen shook his head in disappointment, and thought that this group of guys could bring some fun to themselves, but did not think that the strength to pull the crotch of the batch. There's nothing even remotely elite about it. You guy, who are you looking down on? Die for me. When one of them saw that his damage, which should have exploded, hit Lu Wen as if it was as unthreatening as a breeze on his face, he immediately rose up with a red face. He was holding a long sword and rushed towards Lu Wen like a madman, his eyes full of killing intent. Swish, blood splattered and heads flew up into the sky. No one could see when Lu Wen struck, and by the time he reacted, the sword-wielding player had already had his head clipped off. The death was exceptionally tragic. Loser dog, shouldn't have so many lines. Lu Wen glanced fatally at the other party's headless corpse and gave a disdainful light snort. Awa! Run! This guy is a demon. The remaining three saw that the two strongest people in the team had already fallen, and immediately fled in fear, no longer daring to charge at this masked demon across the street. But since Lu Wen had already struck, how could he let the other party go? Brush! In 3 tries, Lu Wen killed this unknown squad. Rumble! A giant pillar of purple light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire copy. Is that a squad reunion? Betrayal looked in the direction of the purple light pillar, his face filled with a look of disbelief. How long has it been since we entered the Blood Sea treasure, and already a team has been wiped out? One must know that they had just collided with a team as well, and with their special talent easily decimated the strongest person on the other side. But the other teammates fought, but it was exceptionally difficult. Both sides fought hard and simply did not die another person, and that unlucky guy who died, his body was only a purple dragon soul shadow emerged, on the degree of shock, far less than the purple light column in the distance. It's probably that team that got the key first. Boss, let's be careful. I always have a bad feeling about this. Without being reminded, Betrayal felt that way. However, he who had long been the peak of players of the same level, how could he be willing to live under others? And although he also had this thought in his heart, he coldly grunted on his mouth. Why do I need to avoid his front? Who is strong and who is weak, but also need to touch before? Boom! Before the words left his mouth, another pillar of purple light shot up into the sky, illuminating Betrayal's face with a purple-red color. I don't know if I'm scared or angry. These assholes, don't they know that destroying other teams is going to drastically increase the strength of the boss? How dare they do that? Boss, then should we go and teach him a lesson? A junior brother looked apprehensive and said, Humph, teaching him a lesson? Or the opposite side to teach us a lesson? Betrayal pooh-poohed it, and then quickly sprinted toward the central island. Let's hurry up and get to the island. Don't give that group of people a chance to strike. I just don't believe it. Is there really a stupid person who dares to continue killing? As good as the boss rewards are, the prerequisite is that you have to have a life to get them. Let's go. I don't want a boss that I could have fought normally to end up mutating to an outrageous level that I can't even read. Several of his teammates were relieved to see Betrayal go soft. They thought that a super genius like the captain would be unable to swallow his anger at being pressed head-on and would have to retaliate back. The good thing is, the captain is just reckless, not stupid. They killed the cruising sirens while advancing towards the central island, but to their horror a scene quickly occurred. Just a few moments' time, in addition to the initial 2 times, the purple column of light actually successively flashed 4 times in a row. This scared all the otherworldly players, and they hurriedly sprinted forward in an attempt to get to the island quickly. For this reason, they didn't hesitate to use their wide-range skills to clear the cruising sirens, just to escape the figure that kept flickering like a ghost in the distance. Run, quick! Betrayal fought to yell, and by now, he could see the murderous man charging their way. Even if he was as confident as he was, He now knew that the other party was definitely the pinnacle of existence amongst second-turn players, and his strength was far from being comparable to that of an ordinary genius. But even though he fought his way forward, he was still blocked by Lu Wen with the help of instantaneous body. Feeling the terror emanating from the masked man in front of him, Betrayal's throat rolled. The pressure his opponent put on him was so great that he unconsciously picked up his weapon and proceeded to put on a fighting stance. "Brother, can you make a way?" Betrayal gave a smile that he thought was kind, but he didn't realize that there were aesthetic differences among otherworldly beings. In Lu Wen's eyes, the demon in front of him, who looked just like a minotaur, even bared his teeth at him, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Interesting, but I'm sorry, I'm afraid this road won't give way. Brother, the cross-border copy is extremely difficult. If you kill recklessly like this, I'm afraid you'll eat your own fruit when you face the final boss. Don't worry about that. Better think about how to survive in my hands." Swish! Lu Wen reversed his grip on his dagger, and his doppelgangers erupted, each charging at an enemy. Seeing Lu Wen belittling himself so much, Betrayal was outwardly annoyed beyond measure, but in his heart, he was secretly rejoicing in peace. "Ignorant fool, how dare you be so careless in the face of an unknown enemy? Let's see how I'm going to screw you over." As Lu Wen approached his body, Betrayal's mind moved and a scale shadow appeared above both of their heads. His talent is very special, no matter against bosses or players. It belongs to the type of invincible in single combat, but it is only effective if it is activated in close quarters. Previously did not dare to mess with Lu Wen, afraid of the other side has any hidden means of distant attack. When the time is not close to be seconds, that fun can be big. As for now, hey, Scales of Fate, SSS, forcibly pulls the target into the deathmatch space and steals 30% of the opponent's attributes. Boss effect is halved. Kills will randomly gain a certain attribute increase, and failures will inherit 20% of the enemy's attributes as a temporary buff. Note, overpowered foes may backfire with a certain amount of negative effects, and the bigger the gap between the two sides, the greater the negative effects. Buzz. Space transformation. The sea of blood disappeared, replaced by a huge scale shadow stood on both sides of the head. The scales flickered with a shimmering light, and Betrayal revealed a hint of a snicker, looking at Lu Wen as if he was looking at a dead man. As long as he inherited 30% of his opponent's attributes, along with his own invincible panel, he was confident that his opponents, as long as they were second-turn players, would not be able to defeat his strength and self. Even the detachment skills released by the opponent became bubbles under the influence of the Scales of Fate, and could not affect their outside teammates at all. But the next moment, Betrayal's face changed violently. He only felt a burst of extreme power surging within his body, just like the feeling he had when he had tried to steal the attributes of a platinum-level boss, and was subsequently shocked to death by the backlash of the opponent's powerful force. It's exactly the same. No, it can't be. How do you? Boom. Flesh and blood fireworks bloomed, causing Lu Wen on the other side to be filled with confusion. No, man, you touching the porcelain? Chapter 76, give me 2 minutes to evolve. What kind of skill is it that makes someone automatically explode like an overpressurized gas tank? It's a question worth pondering, or at least Lovern feels so. He had never encountered anything so outrageous since his transfer, so he could only say that the otherworldly players played with a lot more flowers than he had imagined. The scale image shattered and Lu Wen reappeared in front of the remaining four. "Where's the boss? You killed him?" Someone trembled and pointed at Lu Wen, a look of disbelief on his face. They had all seen Betrayal's powerful talent, not to say how strong it was, but at least when it came to soloing a second-turn player, no matter who the enemy was, there was a certainty of victory. But how long has it been since the talent was activated? What? 10 seconds? And the person is just gone? He's Lord Ba Huang's own son. Even if you kill him here, that lord will come across the border and crush you into pieces. Betrayal is the only son of Lord Ba Huang. You are finished, really finished. As if confirming what the other party had said, in front of Lu Wen's eyes, a blood-colored rune appeared from Betrayal, who had been shattered into a field of flesh and blood. The runes combined with each other, eventually forming a transparent chain that was quickly branded down at a speed that Lu Wen couldn't even react to. You have been cursed by Bolton's blood pack tracking dash, and your own spatial and temporal coordinates will be exposed to the eyes of the caster for a duration of 51,840,000s. Well, there really is a curse. Lu Wen looked at the panel prompt and a strange color flashed across his face. He was now within the second-turn cross-border copy, and it wouldn't be long before he returned to the God Star. So it was hard to believe that this Bolton still had the guts to chase him over there? Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, the blood contract curse has appeared. There was also an otherworldly ruffian who killed Betrayal's sister within the third-turn crossover copy before, and was hunted down by the Ba Huang crossover himself. And legend has it that Lord Ba Huang twisted that ruffian's head off and used it as a night pot. Ha 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 ha. You're screwed. Ba Huang is a powerhouse at the peak of the 5th turn. What are you going to block with? Looking at the several otherworldly players who were sneering loudly, Luwen felt rather speechless. Just now this unlucky guy, even if, at least there is a backer. Why are you guys laughing so loudly? Is it possible that there is also a powerful person of the level of Ba Huang to back you up? Besides, I've done all the sons of Baal. What's missing from you guys? Although he was a bit puzzled as to why his doppelganger didn't beat these douchebags to death, Luwen didn't mind striking again. With a few swishes, these 4 otherworldly geniuses were killed on the spot. Purple pillars of light rushed into the sky, scaring the 2 remaining teams in the distance. But it was a good thing that they were only 1 step away from the central island as Luwen hunted Betrayal. After approaching the altar on the island and gaining access to the final boss trial, there was a sigh of relief. Looking at the Luwen squad that was walking towards him and the others, an otherworldly genius could only feel that his chest felt like it was pressed with a large stone, so oppressive that he could not breathe. Luckily, after coming to the altar, they were already in the safe zone within the copy. Even if Luwen wanted to kill them, he could only end up returning in defeat. Unfortunately, after being messed up by this fierce squad, we're afraid that we won't be able to beat the final boss. Someone sighed, remembering the 7 pillars of light that had just rushed into the sky, and his head grew big with depression. Even if you think about it with your ass, you will know what the boss will be strengthened to. Now there are 3 teams left with 15 people. What's the point of playing? Hello, are the brothers waiting for us? Luwen led Lu Yang and several others, and greeted the 2 otherworldly teams without a second glance, as if he wasn't the one who was prepared to wipe everyone out in one fell swoop earlier. Hello big guy this way. An otherworldly captain gave a dry laugh, and his body stiffened as he posed an invitation at Luwen. It's a good thing that these players are all humanoid races, and look much smoother than the Minotaur Absol. Luwen's 5 people stepped onto the altar, and 2/3 of the altar fires that were originally lit up were all lit up at this point, and a 3-meter-high spatial crack emerged with them. Luwen immediately stepped in and his figure disappeared. Lu Yang's several people followed closely behind, but the remaining 2 otherworldly teams were stationed in front of the spatial rift for a while before they clenched their teeth and dove in headfirst. At this stage of the Blood Sea treasure trial just now, they hoped that the more trashy the other teams were, the better, so that they themselves could possibly survive. But right now, they couldn't wait for Luwen's 5 to be so unbelievably strong that it would be a fool's errand to kill the final boss that had been strengthened an unknown number of times. When the crowd entered the spatial passage, the surroundings changed violently, and countless huge mill-like gold coins were scattered around. At the very center, the previous goblin boss that was carrying a sack with black and red lines printed all over his body was sitting on a huge throne. Only, compared to that doppelganger, this boss was at least 30 meters in size. This certainly qualifies as a supergiant for a dwarf race goblin. Expect the subplot to leave us alive. Some otherworldly players prayed silently, but when the scrying spell landed on the boss, their eyes instantly turned gray and no longer had any color. Not only him, even Lu Yang, the SSS-ranked talent possessor, felt his scalp tingle and his eyes glazed over. Asterisk actually really gave us a top-tier platinum boss. Isn't this ing killing people? Greedy treasure goblin Brady, LV59, platinum boss, life, 13, 260, 000/13, 260, 000/000, tired, destroy, more than 13 billion chi blood. This even if we recruit several hundred people, let alone a mere 15 people. Ugh, I knew this would happen. Grass is greasy. The first time I entered a cross-border copy, I didn't expect to actually die in this place. After these otherworldly players saw the specific attributes of the boss, they all put down their weapons in despair, no longer having a single desire to fight. They were considered geniuses though, possessing a level of combat that far exceeded that of their peers. But in front of a platinum boss at the peak of the second turn, what was it? Although the few people in Luwen's team were shocked at the boss's strength, they were secretly relieved in their hearts. With Luwen as the super thigh, along with the rest of the geniuses, there was every hope of beating this LV59 super goblin. Just as the extreme cook wanted to put a game boof on Luwen, he raised his eyebrows as if he had thought of something and raised his hand, stopping his opponent's spell-casting action. Give me 2 minutes while I evolve. Chapter 77, Mutation in Place. What do you mean, evolve a little? The extreme cook was a bit confused. What? The boss is present and you still want to give yourself a super transformation? Not only her, even the other few people in the team and those otherworldly players looked at Luwen with some confusion. I wonder what the hell this overpowered bigot is up to. Luwen ignored them and checked the reward for the kill he had just made on his own. Congratulations on killing multiple players in a row. Reward fusion. Special issue of the second turn limited gift pack ×1. You have obtained equipment essence X8. You have gained skill points X527. You have obtained strengthening stones X554, 450. You have gained experience X11, 556, 000. This reward is better than nothing. At least the skill points are given quite a lot, and there are 8 points of equipment essence. It's time to be satisfied. Looking at the props given by the so-called limited gift pack, Lu Wen skimmed his mouth in disgust, but his body was extremely skillful in putting them away. Compared to the rewards of killing Tong Qian and many other third-turn powerhouses, the things that Bazel's little caramels popped out were really barren and pitiful. Fortunately, Lu Wen was now close to the peak of the second turn, and the unusual rewards had long since failed to raise his strength. This time, he was able to have more than 500 skill points, just enough to also pull those skills in his hand up another notch. You consume skill points X16, and LV5 LV6. You consume skill points X32, and LV6 LV7. You consume skill points X64, and LV7 LV8. Finish, LV8 if you succeed in a sneak attack. You will gain 1 finish point, and store up to 8. Each finish point can increase your own material attack by 5%, or you can save up to 8 finish points and hit them at once, inflicting 250% material attack damage to the enemy. You consume skill points X16, hardened poison LV5 LV6. You consume skill points X128, hardening LV8 LV9, poisoning, LV9 coat your weapon with a special toxin. Each attack will add a layer of poisoning effect to the enemy, reducing the poison damage of physical attack by 50% per second. Lasts for tens, stacks up to 13 layers. The duration of the poisoning effect will be refreshed with each attack. You consume skill points X128, serious injury LV8 LV9. Serious injury, LV9 plus 430% strike damage when triggering a strike. You consume skill points X24, serious injury LV4 LV6. Faceless split, LV6 consume 1000 points of mana to create 6 faceless splits that inherit 45% of the original body's attributes, and the splits master all the original body's equipment and skill effects. The number of splits depends on the skill level. Splits last for tens. Cooldown time, 60s. After strengthening his skills all over, Lu Wen only felt refreshed, as if he had opened up the 2 veins of his body, and his strength once again skyrocketed. Although the panel attributes haven't changed, this time, I guess it can make this group of so-called geniuses drop their jaws in shock. The corner of Lu Wen's mouth hooked up and he raised his chin at the extreme cook, signaling his opponent that he could release his skills. Buzz. Congratulations, you have been blessed by Source of Power Blessing. Physical damage plus 5012. Duration, 60s. Congratulations, you have been blessed by Force of Nature Blessing. Physical defense plus 6214. Legal defense plus 5245. Duration, 60s. Congratulations on receiving Swift Strike Blessing. Several gain buffs instantly hit Lu Wen, and brand new power surged out from his body. This made him look at the goblin boss who was still sitting on the throne without moving, as if he was looking at a dead person again. I'm going up. Those who want to follow the damage can do so, and those who want to muck around and take damage can go up and have some fun. But measure your strength and don't play yourself to death. Okay, Lu Yang just wanted to nod his head in agreement, but after careful recollection, he felt that Lu Wen's words seemed to be wrong somewhere, but didn't wait for him to react. Lu Wen had already rushed out, heading straight for the goblin boss. Swish, Lu Wen's figure flickered, and 6 transparent doppelgangers appeared at once, rushing to the boss in the blink of an eye. What's going on? How come there are 6 in this split? Lu Yang and the others were a bit confused. It wasn't that they hadn't seen Lu Wen's skill before. He remembered clearly that the other party only had a mere 4 doppelgangers when he first cast it. Why are there 2 more of them in the space of a few minutes? But next, a scene that horrified them even more appeared, only to see Lu Wen dodging and appearing at the back of the boss's head. There was no sign of the other party casting any powerful and terrifying skills, but the boss's life was dropping like a flood breaking through a dike. The goblin boss roared angrily and kept casting skills, trying to crush Lu Wen, the rat in the shadows. Grr, what the hell? Lu Yang blinked his eyes, not reacting at all to what had just happened, fixed his eyes to see. At this time, the split has disappeared. The whole field, only Lu Wen is left in the crazy output. He also finally see the boss now, the tragic situation. Swish, minus 86, 881, 153. Blast, minus 1, 240. 849, toxin damage, minus 1, 240, 849, 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 relying on the 8-star artifact's super high restraining damage to the boss. Lu Wen was like a butcher with a boning knife at this moment, pressing the goblin boss onto the tablet and ravaging it crazily. Even if the opponent was a top-tier platinum boss, he felt a wave of powerlessness when facing Lu Wen at this moment. No matter what tactics the goblins performed, Lu Wen did not put them in his eyes at all and just kept outputting. In just a few minutes of work, 2/3 of the goblin boss's life was knocked out. It wasn't until they were nearing the berserk state that the crowd came back to their senses and joined in on this madness of crushing the platinum boss together. -2, 469, 449, -3, 239, 755, -1, 856, 394. However, any player who could enter a cross-border copy did not have a weak strength. No matter where they were placed, they could call themselves a genius. But looking at Lu Wen, who was like a god or a demon and had beaten the boss almost to a pulp, they still felt incredulous. Are there really two players who can slug it out like that? I'm afraid that even certain third turnings weren't as terrifying as Lu Wen, right? Without giving them too much time to be shocked, after the boss went into a berserk state, Lu Wen even exerted his full strength and knocked the life of this super goblin to a negative number in one gulp. When the final blow fell, the goblin boss collapsed into a fog of light, leaving only hundreds of equipment props glowing with various colors of light in their place. Chapter 78, Super Earthquake. This, platinum grade. All platinum grade equipment. Are we rich? Lu Yang looked at the extreme props all over the place and couldn't help but freeze in place, incredulous of everything that happened today. Obviously, just had the idea of simply passing the crossover copy. Why did it come to this? Lu Yang unconsciously cast his eyes on Lu Wen, the superb man, who was picking up equipment with a leisurely face. That idle look really made Lu Yang envious. Good thing, with the gains from this copy, clearing the perfect grade third turn trial shouldn't be a problem. It wasn't just him, but players like Big Hands and the rest of them who were at LV59 would also see their strength skyrocket by a hair. The triple turn trial will definitely achieve better results than before. As for those otherworldly players, they even felt that the scene in front of them was incomparably fantastic and completely different from what they had imagined. Are we hugging a super leg? Someone let out a bitter laugh. Having thought that even if there was a gap in strength between the peaks of the second turn, it hadn't reached the point where it was impossible to make up for it. But now it seems. Let's go get our own rewards as well. If the big brother eats meat, we can still follow and have a mouthful of gumbo. This cross-border vice, Ben couldn't have gotten a better result than this. Lu Wen didn't care about the group's reaction. He just loaded and fetched the treasure on his own. Unfortunately, this place was mostly dominated by equipment, with a minimum of gold and a maximum of platinum, but none of this was of much use to him. Perhaps, melting these down will also bring up the artifact attributes even further? With this in mind, Lu Wen dissolved all the platinum-grade equipment, obtaining a total of 12 equipment essences. The rewards of this cross-border copy are really generous, worthy of being an exclusive place of trial for the strong. Granted, of those 12, 7 originated from those contributed by Lu Wen's overwritten squads, but in terms of shipping rate alone, this copy is really ridiculously strong. In addition to the equipment, there were other rare props that appeared among the backpacks, and the one that interested Lu Wen the most was a strange ball of light called the Source of the World. Source of the World, Fragment, Special Prop, LV40 plus can be used. Effect, consuming a certain amount of the Source of the World, Fragments, can be formed into a fixed copy, secret realm, or a blessed place. Open to consume a certain amount of basic resources, can also be exchanged in the mysterious merchant for the very best props. Note, the Source of the World, Fragments, is formed in the player's home world that died in the cross-border copy. So this is sort of an alternative copy store? After reading the introduction, Lu Wen was still a bit puzzled, but he could confirm that the most precious prop in this cross-border copy must be this Source of the World, Fragment. He hadn't seen the introduction of this prop at all in the godforsaken land forum. How extreme is this so-called extreme equipment, to deserve the gold content of these two words? Lu Wen had some guesses in his mind, but he wasn't sure. Big brother, leave your contact information, if you have the opportunity to work together in the future. Ah, yeah. Together then, we're not bad, we won't drag the big guy down. For sure. Just as Lu Wen was sorting out his harvest, several people from Extreme Chef came over smilingly, and one or two of them were clamoring to add Lu Wen's friends. Lu Yang was even more desperate, and tried to pull Lu Wen to join the Pingtian Academy, saying that he had a relationship with the old principal, and that he had to arrange an associate professor position for Lu Wen. Lu Wen waved his hand after hearing this. This strength of his to become what associate professor? This is not a ing joke. Forget it, I have no intention of joining other forces for the time being. Despite saying that, Lu Wen still agreed to several people's friend requests. Although Lu Yang and the others couldn't compare to him, they could be a lot stronger than the people from the light-chasing elite group back then. definitely among the elite of the second turn. It was always right to make friends. Luwen couldn't just do whatever he wanted based on his strength that far exceeded that of his peers. This would not be half as good at all, except that it would make more enemies for himself. Even if he killed it, it wouldn't be of much use. After all, if he wanted to trigger his own talent, the prerequisite was that the enemy's level had to match the current rank. If he killed a LV-20 rookie, even if he exploded a turn 1 extreme equipment, what use would it be to him? As for cultivating power, what's that got to do with him? Big brother, another chance to cross the border and go down to the book. Let's team up. I'll call you Ha. Well, next time for sure. While Lu Wen's side was still fighting feverishly, an explosive news instantly triggered the network. Countless melon masses froze looking at the report, very doubtful whether there is a fake media exaggerated propaganda actually made this kind of shocking news. Lu Wen of Kwangfong No. 1 middle school breaks the league's high school record. F-class talent possessor passes the 40th floor of the Octagon Tower. Shocked. A senior high school student beheaded the chief of the Jiyuan City Police Department in public, brutally slashing 43 people in the street. The strongest high school student in history emerges. A 5-turn powerhouse has appeared. What kind of power is the ceiling pavilion? What do you mean? I just slept for a day. How come the internet has turned into something I don't recognize? Is this brain-dead editor sure he's not teasing me? I remember the year of my college entrance exam. The highest I passed was 14 or 15 floors. A high school student broke through 40 floors. What kind of international joke is that? This student boy called Lu Wen is so hanged? He actually dared to kill so many people in the street. Isn't he afraid of the alliance government tracking him down? Upstairs is it? The police commissioner people dare to kill. We still care about these. I'm only curious. If the report is true, why there is no top school over to recruit? These guys are not difficult to also be Tang? I heard through the grapevine that the group of admissions teachers did not include Lu Wen in the enrollment at that time, seeing that he was listed as a major wanted criminal by the police department. And now that he has become a federal top student, I'll see how that group of guys should cry. Ha 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 ha. The moment the news was released, the major media was like a dog that smelled, quickly rubbing the wave of traffic. After all, the national scholar openly attacked and killed the police department bureau chief. This is a news that has not been seen in 800 years. How can they be worthy of their high professionalism if they don't make a big deal out of it? As a result, all sorts of additive versions of the news flew all over the internet, especially among the senior group, and it blew right up. Impossible. This is absolutely made up. How can he pass all the 8 square towers when he's just an F-rank talent possessor? Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Marred. Now these dog media simply do whatever they can for the sake of traffic. Tang as a SSS class pride only broke through the 15th floor. How can this guy scamper up to the 40th floor, soloing a high-level silver boss? Ha, cootie. Just believe it. Tianshui City, Wang family. Wang Tang looked at the reports that were all over the internet and could not help but furrow his brows as a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. A group of guys with no eyes, not to report on me, the SSS class pride, but all go to make up this kind of fake news that even a 3-year-old can recognize. What is the point? Is it hard to really do it for the money? Come and interview me. Old me has plenty of money. Are these idiots cuties? Do they not understand the gold content of my Wang Tang? Chapter 79, Flaming Out of the Circle. For these media rumors, Wang Tang naturally does not believe in half a punctuation mark. As an SSS-ranked talent possessor, he was very clear about the limits of the power that the talent could exert. It was no exaggeration to say that even if his own talent evolved again, it was impossible for Wang Tang to beat the 40th floor because it was simply not for seniors. What a bunch of human idiots who will sell their asses for some profit. Damn it! Wang Tang jealously hates these irresponsible media, making up nonsense and not knowing how many people have been victimized. Of course, if it was himself who was being reported, it would be a different story. The more exaggerated the better. He couldn't wait for everyone in the league to recognize him as a super genius. Humph. Wait a few days. I also find some media over. Then blow. Who will not? There are few who doubt the authenticity of media reports like Wang Tang. After all, Lu Wen's deeds were so appalling that it was more like he didn't want to believe it rather than not believing it. The fact that a high school student could do something as outrageous as this is certainly challenging some people's sensitivities. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bang! The dull sound of hammering on the table rose abruptly. Those academy enrollment teachers who had gotten the news had their foreheads veined with veins when they looked at the scarlet and blinding reports in front of them, and the newly compiled rankings on the side. They didn't expect that the F-rank gifted wanted criminal, who was once looked down upon by himself and others, would leap to become the top student of the college entrance examination of Tianshui continent, nay, the entire alliance. Lu Wen's success slapped them in the face like a slap. The sound was crisp and clear, hitting their heads. An F-ranked talent loser. What makes him more powerful than those SSS-ranked heavenly prides? Cheating. Definitely cheating. Zhang Chunyan of the Divine Star Academy clenched her silver teeth. Her eyes dead set on the replay of the screen in which Luwen was hacking through the 8-square pagoda like a vegetable. This guy's damage is by no means normal. Where does a senior get to do millions of damage? And his level? It's definitely up to the second turn. How is this possible? Zhang Chunyan simply didn't believe everything Luwen showed, and due to the restrictions between transferring in cities, trying to find someone to lead the upgrades in the early stages wasn't any faster in terms of efficiency than teaming up. Based on previous year's experience, the highest it will go is around LV25 before the entrance exam. This year was slightly better, with LV27 Wang Tang appearing on the Tianshui continent side. Other continents also had super geniuses reaching or even exceeding this level one after another. But what the hell is Lu Wen's second turn? If she said that the other party can go to LV30 she may still believe it. But the second turn, really treats their group of teachers responsible for enrollment as little cuties. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. I suggest that we report this to the Alliance and investigate this person severely. I suspect that the other party may have discovered some undiscovered loopholes in the Divine Abandonment lands, seriously disrupting the order of the college entrance exams. Neither the grade nor the damage he showed is something a normal student can achieve. Zhang Chuanyan's voice was incomparably cold, and her eyes revealed even more cold light. The remaining few top-tier academy teachers glanced at each other, all seeing the calculations and small minds in each other's eyes. Agreed. Oh, you guys go get your own. I'll stay out of this. Agreed. I'm interested in this so-called genius who can discover the loopholes in the godforsaken land. The teachers, who had previously been on a united front, split into several different groups of opinion after Zhang Chunyan proposed the plan to report to the Union. Some people support it. Naturally there are also people against it. They are all 1,000-year-old foxes. What are they pretending to chat about? Abacus beads are popping into my face and I'm still here pretending. LOL. In order to draw Lu Wen in, Yang Hong directly descended into his alter ego, ready to personally go and talk to the other party about the welfare benefits after enrollment. Unfortunately, she suffered an accident and the plan died in her belly, which made her face extremely ugly, and the first time she contacted her old principal. Seeing that Zhang Chuanyan's group of people were still here to play some kind of power play, she was in an unpleasant mood and she immediately let out a cold snort, and without even saying a word, she kicked the door and left on the spot. Teachers, I suddenly remembered that the gas was left on at my house, so I'll leave first. A big-bellied teacher snorted and similarly turned to leave. The rest of the enrollment teachers with calculations, the same, find a variety of excuses to run away. The original lively joint enrollment office suddenly became cold. Only a few teachers who agreed with Zhang Chuanyan's plan remain. It wasn't that they couldn't see Zhang Chuanyan's stiff upper lip, but compared to that, they were equally concerned about their own faces. When they thought about it, they were high and mighty when they disparaged this F-grade waste that was ranked in the Super Heavens Pride list. I didn't expect the smack in the face to come so swiftly, but high and mighty as they were, how could they easily admit their mistake? They have always been in charge of the destiny of many high school seniors. When have they been reduced to bowing down to a student? Even if your Luwen talents wasn't the F grade that was shown, and your strength level was all brushed up step by yourself, so what? If the top school doesn't accept you as a wanted man, you'll be lost to the rest of the world, no matter how talented you are. And that what's more, the God Sealing Pavilion. Not much of a name, but not much of a mouth. I'd like to see what the academies that are interested in Luwen will do to bail him out after bringing this to the Federation side. Wait and see. Zhang Chunyan has the characteristic arrogance of a top school. What she cannot get and does not recognize, she does not want others to get, even if it was a piece of junk, scrap metal. Still, somewhere in a small conference room, several transparent vapors surrounded the round table, looking at the image coming out of the projection screen with different expressions. On it was the very image of Luwen beheading Tong Qin and Qin Lu's two families, but the crowd's attention wasn't on that. Instead, they were staring at the divine martial king who always wore a mask. Seal God Pavilion. Quiet for a period of time. Even came out to mess with the wind and rain again. Sure enough, the biggest tumor in the Federation. And now he's actually rampant enough to behead officials of my ministry in the street. That's really something. A virtual shadow cursed in a deep voice, his tone quite indignant. What? Is Minister Su angry? You're not wondering how you're going to make a report on this to round back to the head, are you? A fat, rounded silhouette said in a derisive tone, its eyes full of gloating. The Minister of Public Security, Su Bin, hadn't been looking for trouble from him in recent times. Now that the Sealing Pavilion was openly making news at this particular time of the college entrance exams, he would like to see how the surname Su should explain to the head. Don't need you to worry about it. Over the past few decades, there have been more and more powerful people at the top of the Alliance who have crossed over to the Divine Demon level, and it won't take long to eradicate the tumor that is the Sealing Pavilion in one fell swoop. You might as well think more about yourself. The Void Demon clan has been arrogant and powerful within the third turn copy recently. If there is any accident endangering the real world, oh, dead fatso, you won't be able to do your job as Minister of Defense. Chapter 80, I know a big shot. Pingtian Academy. Lu Yang, who came out from the copy, was full of joy. He looked around but did not see the old principal's figure. Is it out? He scratched his head and followed the passage to find the outside. Sure enough, the old principal was talking to a woman. Seeing Lu Yang come out, the old principal suddenly sighed. Kid, you're afraid that you've met your match this time. Just now, Yang Hong told me that there's a heaven-defying demon among the candidates of this session. There's actually someone who was able to grow to the point where he was able to single-handedly brush the 40 floors of the 8-square tower in just half a month. Alas, this person should have been a student of my Pingtian Academy. It's a pity. Hearing the old principal constantly lamenting, Lu Yang was also shocked for a moment. Were all the recent newcomers so hung up? The 40th floor of the octagonal tower. Is that for candidates? It's a bit anticlimactic, but Lu Yang, who had experienced big scenes, was only slightly surprised. Indeed powerful, more ruthless than I was back then. But old principal, today I also met a, well, big brother. Lu Yang racked his brain and finally came up with a fairly apt name. Big man? How big? The old principal was obviously still reeling from the depression of not being able to recruit such a genius. That big? Lu Yang exaggeratedly drew a circle, then added, if I hadn't encountered it today, I wouldn't have believed that someone in the second turn was actually as powerful as this. If this person goes to do the third turn trial, I'm afraid that he will be able to reach the god-devil level of achievement. It's really as terrifying as it is. Lu Yang described the situation in the replica to the old principal, and this fifth turn powerhouse listened to him in a daze. Half a day without coming back to his senses. Fake it, kid, don't you lie to me. He knows Lu Yang's nature. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. What to say? Will not lie at all. It was for this reason that he was incredulous about it. Second turn single-handedly challenging a platinum boss of the same level. Thinking about that image made him feel like the sky was the limit. Can it be that it's a genius that some power has poured all its efforts into cultivating? It silently occurred to the old principal that the big brother Lu Yang was talking about should be wearing the inherited equipment of his own power. So can explain why the second turn will have this kind of strength. Ah fart. Even if the whole body is equipped with platinum equipment and strengthened to the limit, it shouldn't explode with a strength that is only found in the late third turn? The old principal kept frowning, never able to figure out the key to the matter. However, Yang Hong was on the sidelines and tasted something wrong. She looked at Lu Yang and said suspiciously, are you saying that this person is a faceless person? Haven't seen the real face, and the other party always wears a strange mask? That's right. Lu Yang nodded his head. He really hadn't seen the big brother's real face. Come over here and take a look. Is this what the mask looks like? Hearing Lu Yang's reply, Yang Hong hurriedly took out her cell phone and asked, pointing to the photo above. This, it seems like a little bit, just the color doesn't seem right, but the hair stature seems right for this young man next to him. Snap! Yang Hong slapped himself on the side of the head, making a crisp ringing sound. Sure enough, where in the world are there so many geniuses? That demon. The high school entrance exam actually did not use all his strength. If this person is a student of my Pingtian Academy, how good would that be? Alas! Yang Hong kept sighing, and the more she thought about it, the harder she felt. If she didn't have access to it, so be it, she was more than that. But when he heard that Lu Wen was actually able to single-handedly kill the LV-59 Platinum boss, Yang Hong's intestines were almost repentant. Just a little bit, MS. Yang Hong, what are you? The old principal turned his head in confusion, not understanding what on earth this one was longing for. It's not just missing out on a genius. What's wrong with that? Without this genius the Pingtian Academy can't live? Old headmaster, the big brother that Lu Yang is talking about is the one I'm talking about. Lu Wen. What? Lu Wen was not aware of just how much of an earthquake he had caused within the Divine Star Alliance by beheading Tong Qian and the others. In the past few days after the college entrance exams, the passion that made me want to rush to the level at all times is fading away. Earlier it was for the exams, now there is no academy that wants them, so they are still playing with their lives. Having said that, with Lu Wen's current attributes, even without spending his energy on the wilderness every day, his level had broken through to LV-55. It was also at this time that all the equipment on his body quietly finished evolving as Lu Wen leveled up. The attributes had further improved, and if there were no other chances, Lu Wen shouldn't be able to improve too much more before the third turn. In the past few days, he had continuously opened the Eye of Heavenly Tilt, and he had wanted to find trouble with the Blood-Clothes dartboard, but he had accidentally discovered that the doppelganger of this legendary grade prop was able to view the past records of Diyuan City. This super prop is like a giant camera. engraving everything in this place into its system in detail. Lu Wen only needed to pay some more equipment essence to find out the information he wanted. I didn't realize that father was still a close friend of that bloodcloth in the first place. AI, people are gone. It's only been a few short months, and he's put his hand on the son of his deceased son. It seems that there are many other things that happened here that I'm not aware of, and even more than just the Bloodclothes Dart Bureau was involved in that year's events. Through the eye of heavenly tilt, Lu Wen accidentally discovered that the founder of the present-day Bloodclothes Dart Bureau was also his father's former best friend. Unfortunately, Lao Deng's poor knowledge of people has caused him to suffer a lot. Good thing too, before we leave Diyuan City, we can also make another good check. I'd like to see how many more people can be uncovered. However, it's time to open this epic prop. Lu Wen looked at the key to heaven in his hand, and his eyes couldn't help but turn icy cold. He gripped this key tightly. A burst of arcane light flashed. The key disappeared, and following that, all of the second-turning cities on the Divine Star all heard an ancient and majestic voice suddenly ringing out. Countdown to the opening of the Tower of Heaven secret, 7 days. Selected second-turn players can spend 1 point of equipment essence to enter the secret world, which will be used to build up the prize pool. Hint 1, the mapping of the Tower of Heaven will cover a total of 30 worlds. Tip 2, some of the trials in the Tower of Heaven contain the risk of death. Please choose carefully. Tip 3, there are mysterious merchants in the Tower of Heaven this time. Tip 4, the person who opens the Tower of Heaven has special privileges. The sound rang out a full 10 times, and all the second-turn players looked up at the sky, their faces full of incredulity. Tong Tian Tower. It's the legendary Tower of Heaven. I didn't think that this kind of heaven-defying chance would actually let us stumble upon it. Quick, hurry up and inform the clan. I want that strongest inheritance set. Now, immediately, right away. No one knew the great name of the Tower of Heaven. No one was unaware of it, and legend had it that if you entered, you would be able to obtain unimaginably rich rewards. The heaven-defying extent of the chances therein was enough to change their original destiny. Buzz. Countless light pillars landed, and no matter whether it was reality or the godforsaken land, there were some second-turn players who had received the so-called invitations, and this scene was quickly closely watched by the major powers of the God Star. Find out for me who turned this on. Go find out for me. Chapter 81 Opportunity or Dangerous Ground. The opening of the Tower of Heaven not only sent second-turn players into a frenzy, but even other major powers began to desperately search for the owner of the key to heaven. One must know that the Tower of Heaven would inevitably appear 3 times in succession each time it appeared. Turn 2, Turn 3, Turn 4 players have access to it. Although in reason, every entering player would be able to gain considerable benefits. Those great powers were clear that the lucky ones who were the first to open the Tower of Heaven were the ones who could hope to make it to the final step of the trial. The rewards it can get in the prize pool will be a chance against all odds that other players can never reach in their lifetime. This was the real reason why the Martial Gods Palace had been searching for this epic prop. Bloodclothes Dart Headquarters. Bloodclothes kicked over the tea table in front of him, his face reddening from anger. Wastes. A bunch of wastes. Why would they miss when they've clearly found that brat's trail? Not only that, now that the Tower of Heaven has opened, it will inevitably draw the attention of even more forces. Our head start is gone. Gone. Bloodclothes was furious and lashed out at a group of subordinates. If he could get the key to heaven, no matter if he used it himself or gave it to the Martial Gods Palace, he would be able to obtain heavenly benefits. And now that the cooked duck had actually flown away, even with his heart, he couldn't be bashful about it. Before the Tower of Heaven is completely opened, go find it for me. I want to know exactly where that Lu Wen kid is. This time I'm going to personally retrieve the key to heaven. Go! Bloodclothes wasn't the only one who was excited and angry. The rest of the major powers were. At this moment, within the Martial God Hall, 2 figures sat opposite each other. There's a lot of commotion out there. Even I heard it. Lu Yuan really seems to have passed that epic prop to his son. After all, to be able to open the Tower of Heaven at the second turn, no one should be able to do it except for him. A black-robed middle-aged man drank a mouthful of tea, some regretful flavors in his words. I thought those losers could do things well, but I didn't expect such a big mistake. Guorong Sr., what do you think should be done? Yang Guorong, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, had a gloomy face and just quietly drank tea without speaking. It was only after a long time that he spoke in a deep voice. Lu Yuan's son is said to have been recruited into the pavilion by the Divine Martial King. If you want to deal with that brat, the price you want to pay is not as simple as before. Besides, you don't really think that the God Sealing Pavilion will forget about your Martial God Hall, right? As long as those guys free up their hands, there's something for your Martial God Hall to suffer. Yang Guorong snorted coldly. Although he was being sarcastic about Wang Ting, he couldn't help but have a few more points of worry in his tone. There were many reasons for defecting from the Seal God Pavilion in the first place. But it wasn't for the extraterritorial quota of the martial god hall as the great powers in the outside world had speculated. Minister Liu of the Ministry of National Defense, after learning of his identity, had repeatedly promised him heavy benefits and invited him to go to the Alliance side of the camp, although by all accounts, everyone was a member of the Divine Star Alliance. The appearance of the Divine Abandonment Land had undoubtedly changed many of the inherent patterns. It has caused a large force that was originally intact to become torn apart. As far as he knew, apart from the sealed God Pavilion, like the 9 forces in the open, there were some of them that intended to rebel. Its higher-ups were prepared to break away from Alliance control once they crossed over to the 6th turning, in an attempt to join other otherworldly sanctuaries. In the past, Yang Guorong probability will feel that this approach is not moral, but at least there is no problem. Just to say that it is not good to hear, but once he learned of the deeper meaning of the source of the world, he had his earlier childish thoughts completely reversed by the Minister of Defense. There had never been true peace between the different worlds, and in order not to turn into a copy world, or to be ravaged by people who used the God Star as a place of trial, those powerful people had to desperately collect the world's origin to maintain the normal operation of their own worlds. Among them, there were many hidden secrets among the gods and demons involved, and even if Yang Guorong was a 4th-turn powerhouse, he could not learn more. In order to infiltrate less obedient forces such as the Temple of Martial Arts, the Minister of Defense had purposely allowed him to lurk for a follow-up. Alas, these 1 and 2 are really unsettling. Wang Ting was a bit depressed. Even if the Divine Star Alliance was fine, the God-sealing pavilion that Yang Guorong used to be in was something that really made him scornful. Not to mention those super powerhouses that had already stepped into the Divine Demon level. There were an unknown number of elites of the 4th and 5th turn alone. Luckily, he had previously thought that Lu Yuan was a member of the other 8 forces, but he didn't expect that he would have provoked such a behemoth. If not for the fact that the key to heaven was too important, he wouldn't even want to offend the other party. Now that the Tower of Heaven has been opened, there is no need to say that nonsense again. In my opinion, it's better to hurry up and find Lu Wen. No matter if we rob him by force or use other methods, make sure to take back the key to heaven. This is a supreme prop that can help a 4th or 5th turn powerhouse step into the Divine Demon level. How can it be wasted on a child? Speaking of this, Wang Ting shook his head with some annoyance as he summoned an ordinary disciple and officially issued the search for Lu Wen in the form of a mission. It was believed that it wouldn't take long for Lu Wen to be found by their martial god hall, and subsequently get the key to heaven that had caused countless people to salivate. The key to heaven has obviously become a huge meat and potatoes. Those players who were strong and had been invited by the Tower of Heaven were desperately collecting equipment essences, wanting to do something big from within the secret territory of the Tower of Heaven. However, the thoughts of the top forces were surprisingly consistent. All of them wanted to master this epic prop themselves, accumulating further reserves for their forces. 7 days passed by in a hurry. No one could find Lu Wen. Even after turning all the second turning cities upside down, he had not seen half a shadow of the other party. At this moment, Lu Wen was wearing a mask, leaning against the side of a boss corpse in the field, looking suspiciously at the transparent interface that was floating in front of him. God slaughtering and demon slaying has triggered the advancement condition. Current progress, 35/50ths. I've obviously killed so many people in the Blood-Clothes Dart Bureau in the past few days. Why is this progress still stuck at 35? Lu Wen's progress was already at 35/50ths when he saw the talent advancement, and he tried all sorts of things, never letting the progress bar go any further. Maybe you have to decimate the group of otherworldly players to complete the advancement? Lu Wen silently thought that if that was the case, he would have to set his sights on the Tower of Heaven that was about to descend. I hope my guess is right. The sooner I accomplish something as big as talent advancement, the more it will help me. When I come out from the Tower of Heaven, I'll also start preparing for the 3rd turn. As for the invitation to the Divine Demon trial, better wait until later. Boom! Right at this moment, Lu Wen saw an illusory giant tower towering in the sky, piercing through the clouds and suddenly appearing above Diyuan City. The giant tower slowly fell, its surface emitting soft golden light that spread out in all directions. Finally, Chapter 82 Opening of the Tower of Heaven. The Tower of Heaven has descended. Let's go over there faster. Wang Tung, will take this overwhelming chance. Upstairs, buddy. Are you on the wrong channel? Your sister's not just a turn. This Tong Tian Tower has half a cent to do with you? I've brought the family inheritance set, and for those who dare to stop me, I'll let you see what it means to be a true peak second turn powerhouse. Not only did a riot break out in Earth Origin City, but at this moment, all of the second turn cities within the Divine Planet's boundaries were plunged into a frenzy. A large number of lucky people rushed towards the Heavenly Tower, carrying the essence of their equipment with them, ready to fight a heavenly chance inside. Unaware of what kind of powerful characters could be invited to an epic level chance like the Tower of Heaven that ran through the 2nd to 4th revolutions, each is a local leader, enough to be called a genius. What's more, this time, the Tower of Heaven connects to 30 worlds, in which there are countless heavenly prides and demons, and if you are not careful, you will be in danger of falling. Lu Wen's face was calm, and he didn't feel too many emotions due to the Tongtian Tower's appearance. Now that he had leveled up to LV59, he had been raised to almost the extreme in every aspect. Not to mention this group of second-turn players. Even if a third-turn powerhouse was in front of him, the odds were that they would not be an opponent. Only those heavenly pride seeds that had been cultivated as legacies, taking the underlying resources that had been accumulated for an unknown number of generations, were able to barely touch him with their third-turned bodies. When Lu Wen arrived at the foot of the Tower of Heaven, the place was surrounded by layers of near-epileptic players of both. Many people pounded their chests and looked at those figures with golden light shrouding their bodies, and their eyes flashed with a strong color of jealousy. Why were they not chosen when the Tower of Heaven was already in existence? Could it be that this tower had some kind of heavenly passerby that could see through everyone's bottom line? Or is there a special condition that needs to be met to gain access? These people couldn't figure it out. All they knew was that an unparalleled chance that could be said to be enough to change their destiny was passing them by. This suffocating indignation of being close at hand but never being able to touch it made many people's minds unbalanced on the spot, and they began to indiscriminately attack all the players around them. A riot broke out over this, but it did not reach the lucky ones who were enveloped in golden light. They were chosen by the Tower of Heaven, naturally sheltered by it, even if some people hated to kill them on the spot, but in the way of the golden light limitations were always unable to do. Lu Wen was similarly adorned with golden light, and he did not wear the mask gifted by the Divine Martial King. Nowadays, no one could threaten him within the second-turning city. It's not yourself who should be afraid, it's the self-righteous geniuses. Seeing Lu Wen strutting like this, many ordinary players looked indignant, and even though they knew they couldn't hurt Lu Wen, they still whistled their skills at him. Boom boom boom. The explosions buzzed and engulfed Lu Wen's figure in the blink of an eye. The smoke cleared and, not surprisingly, Lu Wen was unharmed. However, to the amazement of the surrounding crowd, those ordinary players who had lost their minds and struck out recklessly had fallen like wheat into a field at that moment, their lives having been emptied. What's the situation? This protective golden light still has a counter-injury effect? Someone rubbed their head and didn't respond. Why do I feel that the golden light on this guy seems to be different from us? You noticed it too? I thought I was the only one who noticed it. The concentration of the halo on his body seems to be higher than all of us, and there seems to be a Tongtian. What the hell is it engraved on it? How come I can't see what's written? The Lord of Tongtian. Yes, these are the ones. No, the Tongtian Tower was opened by this person? Goodness, the lucky one those big powers are trying to find can't be this little white boy in front of them, right? Someone guessed where Lu Wen came from and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. At that moment, everyone's gazes were all focused on Lu Wen, and the original excited and jealous or calm eyes gradually underwent some changes. Someone turned their back and quietly sent a message to the forces behind them. The meaning of the Lord of Tongtian's representative couldn't be clearer, and in recent times, countless great powers had offered rewards for news related to this person, but no matter how much they searched, they froze and couldn't find half a trace about Lu Wen. Some well-informed people know that Lu Wen is probably the person they are looking for, but knowing is one thing, being able to find is another. After all, the Divine Martial King had already sent Lu Wen to a safe place, and it would be an absolute fool's errand for ordinary people to find him. Let those experts come over and capture this person, and the reward I'll get might not be less than entering the Tower of Heaven, or maybe even more. Many players were in an excited mood and felt that they had picked up a great bargain. Unbeknownst to them, all of their small actions fell into Lu Wen's eyes, but he didn't pay any attention to them and came straight to the Tower of Heaven. He placed his hand in front of the gate of the heavenly tower, and the crowd only heard a loud boom, and Lu Wen's entire body disappeared from their sight. The previously closed door suddenly opened, instantly drawing everyone's eyes firmly. The Tower of Heaven is open. Charge. I'm going in to grab a favorable position. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Inside the Tower of Heaven is a super secret realm linking 30 worlds. And what vantage point? Sick in the head. Chong chong chong. This time I want to take back everything that belongs to me. I will let the Chow family know what it means to be east of the river for 3 years and west of the river for 3 years, and dare to withdraw from the marriage in public and humiliate me. Simply damned. Countless players with strong expectations swarmed up, instantly dispersing those rowdy players who blocked the front, and some unlucky ones were sent back to the resurrection point by the surging tide of people before they could react. The huge crowd was instantly halved. When the gate closed tightly, the originally noisy atmosphere instantly quieted down, and those ordinary players couldn't help but sigh as they looked at the gate that blocked them from going further. Unfortunately, I don't have a destiny with the Tower of Heaven, so I hope that when I turn 3, I'll be chosen. That's right, I'm not as good as those guys, but if I don't fight for real, it's still hard to tell who's stronger and who's weaker. Man, that's nice of you to say, At the risk of asking, how many levels are you? LV42. What's the matter? Got a problem? Could it be that you're looking at me with colored glasses too? No, brother, you misunderstood. Today, the weather is quite nice. As the gate closed tightly, many players left the place one after another. After all, the opportunity had been missed, so rather than continue to spend time here, it would be better to go to the wilderness to look for bosses to improve their strength. The selection mechanism of this tanto has already illustrated certain problems. If the second turn doesn't work, there's still the third turn. There's always a chance. Boom! The crowd hadn't gone far when they heard a sudden loud bang in their ears. Turning his head to look, the giant curtain that spanned almost the entire second turning city plummeted down from the end of the sky. Inside, it clearly mapped out the encounter scenes of all the players within the Tower of Heaven. Chapter 83, Busted. You've entered the secret world of the Tower of Heaven. Tip 1, a total of 30 world players have entered the secret world of the Tower of Heaven. Tip 2, the secret realm can duplicate 100% of the player's combat power to form a virtual body, so as to carry out the heavenly trial. Tip 3, the higher the ranking of the heavenly trial, the more rewards you will receive. Tip 4, if a war body dies more than 10 times in the trial, continuing to fight will risk falling. Hint 5, this trial is frequented by mysterious merchants. When Luwen entered the Tower of Heaven, a piece of information instantly surfaced. He swept his eyes over the 5 hints. His expression did not half change. As long as the difficulty of the Tower of Heaven was within the second turn, there was nothing worth his attention. As you have opened the Tower of Heaven trial, you have gained special benefits, plus 20% to all attributes and plus 20% to the final reward. The final reward? Could it be the equipment essence paid up by that group of players? Luwen was a bit surprised. The increase in attributes was just that. This was in his expectation, but the rewards and whatnot, he was very curious. After all, after learning that the mysterious merchant might be hanging out here, he was ready to try to see how much his backpack of that world source fragment was worth. This is a precious material that can be exchanged for top quality equipment, so he can't afford not to be interested in it. After entering the Tower of Heaven, not even a few steps away, Luwen found a magic altar. Buzz. The altar seemed to sense something, and a rich golden light fell on Luwen, illuminating the surrounding area. What's the situation? Luwen was a bit confused. He had only subconsciously assumed a fighting stance, but hadn't done anything overly aggressive. A moment later, the golden light dissipated, and Luwen also noticed the change in the altar in front of him. Only a transparent and illusory figure that looked almost exactly like him stood above. However, what was slightly different was that the illusory figure's demeanor was incomparably arrogant, and his eyes exuded 7 parts disdain and 3 parts disdain, as if everything in front of him was garbage that couldn't be seen. This is the war body? Thinking about the introduction of the Tower of Heaven, Luwen looked at the other party with some surprise. This battle body that was 100% copy of his own strength was going to conduct the heavenly trial for himself later on, and he didn't know how far he would be able to go by then. Originally there was a boost in attributes upon promotion to LV55. This is going to continue to count for the 20% increase. A hint of playfulness appeared on Luwen's face. He was now somewhat curious about what shape the other players would be beaten into if they bumped into his battle body. Luwen noticed that there was a circle of faint light wheels behind the war body, and the overall color was milky white. If you focus your attention, you can also see a transparent and illusory number floating above. 0 points? How is this thing supposed to increase? The Tower of Heaven did not say. Luwen also do not know, but he can be sure that as long as you go to fight, no matter players or small monsters boss, points will always slowly rise up. What's the point of thinking so much? Just do it. With a movement of Luwen's mind, magical patterns emerged on the surface of the altar, and pillars of light descended from the sky, enveloping the war body all over. When the pillar of light disappeared, the war body left with it, but a live projection appeared in front of Luwen's eyes. You have defeated In Yang's war body. Points +1. Current points, 10. You have entered the top 10,000 of the Tongtian list. Do you want to open the endless trial? Tip 1. If you perform the endless trial, the war boss will form a split to meet other war boss challenges, and the speed of points acquisition will be greatly increased. Tip 2. Please set the maximum number of deaths. After reaching the maximum number of deaths, you will voluntarily exit the endless trial. When Wu Shifeng defeated his opponent, several prompts immediately appeared in front of him one after another. He roughly scanned the prompted rules and raised an eyebrow, a look of interest immediately appearing on his face. There are more experts here than I thought. Even if I didn't rest for a moment after entering the Tower of Heaven, my points only managed to enter the top 10,000. I was wondering earlier why the top-ranked livestock had more than 3,000 points, but it turns out that it was swiped in the endless trial. Since that's the case, I'll come along for the ride. As the strongest contemporary second-turn player of the Palace of Martial God, his strength is by no means comparable to that of ordinary prides. Not only does he possess SSS grade talent, his entire body is almost all platinum equipment. The martial goddess Hall even lent the second transformation inheritance set to Wu Zhanfeng, in order to be able to cut down more chances in this place. Even the many geniuses on the rankings had never been placed in his eyes. Points high and low, only related to the speed of decapitation. If all the way across the push, Wu Shifeng believed that he will not take long to ascend to the ranking 1. Maximum number of deaths. 9. Endless trial. Open. Wu Chengfeng gave a low shout. The shadow of the war body shifted, and actually transformed into countless doppelgangers, each of them carrying out random trials under the arrangement of the Tower of Heaven. Soon, the splitters all found their opponents. With the invincible panel attribute, Wu Shifeng was like a crackerjack, charging all the way to the top of the leaderboards. The speed was so fast that it drew frequent sidelong glances from the many watching players in the outside world. What is the origin of this Wu Chengfeng? Fierce Kana now actually rushed to the Tongtian list of more than 200. I'm afraid that it will not take too long. The top 100 are in it. When it is really outrageous, this is more than 200. I have a brother also into the Tower of Heaven. Before we teamed up together under the book. Feel that his A-level talent fierce a batch. You guys are not to see. My brother just now had been abused out of the Shang. It. This brother can't be recognized in the future. It's too embarrassing. After seeing Wu Shifeng's outrageous battle record, some people couldn't help but spit it out. Ha ha ha, my punk-ass brother can be okay. But let me be fair, he is your brother after all. The comfort still has to be comforted. If he gets any extreme props later, maybe he can still share a little with you. The man seemed to think of certain images and couldn't help but realize. Right. He slapped his thighs and said with some excitement, if I can't be a brother, I can still be his father. It shouldn't be too much to ask for a piece of equipment for my son. The surrounding players gave their thumbs up, thinking that the plan was feasible, and that a qualified brother should be his good son. Extreme equipment and whatnot. Just come and laugh it off, Dad. Just when these players were still chatting and farting, someone suddenly exclaimed and shouted, ********. Look guys, Wu Shifeng's speed has stopped. What's the situation? Just now was not still good. In the no movement? Some players hurriedly checked the first view of Wu Shifeng's battle body and soon had their mouths open wide with disbelief. Exploded? What popped? Battle body. Wu Zhanfeng's battle body has been dry-bombed with a slap. *******. Don't lie to me. Who's so hung up that they can dry crush the elite of the martial god palace with a slap? You're not fooling me, are you? Chapter 84. I didn't scold you. When all the players around them watched Wu Shifeng's first view, they all fell into a deep silence. They saw that the original war body was able to become a crushing force to crush its opponents no matter what they encountered. However, when he met that arrogant youth, it was as if his previous invincibility had become a joke. After meeting a truly strong man, he was slapped to pieces. That's right, a slap in the face. The Wu Shifeng war body opened up directly towards his opponent as usual, but in just a trance. That Zhang Zhanyuan figure on the opposite side appeared in front of the war body. No skills were utilized, just a simple slap down. Wu Shifeng, who had already demonstrated his invincible talent, was then directly slapped into pieces by the other party. The full frame of life and the invincible inheritance suit seemed like a joke in front of this slap, shattering into pieces with a light tap. The moment the battle body disappeared, the crowd could even see the intense look of shock on Wu Shifeng's face. It was as if he hadn't tried to understand why he had been killed by the enemy in a single blow. This is not one's preset script. Is it possible to open it the wrong way? Since the maximum death limit had not been reached, Wu Chengfeng simply memorized the figure before plunging back into the battle against the other players. But soon, the scene that made the crowd horrified reappeared, only to see that Wu Chengfeng had bumped into this open figure 7 times in the next dozens of battles. If it wasn't for the fact that the battle between the two sides was all arranged by the Tower of Heaven, the crowd would have to wonder if there was some kind of shady deal going on here. Marred. What the hell is this guy? Lousy's nearly 100,000 physical defense. How is it brittle and papier-mâché-like? Why do we meet this guy every time? Is it really a ghost? At this time, Wu Shifeng had long since lost his earlier spiritedness, and his entire person had been ravaged by that crazy figure. Although there was no real body descending to fight against it, the battle body was 100% replica of its own strength. Wu Chengfeng could see through the projection that this battle body possessed an extremely strong sense of combat. Some of the details are even handled much better than he himself. But even so, it still couldn't block the other party, no matter how much he dodged. It was a slap in the face of a life of being dry crushed. Damn it, is it hard to believe that this time the Tower of Heaven can only go so far? Wu Shifeng is extremely unwilling, but there is nothing too good to do. If you continue to open the endless trial, I am afraid that the next second will be dried out of the mascot, and then directly out of the game. Then it will be interesting. 10th, 3rd, 1st, asterisk 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 it. This guy is really perverted. Right. And the group of players in front of him is obviously still a lot of points short. Just so hard to exceed? At the sight of that Zhang Zhanyuan figure running straight to the first at a rocket-like speed, Wu Shifeng's mindset instead calmed down. If the Tong Tian Tower's matching mechanism is still fair, it must be hard for him to rank an opponent with such high points. If I had cancelled the endless trial and climbed the tower slowly, would I not have met that ruthless man? Wu Chengfeng was used to being alone on a regular basis and didn't recognize who his opponent actually was. But the one who could easily defeat him must be a supreme genius from the divine star. As for why it is not an otherworldly player, Wu Shifeng's eyes are not blind, and the race and so on can still be recognized. As soon as he thought of it, Wu Chengfeng cancelled the endless trial and began to slowly climb the tower 1v1. Don't say. The effect of doing so far exceeded the expectations of No Right Wind. He ran into hundreds of opponents in a row, and all he encountered were stinky fish and shrimp. There are not many strong ones at all. Humph, even if it's a bit slower. As long as I can go all the way to a winning streak, I'll definitely be able to cross into the top of the Tong Tian ranking. When the time comes, those extreme rewards and whatnot, won't they be a handful? No Right Wind thought confidently. After all, apart from that pervert, I'm afraid that the rest of the players are just as strong as he is. If you can fight, you can win. This was Wu Shifeng's belief in fighting. But just as he was preparing for the next round of sparring, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Asterisk 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 no. And me? Wu Shifeng instantly broke, yelling out in disbelief. I've gotten you in line 9 times in a row. Can you leave me alone? He let out a despairing cry of grief. But unfortunately, the transparent war body on the other side couldn't even hear what he was saying. At this time, behind that Zhang Zhanyo figure, the light will had evolved into a bright purple color of evil intent, making one's scalp numb from looking at it. Seeing the opposite side raise his hand, Wu Shifeng instantly recalled those bad memories. Before the attack arrived, he roared in anger and blasted forward with all his might. Damn dogs, go to hell? Wu Shifeng's skills were extremely powerful, far more exaggerated than the unusual peak of the second turn, enough to compare to some third-turn players, but the expected image of being killed in one blow did not appear. Wu Qingfeng's attack this time managed to land on the opposite side, but the humble damage of less than 100,000 that surfaced on his head was firmly blocking his chest like a huge boulder. Mud, what the hell kind of defense is this again? Wu Shifeng's teeth clenched, still wanting to continue striking, but he found that the Zhang Zhanyang figure had stopped moving his hands at some point, and a hint of a spiritual color appeared in his eyes. He looked at Wu Shifeng suspiciously and finally opened his mouth to say his first words. Did you just scold me? Wu Shifeng's face, which was full of ferocity, was suddenly bewildered. He stared blankly at the other man, and for a moment he didn't know how to speak. His mouth opened and closed, but he ended up stuttering. I. Not. You. Me. No. Biggie. You heard wrong. Wrong. I didn't. Before the words were finished, the opposite party spoke again, and he nodded as he glanced at the virtual message above Wu Shifeng's head. Wu Shifeng, right? I'll remember you. No, Biggie, I'm making this up aha. Wu Shifeng hurriedly explained, but what he got in return was a slap that surpassed the speed of light, snapping and instantly slapping him into pieces. Wu Chengfeng froze in place, still recalling everything that had just happened. He had only unintentionally cursed the other party, and that person unexpectedly pulled back his consciousness from the endless trial and gazed his gaze over, thinking of the other party's last words, which did not have any emotion and were flat to the extreme. Wu Shifeng only felt his heart thumping. It won't. Don't scare yourself. I'll take a half-hour reprieve, and when the man forgets about me, it won't be too late to continue the challenge. Despite this thought, Wu Shifeng waited for a full hour before initiating a new round of challenges. He was full of confidence and wanted to vent his frustration from earlier on to the next unlucky person who encountered him. But when Wu Shifeng saw that familiar purple wheel of light, spare him the extremely good upbringing, at this time also could not help but burst out a nationalist. Naya, still coming? Chapter 85, The Beginning of a Myth. The moment Lu Wen appeared, Wu Shifeng's fantasy of passing through the heavens was instantly shattered. And, of course, broken is the man himself. Slap. Still the familiar slap. Still the familiar feeling of death. Wu Shifeng generation into the sense of war body vision. Only feel like he was 800 miles per hour. Heavy trucks hit hard to fly in general. 5 viscera and 6 internal organs in a short moment will be a collective explosion. Nothing will make you feel more desperate than meeting the same opponent 10 times in a row. What's even more desperate is that no matter what means are exerted, the enemy can't be defeated. After exiting the trial, Wu Shifeng suffocated to death, At this time his face had twisted into a twisted shape. The whole person was tangled beyond measure. He had already died 10 times in the trial. And if he continued, with his current luck, the odds were that he would still have to run into that fierce slaughter. Available at. It hasn't been a while since the Tower of Heaven opened, and I'm going to be forced to leave? Unwilling. I'm really unwilling. Wu Shifeng let out a low roar, but after thinking of that terrifying figure, he quickly calmed down again. Chance is important, but a small life is more important. So fortunately there is still a chance for the third turn, if the strength is strong enough to reach the limit of the third turn. In the event of encountering that ferocious man, I may also have the power to fight. Wu Chengfeng looked deeply at the first place and memorized the other party's name in his heart, Lu Wen. He then flashed his body and directly exited the Heavenly Tower trial. Outside, when the top powerhouse in the second turn, Wu Shifeng, suffered a humiliating defeat, the countless players watching the battle all quieted down. No one said a word. They looked at each other and could see the shock in each other. That guy who had beaten Wu Shifeng like he was dough, his strength had truly pushed the limits of their imagination. Being at the same second turn, they were very clear about how powerful Wu Shifeng was, but because of this, they could only feel how desperate the other party was when they faced Lu Wen at that time. This is called Lu Wen, right? The strength is a little. No, it's too much. He wouldn't be the one the outside world is looking for, would he? A top-tier second-turn powerhouse can be slapped to death. Could it be that this guy is so strong that he's already comparable to a third-turn player? Someone murmured, their eyes flashing thoughtfully. Even though the ending was finalized, everyone could see clearly what happened to Wu Shifeng's suffocation. A person that strong was pressed to the ground by Lu Wen's slap. No, it was pressed to the ground in death, regardless of what means he used. Lu Wen was like a big net that could always wrap him up firmly. There's not even a semblance of a respite. In just a few hours of work, Lu Wen had rushed to the top of the leaderboard with absolute strength. Those players who paid attention to Lu Wen looked even more clearly. No matter if the opponent was the inheritance pride of the great power of the Blue Star or an otherworldly genius, in front of him, it was as weak as if he was like a minion who had just come out of the novice village. The dish is to die for. Confirmed. My brothers in Earth Origin City just sent word that this Lu Wen is not only the top student of the college entrance exam that has been rumored in the outside world lately, but he's even the Lord of Tong Tian. No wonder the strength is so terrifying. The Lord of Tong Tian can obtain a certain increase in blessings. It seems that the rumors are true. I feel that there is no half a penny to do with that at all. This person's strength is absolutely strong and terrifying. Without the Tong Tian Tower increase, I'm afraid that it is also stronger than the stream of Wu Shifeng. And it's the kind that is stronger than a big cut. A player with a great eye could see the difference. After all, in the previous Heavenly Tower trials, I heard that the dog's brains had been beaten out, but no one had ever had such a big advantage at all. This was definitely Lu Wen's own hard power, and the increase in shelter and whatnot was absolute bull *******. A group of players were making a lot of noise. Their faces were red, and no one was convincing anyone. It's close to getting into a big fight as a way of verifying whose opinion is more accurate. Compared to the second-turn players, those big powers were also silently paying attention to all the movements within the Tower of Heaven. If Lu Wen was madly rushing the list like this, he simply couldn't hide it from the attention of those who were interested. This Lu Wen, his strength is even more terrifying than many third-turn powerhouses, and this is only the second turn already. It's a bit excessive. Say, isn't this person the top student of the college entrance examination? Which school has he joined? How come I don't have any news at all? Some people were curious about Lu Wen's power and wondered if they could make friends with him. Seal God Pavilion. Have you heard of it? Anyway, I don't know which nook or cranny of the world this is a force that came out of. Those who know the details of what happened to Lu Wen are incredibly sorry. A supreme heavenly pride that could have successfully entered the Pingtian or even the Divine Star Academy was desperately embarrassed by a small local official. Not only did he miss out on the super platform of the college entrance exam, but he also exposed his body with such a heaven-defying treasure as the key to heaven. If they were found by those big forces with bad intentions, they would not be able to avoid some physical pain, and I'm afraid that in the end, their lives would have to be threatened to a certain extent. With the Seal Pavilion, can we keep it? Whether they could keep it or not they weren't sure. This group of people only knew one thing, and that was that with Lu Wen's performance today, he was afraid that he would enter the vision of those who were truly strong. A second-turn king comparable to a third-turn king. It's really been years since I've encountered one. Let's hope it grows up smoothly. Impossible. How can this guy be so powerful? Cheating. It must be cheating. Zhang Chunyan, who had already returned to the Divine Star Academy, and whose students had similarly entered the Tower of Heaven, had wanted to pay some attention to the progress of her students, but she had inadvertently seen Lu Wen Wuxuan mowing the grass. Where would Zhang Chunyan believe that a student who hadn't graduated yet could have such strength? Many of the legacies of the great powers were almost beaten into a sieve by him, and the other worldly players even had their heads flattened by him. After the opening of the endless trial, it was as if the significance of Lu Wen's existence had become a sort of Damocles over the heads of those geniuses. As soon as the points reach a certain level, it will appear to adjudicate them. At this time, Lu Wen's strength is twice as strong as that of the college entrance exam when he too was more than 10 times stronger. This guy, what the hell is going on? Isn't he an F-rated talent? Why? Zhang Chunyan grasped her hair with both hands, her expression gradually becoming hideous. As the admissions teacher who had once personally given up on Lu Wen, the more dazzling the other party's achievements became, the harder it was for her. What Zhang Chunyan wanted to see was the other party dive headfirst into the mud, unable to break free for eternity. It was the only way to fulfill the perverted thoughts in her mind. What I can't have, you can't have, not one of you. At this moment, Zhang Chunyan seemed like a crazy shrew, smashing everything she saw around her. It wasn't until a heavy knock sounded outside the door that Zhang Chunyan came back to her senses. Who is it? I'm bored as hell. Get the hell out of here, she roared, not in the mood to care who was at the door. Knock, knock, Seema's thing, get the out of here. Didn't you hear me? Are you deaf? The knock on the door paused, as if he was recalling the filthy words that came out of Zhang Chunyan's mouth. Half the time there was no movement. When Zhang Chunyan was ready to continue venting her emotions in her heart, a booming burst of sound violently exploded outside the door. Boom! A figure as tall as a brown bear kicked open the door that was big enough to block the blast of a third turn skill. He is more than 2 meters tall. Zhang Chunyan in front of him is like a newly born chicken cub, small and fragile. The moment she saw the visitor, the originally manic Zhang Chunyan, as if she had been injected with a tranquilizer, instantly quieted down, her eyes staring at the other party in horror. Enforcers, come with me, the boss wants to talk to you. Hearing the word boss, Zhang Chunyan's legs went limp and she sat down heavily. No, I don't want it. Chapter 86. The name of Lu Wen. In the Divine Star Academy, the most terrifying ones were never the strong ones on the surface. All of the teachers were clear on just how much power the enforcer system within the Divine Star Academy actually had. It can be argued that they have a veto power over the appointment of the vice-chancellor and all staff below, without the intervention of the chancellor. The weakest person who could become a teacher of the Divine Star Academy also had the strength of a fourth turn, so it could be imagined just how much power this group of people held in their hands. Now, at this juncture, it was self-evident what the enforcer boss wanted to see Zhang Chunyan for. No, let go of me. I won't obey. I'm going to the old principal. In a burst of heartbreaking cries, Zhang Chunyan was grabbed by the throat by a giant bear-like man and pulled outward like dragging a dead dog. Even if Zhang Chunyan was a fourth-turn powerhouse, in front of this person, he was as weak and helpless as an ordinary person. Inside the dimly lit basement, at this time, Zhang Chunyan has long been bruised all over the body, dirty blood stains sprinkled all over the body. The giant bear-like man was currently standing behind a slim old man, looking at the dying Zhang Chunyan inside the cell without any half-change in his expression. Say, who instructed you to actually turn away this kind of heavenly pride, and even reported it to the Union Ministry of Education? That's fine. I thought that you fools might spoil the Divine Star Academy's grand plan to rise, but I didn't expect you to be arrogant to such an extent. Who gave you the guts to even turn away such a supreme demon? Speak! Slap! Purple thunder light suddenly appeared, illuminating the entire dungeon. Like a thunder snake, the electric current raged madly on Zhang Chunyan's body. The violent tingling and nerve compression made Zhang Chunyan instantly incontinent, ting and urinating in unison. Ah! Zhang Chunyan let out a miserable scream, but it was instantly drowned out by the raging and whistling electric current. I'm not a traitor. I'm not. No matter how much she screamed, the slim old man and the giant bear-like man were completely oblivious. Not long after, the purple thunder drowned it. Whoa! A scuffling sound like chains dragging on the ground came from all the other cells within the dungeon, and some people picked their way through the cell doors and looked in the direction of the source of the light, but all that was seen was a thundercloud that flashed into a sheet of light. I'll give you one more day to think about it, and hopefully when I come back next time you'll tell the truth. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Zhang Chunyan screamed miserably as she was electrocuted, and she desperately wanted to explain that it was all a misunderstanding, but the slim old man didn't give her that chance at all. He looked deeply at Zhang Chunyan, who had already been tortured beyond human shape, before he let out a cold snort and turned around. Zhang Chunyan, this kind of seemingly powerful, one word can decide the life and death of countless candidates of the top school enrollment teacher. Once you do something outrageous, the liquidation you face can be much more serious than the average person. After all, they are concerned about the future rise and fall of the school. No merit is still guilty, not to mention the errant work. Not only did he turn away the topmost heavenly pride like Lu Wen, he also offended to death If we don't impose punishment, what will the outside world think of our own academy? In addition to Zhang Chunyan, those enrollment teachers who resisted together and even launched a report to the union were all dealt with seriously by the academy. Dismissal from the establishment is the lightest punishment. The more serious, such as Zhang Chunyan, will be treated as a spy. The end is extremely miserable. After physically eliminating this group of black sheep, the university campuses also began to reopen their enrollment efforts. Only, this time, it was only for Luwen alone. No matter whether it was a senior or a top school, all of them sent their senior school leaders to squat in Guangfeng First Middle School. There were even a small group of people who came directly to the place where Luwen had entered the Tower of Heaven in the first place and set up camp, and many bigwigs descended into their detachments, ready to personally invite Luwen. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Heavenly Tower trial had finally come to an end, and almost all of the players had all lost their eligibility to continue the challenge, and could only withdraw helplessly. However, outside of Diyuan City, it was bustling with activity at this time. After a few days of fermentation, more and more players began to know about Luwen's character. Second turn invincible. No matter who his opponent was, he couldn't block a slap of his terrifying existence. There were even rumors that with such an underpinning, Luwen would immediately become the absolute king of the third turn as soon as he advanced to the third turn. What's more, with the help of the Tower of Heaven, in the future, advancing to the fourth or even fifth turn would be 10,000 times easier than ordinary players. Inside the Tower of Heaven, Luwen looked at the battle body that pushed the invincible body horizontally, and not only was there not the slightest smile on his face, his brows frown instead. These guys are getting smarter and smarter. As long as the number of deaths exceeds 10, they won't choose to continue participating in the heavenly trials, get the rewards and leave. It's really possible. At this point, Luwen was only one last otherworldly player away from evolving his talent. But it was this one person who was stuck with Luwen for 5 days. Seeing that the matchmaking time was getting longer and longer, Luwen was getting annoyed. If he couldn't get his talent to evolve this time, he was going to get some cross-border copy scrolls as a way to make up for the lack of it. Hell knows if this stuff is sold on the market. I should have known to fight slower. Now there's not a single player who dares to continue fighting. It's really grass. Luwen cursed, and he was just about to exit the battle body view when his vision changed violently, only to see a ferocious-looking, burly minotaur appear in front of him. Luwen's eyes lit up. There was actually an ungrateful fellow who dared to come and seek death. In that case, I'll make you happy. Luwen was just about to make a move, but his movements jerked. At some point, the curse that Ba Huang had planted on him was now flickering with shimmering light. It seemed to call out to the minotaur in front of him, flashing extremely brightly. Luwen's eyes narrowed slightly, carefully sizing up the minotaur from top to bottom, and as it happened, the opposite side was also sizing up Luwen. However, the two sides looked different. One relaxed with a hint of skepticism, while the other was full of gravity. No, it was the eyebrows that were twisted into a chuan, and large patches of cold sweat kept dripping from his head. Ba Junyi didn't expect that he had only handily chosen to continue the challenge once, and then he had encountered this absolute fierce man whose name resounded throughout the entire Tong Tian Tower. At this time, the light wall representing the high and low points had long been colored black and red by Luwen. The blood light rushed to the sky. The black gas was dazzling. The end was incomparably oozing. If he could, Ba Junyi wanted to flee this place immediately, as far away as possible. But the rules of the Tower of Heaven do not allow it. Nor do they allow players who have died 10 times to still have a chance to take advantage of the situation. The only way to get a more generous reward is to take your life. Neither side took the lead, and the field instantly fell into a bizarre atmosphere. Ba Junyi would have loved to keep this state going, but goodness gracious, the spell seal on himself that was placed by Lord Ba Huang actually began to react at this time. Whoa! Scarlet chains emerged from Ba Junyi's body, and a blood aura flashed out, instantly striking his forehead. What's the situation? You are the one that Lord Ba Huang is looking for? Get off of me. No, I don't want to die yet. Get off. Get off. Ba Junyi was startled by the sudden blood-colored chain, and then as if he thought of something, his face instantly turned pale. The whole person was manipulated by the bloody iron chain like a puppet on strings, and then rushed towards Luwen madly and quickly. No, don't. Here are the chapters that were missed yesterday. Facing Ba Junyi, who was like a puppet on a string, Luwen did not want to dwell on the intentionality of what was happening to the other party. He just swung out a slap, setting off a gust of wind, and landed on Ba Junyi in the blink of an eye. Ka-chow! Only a sound like porcelain breaking rang out, and Ba Junyi's entire body was slapped into pieces by Luwen. One blow, just one blow. This otherworldly player who had made a great name for himself in the Tower of Heaven then fell into Luwen's hands. Congratulations on killing Ba Junyi. Talent was then revealed. But that wasn't what Luwen was concerned about. Since he had entered the Tower of Heaven, He didn't know how many otherworldly players he had killed. Anyone who dares to continue the challenge after 10 or more trial deaths will enter it in their true form. Even if Lu Wen didn't inspire the talent, once these people died, the reality would pass away as well. Unfortunately, it's hard for these players to provide me with a decent boost nowadays, to the point that skill points and such are still somewhat useful. Lu Wen didn't pay attention to this. He had accumulated 2 LV12 skills even after fighting until now. Even if he hadn't turned 3 yet, he could realistically activate these curing skills with reckless abandon. All of Lu Wen's attention was now focused on the top of the other tip. Congratulations, you have met the requirements for the evolution of your talent. God Slayer Demon Slayer is now undergoing a metamorphosis. Estimated metamorphosis time, 72H. There's still talk of metamorphosis time? Shouldn't it be done immediately? Out of Lu Wen's expectation, he actually had to wait for 3 days for his talent to evolve this time. He had thought that he would be able to metamorphose directly, but he hadn't realized that he would actually have to go through these same old tedious waiting times. So it's only 3 days, so it can wait. To be honest, Lu Wen wasn't in a hurry about it. Even if the talent metamorphosis was successful, it was estimated that it would only work after 3 turns. After all, he was almost at the end of his rope at the second turn stage, and there wasn't much he could do to continue to improve. In this way, Lu Wen continued to stay within the Tower of Heaven, always undergoing the endless trial. However, by this time period, most players have already completed the trial and are just waiting for the final result to exit the road before returning to the present world. Even if Lu Wen started the endless trial, he would have to wait half a day to meet a head iron waif, who had obviously died 10 times, yet he still wanted to continue the challenge. For these brainwashed people, Lu Wen just gave the other party a pitying look before smashing them to pieces with a slap. 2 days later, when everything returned to calm, the Tower of Heaven erupted into a pillar of heavenly light that shot straight from the interior of the mysteries to the divine abandonment land. Whoever it was, they could see the dazzling to the core pillar of light at a glance. The strange movements shook the heavens and the earth trembled, as if the next moment, the divine abandonment land would be crushed to smithereens by the Tower of Heaven. Countless second-turn players looked horrified and hastily stabilized themselves, then looked up at the Tower of Heaven. At this time, the Tower of Heaven trial had already ended, but all the players who had a net win of more than 40 matches had all received a substantial reward. The bottom line is also a gear essence, like other skill points or other props, and countless more. Many players were instantly hit by this heavenly reward, but soon, they reacted. Isn't this what I put into the prize pool? Why is it being returned to me? Some players were shocked, like they hadn't expected the Tower of Heaven to be so stingy and only spit out such a small amount for them. As for those ordinary geniuses who were brushed as small monsters, their net wins were pitifully small. Not to mention 40, it would already be impressive if they could pass 20. Although they didn't die in the Tower of Heaven, this group of players were tearful at the moment, with a suffocating look that they were about to cry out. Because, not only did they not have equipment essences, they didn't even reward half of their skill points. There were only some pathetic consolation prizes, but how could they, who gave and received in a grossly inverse ratio? Look at these 3 melons and 2 jujubes. The real big heads were letting those players on the leaderboard coefficients divide them up, and countless geniuses were red in the face and trembling with excitement. Several equipment essences fell into their hands, and this purest essence had many uses, and washing divine weapons was just one of them. Some extremely strong players have even gotten the source of the world, shard, and happened to meet the mysterious merchant who came in a different form. Whether it's equipment essence or world source, shards, you can exchange them for highly valuable items from merchants. As for Lu Wen, at this moment, he was also dizzy from the overwhelming rewards. You have acquired Talent Atlas, Dark Gold, ×1. You have obtained Equipment Essence X100. You have acquired the Sky Tree ×1. You have gained Skill Scroll, Bloodlust. You have obtained Source of the World, Fragment, ×10. You've gained Skill Points X1,000. You have obtained this. I go. The Tower of Heaven won't have any malfunction. Right, actually give me a Dark Gold level extreme prop? This. The moment he saw the reward, Lu Wen grew his mouth wide and was nearly stunned by the grandeur of the Tong Tian Tower. The essence of equipment that was rare to see in the outside world was given to Lu Wen like a load of garbage. The equivalent of 100 pieces of platinum-level equipment all melted down. It was simply magnificent. Shouldn't I say, Key to Heaven is worthy of being a platinum-level prop. Even at the second turn stage, it can give away dark gold level props. To know, platinum level below, there can be a diamond level when it, a span of 2 grades. No wonder Lu Wen showed such a demeanor. It is rumored that the Key to Heaven is enough to make a player's base solidify to the level of 5 turns. The second turn can accumulate such a base, and when the third turn and fourth turn are opened, then it shall not be even more heaven-defying? Lu Wen is aware of the fact that one step is faster than the next. He himself is the canon of cannons. and no one knows the gold of this harvest better than he does. It's simply unbeatable. Lu Wen hurriedly checked the attributes of the talent atlas, but this look made him suck in a breath of cold air. Talent mapping, dark gold. Special prop, LV20 and above can be used. Effect, manually open the talent map. Can activate the corresponding level of special talent. Note, this is a non-tradable props, generally produced from the 4th turn copy or dark gold level boss. Very small probability of burst from other special channels. Lu Wen just scanned the introduction and knew that he had definitely hit the jackpot. How well can a turn 4 prop be used on a turn 2 player? Lu Wen didn't know. He hastily activated the talent atlas, only to see a dark golden halo suddenly erupt from Lu Wen his hand. Layers of silk netting then formed, completely wrapping Lu Wen up. You have opened the talent map. Now you can activate the corresponding level of talent. Consume the essence of the boss can be talent shuffling. Chapter 87, Bloodlust. The moment the prompt appeared, dozens of light clusters of different colors appeared around Lu Wen. Clusters of light floated and danced like fireflies, as beautiful as a dream bubble. Once for turn 1, twice for turn 2, so turn 3 adds another chance to materialize the mapping talent? Lu Wen's mind moved, instantly realizing the exact purpose of the talent atlas. He tried to communicate with those light clusters, and the one with the brightest color was immediately targeted by him. But when Lu Wen was ready to guide the light clusters with his mind, he was surprised to find that a light cluster that was not in his target range suddenly rushed out. Buzz! The light ball landed on top of Lu Wen's head and bloomed with a dazzling light that was very dazzling. You have gained the first turn talent, weakened healing 25%. This is, feeling the power that suddenly appeared inside his body. Lu Wen raised his hand and carefully sensed it. He attempted to strike an attack and realized that the strike he struck carried a special flavor that he had not possessed earlier. It's like they carry some sort of curse that has the ability to uniquely inhibit the effects of blood return. This weakened healing ability, it's really possible, with the attributes of the dark gold level props bursting out. These special attributes, or abilities known as talents, it's estimated that they can only really be involved in the 4th turn. If those top-tier celestial pride like Lu Yong had mastered the weak healing ability, they might have been able to get a solid legendary rating in the 3rd turn trial. Lu Wen had thoughts in his mind, and with the weak healing ability underpinning him, he couldn't help but flash a fiery color in his eyes. Next up is the 2nd turn of the talent. Lu Wen once again established contact with the balls of light in front of him, and just like last time, even though his eyes were fixed on a certain brightest ball of light, the other side did not move, and only the other balls of light gave a response. You have gained the 2nd turn talent, blast damage plus 31%. You have gained the 2nd turn talent, final damage reduction plus 27%. Final damage reduction? After seeing the 2nd turn talent, Lu Wen's eyes lit up, and like weakened healing, it was still a special ability that he had never touched before. After sensing it carefully, Lu Wen was surprised to find that the effect of the final damage reduction was really a bit counterintuitive. No matter how strong the enemy's attack was, hitting Lu Wen would end up with a direct damage-free calculation in addition to being affected by the base defense. Even though the final damage reduction is only 27%, the actual effect can increase Lu Wen's level of comfort by an order of magnitude. This is only the 2nd turn and I have 2 special abilities. I really dare not think about how many more special talents are waiting for me after the 3rd turn. Lu Wen was very curious about this, and as long as he exited the Tower of Heaven, he could immediately proceed to the 3rd turn trial. Anyway, with his current strength, soloing a platinum level boss really isn't that difficult. Not to mention, those bosses in the transitional trials have been weakened to a certain extent, at least in terms of level. It's a big step lower than the player. Wait until the 4th or 5th turn. This dark gold level prop is afraid that it will only be able to play a real role. With my current level, I'm still far off at the moment, but when I go out, I can hunt down a few bosses in the meantime and see what this boss essence is all about. After finishing organizing the talent atlas, Lu Wen set his eyes on a few other props. Sky Tree, special prop, LV40 plus can be used. Effect, a mobile fortress in the air. Can gain stagnation rights in any main city. Comes with a cultivation spell formation. Can generate a current level, experience potion, medium, every 7 days, valid below LV80. Bloodthirsty, LV1 the weapon will have an extreme sharpness effect. Each attack will attach a layer of bloodshed effect to the enemy, reducing the bloodshed damage by 70% of the physical attack per second, lasting 15s, stacking up to 5 layers. If the target receives flame attribute damage, the damage will be increased by 130%. The duration of the hardened bloodthirsty fruit will be renewed with each attack. A mobile residence and a bloodletting skill, both of which were what Lu Wen needed most at the moment. The former, needless to say, was a pain in the ass as he still had to find an inn to get off the line, and sometimes had to deal with some of the little tales that came along with it. Now that Lu Wen not only had his own lair, but he could also help produce experience potion. He might not be able to see any effect in a short period of time, but if he stretched out the time, the benefits that Lu Wen could get from the Sky Tree would be absolutely unimaginable. On the contrary, this Bloodlust is like the Hardened Poison Plus version. Not only is the base damage much higher, but it even has an elemental damage bonus. Not bad, not bad. Lu Wen was extremely interested in this skill and immediately added all the bonus skill points, counting the 2 LV12 skills that he had previously upgraded. Lu Wen's skill arsenal at this point could be considered extremely powerful, and turn 4 players might not even be more powerful than him. Bloodthirsty, LV11. The weapon will have an extreme sharpness effect. Each attack will attach a layer of bloodshed effect to the enemy, reducing the bloodshed damage by 135% of the physical attack per second, lasting 15s, stacking up to 15 layers. And if the target receives flame attribute damage, the damage will be increased by 250%. The duration of the hardened bloodthirsty fruit will be renewed with each attack. Dagger Mastery, LV13, Pro plus 165% of base damage dealt with dagger-type weapons. Serious Injury, LV12 plus 540% bludgeon damage when triggering a bludgeon. Unusual players, even those power inheritance seeds, can step into the 4th turn when the promotion of a skill is even good. Like me, this immediately have 4. Ha! Say out of the estimate no one believe. Lu Wen shook his head, feeling that he was moving ever forward towards a very outrageous path. And it was still the kind of thing where he was ramping up his strength and fighting to go wild. After packing up the Tong Tian Tower rewards, Lu Wen turned around and walked towards the depths. The moment the trial ended, he had felt a strange power filling the distance, and at the same time, a message instantly surfaced in Lu Wen's mind. Mystery Merchant has been spotted in the neighborhood. Mysterious Merchant. Legend can with the source of the world, fragments, exchange extreme props. Also do not know how extreme this props. Without taking 2 steps, Lu Wen saw a figure standing quietly under a black robe. There was a tattered cloth bag in front of it, and above it lay several props with strange shapes and a dazzling halo emanating from their surfaces. With just a glance, Lu Wen's eyes locked onto a dagger-like piece of equipment. Thorn of the Unreal. Chapter 88 Arrogance. Unreal Sting. Equipment description. Extreme equipment containing a hint of the power of space, possessing a terrifying power that cannot be predicted by ordinary people. Equipment level, LV60. Equipment quality, Diamond. Equipment part, Weapon. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attributes, physical attack plus 25,922. Equipped effect, 30% probability of shocking space when attacking, forming small space cracks. This attack damage plus 190% and ignoring the opponent's defense, cannot eliminate the final damage reduction effect. Naked damage alone is nearly 26,000, and the accompanying skill even has the effect of ignoring defense. Worthy of being diamond level equipment. It's pretty dang good. Lu Wen was attracted to walk away from the first moment he saw this equipment, but seeing the large number 5 on the back, Lu Wen took a deep breath. 5 world sources, fragments, to exchange for 1 diamond equipment. It's still ridiculously expensive. Lu Wen didn't forget that he only got 1 fragment through the second turn cross-border copy in the beginning, and the Tongtian Tower slaying gave 10 more. In his opinion, an ordinary player wouldn't necessarily be able to save up this kind of resources in a few years. In other words, even if the 3rd turn could encounter a diamond-level boss in the field, the probability of corresponding quality equipment appearing should be ridiculously low. Lu Wen carefully scanned through the mysterious merchant's stall, but was horrified to find that the dagger, which was expensive to the extreme, was almost the cheapest equipment he could buy. Berserker Hammer, Diamond, 5. Windsai, Diamond, 6. Wall of Size, Diamonds, 8. Fixed copy of the second turn, 10. Skill limit breaking card, first turn, 10. Blade of the Fearless, Dark Gold, 55. Dark Gold. There's actually Dark Gold equipment here? After seeing the Fearless One's blade, Lu Wen's eyes went wide. Is this stuff for second turn players? Just outrageous. But this selling price, not to mention the second turn. Even the giant players in the 3rd turn probably can't afford it. Lu Wen was a bit staggered, looking at the wide array of equipment and props, each of which could be described as superb. And in his heart, at a certain moment, he couldn't help but feel a strong desire welling up. He looked up at the black-robed man who was shrouded in shadows, felt the terrifying might emanating from the other party all the time, and silently lowered his head again. If I dare to forcefully grab these equipments, I'm afraid I won't be beaten to pieces by this guy. Thinking of that image, Lu Wen couldn't help but shiver, and then honestly sifted up the props that would be most useful to him at this stage based on his financial resources. After half a day of tinkering, Lu Wen swept his eyes back and forth between the Illusory Thorn and the Skill-Breaking Limit card, first turn. The former, needless to say, was the only 3rd turn diamond grade weapon he could currently obtain, and was very precious. However, the Skill-Breaking Limit card, turn 1, caused Lu Wen's brows to furrow. Skill-Breaking card, first turn. Special prop. LV80 plus can be used. Effect, add an additional turn 1 skill bar. The effect was very simple, but it puzzled Lu Wen. Is it hard to believe that the skill bar has a cap? Lu Wen didn't know about this aspect. He thought that as long as he had a skill book, he could go and learn it infinitely. Now it seems to be nothing like he thought it would be. However, this thing can only be used after LV80. I guess we can still encounter similar props after the 4th turn. There's no need to buy it now. Although Lu Wen's current number of skills was not comparable to that of a ruler such as Liu Yang, he felt that he wasn't bad either. After all, these were almost all the core skills he had gotten after his transfer, far rarer than the average skills on the market. It's a pity that there are so few world sources, or else I would have been able to try my hand at that dark gold weapon. In response, Lu Wen could only sigh regretfully. Missing this one, he didn't even know how long he'd have to wait before he could encounter dark gold equipment again. Lu Wen pulled out 5 world sources, fragments, and handed them to the mysterious merchant, and at the same time, the illusory thorn fell into Lu Wen's hands. This Tong Tian Tower trial was considered a successful conclusion for him. Next, it's the 3rd turn trial. The golden light erupted, and all the players surrounding the outside of Earth Elemental City looked aghast, their gazes dead set on the figure within the golden light. When Lu Wen stepped out of the Tower of Heaven, a cacophonous clamor erupted. Holy, it's Lu Wen, it's that giant guy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really fierce, all the way across the push. Never defeat. Really my generation model. Unfortunately, is not much backing. I see that group of guys have come. Some people looked at Lu Wen with fervent gazes, especially those of the faceless profession, who were on the verge of treating him as their belief in the true God. Using his assassination profession to go head-to-head with people, he had subdued an unknown number of strong second-turn heavenly pride. This made the same faceless men so proud of each other that they couldn't wait to come up to each other and get an autograph. However, some players realized that after Lu Wen came out, a riot rose in the crowd, and then they saw a group of existences with magnificent equipment, obviously not comparable to ordinary turn 2 players, walking towards Lu Wen with big crotch steps. Ha 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 ha, worthy of being our top student of the college entrance exam. Just awesome, powering over dozens of worlds, enough to be called a supreme heavenly pride. A big-bellied middle-aged man answered up with a smile. Lu Wen's eyes were puzzled, unable to figure out this guy's intentions. My humble self, Chu Fengtian, is a senior professor of the Divine Star Academy. This time I came to sincerely invite Lu to join my Divine Star Academy. I promise that as long as you come, I will directly give you resources that exceed the top treatment by 5 times, and fully assist you in your upgrading. The minimum guarantee you enter the 5th turn. How about this treatment? Chu Fengtian's voice was so loud that all the players around him could hear it clearly. They looked at each other in shock, and only then did they realize that there was a difference between Chu Fengtian's aura and their group of second-turn players. It was a high-level player who had paid a great price and forcefully descended to the second-turning city. And given the specifications of the Divine Star Academy, this one was at least a 4th turn or above Powerhouse. 5555. 5 turns, worthy of being the Divine Star Academy. Rich and generous. 5 turns are afraid to be able to become a high-level official of the Alliance. Some people marveled at Chu Fengtian's boldness and atmosphere. The guaranteed 5-turn treatment was given when he said so. It was truly amazingly bold. Without waiting for Lu Wen to reply, several more voices rang out one after another. Haodian Academy. Likewise invite Lu to join us. What Divine Star Academy has, we have. And what they don't have, we still have. Asterisk 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 off to the side. Where do you put my Ping Tian Academy? Lu Wen. This group of them are all snobs with high eyes. They didn't even look at you in the college entrance exams in the first place. And now they're just trying to salvage some of their losses as much as possible. Come to my Flat Sky Academy. I can be your Tao protector. Or even have the vice principal be it. The moment this outrageous treatment came out, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Lu Wen was similarly startled for a moment and hurriedly turned his head to look, only to see that Yang Hong had similarly arrived. Even, to show her sincerity, she took out a few storage scrolls and laid out a bunch of luxury equipment and props on the spot. Diamonds and dark gold equipment are all available. Yang Hong waved his hand and said boldly, as long as you come, whatever you want, we'll give it. Chapter 89, Meddling. The omission has been made up under the Lu Wen's name chapter, for fear that some of my friends didn't see the author's words that I posted. To add to it, looking at the various treasures that bloomed with gorgeous light, everyone's eyes widened and their attention was all attracted to them, especially those second-turn players. But also look at the mouth-watering. A lot of look have not seen the best equipment, just like this watery in front of their eyes. If it wasn't for the countless Big Brother detached projections present, they really wanted to do a wonderful job and directly do a no-brainer. Damn, these guys are too rich. When will I be able to treat diamond and dark gold level equipment like dirt? TSK, If Lu Wen agrees to the invitation from the Pingtian Academy, wouldn't he not have to work hard at all? Directly inheriting the legacy equipment of people's top academies. As long as you enter the third turn, whatever you do with the Platinum Diamond boss, you can definitely push it all the way across the board. Thinking of that outrageous picture, many second-turn powerhouses couldn't help but pull their eyes enviously, itching to replace Lu Wen on the spot and become the lucky one being fought over by the crowd. I'm sorry, seniors, I currently have no plans to change my clan. I appreciate the kindness. Even with Lu Wen's determination, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw such luxurious equipment and props in front of him. This group of top academies is really something, although due to Tong Qian, that old woman, resulting in most of these people did not look at themselves in the college entrance examination. At first how high and proud, and now how humble. Hate to Lu Wen directly racked to their own school. The smack in the face has come so quickly. It's only been a few days, and one by one, they've surrendered their detachments and personally come to second turning city to beg me. Lu Wen murmured in a low voice. He looked around and found that these so-called school leaders, professors and the like, had smiles on their faces, and their eyes were even flashing, as if they had discovered some new continent. They were more curious than shocked about Lu Wen, more greedy than appreciative, and it was hard not to wonder what these guys were up to. Lu Wen did not want to pay attention to the relationship between the two sides, which had been established as early as the end of the college entrance examination. Only Yang Hong. Lu Wen looked at this very bold teacher, and the image of the other party standing up for himself flashed through his mind. Although the odds are that Yang Hong had other ideas at the time as well, the help to Lu Wen was real. He wouldn't downplay Yang Hong's dedication just because the Divine Martial King was at the rear of the battlefield. I have joined the Court of Seals. Sorry, Lu Wen softly refused. Even if Yang Hong still strongly invited him, he did not change his mind again. I know Lu Yang from your school, so if I have time, I might go and find him to practice together and make copies. After saying this, Lu Wen wanted to turn around and leave. There was no need to make it too clear. He believed that Yang Hong would naturally be able to understand the meaning of his words. Sure enough, after Lu Wen's words fell, Yang Hong's originally despondent face instantly blushed, looking at Lu Wen's distant back with relief. She knew that even if Lu Wen hadn't joined the Pingtian Academy, the relationship between the two parties had been quietly established. Yang Hong put away the scrolls as well as many equipment props, did not stay too much longer. A flash, similarly disappeared in this place. The other top-tier academies still wanted to stay, but they simply couldn't persuade Lu Wen, and just as they were about to leave as well, a cold snort suddenly rang out. Humph, picking up a bargain and trying to run away. Where in the world is that good? Leave the key to heaven behind. My martial god palace's treasures are not something that anyone is qualified to take. The crowd followed the sound and looked, only to see a youth with a wild look and a wild aura slowly walk out from the crowd. Like those academy teachers, this person had the same inexplicable aura about him. No need to guess. This one was also a strong person who had come down from the high-level city's main city. After hearing about the martial god hall, everyone present's expression changed. Even Xu Fangtian of the Divine Star Academy had a trace of scorn flash across his face. It was no wonder they were like this. The martial god hall's name was just too loud, and as one of the Divine Star's 9 great powers, the strength they possessed was too much higher than the so-called academies. The key to heaven belongs to your martial god hall? Lu Wen stopped his steps, as if he had heard some heavenly joke, and looked at the opposite youth with interest. For the behemoth that was the martial god's palace, he showed no scruples as imagined by the crowd, instead revealing an inexplicable sense of relief. Let's not talk about whether it's yours or not. Even if it is, it's in my hands now. What are you going to do about it? Come to rob? Lu Wen generously placed the key to heaven in the palm of his hand and held it up to the young man from the martial god's palace. I'll give you a chance. Come and grab it. It's yours if you get it. For a moment, all eyes fell on this person, and a glint of excitement flashed in their eyes. Those of them who had seen Lu Wen's battle results in the Tower of Heaven knew that this strength placed amongst the second-turn players was truly counterintuitive. Almost no skills were used throughout the entire process, and based on their own panel attributes alone, they pressured those Heaven's Pride demons to not be able to raise their heads. Among them, there was even the Martial God Temple's second-turn genius, Wu Shifeng, and it was unknown whether this one was related to Wu Shifeng or not. This is originally a treasure of the Martial God Palace, so what's the point of snatching it? The youth stared at the key to heaven that was close at hand. A flash of greed appeared on his face, but it quickly disappeared again. He wasn't stupid. Naturally he couldn't fight the other side to death in the second-turning city, not to mention whether he could fight or not. As long as he did it, it would give a feeling that the Martial God's Palace was bullying. Although that's what the crowd thinks now. Your strength is indeed good, but it's only the second turn. I advise you to return the treasures to my Martial God Palace on your own. There's no loss to you. After all, when the Tower of Heaven opens, you'll be able to enter just the same. If you are stubborn, The youth revealed a gentle smile and did not continue, but everyone could see the coldness and condescension contained in this one's tone. Even when faced with a demonic second-turn player like Lu Wen, he was still qualified to speak such arrogant words. This was the bottom line of one of the 9 powers. Me, stubborn? Lu Wen asked playfully in return, pointing his finger at his nose. I'll give you one more chance to organize your words. Is it me who's being obstinate? Or is it you, Martial God's Palace? Whoa! When these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar, all looking at Lu Wen in shock. Even the young man from the Martial God Hall's pupils shrank, not daring to believe that Lu Wen dared to humiliate the Martial God Hall in turn. How did he dare? What? Are you deaf and need me to repeat myself? Is it me who is obstinate? Or is it you, the Martial God's Palace? Lu Wen's tone suddenly turned icy cold. His eyes flashed with ferocious light, and his body suddenly erupted with terrifying killing intent as he fiercely pressed toward the young man from the Temple of Martial God. Whether you live or die, it's up to you. Chapter 90. So what if the Martial God's Palace? Good guts. I'm Hu Bin, an elder of the outer temple of the Martial God. You're a mere second-turned profession, and you still want to kill me? When Lu Wen revealed his killing intent, Hu Bin similarly stared at Lu Wen with angry, fierce eyes. Daring to threaten my Martial God Palace in public, where on earth did you get your backbone? Hu Bin was clear that he was afraid that he wasn't the opponent's opponent within the second-turning city, but he was confident that Lu Wen wouldn't dare to really make a move. If that was the case, he would be able to take away the key to heaven in a righteous manner without any effort. After all, the Martial God's Palace was one of the 9 major forces of the Divine Star Alliance, and its position far exceeded the imagination of ordinary players. If one were to go up against such a huge force, the average person would be afraid of dying. Ha 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 ha, how dare you threaten me? You think I'm kidding you? Lu Wen's figure flashed and instantly arrived behind Hu Bin. Feeling the icy coldness coming from the back of his head, Hu Bin's spirit shook, and at the first opportunity, he pulled out his weapon and blasted backward with his backhand. In his heart, he cried out for bad luck. This brainless fool who really dared to take a shot at him. Was he not afraid of the retaliation of the Martial God Palace? Lu Wen didn't care about this. In his past life and present life, the Martial God's Palace was the black hand that stood behind the scenes and pushed everything forward. The opponent was always trying to take back the key to heaven. But how could Lu Wen give this epic prop away? The conflict between the two sides simply cannot be resolved. Lu Wen wouldn't spoil the other party just because of the name of the Temple of Martial God. And even, the dagger in his hand emitted a dangerous red light, instantly landing on the back of Hu Bin's head. Put! Blood splattered and sprayed all over Lu Wen. Looking at Hu Bin, who had been killed on the spot by Lu Wen before he could counterattack, the crowd was shocked and all of them showed a trace of dismay. Not only humiliate the Martial God Palace in public, but also directly behead a deacon of the other party on the spot. This kind of boldness and courage. Lu Wen, how dare you? The moment Hu Bin died, a few more players with drastically changed expressions sprang out of the crowd. They stared blankly at the dead Hu Bin, a look of bewilderment flashing in their eyes. A fourth-turn player, just suffocated and died in the second-turn city? And it was at the hands of Lu Wen that they died. How could they go back and deliver? Everyone could see that Lu Wen looked like he was crushing an ant, beating Hu Bin to death. This makes a few people incomparable fear. I thought that this time to come, by virtue of the prestige of the Temple of the Martial God, can easily be the small reputation of the Pride of the Sky, but I did not expect. Hu Bin is a disciple of the Vice Hall Master. You actually dared to kill him. Do you not want to live? A man's forehead veins rippled as he roared angrily at Lu Wen. As if to show something, even though he knew Lu Wen was powerful, he still rushed up like a hero, without any hesitation. Ka-chow! Lu Wen slapped out, and the man flew backwards at a speed faster than he came. Millions of damage numbers flashed above his head, emptying his already small blood bar directly. Before the words were finished, the whole person was already dead. As for the remaining few, Lu Wen didn't hold back, and in just the blink of an eye, he killed these players from the Martial God's Palace on the spot. He looked at the rest of the crowd and smiled. Anyone else? If not, I'm leaving? Lu Wen looked around and realized that the gazes that were originally hidden in the shadows, filled with malice and envy, had all dissipated at this time. All that was left was shock. They weren't marveling at Lu Wen's existing strength, but rather lamenting the fact that this heavenly pride demon that had recently emerged out of nowhere had dared to go head-to-head with one of the 9 great forces, the Martial God Hall, when it's really juvenile. I'll give you one more chance. If you don't make a move, then next time, I'll see you in 3-turn city. Lu Wen let out a light laugh, and after seeing that no one moved, his entire body disappeared from sight. This scene was naturally recorded by quite a few people who had the heart to record it. Among them, a figure in red armor kept retreating backward until it was far away from this place, and only then did it let out a long breath. This guy, he's really arrogant to the extreme, even daring to offend the Martial God Palace. Just now if I had stepped in, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been slapped to death on the spot by this person as well? Thinking of that image, a few drops of cold sweat could not help but appear on this player's head. Ferocious, too ferocious. He had never seen a turn 2 player with such outrageous strength, and felt that if Luwen went to break into a turn 3 trial at this time, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to single-handedly challenge a platinum level boss, right? What will be the reward for the god and devil level evaluation? This is a question that Luwen is also thinking about. After he left the Tower of Heaven, he directly ran towards the transformation trial. For the trial arrangement that didn't have any new ideas, Luwen almost closed his eyes and played until the last level, facing a platinum level boss that was even lower than his own level. Luwen simply beat this nightmare that could be called the nightmare of countless second-turn players into a heap in 3 hits. However, beyond Luwen's expectations, at the last second when the boss disappeared, he actually saw an inexplicable spatial channel appear within the trial space. It had countless demonic creatures of inexplicable shapes that were extremely hideous and terrifying, and just looking at it gave me a feeling of dropping N value, but the passage quickly disappeared, as if everything just now was just an illusory bubble, an illusion created by Luwen. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he paused for a long time, then shook his head again, before looking at the rewards of the third turn trial. Congratulations, you've successfully completed the third turn trial, and have received an evaluation, Divine Demon level. Congratulations, you have received a Divine and Magical level reward, plus 330% combined growth of basic attributes. Congratulations, you've successfully advanced to the third career, Void Blade. Congratulations, you've awakened the skill Carnival of the Void. Congratulations, you have awakened the skill of Void Energy Mastery. Congratulations, you've awakened the skill Space Thorn. Congratulations, your transfer rating has reached the God and Demon level, rewarding you with the title Voidwalker, Diamond, X1. Congratulations, you've unlocked access to the Abyssal copies. Congratulations, you've unlocked access to the battlefield of the exotic. Congratulations, you've unlocked your sub-professional privileges. Congratulations, level up to LV 60, life plus 1980, mana plus 1188, physical attack plus 396, legal attack plus 99, physical defense plus 198, legal defense plus 148, free attribute points plus 160. After this turn, it seems like there are so many more permissions that weren't there before, so it looks like the third turn is going to be a busy one. Chapter 91, Advancing to the third turn. Luwen still had a lot of doubts in his heart regarding this promotion. The spatial rift that had never appeared before actually appeared among the trial copies, and the extremely frightening and oozing-looking monsters inside made him feel a faint sense of disgust. Forget it, since it disappeared, it's better to just leave it alone. And with this time, it would be better to study more about the changes brought about by this third turn. Aside from the outrageous 330% increase, what Luwen was most interested in was undoubtedly the side occupation here. Contrary to popular belief, there are a total of 2 types of sub-professions that players can choose from, one being a living profession and the other being a combat class profession, but each player has a different focus on exactly how to choose. I heard from the post shared on the forums that the first sub-profession will have a 250% experience upgrade penalty, and the second will spike to 600%. Those who want to replenish their battle power can choose a combat class occupation, and if they want to develop their power or research unique props, they can choose a life class occupation. When he hadn't yet transferred, Luwen had fantasized about his future side occupation. At that time, he was a Holy Shield cleric and was in desperate need of means of attack, but who would have thought that he would actually be able to relive his second life and accidentally awaken a forbidden level talent. His attack was now unmatched, and his defense was considered to be among the best in his class. But my enemy is never a player of the same level. There is at least a 5th turn powerhouse sitting inside the Temple of Martial God, and a 6th turn god or devil is not impossible, in case the other party sends a super strong person to directly sneak attack later. Even with my current strength, I guess it will be hard to block it. Regarding his own strength, although Luwen was confident, he wasn't so arrogant to the point that even a 4th turn player couldn't kill him. After all, there was a whole 40 levels in between. And even the group of people who were mixed with the most garbage had panel attributes that were a whole lot higher than his. You can take a Holy Shield or another defense profession, or consider it if there are other better profession choices. As for the life profession, it's better to wait until after the 4th turn. Luwen estimated that after he reached the 4th turn, the rate of leveling up should also drop, and it wouldn't be impossible to consider adding another sub-profession at that time, to the extent that it's the entry permissions for abyssal copies and otherworldly battlefields. It's a bit puzzling. The former was fine. Luwen could still understand that the hardest level of all copies usually required an extremely large number of elite players to team up together to have a chance of clearing it. However, Luwen knew very little about the latter, and it could even be said that he had never heard of the so-called otherworldly battlefield at all. Could it be another form of cross-border copy? Lu Wen thought silently. What exactly was going on? He wasn't sure at the moment. However, Lu Wen had now turned 3, so these questions could go to the state city to ask his fellow disciples in the Seal Pavilion. Perhaps they knew some information. As for now, it would be a good time to boost a wave of my equipment skills. Lu Wen's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. He had been looking forward to the third turn for too long, and this time, not only did he have a diamond-level title reward, but he also popped out 3 core skills. It could enhance very much, and with a slight strengthening, Lu Wen's strength could shoot straight up to the sky like a rocket jet. The first one is equipment. With a wave of Lu Wen's big hand, as small mountains of strong chemical stones immediately flew out, wrapping around the diamond-grade weapon he was holding in the blink of an eye. Congratulations, the Unreal Thorn has been successfully strengthened. Congratulations, the Unreal Thorn has been successfully strengthened. Congratulations, the Unreal Thorn has been successfully strengthened. The strengthening of the third turn weapons was much more troublesome than Lu Wen had imagined. After plus 29, not only did each strengthening cost 10,000 strengthening stones, even the failure probability was raised from the original 20% to 30%. The only thing that can be called good news is that the penalty for failure has been lowered from the original 2 levels to the current 1 level. In front of nearly 1/3 probability of failure, Lu Wen exerted his superpower as usual, and those people he killed before didn't know how many strong fossilized stones had exploded for him. It might be an exaggeration to say that he couldn't make it all up, but it was not a big problem to support him in raising his entire body equipment to plus 39. I don't know how long it took, but the strong chemical stones around Lu Wen's body finally gathered their light and all returned to his backpack. A dagger that emitted a dark halo of light and had a hint of special spatial power lingering around it was quietly suspended in front of Lu Wen. Unreal Thorn plus 39. Equipment description: extreme equipment containing a hint of the power of space, possessing a terrifying power that cannot be predicted by ordinary people. Equipment level, LV60. Equipment quality, diamond. Equipment part, weapon. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attributes: physical attack plus 25,922. Enhanced effect: physical attack plus 177,565. Equipped effect: 30% probability of shocking space when attacking, forming small space cracks. This attack damage plus 190% and ignoring the opponent's defense, cannot eliminate the final damage reduction effect. Just outrageous. After seeing that plus 39 could actually have a physical attack bonus of almost 200,000, Lu Wen's eyes widened and his breathing became rapid. This equipment, which had yet to be jeweled, was even more exaggerated than Lu Wen's previous full body's combined attributes just by its own attributes. Among them, not only was there the reason for the diamond-level equipment, but more importantly, the equipment enhancement brought about by plus 39 was simply unbeatable. I really don't know after the 4th turn, what kind of heaven-defying pattern will those superb equipment attributes mutate into? Lu Wen sighed with emotion and then checked up on the title effect. After all, this was the only diamond equipment on Lu Wen's body, so he couldn't afford not to pay attention to it. Voidwalker, diamond. Effects, plus 35% offall attributes. Before entering the combat state, the body will be in the state of nothingness. Non-space system and other special skills cannot be selected. It's not bad, it's just a pity that life-saving skill, Miracle Light, hasn't had the chance to trigger it once until now. Lu Wen sighed slightly. Such a good skill. It always felt like not using it once in his heart was a loss, and he didn't know what kind of heart quirk it was. It was only at the end of the day that Lu Wen placed his attention on the 3 core skills. Although the skill points he had on hand had already been spent, this transfer trial had at least given him 100 points, enough for Lu Wen to raise his skills up a notch. You consume skill points x30, Void Carnival LV1 LV5. You consume skill points x30, Void Energy Mastery LV1 LV5. You consume skill points x30, Spatial Thrust LV1 LV5. Chapter 92, The God of Material Attack. Void Carnival, LV5 consumes 600 points of mana. Transform into a void particle. Enter an unselectable state the moment the skill is released, and at the same time release 10 void blades to the surroundings, each of which can inflict 210% damage. Cooldown time, 30s. Void Energy Mastery, LV5 attacks carry space attribute damage and have a 30% full attribute suppression effect on non-space attribute creatures during battle. Spatial Thorn, LV5 comprehend the space axiom, can make the attack break the dimensional wall, appear in any location. The distance of the attack depends on the user's strength. Additional 330% damage after hitting the target. Cooldown time, 30s. 3 core skills, all related to the space system. 1 group attack, 1 suppression, and the last one is a long-range fixed-point burst. Really good. By cooperating with each other, I'll be able to raise my strength another notch. and I guess I'll be able to reach a similar achievement as a mini monster killer or boss nemesis. Lu Wen was a bit emotional. This transfer had really affected him too much, and was almost a whole subdivision stronger than during the time of the Faceless Man. There is simply no comparison between the two sides. While other players were still struggling to collect core skills, Lu Wen once again directly possessed the 3 major cores, and even his equipment began to progress gradually towards diamond level. After getting everything done, Lu Wen finally dropped his attention on top of the attribute panel, and when he saw the luxurious physical attack attribute, he couldn't help but suck in a cool breath on the spot. Character name, Shadowhunter 567. Level, LV60, 345, 743/170, 833, 230. Profession, Void Blade. Talent, slaying gods and demons, taboo kill players. Enjoy the same drops as bosses, and will reward special props that don't exist in the world. Currently unlocked rank, Platinum, in progress. Causality. Life, 893,091 for 78944. Mana, 102,534 2555586. Attack, 156,187 532 Attack, 2,111 11918. Physical defense, 124,951 99860. Legal defense, 82,794 133915. Skills, Backstab, LV12, Sneak, LV3, Finish, LV8, Dagger Mastery, LV13 Pro, Hardened Poison, LV9, Serious Injury, LV12, Faceless Split, LV6, Concealed Attack, LV4, Shift, LV4, Bloodthirsty, LV11, Void Carnival, LV5, Void Energy Mastery, LV5, Spatial Thorn, LV5. $500,000? Is there any mistake? I have not hit the gems now. Hey. After seeing up to 500,000 physical attacks, Lu Wen's entire body froze in place, and his gaze appeared to have a trace of dullness. He had expected that replacing his diamond equipment would cause his damage to skyrocket, but wasn't that a bit too much of a rise? Lu Wen examined it carefully and finally determined that he hadn't read it wrong. The panel attributes really couldn't be any more true, but it was precisely this that shocked Lu Wen's heart. If this is seen by other people, they will not say on the spot that he is open. It's a good thing that I don't have the habit of randomly giving out panels to people, even if it's the Divine Martial King and the others. I guess it's hard for them to have the kind of attributes I have now when they're at the 3rd turn, isn't it? Lu Wen could see clearly that he had such high attributes. In addition to the plus 39 Diamond Grade Equipment Edition, there was also the heaven-defying growth accumulated from the 3 Divine and Demonic Grade Trials, far beyond the players of the same level by an unknown number of times. In addition to the extremely rare 8-star artifact on Lu Wen's body, this prop was completely equal to diamond-level equipment in terms of attribute increase. It was even worse than the title Lu Wen had just obtained. No, I can't float yet. When my whole body equipment is assembled, my attributes will still skyrocket a bit. There's also the 3rd turning gem. That's a problem. Other than the blood-clothes dartboard in the 3rd turning city, I don't seem to have too many suitable targets at the moment. Lu Wen had long since set his sights on that group of guys, but unfortunately, he didn't know what was going on over in the state capital yet. We have to wait to familiarize ourselves before making a move. Next, it's better to go over to Tianshui City to meet up with fellow players. That's the right thing to do. After making up his mind, Lu Wen exited the Divine Abandonment Land and began to rush towards the center of the Tianshui continent. Tianshui City. This is the core of Tianshui continent. Countless large forces are rooted here, and those family unions or alliances have a minimum of 3 turns of strength. However, it was more of a superpower established by turn 4 or even turn 5 players, and at the high-end level, these great powers that had been developing for an unknown number of years had sufficient depth. For example, the Blood-Clothes Dark Bureau, although it also had a residence in 2nd Turning City, its main forces were still concentrated in Tianshui City. One of the main reasons for this is that players are slow to upgrade. After all, the difficulty of upgrading after the 3rd turn is far from comparable to the 2nd turn, and it is normal to be stuck at this stage for a few years or even a decade. Moreover, the death penalties for 3rd turn players were simply terrifyingly large, and in addition to not being able to die in reality, the Divine Abandonment almost treated them as ATMs. Dying once will not only explode all the equipment property, the level will also be wildly reduced, which leads to many players, even if the equipment is sufficient, but also to prepare a 2nd or even a 3rd set of equipment to put in the city's warehouse, in order to prepare for future problems. At this moment, a 100-member troop was besieging a gold boss, and both sides were fighting feverishly. Just when the boss only had a thread of blood left and was about to be killed by the players, a spatial rift suddenly opened up from behind the boss, directly engulfing it when everyone didn't react. Holy, what the hell? Where did my big gold boss go? The troop leader was a bit dumbfounded. They had worked so hard for so long, They had wanted to explode a spare gold equipment, but a spatial rift actually managed to swallow the boss. It's outrageous. The crowd surrounded the spatial crack and scrutinized it. Inside the darkness, visibility is extremely low, but the head of the group vaguely saw the boss that fell in it. At this time its body has long been crumbled into countless pieces of flesh. However, the broken flesh was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's the situation? The regimental commander was a bit puzzled. He stretched his neck, wanting to see a bit more, but before he could get closer, the crack suddenly changed. A hideous-looking, extremely terrifying black creature violently sprang out from it. Its height is 10 meters, like an orc, but there is no head, only a huge mouth from the belly open. A mouth will be the head of the living swallow. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly unleashed their skills, smashing this black monster that suddenly appeared into smithereens. But the figure of the headmaster had long since disappeared. Buzz. The spatial rift let out a shudder. The passageway that originally only allowed one person to enter and exit was violently expanded tenfold, and dozens of black monsters flew out from it and began to indiscriminately kill the surrounding players. Someone recognized the origin of the monster and immediately screamed in alarm. No good. It's the Void Demon race. Run. Chapter 93, Evolution completed. As the core of Tianshui continent, Tianshui City's transportation network was well connected, and it only took Lu Wen less than a day to arrive here. At this time, he is changed into a new line of clothes. Duck Tongue had big sunglasses, a short coat short-sleeved. End of the trend is incomparable, worthy of being a state city. It's just big, 10 cars driving side by side. Grand. And these grandparents, they're actually all third-turn powerhouses as well. TSK, per capita combat power is not low. I'm afraid. Lu Wen, who had gotten off the train, clearly felt the difference between Tianshui City and Diyuan City. Other than that, he didn't know how many high-level players he could see at a glance. Even the pedestrians on the road had the presence of a fourth-turned big brother. And the most outrageous thing was that he also saw a figure covered in flames that swept by from the sky at great speed. It gave him the illusion of being in a fantasy world. And those who could survive here, regardless of their strength or the forces behind them, were considered first class in the entire Tianshui continent. Lu Wen lamented from time to time, rather like a countryman entering the city for the first time with a sense of freshness. I guess in the godforsaken land, the overall strength of the players will be even more exaggerated than I thought. It's kind of interesting. That's a given. This is one of the state cities of the Federation. Countless great powers are entrenched. It's not comparable to those scattered small cities in the outside world. A voice with some pride sounded from behind Lu Wen. Lu Wen turned his head and found a young man dressed in a black suit and extremely businesslike attire looking at himself with a smile. The corners of its mouth curled up, and although there was a slight hint of pride, Lu Wen didn't sense an overbearing flavor. You are? Lu Wen asked with a smile. Tiger Feng, member of Sky City. Brother, first time in the state city, right? Tiger Feng responded with the same smile. As a local of Tianshui City, he had already seen too many of these rare and shocked expressions, and instantly guessed Lu Wen's origin. Well, come and see. It's a lot more glorious than I thought it would be. When Lu Wen said splendor, he was referring more to the quality and quantity of players, and he felt that the power of any random residential neighborhood over here could crush the ordinary forces of second-turn city. Just outrageous. Yes, not only Tianshui City, the rest of the state cities are in a much different condition. After all, people go to higher places, water flows to lower places. After reaching the third turn, most of them will come to the state cities to make a break for it. Although the resources of Tianshui City are very abundant, it's not too much to say that they are extremely scarce in a way, mostly occupied by those big forces, and it's probably hard for ordinary players to hang around here if they don't find a big tree to ride on. Tiger Feng spoke easily, but Lu Wen heard a taste of blood. The competition here, I'm afraid it's a lot bigger than I thought. I hope to be lucky and have a big power take me in as an outsider, Lu Wen said smilingly, but in his heart, he was extremely interested in this place. The water in Tianshui City was definitely deeper than that of Diyuan City, but it was also more in line with his interests. After all, there were dragons and tigers here, with many forces, and there were definitely some ungrateful players who would mess with his head. In time, Lu Wen calculated in his heart, with the volume of the blood-clothes dartboard, it was estimated that it was not enough to upgrade himself for 3 turns. He had to find more forces to come in. Just as he was thinking, Tiger Feng spoke again. You shouldn't envy those big power players, just like me. Although I'm living a very nourishing life in the eyes of outsiders, who can understand our difficulties, not to mention far away, just the otherworldly battlefield side. It's so overwhelming that people can't breathe. This time it's not easy to come back. I'm going to have a good time before I go back. Tiger Feng seemed to have his own troubles, and the otherworldly battlefield that he was talking about was precisely the brand new privilege that Lu Wen had unlocked after his third turn trial. Luwen was just about to open his mouth to inquire, but a soft sound suddenly came from his mind. Evolution of talent completed. What? Luwen's footsteps lurched, and regardless of the astonished eyes of Tiger Foam on the side, he immediately checked his brand new talent. Talent, slaying gods and demons, taboo kill players. Enjoy the same drops as bosses and will reward special props that don't exist in the world. Kill other worldly beings to obtain the source of the world, dust. Both rewards can't be obtained at the same time. Current unlocked rank, platinum. Luwen swept a glance and immediately saw the change in this advancement. Source of the world, dust. Special prop, LV40 plus can be used. Effect, 10 world sources, dust, can be synthesized into one world source, shard, which can also be used as a resource to keep a fixed copy running. A little bit hang. Seems not too hang. Mainly depends on how many rewards are given for killing one person. If it's more. Luwen thought of the dark gold equipment he had seen on the mystic merchant side and his breath caught in an instant, feeling that this talent evolution appeared to be a big deal. What happened to you, brother? Tiger Foam shook his hand in front of Luwen's eyes, and seeing his dumbfounded look, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. No, brother, you go on to say. Just now, talking about the otherworldly battlefield, right? I just turned 3. Still not clear about these. Not too much trouble. Brother, you help me to introduce a chant? Luwen was now very excited and couldn't wait to hear the answer he wanted from the other party's mouth immediately. Hey, I thought, what's up? I'm telling you, it's otherworldly. Boom. Before the words were finished, a loud blasting sound boomed out. Whoa. Countless pieces of glass shattered in response, turning into a sky full of crystal fireworks scattered all over the ground. Everyone was startled by the sudden horrifying blast, and hurriedly followed the sound to look, but they saw a dark and incomparable spatial crack, violently expanding from within a super shopping mall. Obviously, it was only 10 meters in size earlier, but in the blink of an eye, it was like eating a bulking agent, metamorphosing into a giant crack tens of meters in size. The super mall was forcibly separated by this crack, instantly turning into a ruin. Luwen's face suddenly changed. It was the first time he had seen such a thing happen in reality, and a hint of bewilderment and skepticism was still revealed in his eyes. Is he or she back in the godforsaken land again? And the tiger seal next to him saw this, but his color changed greatly. Not good. This is which side of the otherworldly battlefield, misses. Actually let that group of guys run to reality. Grass. Brothers, get out of here. A foreign race has opened up a spatial passageway. I'm afraid that it won't be long before this place becomes a small battlefield. You've just turned 3. I'm afraid you're no better than those turn 2 players. Go! Tiger Foam hurriedly urged, his eyes dead set on the giant passageway in front of him. Boom! A roar that was strong enough to shatter the clouds erupted again, only to see countless black waves suddenly gushing out from within the space crack. Like a volcanic eruption, the waves transformed into black creatures. Their appearance was hideous and extremely frightening. Looking at them all had a sense of numbing the scalp. Void Demon Race. Damn it, it's these guys again. Chapter 94, Void Demon Race. The Void Fiends? Luwen actually had an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he saw those creatures with dark bodies and strange looks. The ones we saw in the trial land back then seemed to be these same guys. But why do the Void Demons have the ability to appear in reality? Even if that so-called otherworldly battlefield was lost, wasn't it something within the godforsaken land? Luwen couldn't figure it out. The third turn was a brand new field for him that he had never touched before, and whatever happened was no surprise. These Void Devils are extremely fast, too much stronger than the second turn players. He witnessed a devil opened his mouth and swallowed a young girl into his stomach. Luwen only heard a miserable scream coming from him as blood mist exploded into the middle of the Void Demon's huge mouth, and the scream came to an abrupt end. These damn guys, coming to my Godstar actually dares to be so arrogant. Tiger Foam likewise saw the tragic situation of the little girl, and immediately a trace of anger welled up in his heart. His teeth clenched, but no matter how angry he was powerless to change anything. The Void Demons were different from normal humans. They were able to utilize their full strength in the real world at the third turn, far beyond their reach. Even though he was a top-tier powerhouse in the third turn, he could do nothing about these demons that appeared in the real world. Tiger Foam hurriedly called for Sky City's helpers, hoping that some strong people would notice the situation here quickly. These guys just came out of the so-called otherworldly battlefield? Luwen reacted to not as much as Tiger Foam. To be honest, in reality he had killed far more people than those of his age could imagine. Tiger Foam looked older than him, but had by no means experienced more than him. His voice was extremely calm, and apart from some doubts at the beginning when he saw the Void Demon race, he reverted back to his previous appearance. The enraged Tiger Foam obviously didn't notice this as he roared in a low voice. Naturally, these guys are presumably breaking through the battle line somewhere, thus descending on our Tianchuan city. Mad. Don't let me know where it came from, or I'll have to spray you misfiring losers. Luwen was not interested in the waste in the tiger's seal. he kept sizing up those void devils, and in his hand, he had unconsciously pulled out a dagger that emitted a cold light. I don't know if these guys count as otherworldly creatures, but my hands are a little itchy. Although Luwen was similarly unable to exert his full strength in reality, his own attributes were ridiculously high, and in addition to the help of his curing skill, the previous divine demon reward had also allowed him to boost some of his strength in reality. These demons looked terrifying, but Luwen didn't feel too much threat from each other. Boom! A demon with oddly long limbs shattered the outer wall of the mall with one punch, grabbing some pregnant woman who couldn't dodge in time directly in his hand, and without the slightest hesitation, sent it directly towards his mouth. How dare you! Luwen flew out, bringing up a wave of air that went straight towards this void demon race. Tiger Fang's face changed drastically when he saw this. He reached out to yank Luwen, but he didn't even touch the corner of the other party's coat. What speed! Tiger Fang was secretly shocked, not realizing that the little brother he met by chance on the road actually had more strength than he had imagined. Seeing that Luwen had already flashed to the side of the void fiends, he gritted his teeth and burst out a foul mouth before following along. At this time, there were already many powerhouses fighting with the void demon race, especially those fourth-turn powerhouses that had erupted with astonishing might. The skill blossomed like fireworks, raising a large swath of void demons into flying dust on the spot. The void fiends that invaded this time were mostly of the third rank in life level, and they were no match for the strong men of the state city. However, the instantaneous destructive power it caused was something that the entire Tianshui city could not withstand, and in just a few moments, an unknown number of ordinary people died in the vicinity of this super mall. They were mostly teenagers who had awakened not long ago, or family children with average talent and strength up to the top of the second turn. This group of people seemed to be treated as sustenance by the void demons, constantly hunting and killing them, even those who were swallowed alive. The scene was extremely brutal, and just as a certain void demon was about to swallow the pregnant woman into his stomach, Luwen had already arrived in front of the other party, and with a single blow, he directly shattered this creature, which was considered powerful even in the third turn. Tiger Fang arrived a little later. A trace of shock flashed across his face as he said incredulously, "Brother, could it be that you're a fourth-turn powerhouse?" This could also explain why Luwen was able to blast his opponent to death with a single strike. To know that this was in the real world, to be able to kill a void demon with a single strike even when their attributes had been weakened by half was something that a non-fourth-turn powerhouse couldn't do. Perhaps, this brother is one of those extremely powerful third-turn players, or maybe, fourth turn, is still a bit rare even in Tianshui City. Luwen ignored the shocked Tiger Phone, and likewise did not look at the pregnant woman who was full of gratitude and had been saved. His entire attention had been focused into the middle of his mind, and the moment he had killed the void fiend, that familiar talent beep had already sounded once again. Congratulations, you have killed the void fiends, triggered the talent slaying gods and slaying demons, forbidden, and gained the source of the world, dust, x1. A third turn void fiend actually only rewards one world source, dust. That's a bit too little, isn't it? Seeing the rewards that popped out, Luwen couldn't help but frown. He felt that his talent for this advancement didn't seem to hang as much as he expected. However, he quickly reacted. If the talent advances to diamond level, perhaps the drop of these guys can then be raised another notch. Luwen, however, hadn't forgotten that the mysterious merchant had a bunch of goodies waiting for him in his hands. Moreover, he finally realized just how precious an epic level resource the Key to Heaven was. Actually, in the second turn will reward 10 world source shards. At first he also think Tongtian Tower stingy, did not expect the other side generous long beyond his imagination. It seems that it's necessary to go around the so-called otherworldly battlefield for the next few days. Luwen stared at the source of the world, dust, in his backpack and muttered, brother, your strength is estimated to come to our sky city as an elder is more than enough. How? Interested in coming over? Tiger Feng, after seeing Luwen's strength, immediately threw out an olive branch. This scene is for Luwen Hole will not. No buddy, aren't you a third turn player? Is it possible that your sky city is a fourth turn power? You can be an elder at the third turn? Luwen was a bit puzzled. He had previously seen Tiger Phone looking arrogant and thought that Sky City was some kind of superpower. But that doesn't seem to be the case now. How can that be? Sky City is a serious fifth rotation power. The City Lord is a peak fifth rotation powerhouse. His status is supreme. Even in the entire Sky Water City, we are still ranked well. I said the elders. Is the guest secretary that kind of virtual position? Do not do real work but can receive a large number of resources of the kind. So that brother understand it? Hey, brother, if you are really a third turn, absolutely can go to be an elder guest secretary. That treatment. Suck it up. Tiger Phone looked like he had thought of something, and his face was filled with envy. Chapter 95. Why don't you go and rob it? I'm sorry, I have no thoughts of joining another power at the moment. Luwen immediately chose to reject Tiger Fang's proposal. Are you kidding me? letting him break away from the God-sealing pavilion to go to a power whose strongest person was only a fifth turn. He was afraid that his brain wasn't wired before he would foolishly agree to it. If he remembered correctly, the Divine Martial King had said that there were some of the 6th revolutionary divine demon levels in the God-sealing pavilion, not to mention the peak powerhouses stuck at the last level of the 5th revolutionary. Alas, it's a shame, brother. If you're interested, feel free to contact me. Meeting is also fate. Let's add a friend. Maybe we can support each other in the otherworldly battlefield in the future. Tiger Fong sighed, and his tone didn't have much disappointment. After all, he could see that a top third-turn powerhouse like Lu Wen had a high probability of having forces behind him. What was said earlier about being an out-of-towner was mostly just a polite remark. Yes, Lu Wen did not refuse this small request, and after the two of them added their friends, the Void Demon race had also been eliminated by most of the powerhouses in the State City. At this time, the State City officials had long since dispatched an army of strong men to forcefully suppress the tens of meters high spatial rift. This group of powerhouses reacted extremely quickly, and within just a few minutes from the outbreak of the mutation until now, they had gathered hundreds of Turn 4 players from nowhere, crushing this group of void demons into mud on the spot. Unable to die anymore, Lu Wen also wanted to hunt a few heads to accumulate world source dust, but unfortunately, his proud strength couldn't make a single wave here. He doesn't even get to have soup if he wants it. This made Lu Wen depressed for a while, and his eyes under the sunglasses rolled up to the sky. Each one of you is in a hurry to reincarnate. Can't you save some for me? Slap. Lu Wen kicked over the trash can, which scattered plastic bags of various colors all over the place. Just after entering the State City, Lu Wen showed some of his touching qualities to this super city where countless powerful people gathered. Bah! After parting ways with Tiger Fong, Lu Wen put his hands in his pockets, not worrying at all about other people recognizing him, and strutted down the streets of the State City. When he arrived at a square, a virtual screen happened to surface and instantly attracted the attention of everyone around him. Greetings, citizens, I am your governor, Chow Yi, and I am deeply sorry for the deplorable incident that just happened on Rongguang Street. A bald fat man appeared on top of the shadow, apologizing to all the players in the State City in a heavy tone. Lu Wen probably listened for a moment, but soon his brows furrowed. This fat guy, why is he talking about cartwheel water words? Is he so official? A state governor actually made Lu Wen feel that he was treating all the State City players like little cuties, a general illusion. But the prejudice was soon broken by another man himself. A fat and rounded silhouette appeared immediately afterward, which made Lu Wenxing couldn't help but wonder if all the high officials of the Divine Star Alliance were fat. I'm sorry, friends, but our third-turning otherworldly battlefield has recently encountered an onslaught of void demons, and one of the defenses has been breached for a special reason, thus leading to this tragedy. As decided by the Ministry of Defense, we are now recruiting jobless third-turn players to join the otherworldly battlefield and form another steel line of defense for the Alliance. As follows. The Minister of Defense's statement was extremely concise, his expression cold and his tone containing murderous intent. In just a few moments after the Void Fiends descended into the present world, he decided to gather his men to form a new line of defense, and even, Lu Wen heard the other party's intention to counterattack back. Is the State City in such a mess? How come I didn't hear anything about it before? Listening to the fat minister mobilizing for recruitment, Lu Wen was a bit emotional. It was really like what Tiger Fong said. The three-turn State City really wasn't comparable to those scattered small towns outside. No matter the strength or the things he faced, they were all more exaggerated than Lu Wen had imagined. For the defense minister's temporary recruitment, Lu Wen was not interested at the moment. The otherworldly battlefield. He would have plenty of chances to go there in the future. But never now. He strolled down the crowded street, constantly scanning the buildings around him. Finally, after seeing a giant tower that towered into the sky, almost hundreds of stories high, his footsteps couldn't help but quicken a few points. It wasn't until he arrived in front of the giant tower that Lu Wen had the chance to take a closer look at this super landmark building that was built by the single effort of the Seal Pavilion. That's grand. I thought that a hidden force like the Seal God Pavilion would have its stronghold estimated to be in some nook or cranny, but I didn't expect it to be so conspicuous. From the time he entered the State City until now, Lu Wen had never seen a building more exaggerated than this giant tower. He could vaguely sense that around the giant tower, there was another super large formation that was unreal to the extreme, hiding the void. If he hadn't advanced into a void blade with his God Devil level evaluation, he wouldn't have been able to detect that in the real world, there was still this kind of terrifying large formation. Lu Wen had no doubt that even a fourth-turn powerhouse like Yang Hong would be instantly crushed to smithereens by the giant formation if he tried to force his way through this place. Although it is very grand, but the ceiling pavilion is stationed at the top 40 floors, that is, 304 to 380 floors, which is afraid that the elevator has to sit for a while. He had already greeted the Divine Martial King before he came. Luwen believed that with the face of this sealed God Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master, he thought that he would be greeted by those ordinary players as he went in and celebrated warmly. But the truth was the complete opposite of what he expected. Just after entering the gate of the giant tower, Luwen was stopped by the security guards at the entrance. "I'm sorry, sir. We're a membership venue here. Do you have a membership to the Sky Water Tower?" "What?" Luwen took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of eyes full of bewilderment. "If you don't have one, you can go to the front desk to get one." Although the bouncer looked big and thick, he spoke extremely politely. "There are no members, but those who have the guts to come over. I'm sure it's not just anyone. Can I get a membership?" "Do it. Do it now." Luwen cut out. He thought that there was really some outrageous entry restriction here. He didn't realize that it cost money. He's got nothing else but money. Super money. The equipment in the backpack is almost piled up to scrap metal. If it is sold, it is estimated to be worth a lot of money. Luwen took a crab step and strutted to the front desk. The interior of the giant tower was extremely similar to the top-notch hotel decor, which gave Luwen a home-like feeling. It's not just a room. No, a membership. He is familiar with this. Get a membership. Luwen held his chin in one hand. A big face pestled at the counter, and raised his chin towards the young lady inside, a hint of an arrogant smile even appearing on his face. "Yes, sir. Makoto favors $10 million. "What? $10 million? Luwen was unsteady when he heard this, and slid directly to the ground. His sunglasses were knocked out of one lens. He got up in a hurry and questioned aloud in disbelief. $10 million? Why don't you go grab it?" Chapter 96, I'm on the 8th hour. "Sir, there's free ice cream over there." "What do you mean? Besides, who wants to eat something like that only kids like?" Upon hearing the slightly connotative flirtation, Luwen couldn't help but raise his voice an octave. The counter lady was full of smiles and held out a pleased gesture. $10 million? Shang Hui. Hiss. Luwen wanted to choke back, but he touched his body and there was only a card with a deposit of less than 6 digits. No, there should only be 4 digits in it now. It's almost as if he's shy. Not to mention $10 million. He'd be thankful for 1,000. You wait a minute, I'll call someone to come get me. Luwen grunted, put on his sunglasses with a leaky hole in them, and huffed out the door. Divine Martial King. Nice. This is your face. Actually dare to let someone charge me $10 million. Beautiful. Luwen pulled out his cell phone and instantly paged the Divine Martial King, who had long been ranked at the peak of the 5th revolution, and the respect in his tone was gone from the initial meeting. "Hey, Honorable Vice Pavilion Master, is your face only worth $10 million? I have arrived at the Tianchuwei Tower. People told me to go in for a $10 million membership. Come on, I'm a good citizen who doesn't steal or rob. Where do I go to get this $10 million? What? Am I supposed to shell out my loins for this membership?" Luwen was furious and had a yin and yang flavor that even the Divine Martial King could hear clearly through the phone. He was silent for a moment and asked a question that made Luwen instantly break his defense. "Your waist can be worth $10 million? What? Does it make a big difference if you eat it?" Nima. If he wasn't concerned about the other party's 5-turn identity, Luwen really wanted to follow the phone line and pull out Shenwu Wang, the old gangster, and beat him violently. "Stab me in the heart. Hurry up and call someone to pick me up. This $10 million, I won't pay it, not even to death. This is the first time I've heard that a single member of the district costs $10 million. Why don't you guys go and grab it? Just grab it. How fast and easy is it to grab? Besides, I sent for you a long time ago. Why, didn't you see it?" Luwen looked up suspiciously and looked left and right, but he didn't see any receptionist. Eventually, he locked his eyes on the stocky security guard at the door and the quiet-looking receptionist girl. After the other party revealed a sinister smile of triumph, Luwen finally realized that it was these two people who were teaming up to mess with him. "Well, good for you. Just coming to the God Ceiling Pavilion and giving me a downward spiral. A tiger that doesn't give out. Really treating me like a sick cat?" Luwen's fire surged. He was going to show this group of dog-eyed guys today what it meant to be a true super genius. His eyes fell on the big man, and he wanted to use his scrying technique to see the other party's strength, but the feedback he got was something that made Luwen stare. Scrying technique level too low? Unable to probe target's attributes. Luwen still wanted to put in a few harsh words, but like a duck with its throat pinched, his voice came to a screeching halt, and his eyes widened as he stared at the other party in disbelief. Scrying technique level too low? Unable to probe target's attributes. What's the deal? 1 or 2, both higher ranked than me? Luwen felt that his third-turn strength shouldn't be considered weak, and no matter which major power he joined, at his age, he could be trained as a core disciple. But ciphers? These two equally young figures were actually higher ranked than him? It's not scientific. It's very scientific. Ha ha ha. The Hanyu next to Luwen finally couldn't hold it in and let out a poof of laughter. He laughed so hard that Lu Wen could even see a hint of sticky saliva from his open mouth. You. Lu Wen rubbed his shoulders. Goosebumps fell all over the place. Disgusting. I heard from the Vice Pavilion Master that our God Sealing Pavilion is going to have a superbly talented Heavenly Pride come and ordered us to come over to greet him. But I didn't expect that senior brother was so shy that he couldn't even enter the Sky Water Tower. Why don't you call out to senior sister to listen to me, and I'll pay the membership fee for you? The receptionist lady revealed a bright smile and put her hand on Lu Wen's shoulder, her tone flirting. Don't even think about it, but it's only a mere $10 million. I have plenty of ways to get it. Lu Wen grunted, but didn't say anything harsh because, from this Wen Jing's senior sister's hands, he felt an extremely majestic and domineering power. Far from a turn 3 player, it was thought that this one was at least a 4th turn powerhouse. Lu Wen was secretly shocked in his heart. He didn't expect to casually encounter a fellow member of the Seal God Pavilion with such a terrifying strength. But it's not that simple to get him to change his mind. Not to mention 10 million. Even if 100 million is placed in front of Lu Wen, he will not even frown. Really, it's a pity. It seems that someone has to miss the January Spirit Fruit Banquet of the Seal God Pavilion. I heard that Elder Moon Shadow Spirit Fruit Tree, the rank is as high as the epic level of the super existence. Swallowing the spirit fruit can increase a certain attribute. Looks like someone's not going to be able to enjoy it today. By the way, everyone else calls me Senior Sister Yuling, Senior Brother Lu Wen. Would you like to hear it too? Yuling looked at Lu Wen with a smile on her face. Seeing the other party's face constantly changing, her mood was greatly pleased. She had previously heard from her own sister that there was an amazingly talented student who had already joined the Seal Pavilion even before graduating. Granted, this had happened quite a bit, like those SS level and above geniuses who had been treated similarly. However, there was only one case like Lu Wen, who was personally invited by the Vice Pavilion Master. In front of him, how could this calm the extremely proud Moon Spirit's heart? And after receiving the Divine Martial King's order, she immediately prepared to tease the teenager in front of her. Although Lu Wen also wanted to taste the flavor of the spirit fruit, he was still stalking his neck and remained stiff-lipped. In less than half a day, I'll be able to come up with $10 million. By the way, I forgot to tell you that if the spirit fruit is picked and not taken in time, it will be transformed into an ordinary kernel. Let me see. Moon Spirit pretended to open her cell phone and took a look, seemingly surprised. Oh no! I remembered that the Spirit Fruit Banquet has already been open for 50 minutes, and the Spirit Fruit is afraid that it's going to be transformed into a kernel after a while. It looks like someone's going to have a brush with the Spirit Fruits produced by the Epic Fruit Tree. Yuling looked at Lu Wen with a smile, and finally sighed as if resigned to his fate after the teenager's face changed several times. Hello senior sister. Didn't hear you. Are you so rude little guy? Don't I have a name? Lu Wen resisted the urge to hammer the other party to death with his fist and gritted his teeth. Good day, senior sister Yuling. Isn't that right, senior brother Lu Wen? Let's go. Let's eat the spirit fruit. The corners of Yuling's mouth rose as she walked ahead with light steps. Lu Wen took a deep breath and was just about to follow when a hateful voice came from behind him. Senior brother Lu Wen, I'm Xiong Meng. Call me senior brother to hear you? I went on the morning. Chapter 97, Fruit Banquet. After hearing Xiong Meng's voice, Lu Wen almost couldn't hold back, and really wanted to greet the other party in his affectionate motherland language. Luckily, he knew that this was the Seal God Pavilion's branch in Tianshui City, and that we would all be fellow disciples in the future, which was why he suppressed his fire and only glanced at this big and burly senior brother in an unpleasant manner. Ha 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 ha, senior brother, stop it. Xiong Meng couldn't help but laugh at this, still showing his trademark super sticky saliva. Disgusting Lu Wen, everyone has come this way, including the Spirit Fruit Banquet. Your elder sister Moon Spirit also lied to you, and whenever a newcomer comes, they will hold one. It's just a matter of how many spirit fruits there are, but it's definitely enough for you players who have just entered the third turn. The real Spirit Fruit Banquet is only held once every 6 months. That's the real carnival. Thinking of the madness of the last Spirit Fruit Feast, Xiong Meng couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his harumph almost flowing out. Once every 6 months? Lu Wen sighed. He had seen how difficult elder sister Moon Spirit was. Blind words came out of her mouth, but not believing it was not an option. He was truly afraid of missing the Spirit Fruit Banquet. After all, that is an epic level treasure to bear fruit. It should be more delicious than the fruit sold on the market, right? Along the way, a few people chatted with each other, and Lu Wen had a general understanding of the Sky Water Tower. Within the highest 40 floors, almost all of the Seal God Pavilion's high-end warriors in Tianshui City were gathered, ranging from the 3rd to the 5th revolutions. What shocked Lu Wen even more was the quality of the members of the Sealed God Pavilion. Even the bottom members of the 3 turns had outrageous talents as high as S rank. Put in the outside world, high and low is also a genius. However, in the God Sealing Pavilion, such an existence wasn't said to be a handful, but rather, if you looked around, there was nothing more trashy than this. When Luwen found out the news, he couldn't help but suck in a hard breath of cold air. How many geniuses has the Seal God Pavilion caged? Think about it, all feel horrible. A continent can only produce how many S-class existences in a year? It is estimated that most of them have been quietly completed by the Seal God Pavilion to absorb. Most of these geniuses had another layer of identity on the outside, and those like Lu Wen, who had been pulled in by the Seal Pavilion before graduation, were only a very few. It wasn't until they came to the 358th floor that the idle chatter between the three stopped. Welcome, our supreme talent, Lu Wen, officially joins my Sealing God Pavilion today. Everyone, just outside the elevator entrance, several rows of fireworks were sprayed out, and sequins of various colors were sprinkled all over the place. Dozens of young figures surrounded the place, their gazes all landing on the dumbfounded Lu Wen. The crowd looked at this teenager who had already made a huge name for himself in the second turn, and a hint of curiosity appeared in their eyes. To be able to come out on top in the heavenly tower that connected 31 worlds, how heaven-defying was that? Even if they were as proud as they were, they didn't have the confidence to say that they would definitely be able to get any decent results there. After all, that was a collection of geniuses from dozens of worlds. The difficulty of trying to overpower all the heavenly prides in that environment could be imagined. Everyone is still in the present world, to the point where you are blessed with a mouthful. Later on, when the Spirit Fruit Banquet opens, you all have to welcome our super geniuses more often. After hearing Moon Spirit's painted words, the eyes of the many geniuses lit up and they immediately greeted Lu Wen with big smiles. Master Lu, this way please. Elder Moon Shadow won't be able to come over until later. I'll take you for a stroll around the Skywater Tower. Hey, I do know some secret places that will surely be of interest to you. The first senior brother was full of righteousness, but what he said couldn't help but make Lu Wen think. He shook his head in a hurry. Are you kidding? I'm a three-good teenager. Hello. Don't listen to him, senior brother. Why don't we go to Blessed Earth Ben? I've researched a new set of raids. Go with senior brother and you'll be guaranteed to get some superb equipment. Ha ha ha. Isn't it just the immortal tree fortunate land? Everyone can grab resources there. What's the need for you? Come on, senior brother. I'll take you to see some of Skywater Tower's specialties. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. A group of people were chattering and talking, making Lu Wen's head a bit big, but he wisely rejected everyone, because he heard a hint of yin and yang in Yuling's words. If he really went with this group of senior brothers and sisters, he was afraid that he wouldn't encounter anything bad. Not necessarily dangerous, but a little flirting is certainly inevitable. In the face of the invitations from the many senior brothers and sisters, Lu Wen was unmoved and only waited quietly for Elder Moonshadow to arrive. Not long after, a fruity scent wafted in, and everyone's expression shook as they hurriedly looked somewhere. This included Lu Wen, who stood on his tiptoes and tilted his head to look at the middle-aged beautiful woman who came out pushing a food cart. He was wearing a luxurious robe, and his appearance was 7 or 8 points similar to that of Moonspirit. Lu Wen guessed that the Moon Shadow Elder must be Moonspirit's mother. Although it didn't deliberately target anyone, the terrifying fluctuations that loomed on its body really made Lu Wen feel a pang of fear. Definitely a fifth-turn powerhouse. It was too late to lament. Moon Shadow had already pushed the food cart closer to the crowd. She was smiling and softly said, as before, 1 spirit fruit for the lucky ones, 10 for those who enter the pavilion. Moon Shadow waved her hand lightly, and the spirit fruits fell precisely in everyone's hands, and those senior brothers and sisters who had long been hungry and thirsty, devoured the spirit fruits the moment they entered their hands. In just a few seconds, the spirit fruit, which was the size of an apple, was left with only a core. For a while, everyone's gazes fell on Lu Wen in unison. To be precise, it was the 10 spirit fruits in his hand. A senior brother's eyes are almost bubbling with green light. If not for the rules again here, I'm afraid that they are not all going to come up and directly grab it. Eat it, it's your initiation gift. You'll love it. Moon Shadow laughed softly. Wander around the Skywater Tower more. There are still a lot of good things here that aren't worse than the Divine Abandonment Land. After saying that, Moon Shadow glanced at Moon Spirit again and nodded before pushing the food cart and disappearing from sight. Lu Wen looked at the spirit fruit in his hand, and its information instantly appeared before his eyes. Cloudy Smoke Spirit Haze, Platinum, Special Prop, LV60 Plus can be used. Effect, taking it can increase 150 points of free attributes, up to a maximum of 20. Note, this is one of the 3-turn spirit fruits born by the 10,000 colored spirit haze. Is this so simple and crude? Lu Wen looked at the introduction of the spirit fruit and couldn't help but be a little staggered. 1 increased 150 points of free attributes. This was almost as much as the boost brought about by him moving up a level. It was important to know that Lu Wen had passed the God and Demon level trial 3 times in a row, and the free attributes gained by other players from upgrading were by no means as much as his. Eat up. When you've eaten all the third turn spirit haze, there's still fourth turn and even fifth turn ones waiting for you. Seeing Lu Wen reveal a blank look, Yu Ling couldn't help but smile and urged, after you finish eating, we still have business to do. Chapter 98, The Underpinnings of the God-Fearing Pavilion. Business? Lu Wen was a bit puzzled. Couldn't it be that there were any other activities besides the welcome fruit banquet? That's right. Do you think our Seal God Pavilion is some small organization? How can you cultivate and upgrade with everyone else if you don't understand some of the resource underpinnings inside the Heavenly Moisture Pavilion? As he watched Lu Wen finish the spirit fruits, Moon Spirit and Xiong Meng, the two fourth-turn disciples, took Lu Wen for a stroll in the Tianshui Tower. Except for the top few floors that were inaccessible, the rest of the floors took Lu Wen all the way. Lu Wen stared wide-eyed. From the moment he saw the so-called underbelly, he felt as if he was a bumpkin who had never been to the city. The dazzling copies of the Blessed Land, as well as the various kinds of treasures and props, really opened his eyes. These blessed lands, secret realms and whatnot, you only need to memorize a general idea, and you can enter each time when the cooling down is over. These are the basic resources given to us by the Seal God Pavilion. If you want any equipment, just go inside and fight. It's just going to be a little bit harder. Moonspirit spoke while bringing Lu Wen to a huge stone monument. She pointed at the densely packed names on it and laughed softly. This is our Seal God Pavilion's own elite list, which can also be called the third turn list, and the fourth turn and fifth turn lists are in another place. As for why I brought you here, remember those blessed secret places, treasured props and whatnot that I looked at before, right? Lu Wen nodded his head. He could know too well that if he were to be placed in the outside world, he would be able to make the so-called big powers beat his head off in a minute. The degree of rarity definitely exceeds that of the key to heaven. However, it was this kind of heaven-defying resources that were placed here in the branch pavilion, but there were no less than a handful of them. It's just that these secret realms aren't something you can just enter if you want to. They require players to advance to the top 50 on the turn 3 leaderboards to be able to use them freely. Otherwise, one will have to wait for a minimum of 7 days for the cooldown. The gap between a super resource secret realm, entering once every 7 days and being able to enter at any time. One could use ones, but to think of just how big it was. If you want to enter the rankings, you need to make a comprehensive judgment in terms of level, talent, and battle power. And those at the top are not necessarily the strongest, but they must be the most balanced and well-rounded hexagonal warriors. Unless one of your items is truly so counterintuitive that it ignores the rules of the leaderboards, then forget what I said before that. Moon Spirit guided Lu Wen and placed his hand on a transparent crystal ball. Empty your mind and your overall strength will naturally be judged. Before the word come was even finished, Moon Spirit and Xiong Meng stared at the crystal ball with wide eyes full of strangeness, their eyes scanning back and forth between Lu Wen and the leaderboard. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's the situation? I'm actually ranked at the bottom of the list among the more than 300 fellow disciples in Tianshui continent? Are you kidding me? After seeing that he was in the rankings, Lu Wen couldn't help but raise his voice an octave. He had a super extreme equipment to add, not to mention breaking into the top of the rankings, but at least a mid-range level, right? What's the point of being at the bottom of the list? It shouldn't be. I've seen your strength before, senior brother. How could this happen? Moon Spirit was also a bit puzzled. Her first reaction was that the crystal ball was broken, but she quickly disproved this outrageous guess. All new players to the cabinet go through this kind of testing, and there has never been a problem like this. Moon Spirit's eyes fell on the crystal ball, and a message surfaced and was displayed in front of the three. Unnamed. Level, LV60. Gift, F. Battle strength, none. Previous record, none. F-rated talent? After seeing the results detected by the crystal ball, Moon Spirit and Xiong Meng couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What the hell? Lu Wen, who was invincible amongst turn 2 players, only had the lowest grade F talent? To be able to join the God Sealing Pavilion, the worst talent was S rank. SS rank or even SSS rank were not few. But what was the situation of this F rank? Master Lu, your talent. Yu Ling didn't even know how to speak for a moment. She stuttered and opened her mouth. Her gaze towards Lu Wen had a skeptical look for the first time. Class F? No wonder I was given last place in line. The moment he saw the test report, Lu Wen was instantly relieved. He had just been promoted to the third turn and his rank was at the bottom of all his fellow disciples. Not to mention, the rich black color mapped out by the talent was the most trashy F-rank talent any way you looked at it. As for the combat record, it's even less. A triple no-account person. It's good enough to be on the list. What else do you need a bicycle for? Knowing his own situation, Lu Wen had no intention of giving the two an explanation and asked instead, Elder sister, what are we going to do next? I don't see the charts being too accurate, so I won't continue measuring. Hey, really? I'll talk to the elders when I get there. It's outrageous that the detector can even break. Moon Spirit sighed. but quickly came back to her senses as she beckoned Lu Wen comfortingly. This detector has been here for who knows how long. Let me call the elders to fix it, and we'll test it again sometime. Now, let's go to the Immortal Tree Blessed Land and take a look. Trust me, after experiencing the resources in the pavilion, you definitely don't want to leave this place that can be called heavenly. Lu Wen nodded, but in his heart, he was not in denial. The godforsaken land was the true blessed land, with countless resources of all kinds within it, far beyond what the godforsaken pavilion could compare to. But this outrageous idea was quickly thrown out of the window after he experienced the immortal tree blessing. You've entered the fairy tree land. Requirement: waiting for the fairy tree to mature and bear fruit. Current progress: mature fairy tree, 0 out of 1. Tip 1. The higher the life level of the monster you kill, the better the quality of the fertilizer you'll get. Tip 2. The fairy tree has entered a rapid growth period and is expected to mature in 24h. Tip 3. The quality of the fairy tree fruit is related to the quality of the player's training. Looking at the small sapling buried in the ground, which was only as thick as his arm, Lu Wen couldn't help but fall into doubt. Is this the immortal tree? Am I in the wrong blessed place? The immortal tree blessed land was not limited to any level of entry, and Moon Spirit and Bear entered this place along with Lu Wen, but Lu Wen did not find the two figures when he looked around. Moreover, this sapling that seemed to fall over at the slightest blow, Lu Wen couldn't be trusted in any way. Ka chow. Lu Wen's brows furrowed as he hurriedly searched for the source of the sound. The immortal tree copy can be called the simplest and the easiest to obtain the blessing of extremely high-quality equipment. He has not yet updated his equipment after entering the third turn. He does not want to waste this precious opportunity. Ka chow. Ka chow. The sound keeps ringing, Lu Wen's sight keeps shifting, and finally falls on top of the sapling that is only as thick as an arm. No, it is already almost as thick as a big arm. On the top of its tree, there was also a young fruit that emitted a white halo, and Lu Wen knew that it was the treasure he was about to cultivate. As for what props can be popped out inside, it all depends on how good or bad this cultivation is. Chapter 99, Hear the Sound of Senior Brother. One day, and I don't know if it's enough, after seeing the changes in the immortal tree, Lu Wen began to look up suitable materials around him that could be used as fertilizers. A squirrel hopping by came right into Lu Wen's field of vision. He raised an eyebrow and casually picked up a stone and threw it at him. Bang! The poor squirrel was smashed to smithereens by Lu Wen's blow, dead beyond death, but an extremely dim, yet huge white ball of light burst out from its body. Is this what they call sustenance? With a wave of Lu Wen's hand, the white ball of light landed on his hand, and after scrutinizing it carefully for a moment, he placed it on the surface of the immortal tree again. There was also no movement from the immortal tree, but the white ball of light merged into the interior of the immortal tree like flowing water. At the same time, the surface of the immortal tree fruit faintly glowed with white light, as if it had completed the first feeding of the tree's life, shaking from side to side and looking extremely excited. It looks like it's right with my guess. As long as we keep hunting small monsters, we can nurture the immortal tree to become talented and finally bear a perfect fruit. Although he had figured out how to play this blessed land, Lu Wen wasn't careless. He had extremely high requirements for equipment and props, and the unusual platinum level props were no longer very attractive to him. Only equipment above the diamond level could make Lu Wen look at it squarely. He tried to go outside and hunt the small monsters, but to Lu Wen's regret, the number of small monsters was far less than he had imagined. During that time, he did encounter some bosses, and the light clusters that burst out of these monsters caused the immortal tree fruit's metamorphosis to further accelerate. In just half a day, Lu Wen cultivated the fruit to a golden translucent color. Unsurprisingly, this time the immortal tree will be able to produce a gold-level item at the bottom. But that's not enough, not by a long shot. Lu Wen looked at the flickering golden light of the dream fruit, and instead of relaxing, a sense of urgency rose in his expression. At this rate, not to mention the diamond level, I'm afraid that even the platinum level would be a bit difficult. Lu Wen frowned and contemplated, constantly thinking of solutions. Before he came in, Moon Spirit and Xiong Meng had only told him the basics, and thought that they didn't expect him to get a platinum level or higher reward from it. After all, cultivating an immortal tree was extremely difficult, and not only did it require a certain amount of strength, but luck couldn't be bad either. If we can encounter the random event that Elder Sister Moon Spirit mentioned, I guess there's still a certain chance of cultivating diamond-grade fruits. But how should this random event be triggered? Lu Wen sighed, feeling that he might have thought of the blessed land too simply. Even though countless players have gotten superb equipment from it, it was the result of time and luck accumulation, and it is not too easy to want to hit the dollar once. I'm afraid. As he was thinking, a flash of purple light flashed before his eyes. Lu Wen looked up and found a palm-sized obese mouse, carrying a knitted bag from nowhere, looking left and right as if looking for something. When it discovered the immortal tree fruit that shimmered with golden light, its eyes immediately glowed and it rushed forward. But as Lu Wen, the giant, appeared, The fat rat immediately panicked and hastily halted his steps, turning around and running. "Humph, want to run? I'll see where you can run to?" Lu Wen coldly grunted. This extremely special rat, needless to say, was a rare monster in this place. Killing it might have some rewards. Using it to cultivate the fairy tree fruit, I thought it wouldn't be too bad. Lu Wen dodged and immediately appeared beside the little mouse. He clutched it with a slap, and with a little force, he pinched it into a puddle of rotten meat. But the expected mass of light didn't appear, and after the little mouse died, only a small cloth bag with a flickering purple light remained. Lu Wen picked up the cloth bag and was just about to study it when 3 scrolls emitting purple color instantly appeared in front of him. This is... Lu Wen looked at the scroll suspiciously, thinking that it was a special prop that the little mouse had popped out. But in the next second, the purple scroll turned into a torrent and surged straight into the middle of Lu Wen's mind. Special Event 1, Purple Wave. Special Event 2, Fearless Forest King. Special Event 3, Sheer Eagle, Overlord of the Skies. You can choose one special event to complete, and reward Platinum Grade Fertilizer *1 upon completion. Is this the random event that Elder Sister Moon Spirit is talking about? It's quite a snooze. Let's see what it's all about. Lu Wen read all 3 special event contents in one glance, all of which were single-player quests to crush the boss. Nope. If you can meet other players who entered the Blessed Land together, you can also join forces to fight in a team. 2 gold level bosses, 1 platinum level boss, and they're all LV50 trash. Ha! Who is this random quest looking down on? Lu Wen let out a hackle. He didn't even think about it and immediately took on the Fearless Forest King crusade. Instantly, the coordinates of this boss appeared in Lu Wen's mind. At the same time, there was an illusory funnel that appeared within Lu Wen's field of vision. 3 hours? That's enough. Lu Wen sprinted towards the coordinates, during which he also encountered a few fat rats carrying purple backpacks. When he sees it, he just slaps one and gets them all killed, just by rushing around. He had accumulated a full 4 random quests for hunting platinum level bosses. With his current strength, dealing with a platinum level boss was simply a handful. It didn't even take an hour for Lu Wen to collect these 4 platinum grade quality fertilizers. I don't know how far the fairy tree fruit can grow. I hope I can grow fatter. Lu Wen drizzled the fertilizer on top of the immortal tree, and sure enough, the fruit fattened up by a circle visible to the naked eye. From the previous platinum color, it leapt to a platinum color, emitting a halo of light that was incomparably soft, yet radiant to the core. Unfortunately, it's still a bit short of the diamond level, and I'm afraid that time won't come enough. Lu Wen sighed, listening to Moon Spirit's tone. It would take an unusual person half a day's effort to complete 2 quests. Moreover, the one who hunted and killed was a gold level boss, and being able to bear platinum level fruits had already surpassed the vast majority of players. Sure enough, Elder Sister Yuling was right. Compared to strength, the so-called luck is more valued within the Blessed Land. With luck, naturally everything goes well. Even cultivating a diamond level fruit is not impossible. Time passed slowly, and Lu Wen stopped his hand movements and quietly waited for the blessing to end. Just then, a faint movement came from the bushes to the side. Lu Wen turned his head, only to see Senior Sister Ling Yu walk out from inside, holding an immortal tree fruit that was the size of a baseball. Hey, Senior Brother, gold level immortal fruit, have you ever seen it before? Call out Senior Sister to hear it. If I'm in a good mood, I might just give it to you. Call no? Hearing this, Lu Wen's face suddenly looked odd. He looked at the smiling moon spirit who was holding up the golden fruit, and the other party completely missed the large platinum-colored immortal fruit on his immortal tree. Call no, call no, call no? Hearing the other party urging up again, Lu Wen suddenly had a bad smile on his face. He, if you call me Senior Brother, it's fine for me to give you this platinum-grade immortal fruit. How about it? Moon Spirit's expression froze, somewhat not understanding what Lu Wen meant. Platinum, fairy fruit, you? She obviously didn't believe Lu Wen's words. A third-turn newcomer who had just come in and whose rules weren't necessarily clear, still wanted to cultivate platinum-level immortal fruits. Are you kidding me? However, when her line of sight moved and landed on the huge fruit at the top of the immortal tree that exuded a platinum color, her entire body froze in place, looking at the immortal fruit reward that represented the platinum level with disbelief. How is this possible? Chapter 100, Super Assholes. What? Is a platinum-grade immortal fruit all the fuss? Lu Wen couldn't help but cut out when he saw Yuling's stunned look. How about calling out Senior Brother and I'll give you this fruit? Yuling came back to her senses. She stared at Lu Wen with slight suspicion and said uncertainly, honestly, did you rob someone else's immortal tree fruit? There's also a hidden rule in this blessed land. By launching a pillage on others, one can obtain a certain share of the other party's immortal fruit essence, and in doing so, cultivate higher-grade immortal fruits. Lu Wen raised his eyebrows, not realizing that there was such a hidden mechanism, but he hadn't even seen a single hair in a day. Except for those little monster bosses, Moonspirit was the first players he had seen. Where to go to grab someone else's immortal fruit essence? I'm not so bad as to rob a fellow disciple's chance. In a word, call it or not. No, it's just a 3-turn platinum. I'm a 4-turn gold level. In terms of value, you can't catch up with me. Why do I call you senior brother? Yu Ling hummed lightly, then added, besides, when you cross into the 5th turn, then say this about senior brother. When you turn 5, and I guess I'll turn 5 as well. Your senior sister will always be your senior sister. Hearing this, Lu Wen couldn't help but shake his head and glanced at Yu Ling with some pity. Comparing upgrade speed with him, are you kidding? Don't look at Moonspirit's current 4th turn. Maybe by the time she was promoted to the 5th turn, Lu Wen would have already rushed to the divine demon realm. Comparing to him, is your head alright? Oh, I'll see what happens then. Lu Wen didn't continue to retort, smiled and snorted, and after Xiong Meng appeared, the three of them stayed until the time of the blessed land closed, before returning to the present world. While Lu Wen was still fumbling with the Sky Water Tower, on the side of the Martial God Hall, there was a roar and growl. Rubbish, if you can't even deal with a 2nd turn player, what use are you guys? Wang Ting yelled at the disciple who rushed back to resume his order. And this stupid bastard Gumois, not even letting anyone worry about doing something, letting him come to see me in person and letting you guys come out to block the gun. Humph, really the more you live, the more you go back. The disciple was trembling from Wang Ting's admonition, but he didn't dare to refute the god devil and could only bow his head respectfully. Elder Wang Ting he disappeared. Missing? Wang Ting's face was chilled. This Gumois, it couldn't be that he failed in his mission and ran out to avoid the wind, right? To come up with this kind of excuse, thanks to the fact that he was still a 4th turn elder, it was really a disgrace to them, whether he's really missing or not. Now, right now, immediately, tell him to get his ass over here and meet me. Now. Yes, the disciple led the order and left, but the depression in Wang Ting's heart was getting more and more pent up. He didn't expect that Lu Yuan's son, his strength was actually this terrifying, all sufficient to reign supreme in the 2nd turn. This caused all of the ancient medics who had forced their way into the 2nd turning city to plant themselves there. Although Gu Ming's strength was average, he was at least a newly promoted elder of the Martial God Palace in recent years, and still had some potential. Gullible and careless fellow, if you can't even handle a brat, what's the use of having you? He had thought that even if the outer hall elders were more wasteful, they were at least quite useful, but he had clearly overestimated those fools, and not only did they let Lu Wen go, but they also let the other party successfully hold a grudge against them. If this kid joins the ceiling pavilion, I'm afraid that his strength is not going to usher in a great leap. If he continues to send people, I guess it'll have to be a 4th turn powerhouse himself, but in reality, with my strength, I couldn't even break through that heavenly water tower, not to mention the terrifying powerhouse hidden inside the god-forsaken land. Now that the other party has advanced to the 3rd turn, there may still be a chance. Just let those dog legs find out the person and join forces to surround and kill. I still don't believe that your 2nd turn invincible stance can still continue into the 3rd turn. Wang Ting scoffed at this. A lot of invincible players in the early stage, after entering the 3rd turn, as if it was the same as the water and soil, completely lost the same courage and refinement as in the past. Among them, there is certainly the influence of the sub-profession, but more importantly, it is still since the beginning of the 3rd turn, the expert players save too much quantity and lead to anyone who was randomly pulled out might have been a genius expert of the same period at the 1st or 2nd turn. Under these circumstances, the likelihood of Lu Wen wanting to continue to maintain his reign at the 2nd turn was slim to none. Gotta rush those lapdogs, it's been so long, why isn't the done? Wang Ting pulled out his cell phone, and the moment the call was connected, he cursed towards the other party. Bloodcoat, do you still want to do it? Can you do it? If you don't want to do it, get the hell out of here. If you don't do it, someone else will. On the other side of the phone, listening to Wang Ting spouting Fengyang 5 sentences a second, Bloodcoat couldn't help but freeze in place, not knowing what was happening. How can you be scolded for a good reason? The repercussions of Lu Wen's beheading of the members of the Martial Gods Hall outside of the Tower of Heaven were even more exaggerated than everyone had imagined. A 2nd turn player, relying on an emerging force that had appeared out of nowhere, actually dared to provoke one of the 9 major forces of the Divine Star Alliance, the Martial Gods Palace, which was simply laughable. But it was such a ridiculous person who not only dared to publicly humiliate the Martial God Hall, but even when the other party's elders came in person, they were all beaten to a pulp by Lu Wen. Alas, it seems to be staged again. Our God Star's classic bridge, those big forces. Eating is really ugly. Rumors slander even if, actually in broad daylight, robbing other people's treasures by force. This pattern, upstairs, isn't what the Temple of Martial Arts says the truth? Facts my ass. Those big forces are so pandemonium. There are all kinds of people, Don't you know about the turmoil that happened in Tianjue City yesterday? At that time, it was the players from the Martial God Palace who were bought and paid for, and the Void Demon clan broke through the battlefield shackles. Otherwise, what makes the 3 turns battlefield, which has been smooth for so many years, suddenly have a crack opened up? Do you think it's coincidental? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't talk nonsense. This is a rumor against the Martial God Palace. If you get caught, that would be disastrous. Some people were concerned about the other's current mental state, knowing how serious the consequences of blatant rumors about a major power really are. Not to mention a 4th turned powerhouse. Even a 5th turn probably wouldn't have the guts to say that. Humph. What's there to say? Honestly, I'm the one who just came down at that 3-turn defense, and no one knows better than me what happened then. Not only am I going to say this, I'm going to poke it over to the Alliance's higher-ups and show them that these are the super assholes on the God planet. This adversary netizen was so bold that he immediately took advantage of the discussion post being added to the essence and frantically shook out the fierce information about the Martial God's Palace. By the time Wang Ting saw this report, 3 full days had passed. Grass. What's going on? What kind of cat or dog dares to come out and ruffle the whiskers of my Martial God Palace? Someone, open an account for him. I want to see him on his knees in front of me in an hour to repent. Chapter 101, Scarce Resources. During these few days, Luwen followed Moon Spirit and Xiong Meng and almost familiarized himself with the Sky Water Tower. Like the immortal tree-blessed land, there were many more pure welfare copy secret realms within the God Sealing Pavilion. However, the thing that caught Lu Wen's eye the most was the benefits on the 3 turns list. He hadn't known it earlier, but after seeing the rare materials and props that could only be exchanged by players on the leaderboards, it became clear just how vast the Sealed God Pavilion's depths were. Like the Divine Speed Potion that accelerated upgrades, the Reinforcement Scroll that bestowed blessings and reinforcements, the Exorcism Potion that resisted various negative effects, and all kinds of strange and bizarre things, Lu Wen was dazzled by them. In contrast, those of the best equipment and whatnot, on the contrary, were not that appealing to Lu Wen. Counting the time, it's time to practice leveling. From advancing to the 3rd turn until now, I've never brushed any decent small monsters in the Divine Abandonment. Lu Wen briefly spoke to Moon Spirit about his own situation, and then he wanted to turn around and leave. Remember to tell me when you transfer to a sub-profession. We'll go help you. Before leaving, Moon Spirit solemnly instructed. There is a great deal of uncertainty in sub-professional transfers, not so much in the direction of the transfer, but in the varying difficulty of the quests. You might get lucky with a random easy trial quest, but the benefits you get from the transfer process will shrink quite a bit. Similarly, difficult quests have more rewards, but they are not too good for 3rd turn players to complete. If the transfer process had the feudal pavilion behind it, the situation would probably be much better. Alright, I'm sure I won't forget about you senior sisters when the time comes. Lu Wen nodded his head in response, and then he entered the Divine Abandonment land. Within Tianjue City, Lu Wen's figure emerged. After entering the godforsaken land, he did not rush forward to the wilderness, but instead landed his gaze on top of the Sky Tree's crafting scroll. He was curious about this precious mobile fortress. After all, he had never seen a player's residence that could fly. Wood glaze, celestial water spring, sky tree seeds, power source, magic boundary group. Materials are quite a lot, and I don't know if I can get them all together. For the props needed to build the sky tree, Lu Wen had never even heard of most of them, let alone seen them. He had no choice but to go to the Eye of Heaven's pouring to ask a question or two. After arriving at the state city's quarters, Lu Wen realized that compared to the emptiness and silence of Diyuan City, there were obviously a lot more players coming and going. He also saw quite a few familiar faces among them, and he had met quite a few of his fellow disciples when he familiarized himself with the Sky Water Tower over the past few days. Lu Wen is here? Hey, our super genius. How come he didn't play for a few more days in the Sky Water Tower? Coming to the godforsaken land in such a hurry. There's enough effort. Lu Wen, team up or not, our squad is ready to go for an upgrade. For short of one and so on you won? Facing the enthusiasm of his senior brothers and sisters, Lu Wen could only smile and cope with them one by one. It just so happens that I need to upgrade as well. If senior brother is not in a hurry, please wait for me. I need to use the Eye of Heavenly Tilt. Hey, it's just practicing. What's the rush? You go about your business. We'll wait outside the door. Lu Wen nodded his head. Since he had joined the God Sealing Pavilion, he was prepared to completely integrate into this behemoth that was considered a superpower in the entire Divine Star Alliance. Getting on good terms with his fellow disciples was necessary in his opinion. After all, these people were at worst S-class super geniuses. Anyone had pride, and if he hadn't been giving face to the other fellow disciples, he wouldn't have been able to mix it up within the God Sealing Pavilion. After arriving at the Eye of Sky Tilting, Lu Wen paid a certain amount of equipment essence and then began to inquire about the origin of the materials needed to build the Sky Tree. However, the reply given by the Eye of Heaven's pouring was a big surprise to him. Are they all from the wild boss? So I really have to go outside. But this Sky Tree seed market actually doesn't even have one for sale? The Wizard of Greenfield. Wait for the time to have to go to this copy to wander around. But what is the meaning of this blood-clothed private marking? It's hard not to be really what I imagined it to be. Luan looked at the hints given by the Eye of Heavenly Tilt and his brows gradually furrowed. The others are fine. Either they are for sale, or the Eye of the Skypour provides a clear origin. But the only core props, the seeds of the Sky Tree, are actually only the sidebook of the Greenfield maze that can explode. The most crucial thing was the big words blood-clothes private, which made him wonder if those bastards from the blood-clothes dartboard had used the source of the world, fragment, to solidify this copy. Grass. If that's the case, wouldn't I still have to kill my way to the blood-clothes dart bureau's lair? Although Luan had always had this idea, he, who had just been promoted to the third turn, wasn't too sure that he would be able to penetrate the entire blood-clothes dart bureau all by himself. The number of turn 3 players gathered there was probably much more than Luan thought. After all, there were not a few players who were stuck at turn 3 for the rest of their lives, and he didn't believe that the other side didn't have monsters that couldn't be leveled up, but whose strength was already approaching the limit of turn 3. If I want to fight, I'll have to wait for my equipment to take shape before I can go over and explore. Right now, one still has to focus on upgrading. However, after the third turn, my talent atlas has yet to be lit, so it's not too late to wait for a new talent to be shuffled before going. Luan focused his gaze on the talent atlas, and with a thought, dozens of light clusters emerged. As before, Luan always stared at the most dazzling few balls of light, but sadly, none of the 3 chances to solidify his talent drew a single desired result. Luan didn't care about this. It was only normal that he didn't draw one. There's no need to rush when you can get a chance to shuffle if you kill the boss anyway. Luan's line of sight shifted and landed on the 3 major talents that had newly appeared in. You have gained the third turn talent, final damage increase plus 24%. You have gained the third turn talent, final damage reduction plus 29%. You have gained the third turning talent, double damage plus 22%. 2 ultimate series of excellent talents. A 22% probability of triggering the double damage ability. Not bad either. I guess it's enough for me to use for a long time as well. Luan was very satisfied with the talent that he had awakened this time, allowing his already outrageous battle power to increase another notch. Without further delay, Luan walked out of the gate and saw Lin Xian's few people waiting here. Come out. Let's go then. Let's go directly to those high-level monsters to find trouble. Guaranteed upgrade speed gaga. Seeing him come out, Lin Xian, the senior brother who had previously invited Luan, immediately smiled and spoke. Let me introduce you, Lin Mo. Lin Mei, my younger siblings, whom you met a few days ago at the Skywater Tower. This is Yu, and a teammate of my fixed team. This is the 34th ranked Heaven's Pride on the third turn ranking. With him leading the team, you're considered blessed. Master Lu. Chapter 102, Master Lu. Are you under pressure? A few of his fellow disciples smiled and nodded at Luan in a very friendly manner. In the God Sealing Pavilion, all the resource executives had long been prepared, and what they needed to compete with each other was nothing more than the rankings on the leaderboards. And that, each player needs to work on themselves, and it's no one's fault if they really can't get on. After all, not all of the disciples at the top of the rankings were SSS ranked talents. There were some S ranked ones as well. It just depended on the degree of talent development. If utilized well, it wasn't impossible to crush a group of Celestial Pride with an S rank. Good. Then thank you several senior brothers and sisters for taking care of it. Luan nodded. Having a group of high-quality teammates to assist him would save him a lot of time. This was also one of the reasons why the Sealed God Pavilion was more peaceful internally. Everyone was a genius, and there were countless places where they needed to cooperate with each other. As you go back and forth, the friendship naturally comes up. A few people walked out of the city gates and headed deeper into the wilderness. Senior brother, the purpose of our trip is in a dangerous place of yellow sand. Follow us. Dangerous places, as the name suggests, are special locales where the level of danger far exceeds that of the wilderness. Luan had entered the blessed land, so he naturally had some understanding of the dangerous places. Those places had many monsters, but the level of danger was also far from that of a copy or a small monster in the wild. Elite level hit the bottom of the list, and there were quite a few low-level bosses among them, and if you were almost lucky, the possibility of running into a high-level boss wasn't unheard of. It's okay, I won't drag my feet. Luan was very confident in his own strength, and at the same time, he also wanted to see just how strong the other people of the same rank in the Sealing Pavilion were. It took 2 hours of walking before the group arrived in front of a hurricane-filled valley. At this moment, there were already quite a number of players gathered here, all of whom were Elite Turn 3 players who had come for the Yellow Sand Perilous Land. 50 Efficiency Team, come with strength. Don't bother with junk. Recruit powerful mages to form a fixed team. Come with more than 5 million second wounds. Assassin warriors do not disturb. 4. 50 efficiency team, 5 short of 1 quick. The yelling was constant, and if Luwen hadn't been sure that he had come to the entrance of a dangerous place, he would have thought that he had gotten lost in some township food market. Oh, this side of the scattered players are also quite a lot. The strength of some strong and some weak, but most of them are not reliable. If you want to come back to this side in the future, remember to look for fellow masters and brothers. Do not add these wild teams. When Lin Xian saw Luwen showing curiosity, he couldn't help but explain. Then what do they mean by efficiency team? It's a bit hard to understand. For these specialized terms, Luwen, who hardly ever teamed up with people, really didn't understand. 5. 50 is 5 minutes and 50 seconds to brush a group of wild monsters. A group of 50. Players who are seeking for efficiency will definitely ask for more when forming a wild team. After all, entering the perilous ground is not without cost. You can stay inside for up to 2 hours and cool off for a day before you can enter again. Luwen's heart was clear. These were the first time he had heard of them, and he didn't know what gear their squad's efficiency was in. After giving Luwen another lecture on the do's and don'ts of the dangerous land, several people then chose to enter. You are disturbed by the yellow sandstorm. Minus 10% to all attributes. Swish. Just as he entered the valley, Luwen didn't have time to check the negative buffs on his body before he saw a shark covered in yellow sand leap out of the ground, its abyssal mouth open and heading straight for Lin Xian's face. Seek death. Lin Xian sneered, and the moment the sandfish flew up, his right fist suddenly erupted with piercing lightning. Under Luwen's surprised gaze, Lin Xian pierced through his skull with a single punch. Minus 12, 085, 942. What a high damage. It actually managed to break into the 10 million. Ha ha, the captain took the route of a martial arts monk. The outburst is not as good as those big daddies, but it's still okay. Unfortunately, it's still a bit difficult to maintain this kind of damage all the time. Lin Mo had a proud look on his face, realizing that it wasn't too easy for even a third-turn player to hit damage above 10 million levels. Not to mention that Lin Xian's kind of unarmed outbursts were even rarer to see. Low profile, it's just the weakest little fish. None of the really powerful guys have shown up, so don't pat me on the back here. Lin Xian waved his hand, a look of helplessness appearing on his face. Master Lu is the true explosive expert. I've seen his performance within the Tower of Heaven. It's even more powerful than a third-turn powerhouse like me. If you have that kind of effort, why don't you please Master Lu? Maybe he's in a good mood and can take you along with him in the future when he practices his copies? Ha! No way. Second turn is stronger than third turn? At those words, not only Lin Mo and Lin Mei, even Yu also slightly side-eyed. They only knew Lu Wen's reputation as a genius, but they didn't know exactly how strong he was. Now that Lin Xian said that the other party's strength might be even higher than his, it instantly made the crowd interested. Master Lu, why don't the two of us compare? I'm now LV72, although my level isn't very high, but in terms of outbursts, I don't lose to those heavenly prides in front of the leaderboards. Yu made a voice to invite him. He wanted to see what the strength of this infamous monster was. If it was really as exaggerated as Lin Xian said, the few of them could have gone to that place to take a look. Elder brother. This, Luwen couldn't help but cry and laugh. He had never encountered such an outrageous request since his transfer. Even if the other party had risen to LV72 and his equipment attributes were more than a step above his own, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to see his taillights in terms of overall strength. If senior brother Lu agrees, I'll tell you news of absolute interest later. Well, coming or not? Yu was a bit eager to try, and without waiting for Luwen to say anything, he took a step out and headed straight for a giant sandfish in front of him. Ugh, okay, when the time comes, don't say I bullied you, Luwen muttered in a small voice. He threw out a scrying spell and instantly saw the information about the giant sandfish. Yellow Sand King, LV69, Bronze Boss, Life, 390, 000/390, 000. Luwen's gaze landed on Yu. This pride that was ranked on the third turn list had already arrived in front of the boss at this time, and the opponent was also a Void Blade, the most skillful at bursting. As expected, the moment Yu struck, the life of this mini-boss exploded down a notch. Minus 50, 234, 541, minus 48, 544, 864, minus 60, 011, 231. In just a few moments, this LV69 bronze boss died in Yu's hands. Grass, worthy of being a Void Blade, this outburst is just hanging. A few seconds will second the boss several 100 million lives, much stronger than the captain. That's right, but, senior brother Lu, are you under pressure now? With this strength of senior Yu, It's estimated that there are very few in the same class that can beat him, not to mention the fact that you've only just advanced to the third turn. The crowd dropped their sights on Lu Wen, and a hint of curiosity flashed in their eyes. Lu Wen, who had advanced to the third turn, was his strength really as strong as the captain had said? Pressure. What's that? Lu Wen laughed, pulled out his plus 39 Unreal Thorn, and headed towards the other side of the boss. Chapter 103, The Dryly Shattered Yu Ban. Lu Wen merged into the shadows and his aura suddenly changed. Lin Xian and the others couldn't help but look sideways, curiously surveying Lu Wen who was approaching the boss. They also wanted to know what kind of strength this already famous super genius could explode with after advancing to the third turn. On the other side, Yu had already stopped his hand movements and his sight fell on the bronze boss in the distance. Same Void Blade. I'm more than 10 levels ahead of you. Even if the equipment hasn't been formed yet, it's still not something you can catch up with, right? But listening to Lin Xian, Lu Wen was able to burst out with a strength no less than his own at the second turn. How on earth did this guy do it? Yu was a bit curious. Both belonged to the same source. He couldn't figure out why there was such a big gap between their strengths. At this moment, Lu Wen had already arrived in front of the bronze boss. He didn't run behind the boss to trigger the skill like Yu did. He just made a light stroke and a tiny spatial crack appeared in front of his eyes. The moment the crack appeared, Lin Xian's few faces changed, their eyes filled with incredulity. Spatial Thorn? Lu Wen has actually mastered the most central skill of the third turn? That's a bit too fast, isn't it? Yu was astonished, knowing that even for him, the third turn core skill had only mastered the most easily exploded, void energy consumption mastery. But why would Lu Wen, who had just entered the third turn, know that ultimate skill? Yu was puzzled, but it didn't stop him from realizing the strong potential that Lu Wen possessed at this moment. And after casting Spatial Thorn, Lu Wen whirled around and exploded all the single output skills he had mastered. An aura filled with destructive power erupted and exploded violently at the back of the boss's head. The rich aura of death instantly enveloped the boss, and it didn't even have time to wail out as a blade of light wrapped in the power of space pierced through its head in an instant. Minus 740, 857, 149, blast. Minus 740, 857, 149, double damage. Asterisk 700 million? What the kind of damage? Ha! After Lu Wen exploded the bronze-ranked boss with a single blow, Lin Xian's trio immediately screamed in horror. Even though Lin Xian had seen Lu Wen's performance in the Tower of Heaven, he hadn't expected that just a single transfer would allow this one to reach this level of damage explosion. It's just nifty off the mark. The one who was most shocked was Yu, who was also a Void Blade, a newcomer who had just completed the third turn, and whose damage was actually as much as 10 times his own. Are you kidding me? Yu was well aware that the first burst was far from the damage limit of the Void Blade. Something like End, Harden Poison, or other skills that added damage were not able to burst in the first round, if the opponent still has equipment skills that have not been activated. Yu didn't dare to think to what extent this guy could really be fierce. Yu now the whole person is not good. After seeing the ferocity of Lu Wen, he was once proud of the damage. At this moment is like a soft pewter gun head, cannot be hard at all. His eyes fell on Lu Wen's dagger that flickered with an extreme halo of light, and a trace of imperceptible clean white flare suddenly flashed. Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes, and then, with an almost razor-sharp frenzied gaze, he stared dead at Lu Wen's dagger. Diamond-grade equipment. It's definitely diamond-grade, and it's also the type with an extremely high enhancement level. At this moment, he suddenly understood the source of Lu Wen's powerful. This Nima just entered the third turn to have a diamond-level weapon beside the body. Change who was not could it be that the Divine Martial King gave it to Lu Wen? Lu Wen's background was clear to all of them, and being personally absorbed by the Vice Pavilion Master made you have to suspect the source of the other party's equipment. After all, diamond-level boss is not only extremely rare, and the difficulty of the raid is so great that an unusual team can't defeat it even if they gather 300 to 500 people. Because of this, most of the equipment on Yu's body was still platinum grade, and as for the remaining half, it was a pitiful gold grade. There's no way. Equipment with good enough attributes and the right parts and level to keep up with it. There really isn't much of it on the market, and once it appears it will be snatched up. Hey, how good would it be if I had a diamond-level equipment? Lu Wen knew that his strike would definitely surprise a few of his fellow disciples, but he had clearly underestimated their reactions. Lin Xian's 3 people were looking at him with incomparably blazing gazes at this moment, as if they were like seeing the true god they believed in. As for Yu, the genius on the heavens remarks list, he was struck down and was so muddled that he still hasn't come back to his senses until now. Senior brother Lin, you've seen my strength. The small monsters and bosses at the entrance of these dangerous places are really weak. Why don't we go deeper, so we can increase our efficiency a bit? Lin Xian didn't half hesitate at Lu Wen's proposal and agreed immediately. Go, must go. Lin Mo and the two of them nodded frantically. fearing that Lu Wen would backtrack in the next second. When they first invited Lu Wen, it was only because they wanted to bring each other. How could it be considered reasonable for them, a group of 3 turned old men, to bring a newcomer to practice leveling? However, when Lu Wen showed his true strength, several people realized that this was the real thigh. As for Yu, Lin Mo glanced at the other party. Ha, false thighs, not worth mentioning. The Yellow Sand Perilous Land was big, at least bigger than all the copies Lu Wen had been to before combined. And the Perilous Land was strictly a kind of public resource, so it was reasonable to be a bit bigger. On the way, Lu Wen saw quite a few small groups hunting small monsters in this area. However, the efficiency of these players, in Lu Wen's opinion, was a bit of a crotch puller, and it took several times of skill to kill an ordinary elite monster. As for the boss, it's even more important to surround it as a group. It's not that it's impossible to beat it solo, it's just that the efficiency is so bad that no one wants to waste time in dangerous places. 2 hours tops, and a second wasted is a sin. When Lu Wen arrived in front of a giant sinkhole, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and his sight fell on the nearly 1,000 players assembled in front of him. What's this about? These players did not kill the monsters, they just stood around the sinkhole, looking down as if waiting for something. Ha, was it so lucky this time? Lin Mo couldn't help but light up when he saw this. He pointed at a yellow sand monster in the sinkhole that was holding 2 swords and looked like a humanoid. I can't believe we've caught the world boss coming out. What luck! No wonder so many players have gathered. Lin Mo looked excited. World boss? Lu Wen was a bit puzzled. As far as he knew, there was no world-class categorization in the boss ranks. That's right, this is a great opportunity. Just wait and see. It won't be long before many more great powers come over here. Maybe, we can even pick up a diamond-level equipment from this boss. He. Chapter 104 World-Class Boss. Diamond-level equipment? Lu Wen couldn't help but see a flash of suspicion in his eyes as he looked at the tiny Sandman gargoyle. Just this little guy, in his probing, is just an ordinary little monster, not even a boss. And just this can still explode diamond-level equipment? He. Brother Lu, you don't know. After the 3rd turn, there will be world bosses randomly refreshed in all the major secret realms, replicas, and dangerous places. If you're inside a copy, there's not much to say. Basically no one will think about raiding this boss, for no other reason than the risk is not proportional to the reward. The world-class boss is very special in that there's no cap on his strength, at least as far as I know, but this guy has a very interesting mechanic. It will keep growing from the weakest bronze-level boss, and as long as the player exterminates it for a certain amount of lives, this guy will advance to the next stage. Growing all the way from bronze level to diamond level is no problem at all. The only trouble point is that a special quota is required to round up world-class bosses. Special quota? Lu Wen asked. What quota do you need to kill a boss? Isn't this the equivalent of a field boss that can evolve? Lin Xian nodded, then shook his head. That's half right, but this is a dangerous place with countless players gathering here. Just to give you an example you'll understand. Generally speaking, the configuration for killing a bronze level boss is 10 squads, silver level 30, and gold level is 100. If the world boss level is at bronze, the number of players participating in the siege cannot exceed 10 at most, and even if someone tries to attack, the damage will be swallowed up by the special rules on it. Put it this way, you understand? If the boss advances to the diamond level, a maximum of 1,000 slots will appear. There are few people inside the copy. Even if you encounter a world-class boss, you can't raid it, but this is a dangerous place. Lin Shen looked around at the steady stream of players coming towards this place from afar, and a hint of helplessness couldn't help but flash across his face. If we don't get a spot, I'm afraid that this world-class boss will have nothing to do with us. Lu Wen listened and nodded his head indistinctly this time. It was actually such a special guy. No wonder Lin Shan said that it was a good thing for the boss to be painted in a dangerous place. Not only could he gather enough manpower to surround and kill the boss, but there was even a chance for the boss to metamorphose to a higher level. Just this siege quota. How did the quota come about? Does senior brother Lin know? Lin Xian nodded his head. He was just about to speak when he saw that humanoid sand monster at the bottom of the sky pit suddenly roar in anger, his body expanding away, and in the blink of an eye, he became a 3 to 5 meter tall little giant. Seeing this scene, the crowd instantly rioted. Irrelevant personnel, please exit the Yellow Sand Dangerous Land. From now on, this place is chartered by my blood-clothes Dark Bureau. A figure in a red tunic shouted. This voice, as if it had triggered some switch. Many voices bubbled up together here. I'll take this world-class boss, Ghost Gate Pass, and ask you all to sell us face. I hope we don't make any mistakes. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a world-class boss. Where do you get to pack the venue? The Olympic League, will be the first to say no. The big powers of the three-turn city jumped out one after another, all wanting to pocket the boss. although the siege quota was randomly generated. If the players here could be driven out and only their own forces were left, then it had nothing to do with the quota. It's all yours. What's there to fight about? Ha ha, it's simply hilarious that just you stinkers want to dominate the world-class boss. I'd like to see how many of you can drive away. There were scattered players who loudly rebuked, not giving these forces any face at all. World-class bosses were extremely rare, and its unique drops in particular were ruthlessly attracting the many players present. Trying to scare them away with the name of a great power was simply a dream. Good, very good, you bunch of cheap bastards. I see that you won't shed a tear until you drop the coffin. Brothers, drive them out. Kill. The Blood-Clothes Dark Bureau was the first to strike. At this point, they had already gathered hundreds of players, and almost without warning, they began to unleash their skills on those casual players. Large swathes of dazzling light erupted, and a dozen players were unable to react and were instantly annihilated by these sudden skills. The equipment burst out in pieces, but in the blink of an eye, it was reduced to pieces under the furious bombardment and disappeared without a trace. The Blood-Clothes Dark Board struck first, instantly igniting the entire Sky Pit battlefield. Those big powers of the Third Turn City had fired at those casual players, and for a while, countless skills bloomed in response. As for those casual players, they did not fear the threat of violence from the big powers. In the Yellow Sand Perilous Land, they were the main force, and together they outnumbered this group of great powers by a bit. Only, their cooperation was nowhere near as good as those big forces, and both sides lost a large amount of manpower just after they exchanged blows. Grass, actually doing it so quickly. Lin Xian cursed and hurriedly dodged the skills flying from nowhere. Stay away. Don't fight to the death with this group of mad dogs. If we really want to be besieged and miss this world-class boss, it can definitely make us lose money to our grandma's house. Lu Wen and the others nodded their heads and cast their skills to hide amongst the crowd. Although the Sealed God Pavilion was powerful, it took the route of the elite, and in terms of numbers alone, it couldn't be compared to those big powers. Lu Wen and Yu went into stealth at the first opportunity, and the rest of the few people also exerted their life-preserving means to stay as far away from the crowd as possible. Right at this moment, a golden light suddenly emerged from the head of that Sandman who had evolved into a bronze boss. On it the illusory funnel emerges. 59, 58, 57. You bunch of cheap bastards. Hurry up and get lost. If we are not chosen this time, we will have to kill you. Seeing the quota countdown appear, a Blood-Clothes dartboard player immediately shouted angrily, but apparently, his anger had no deterrent effect, and the group of casual players didn't give a damn about him. Ha ha ha, if you want a spot, then fight for it yourself. I'm not your father. I won't spoil you. Swish, a pillar of flaming light blasted out, directly penetrating the chest of that Blood-Clothes dartboard player. There was no shortage of experts among the casual players, and if they wanted to make them leave, they couldn't do it with these big powers alone. Time passed by. The crowd gradually began to tense up. The afterglow was always staring at the light pillar on the boss's head. At the moment of zeroing, the light pillar split into 10 and landed on 10 players. Seeing the quota appear, instead of stopping, the melee intensified. Because of these people, almost all of them were casual players, and only 2 Blood-Clothes dartboard players were chosen by fluke. How does this make those big powers happy? Just as they were about to continue rounding up the casual players, a light shield suddenly rose from inside the sinkhole, wrapping all of them up, and those players who were about to arrive were stopped dead in their tracks. Chapter 105, Crazy Infighting. The moment the boundary appeared, the 10 selected players had already begun to surround the Sandman who had evolved into a bronze-level boss. Most of those who dared to venture to the dangerous land were above the level of strength. But in just a few minutes, this bronze-level boss fell into the hands of a few people. Lu Wen could see clearly that there were a few blue skies and white clouds dropping out from the boss, and immediately, the Sandman boss roared with fury, and his figure changed drastically. Its life level had come to silver from a 3 to 5 meter tall giant that had violently transformed into a night boss straddling a warhorse and holding a lance. The pillar of light that had appeared earlier was once again visible from the crowd at this time, and there were a full 20 slots, but it was not Lu Wen's turn to take a few people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not really going to miss this world-class boss. I'll be damned. This is my first encounter. Seeing another player enter the boss siege battle, Lin Mo's eyes red with envy, wishing to replace him on the spot. Don't worry, there's still a chance. As long as this guy can be promoted to the diamond level, there will be a full 1,000 slots open. It will always be our turn. Lin Xian appeared quite a bit more calm, but the worry in his eyes still betrayed him. Obviously, he wasn't sure if he would be chosen by the world boss amongst the thousands of people, but the next scene was unexpected. When the second wave of players entered, they did not attack the boss, but raised their weapons and slammed them towards their fellow players. What's this? An outbreak of civil unrest? Lu Wen's eyes widened, and in his field of vision, The newly descended batch of players did not know what kind of agreement they had made, and at the first opportunity, they opened rapid fire on the first batch of descended players. In an instant, a casual unlucky person died under the backstab. Buzz. Golden light flashed, and immediately after that unlucky bastard died, another player from the outside world was selected by the boss and proceeded to appear within the sinkhole. It still plays like that? Then this boss still play a ball. Maybe the boss did not dry. This group of began to implode up. Lin Mo watched anxiously. He really didn't think that in order to compete for the challenge quota, those self-righteous big powers could actually lose their hearts to such an extent. Instead of killing the boss first, they started to clean up the casual players one by one. Mud. Sick in the head. I'll see what they do when they play off later. Lu Wen also reacted at this time, and had no problem with these players who were clearly organized and took the lead in discussing their actions. At this time, there were at most more than 1,000 people within the boundary, so if they really had to keep excluding dissidents, when the boss advanced to the diamond level, they might not even be able to make up the maximum quota limit. Convinced, I now doubt that these idiots will be able to get through the gold level. I'm so stupid to be here expecting the diamond level. Yu slapped his hand on his forehead, a little helpless about it, but he was not chosen by the boss. Even if he was anxious, there was nothing he could do. Marred. Each person stays within the danger zone for a maximum of 2 hours. Later on, they may be kicked out by the rules of this place, and they are still arguing here. Grass, don't let me go in the next round, or I'll make sure to cut those heads off. A few people kept complaining, but things weren't going to go their way. In the course of nearly 10 minutes, at least 40 or 50 people had gone in and been carried out immediately afterward. A small silver-level boss that could actually hold back many third-turn players was a joke to say the least. Grass, Sons of ES from the Blood-Clothes Dark Bureau, when we get out, we'll definitely spread the word about what you've done to all of 3 Turn City. Mud, World Boss Big Deal don't want it. I'll fight you guys today. Have the guts to come. If I don't fight, you guys don't want to fight either. The casual players within the Sky Pit had spontaneously formed 2 squads, resisting the attacks of the Silver Boss while being wary of the sneak attacks of those big forces from the Blood-Clothes Darkboard. Both sides fought back and forth, but anyone knew that if they wore it out like this, the Raiders' failure was inevitable. But the big forces were out there, and they had no choice but to drive the dispersers out, so that they could maximize their profits. Humph, wouldn't it be less of a problem if you quit yourselves? Have to force our hand? Ha, a bunch of cheap bastards. Naya. I'll remember your face. Don't let me catch you in the wild again or I'll kill you every time I see you. A loose player cursed angrily, but the attack was clearly not strong enough to even make the face of the person who spoke change by a fraction. Everyone knew that the Raider World Boss would definitely lose if this went on, but no one was willing to take the lead and stop fighting to this extent, unless they were able to distinguish a winner. They simply couldn't stop. What if the next round is filled with people from the other side? What should we do? No one was willing to hand over the initiative, and so it went on for another 20 minutes of confrontation, and after eliminating an unknown number of players, finally, a flat golden light came out of the middle of the scene. Both sides traveled to and from this side at the same time, and the moment they confirmed the person's identity, their skills whizzed by without any nonsense at all. Bro, be careful, a casual player voiced a reminder. However, the newly appeared figure didn't care at all about the sudden skill, and all of his attention fell on the world-class boss. Desert Emperor Gaelish, LV69, Silver Level Boss, Sealed, Life, 1, 825, 472, 380/2, 340, 000, 000. Good lord, not even half of your life knocked out after all this time? It's really okay. Lu Wen was a bit speechless at the bad things these guys were capable of doing. It was good that he squeezed in, otherwise if it dragged on any longer, maybe he was on the verge of being struck out by the rules of the perilous land. Good luck. Next, it's my turn to take over this battle too, Lu Wen muttered as his body gradually vaporized. Through the multitude of incoming skills, his gaze fell upon the disgusting red-clad figures. Well, let's take you guys first. Boom. The skill exploded. Smoke and dust rose in all directions, and Lu Wen walked out of the center of the explosion unharmed. Seeing the shock on the faces of the Blood-Clothes Darkboard players who had struck out, Lu Wen gave a disdainful heckle. Unfortunately, none of you have void attribute skills, or else you would have almost hit me just now. Killing you idiots is just the thing to get my teammates in as well. Bastard, how dare a mere casualty be arrogant? Give me death. After being surprised, the Blood-Clothes Darkboard players had angry looks on their faces, and although they were not sure why Lu Wen was not injured, it did not affect their preparations to launch the second round of attacks in the slightest. Still coming? Then I'll be just in time to experiment with the new skill. Void Wrapping. Launch. Chapter 106, Diamond Level Boss. The moment Lu Wen released his skills, 10 void hunting blades violently erupted. and in the shocked gazes of all the players, these bizarre attacks that pierced through space instantly lords over all the big power players, like a legendary flying sword. The end is a powerful batch. Asterisk 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 this dead? Holy, this is meeting a top-tier big shot in the Void Blade. If I'm not mistaken, this person used 2 third-turn core skills, right? Terrifying so, actually able to kill the group power dog with one blow. I'm afraid this person's strength has reached the top of the 3rd turn. This time I can always kill the boss at ease. The casual player couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after seeing how fierce Lu Wen was. Finally, a strong casual player has come out to do justice. Hey, I don't have much time left, at most half an hour. I guess I can only make a gold boss. I'm just a little bit more than you, but it's hopeless. These ing sons of es. It's grass. There were a few players with bitter faces, although these players from the Bloodclothes Dark Bureau died, let alone getting through the diamond level boss. It would be good if they could last until the platinum level boss died. There's only so much time left. There's nothing anyone can do. Buzz. The golden light flashed and another player added to the mix. They looked at Lu Wen warily, especially the 2 Bloodclothes Dark Bureau players, who were like enemies, fearing that this brutal guy would finish them off in passing. But to everyone's surprise, Lu Wen just glanced at them lightly and turned towards the boss. Advance the degree. Don't waste time. Lu Wen wasn't interested in wasting his time on these guys, although he had now realized that most of the players who made it into the Bloodclothes dartboard weren't any good. However, at this moment, the talent had not advanced. Even if he killed more, it would be difficult to make a qualitative increase in his strength other than upgrading his skills. With a world-class boss in his face, if he was lucky enough, there was every hope that he would finish upgrading his talent today. Without any nonsense, he directly exploded his full strength and fiercely blasted at the Sandman Knight. Ka-chow! The crowd only heard a spatial tearing sound coming from them, and the world-class boss that had been constantly sneaking up on them earlier, now had its head tilted and collapsed to the ground with its body falling apart. Holy seconds? Am I reading this right? This is a silver level boss. How did it give seconds so easily? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Didn't you guys see it? Just now the big guy exploded more than 700 million damage in an instant, with an attack speed that I couldn't even understand, and he took care of this guy in 3 tries. The crowd marveled at Lu Wen's exaggerated strength. They had never seen such an outrageous 3rd turn player, actually playing with a silver level boss as if it was a small monster. It was really outrageous. Grass. With a big brother leading the team, it looks like there's hope for the platinum level boss to pass. Some of the players with little time remaining sucked in a cold breath, and their gazes towards Lu Wen couldn't help but become fiery. Savior, this is literally their savior. With the existence of a big brother of this level, not to say that one could beat a diamond level boss, at least platinum level would not be difficult at all. Thinking about this, a group of casual players were like playing chicken blood, filled with energy, especially a certain singer player, who immediately put all his milk on Lu Wen. Lu Wen didn't pay any attention to the reactions of this group of players, as he kept his gaze locked on the boss. It had already transformed from a Sandman Knight to a more outrageous Mammoth Knight, and that huge body of more than 30 meters tall really brought some pressure to the crowd present. At the same time, 80 more golden lights surfaced. As the boss level continued to rise, the number of player slots gradually increased. Lu Wen glanced in the direction of the golden light and realized that Yu had already squeezed in. As for Lin Xian, the 3 of them were much less lucky and were still waiting anxiously outside. If we don't come in by the time we get to the diamond level boss, then we'll just have to slaughter the Bloodclothes dartboard players. Lu Wen was not a soft-hearted person, but just killing a few people was nothing to him. With Lu Wen's previous strong record at the bottom, even if this time the same came in, some of the Bloodclothes dartboard players, at this time completely lost the arrogance of the original flame. Honest as quail. Don't even dare to have half a mind. With Lu Wen taking the lead, the speed of the crowd surrounding the boss was obviously faster by more than 1 step, even without a command. The Mammoth Knight of the gold level boss didn't last too long and fell into the hands of the crowd in no time. Another burst of light erupted, but all those who participated in the siege obtained the appropriate props. Some players had a look of delight on their faces, obviously having gotten good props. Lu Wen did not even look at a glance. Gold level boss drop only. He has long been obtained many times. There is nothing rare, even equipment with attributes so superb that they couldn't be any more superb. As usual, couldn't escape the gold level category. As the golden light fell, Lu Wen raised his eyes to look, and this time, he finally found Lin Xian's 3 figures in the crowd. He gently nodded his head. The squads all came in. Then he would be able to let go and fully raid the world boss in front of him. As the number of players continued to grow, the kind of unrest that had occurred earlier never happened again. Among them, not only was there a reason for Lu Wen to sit down, no one was a little cutie. They know deep down that if unrest breaks out again now, I'm afraid this boss won't be able to fight on. No one would take that kind of risk, especially on the premise of offending a big shot like Lu Wen, and no one would dare to be a demon. As time continued to pass, when the boss that had evolved into the platinum level fell, a terrifying aura suddenly rose from within the sinkhole. Boom! Yellow sand filled the sky. Endless clouds appeared from the air. The crowd looked up and saw that the boss, which had previously evolved into a yellow sand giant, had now become a giant flying dragon. Its body length of 300 meters, above the dragon head, but also has 2 dragon horns, above the yellow storm-filled. Just looking from afar, the crowd can feel an extremely dangerous atmosphere. Buzz, buzz. Although the player campsite had also quickly replenished to the size of 1,000 people, no one dared to be careless in the face of a diamond-level super boss. Even Lu Wen is the same. His eyes fell on top of the dragon's head, and a message instantly flooded into his mind. Desert Emperor Gaelish, LV69, Diamond Boss, Sealed, Life, 195, 000, 000, 000, 000/195, 000, 000, 000. I wipe. Diamond level boss so outrageous. 10 billion blood. Not. This Nima 19 billion? Can someone tell me if this is real? Grass. What the is this about taking a headshot? No good. This guy opened his mouth. What's he going to do? Wipe. Get out of the way. The boss is going to open up. A tornado of yellow sand large enough to envelop the entire sky pit was spat out from the dragon's mouth, crumbling the lives of dozens of players in poor condition in an instant. Chapter 107, Battle Against the Desert Emperor. Damn. What the hell kind of outrageous damage is this? Just now a shield warrior didn't even resist a single hit. Dodge. The boss is going to open up again. Dodge. When the many players saw the flickering earth yellow halo on the dragon's head, they were all startled and hurriedly dodged towards the distance. Boom. The wind was howling and the dust was rising. The previous round of hurricane had not completely dispersed. This diamond-level boss actually had to zoom in. Countless players looked at the scalp numb. Even the group of the most meat players, but also did not dare too hard to take the other party's attack. Under a furious bombardment, the sinkhole was a mess, and players were lying on the ground in a heap. I don't know if the boss had exhausted its blue bar, but at this moment, it finally fell from the sky and hovered above the sinkhole like a giant python. Lu Wen saw the right moment and rushed forward. He did not rush to release explosive skills, but with the help of his own professional characteristics, he hurriedly hung buffs on himself and the boss. As the number of end layers grew higher and higher, the red and green numbers on top of the dragon's head continued to float up. Lu Wen saw the right time and directly struck the dragon's large lantern-like eyeballs with a void stab. Put. -893, 312, 429, blitz. -3, 133. 534, toxin damage, -3, 133, 534, -3, 133, 534, -10, 846, 851, bleeding damage, -10, 846, 851, -10, 846, 851. Terrifying damage emerged from the top of the dragon's head, followed by poisoning, bleeding and other abnormal statuses, which also erupted together at this time. Tens of millions of damage per second, far beyond the imagination of an unusual player. Even if Lu Wen did nothing, he could still crush the output of a large group of players with this damage alone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The big man is on a roll. Guys, hurry up. Someone saw Lu Wen start to explode and immediately yelled, "Punch punch punch. Show it what we're made of. Don't be afraid. Big guy. I'll milk you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't have much time. You dog dragon. Die for me." Thousands of players unleashed their skills, and countless streams of light landed on top of the Desert Emperor's head like a curtain of rain. And even with the physique of a diamond-level boss, it couldn't withstand such a torrent. Huge lives poured and slid down like a torrent. Among them, Lu Wen, a third-turn rookie who had just been promoted to LV60, was exceptionally conspicuous among this group whose average levels were all above LV70. But at this moment, no one had the time to wonder why Lu Wen's strength was so unbelievable. They only knew one thing: the stronger Lu Wen was, the higher the probability of them killing a diamond-class boss, a super existence that was so fierce that it topped dozens of players. Not to mention having heard of it, that was not even seen. The diamond-level boss roared repeatedly, facing the many players surrounding it. It was not willing to show weakness. Its skills erupted one after another, taking away a certain number of unlucky people each time it struck. Those players who weren't selected by the boss couldn't help but shout out in excitement after seeing the battlefield so intense. "Come on, Dragon King, go for it. Blast all these guys out of here and let me get in there and have some fun too. He. I thought I didn't have a chance, but who knew that a big guy would appear?" so now I can go in and dabble with the diamond level boss as well. Don't be too happy. There are hundreds of people who didn't make the cut. Are you so sure you'll get your turn? Above the sky pit, hundreds of players were talking, their gazes fixed on the diamond level boss, their bodies tensing up whenever their opponent unleashed a skill, fantasizing about the center of the battlefield that they would appear in the next second. But the level of danger within the sinkhole was more than they could imagine. After a few moments of engagement, both sides fell into the rhythm of a complete firefight. The life of the dragon's head was sliding down at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and even though it was frantically casting skills and the green recovery numbers kept surfacing, it didn't salvage the avalanche of blood. The player base, on the other hand, is even more miserable, with unlucky people dying every second. Although some of those lucky people from the outside world made up for it in time, they couldn't be happy that they were chosen before they were sifted by another skill shot from the Desert Emperor. The scene was a mess. However, Lu Wen and the others were gradually getting anxious, although both sides were now looking evenly matched, with no one being able to do anything to each other. The player camp's backup reserve resources were gradually running out. If they couldn't quickly solve this super boss in front of them, when the number of people in the outside world completely went to zero, if they wanted to continue raiding the boss, they were afraid that the difficulty would skyrocket several times. -741, 214, 298, -658, 128, 581, -858, 882, 828. Lu Wen was like a relentless output machine, constantly bombarding the yellow sand dragon. But compared to the opponent's huge blood bar, this amount of his output could not threaten the opponent at all. I'm afraid the only way to keep draining this dangling hare's life is to trigger more double damage, Lu Wen thought secretly in his heart as he looked up and glanced at the boss blood bar, realizing that there was still 32% left, and he was about to enter a berserk state. But if you look closely, you can also see that the number is still changing. 1 minute it's 32%, the next it's back to 33%. Even without entering a berserk state, the Desert Emperor's life was still recovering, just not as outrageously as berserk. Lu Wen glanced around the camp. Comparing to earlier, the output professions at this time were obviously a lot less. After a large number of players died, the last ones to replenish were mostly need shields or assistance. This was one of the reasons why the current output had dropped so drastically. More importantly, it was also the fact that the Desert Emperor had cast a move to change the sky and the earth. The landscape inside the sinkhole was completely changed. Countless quicksands surfaced, but any player who accidentally fell into it would be hit by several debuffs. Things like slowdown, confusion, sanding, etc. are as nasty as they need to be. Unless they waited for an assisted purification, they would be greeted by the Desert Emperor's endless skill shuffling. Luckily, the Desert Emperor's life had gradually approached 20%, and as long as he entered a berserk state, Lu Wen's group of players who were holding back their energy would open up a new round of frenzied bombardment. 29%, 27%, 24%, 21%. All brothers, victory is at hand. Full output, a player suddenly yelled out, and when he did, it was like he had flipped some kind of switch, and the player camp, whose firepower had been incomparably ferocious, instantly erupted into full strength. All kinds of increased skills open, single output moves with no money like constantly thrown out. -24, 314, 212, -19, 124, 391, -8, 589, 923, -5, 986, 889, -58, 938, 496, 19, 334, 632, 12, 353, 426, 12, 352, 346. In just a few moments, the diamond level boss life dropped violently by 3%. Chapter 108, Diamond Class. After the boss went into a berserk state, Lu Wen was equally unoccupied as he catapulted his skills to the extreme and frantically attacked towards the dragon head. Behind him, there were countless other singers providing him with game buffs. At this time, his output had been able to do 900 million wounds per second, and if the boss stood still, Lu Wen could even kill the opponent single-handedly. Unfortunately, this Desert Emperor's intelligence was obviously not low. Not only was he able to dodge the player's attacks by flickering his body, he also saw where Lu Wen and the others' formation was weak. As long as he crushed all of the little bugs that were harassing him, even if Lu Wen, a strong guy, survived, he wouldn't be able to pose much of a threat to him. Whoa! The Desert Emperor, who had previously been immobile around the sinkhole, had his wings trembling at the moment and violently flew into the air. Grass! How the hell is Nima still flying? This, *******. This also play a hammer. Early not fly, late not fly. Have to fly now. 1% per second blood recovery. This take the head to fight? Cut the crap. Long-range professions don't stay idle. Hurry up and output. Even if we can't kill the boss, we can't let this guy have a good time. Countless players cursed at the situation, but there was nothing too good to do, and they didn't expect that the Desert Emperor could actually be disgusting to such an extent. There simply weren't many third-turn melee players who could master the means of long-range attacks. What's more, the skills have to be cooled down after use, so how can the output keep up with the boss's blood return speed? Even Luwen had a frown on his face and couldn't do much too well with the Desert Emperor. With only the long-range professions left to be able to output, the Desert Emperor's life quickly recovered, and in just the blink of an eye, it had come to 40%. The good thing was, a diamond-level boss like the Desert Emperor couldn't be in a floating state all the time. That was something that only a turn 4 boss could have. By then, both players and monsters and bosses will be able to master the flying skill. Luwen looked at the Desert Emperor who landed again. His eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of gravity. He wouldn't be foolish enough to think that the Desert Emperor would only tangle with them on the ground. The opponent's home field is in the air, and it may fly again at some point. By the time the boss is alive and well, the players will have to keep dying at each other's hands. Under this circumstance, the probability of them trying to decapitate the Desert Emperor would be negligibly small. Looks like it's time to strengthen the skill some more. Luwen had killed more than a dozen big power players in the middle of the Heavenly Pit, and although these people hadn't popped out any good goods, there were a lot of skill points that should be there. If you want to enhance your burst, this is the only skill available at this stage. Luwen's gaze landed on top of Faceless Divergence, and then with a thought, the skill points all surged in like a torrent. You consume skill points x32, Faceless Split LV6 LV7. You consume skill points x64, Faceless Split LV7 LV8. You consume skill points x128, Faceless Split LV8 LV9. Faceless Doppelganger, LV9 consume 2000 mana to create 9 faceless doppelgangers that inherit 60% of the original body's attributes. The doppelgangers master all the original body's equipment and skill effects. The number of doppelgangers exists is determined by the skill's level. The doppelgangers can last for 10s. Cooldown time, 60s. It's comfortable. Now that we have 9 doppelgangers to use, the overall explosion will definitely be increased by a certain amount. With the addition of so many of my perverted skills, I'm afraid that even the Desert Emperor, a diamond-level boss, won't be able to resist. Luwen looked at the Desert Emperor, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. After topping up all of his statuses, he decisively struck, offering up his 9 doppelgangers and casting Spatial Stab together. Ka-chow! The sound of space shattering rang out, and everyone turned their heads violently as if they had sensed something. 10 spatial cracks were seen blooming around the Desert Emperor, and from within, 10 sublime chopping blows were violently blasted out. Minus 923. 314, 191, minus 601, 394, 889, minus 601, 394, 889, minus 601, 394, 889, up to billions of damage blasted out, directly knocking out a massive 3% of the Desert Emperor's life. Seeing this scene, the spirits of the people present shook violently, their eyes popping out as if they had seen something unbelievable. Even though it was hard to believe that this was the kind of damage that a human could deal, they didn't crap out, and without half a moment's hesitation, they collectively poured their skills onto the boss's head. Luwen's 9 detachments were still going strong, and under a full round of outbursts, the Desert Emperor's life plummeted to below 20%. As long as the Desert Emperor stops flying in the sky for the next 60 seconds, I'll have a chance to kill him in one fell swoop. Luwen looked at his skill CD and silently calculated the time in his mind. Not only him, the rest of the players were also secretly praying, hoping that the Desert Emperor wouldn't do anything else, and that it wouldn't be good to be honestly killed by them. In this anxious atmosphere, Luwen only felt that time was passing unusually slowly. Luckily, this time, the Desert Emperor was very facetious and did not spread his wings when his life was below 20% like before. With Luwen opening the Faceless Split again, the tug-of-war was finally able to come to an end. When the boss's blood went to zero and countless brilliant flares of light erupted from its body, the crowd was shaken, and the moment the dropped items entered their own backpacks, they quickly detached themselves from the battlefield and hurriedly ran towards the outside of the sinkhole. Run! The world boss is evolving again. Hurry and get out of here! Someone shouted a reminder, but after shouting this, they actually realized that they had already fallen into the last place at some point, and only then did they hastily shut up and focused on escaping to the outside. Lu and several people are also the same. Can take down the diamond level boss all the old effort? During the period I do not know how many players died. If he didn't know how to deal with a dark gold level boss, The other party was afraid that a random attack would be able to crush him into pieces. The moment before escaping from the heavenly pit, the Desert Emperor's place of fall suddenly erupted with a palpitating power of destruction. Lu Wen looked back, only to see a body emitting dark gold halo. Body length of 1,000 meters of the huge strange worm is slowly emerging from the void. It had countless compound eyes that constantly swam on the surface of its torso, but the eyeballs at the very front, which were the size of a small mountain, were staring at Lu Wen's group of third-turn players. Luckily, the crowd had all exited the heavenly pit when they saw the situation, and there was simply no one with a head iron who wanted to challenge the dark gold class boss. At the moment of exit, a vibration alert suddenly sounded in Lu Wen's head. Congratulations, you have killed a diamond level boss. Your talent for slaying gods and demons has been upgraded. Current reward level, diamond level. Chapter 109, The Emperor's Blessing. The moment the talent completed its evolution, Lu Wen was able to turn his head, trying to find the blood-clothes dartboard and the others. Unfortunately, the previously bustling heavenly pit was actually plunged into desolation after the death of the Desert Emperor. Ugh, these guys, they run like hell. Otherwise, I'll have my third-turn diamond level equipment. Lu Wen sighed. This group of players have a very bright head, knowing that killing a diamond level boss to get a lot of benefits. The outside world must have someone to think about. The sooner you leave, the better out of danger you will be. Good thing, this time, the reward from the Desert Emperor alone isn't too small. Let me Kong. Lu Wen wanted to immediately check out some of the boss drops, but he was stopped by Lin Xian and the others, who dragged him outward without saying a word. Come on, there's a bunch of dog noses coming, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. As time passed, word had spread about what had happened in the Yellow Sand Peril. There was never a lack of bold players within the Divine Abandonment. There was always someone who wanted to make a fortune. This kind of person didn't need to be more than one. Coming with 100 or 80 people would be enough to give them a headache. Aha, Captain's right. Get out first and we'll see what we get then. Seeing that the few people in the squad were so careful, Lu Wen nodded his head even though he didn't think it was necessary, put his mask back on, and walked towards the exit of the Yellow Sand Perilous Land. Along the way, they saw quite a few players with excited faces and green eyes. There were even a number of firefights that suddenly erupted for the drop resources of diamond-level bosses. This was a diamond-level boss, not to mention whether those big forces had the ability to hunt it. At least the possibility of a casual player wanting to deal with this kind of monster was slim to none. After all, if you want to get together 1,000 well-configured players to hunt diamond-level bosses, with this kind of network also what to be a loose person, simply set up their own elite group, forget it. Not to mention, but whenever there was news of a wild boss infestation, those big powers were like dogs that smelled, able to quickly arrive before the casual players could kill the boss. The same was true this time. If it wasn't for the Yellow Sand Perilous Ground being farther away from the town, Lu Wen and the others would have been devoured by the greedy players the first moment they left the battlefield. It was a relief when a few people from the small group returned to Three-Turn City. Finally back, leaning on those stick vegetables, almost scared me to death. Lin Mo sighed in relief. He was really afraid of being targeted by the red-eyed monster. It wasn't that he was afraid of how strong the other party was. With Lu Wen here, how strong could he be? Mostly, it's a pain in the ass, and once you get tangled up you can't get out easily. Yeah, well, it's good luck to have a scare along the way. Lin Xian let out a sigh of emotion and then stopped talking, focusing all of his attention on the inside of the backpack. Seeing this, the remaining few people all tacitly looked down at their backpacks. You have obtained Emperor's Blessing, Diamond Grade, ×1. You have obtained Dragon Sand Ring, Diamond Grade, ×1. You have gained Power Source ×1. You have obtained Third Turn Life Runestone, LV5, ×2. You have obtained -3 turns Defense Runestone, LV5, x2. You've gained Skill Points x57. You have obtained Strengthening Stone x200, 000. You gained Experience x141, 446, 240. Congratulations, level up to LV61. Life plus 1980, Mana plus 1188, Physical Attack plus 396, Legal Attack plus 99, Physical Defense plus 198, Legal Defense plus 148, Free Attribute Points plus 160. There's quite a lot of good stuff. There are actually 2 diamond level equipment. Even the core material for building the Sky Tree popped out for 1. Lu Wen was very satisfied with this harvest, and the only thing he regretted was that the 4 LV5 third turning runestones didn't have the physical attack attribute. Lu Wen, being a big dog, didn't have any nonsense, and immediately pulled out as many as a small mountain of strong fossilized stones under the shocked gazes of Lin Xian's few people. Master Lu, where did you get so much from? Lu Wen didn't say anything, but just threw the 2 newly arrived diamond grade equipment into the middle of the small mountain. The golden light continued to erupt, and occasionally a gray halo representing the failure of reinforcement would surface. But Lu Wen did not take it to heart. This is where to wear. Want to strengthen the equipment to plus 39, do not reincarnate a few dozen times. Are sorry for his nickname of Oh Huang. This is too hoity-toity? Really take the strengthening stone is not money Lu's senior brother. No, from today onwards, you are my senior brother. Quickly tell the child. From where can burst so many strengthening stones it? Lin Mo was teary-eyed and couldn't wait to immediately kneel down and hug his thighs. He boasted of being a genius. But in just half a day's time, Lin Mo had seen what it meant to be outside of people and outside of the sky. To give such a super genius as appended is simply a blessing for him. Oh, naive. You couldn't help but sneer when he saw Lin Mo's spineless look. I really don't know how this kind of two-skinned face joined the ceiling pavilion and became teammates with him. If you want to hug the big man's leg, is there any place for a little trash like you? He's the one who should be hugged first. Lu Wen ignored Lin Mo's juggling and focused all of his attention on the two pieces of diamond-grade equipment. After an unknown amount of time, the strengthening halo dissipated, and Lu Wen took the equipment, and only then nodded in satisfaction after setting it with rune stones. Senior Lu, can you show the child the diamond-grade equipment attributes, please? After seeing the flare of light representing reinforcement almost penetrate through the surface of the equipment and go straight to the sky, Lin Mo's eyes looked at it with his harumphs almost flowing to the ground. This level of reinforced equipment, not to mention hearing about it, he hadn't even seen it before. Upon hearing this, Lu Wen shook his head. The equipment attributes were related to the player's life and safety, and could not be shown to others at will. Besides, Lu Wen himself hadn't even looked at it yet. So where was Lin Mo's turn? The Emperor's Blessing plus 39. Equipment description. Tough equipment inherited from the power of the world-class boss, with unparalleled defense. Equipment level, LV 60. Equipment quality, diamond. Equipment part, blouse. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attributes, physical defense plus 29,358. Legal defense plus 17,290. Life plus 89,280. Reinforcement effect, physical defense plus 190,239. Legal defense plus 112,039. Life plus 578,534. Runestone, level 5 life runestone, 2x. Runestone effect, life plus 106,850. Equipment effect, Emperor's Blessing, active release. Form a wind attribute shield around the body. Shield value is 300% of their own life. Non-attribute or restraining attribute outside of the attack on the shield causes damage minus 50%. Cooldown time, 120s. Chapter 110, Sacred Lotus. Dragon Sand Ring plus 39. Equipment description, a symbol of honor for dragon slayers, with extremely subtle abilities. Equipment level, LV 60. Equipment quality, diamond. Equipment part, ring. Equipment durability, 100. Equipment attributes, physical attack plus 9,427. Enhanced effect, physical attack plus 64, 482. Equipment effect, can actively summon the Desert Emperor's shadow, with 1/10 strength of the main body. Duration, 300s. Cooldown time, 6000s. 2 pieces of extreme equipment. It's really not worth it for me to go to the Yellow Sand Dangerous Land to walk up. Lu Wen was extremely satisfied with the equipment attributes, and the skills were even more powerful to the extreme. Completely fulfills all his fantasies of diamond-level equipment. I hope that the remaining few pieces of equipment will also allow me to salvage some equipment with extreme skills attached to it. Lu Wen silently looked forward to it, but he didn't see Lin Xian's few people who had their harumphs flowing out on the side. After seeing the entire process of Lu Wen's strengthening of his equipment, they had no doubt that these 2 pieces of explosive diamond-grade equipment had definitely been strengthened by Lu Wen to plus 30 or above. They couldn't guess exactly how much, but just by looking at the sea of consumed strong chemistry stones, a few people could determine that the strength of Lu Wen, who was a bird's-eye view of the world, could definitely skyrocket by a hair's breadth. Senior Lu, I still know a good place. Why don't we try our luck again? Maybe we'll bump into another diamond-class boss? Although he couldn't look at Lu Wen's equipment attributes, Lin Mo didn't care about it. His idea was very simple, and that was to lean on Lu Wen. Through this boss battle he could see that Lu Wen's strength was unfathomable, and was not at all comparable to those geniuses he had seen before. As long as you stay with this one, you'll be able to eat and drink well in the future, won't you? And, did you say treacherous? You know the news of the diamond-class boss's infestation? Lu Wen asked in surprise. That's not true. If I wanted to know this, I would have already replaced the Eye of Heavenly Tilt and stood there myself to collect the energy essence. Lin Mo hastily denied it, but immediately added, it's just practicing anyway, so many dangerous places, so maybe we can encounter a diamond-level boss like the Desert Emperor by strolling around more? Although he felt that Lin Mo was bull ******ting, Lu Wen was too embarrassed to refute it. After all, he had no evidence. However, the matter of the dangerous land upgrade is considered settled. As Lin Mo had said, there was actually very little he could do right now besides upgrading. Just like that, within the next week, Lu Wen wandered around the major dangerous places outside of Three Turn City, and his level unconsciously rose from LV61 to LV64. Tianshui City. After the last mobilization of governors and ministers, a number of players joined the official loose alliance formed on an ad hoc basis with heavy promises of money. The Imperial Outer Squad. A name that is earthy and thin-skinned doesn't always speak well to outsiders, but there's no way around it. Daddy Gold gives more. This group of players who were trapped by their wealth had to put aside their innocence and began to head to the Turn 3 otherworldly battlefield one by one. It was said to be a battlefield, but in reality, it was nothing more than small fragments of worlds that had been broken apart by a terrifying force. Only, there is a void anchor point in these fragments that is incomprehensible to the player, connecting different worlds. The point of the player's presence on the battlefield is to grab these void anchor points and occupy them completely. On the one hand, it increases its external window, and on the other hand, it is a defense against otherworldly players or creatures attacking the God Star. At this moment, on the battlefield where the Void Demon race was located, a group of extremely strange-looking figures gathered together. Gentlemen, those two void rifts opened by the Martial God Hall, how exactly can they be utilized? Has there been any discussion on a constitution? The leader of the group, a demon clan covered in purple and gold lines, spoke in a deep voice. The promises of the people of the foreign race are most untrustworthy. Who knows what they are playing at? In my opinion, why don't we just continue our training in this realm's battlefield, and as long as we break through to the fourth realm, we can return to the clan to develop peacefully, adventuring and all that. I think it's better to forget about it. The other demon clan opened his mouth with a cold smile. Although there was a probability of obtaining an extremely rare world source by invading the other world, it was nothing compared to one's own small life. As the pride of their clan, they would have plenty of opportunities to obtain that kind of treasure in the future, and there was no need to seek death in the other world for the sake of the momentary speed of their realm. That's right, the 7th squad that went in before lost contact in less than half an hour. Even if all of us in this battlefield are added together and thrown into that world, I'm afraid that we won't even be able to make a single wave. Unless there's a strong person of the 5th realm or above leading the group. Those two cracks, he can open them if he wants to. Who hasn't forced him to? Several figures had different opinions, and after a long discussion, their gazes all landed on the purple and gold patterned figure that was the first to speak. In fact, the reason why the Martial God's Palace is willing to open up a spatial rift for us, aside from helping them clear certain obstacles, those fellows are also coveting our clan's sacred tree, and hope to reach a certain level of cooperation with us, thus exchanging it for a spot to take the sacred tree's fruits next time. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped. Are you kidding me? Someone from a foreign race actually dares to hit the sacred tree. Are you crazy? No wonder these guys were so kind as to wait for us here? That's a supreme divine fruit that can help one's muscles and marrow be cleansed. What kind of beautiful dream is it that a few spatial passages in the district want to buy us off? Some demons were furious, their mouths clamoring to teach the Martial God's Palace a lesson, but the crowd was unconcerned about it. They were clear that the Martial God's Palace was not some cat or dog, and it was understood that the opposite side was a superpower with a 5th turn powerhouse in attendance. With these 3rd realm juniors of theirs alone, they wouldn't be the opponents of the opposite side even if they were beaten to death. Not a few, dozens. The man who had spoken first took a deep breath and said again, the Martial God's Palace has promised to help us open up at least 30 spatial passages this time, so we can make as much trouble as we want in the other worldly realms as we want, but the only requirement is to help them collect the so-called life aura. Life aura? What is this? It is said that as long as we carry this item on our body, we will be able to draw on the energy of our opponent's flesh and soul when we behead that swarm of otherworldly ants, which is extremely overbearing. I don't know what they're trying to do by collecting the essence of their kind. All I know is that in addition to the spatial passageway, the Martial God's Hall has offered us conditions that we can't refuse. After saying that, this demon clan opened his hand, and a black lotus flower that shone with evil intent slowly emerged. Abyssal Holy Lotus? Chapter 111, Secondary Occupations. The Void Demon Race? These guys have appeared again? In the godforsaken land, Lu Wen, who was preparing to go to the dangerous land with Lin Xian and a few others to practice, couldn't help but stare slightly after hearing this news. If he remembered correctly, the last time he saw these guys was only 10 days ago. Are the defenses of the otherworldly battlefield hardly papier-mâché and that brittle? The frequent appearance of otherworldly beings in the current world was not normal even if one thought about it with one's brain. And even Lu Wen, who did not pay much attention to the outside world's dynamics, had heard the news. I don't know. I've heard that there's turmoil over at the otherworldly battlefield, and that spatial passages are constantly being opened, so we can't figure out what's going on. These guys are also bold, relying on a few small spatial passages they dare to invade over. They really don't know how to die. Lin Xian spread his hands out, his tone somewhat disdainful. The state city has seen alien unrest worse than this before, and it wasn't quickly suppressed? As I see it, this is something to look at for fun. This kind of alien invasion is something that happens a few times a year from time to time, and it's long since been seen as strange. Several people discussed the hotly debated news from the outside world, only to chat for a moment before their attention was diverted elsewhere. By the way, Senior Lu, how is your material collection going? Is it enough? Lin Xian opened his mouth and asked. No, there's still some missing. Lu Wen shook his head. Ordinary materials were enough, like the rare materials within the exclusive copies of the Bloodclothes dartboard. I guess I still have to think of something. Straight in? Lu Wen would like to. Not to mention the issue of strength. Most of these copies were placed in the safe zone of the city by the big powers. Unless one was heartless and wanted to be hunted down by the local forces of the godforsaken land, no one would be willing to strike in the safe zone. This was also the point of Lu Wen's headache, and he had wanted to anonymously contact the Bloodclothes Dart Bureau in the past few days, wanting to exchange that resource at a high price. But what made him dumbfounded was that even a person in charge like the Bloodclothes Dart Bureau didn't have a stock of skytree seeds. Even Lu Wen couldn't help but shake his head for a while when he recalled the conversation he had with the Bloodclothes Dart Bureau's Dark Master at that time. It's just a rare material that's of no use to them. How dare they Leonize me and ask for a diamond-grade equipment? Bloody hell! Lin Xian and the others also knew about this. They weren't sure what the Skytree seed was for. They only knew that Lu Wen was going to create a special prop. What exactly it was, several people could not guess at all. Lu's senior brother, don't be anxious. A rare resource is just. We are now outside the release of the bounty task. If someone to complete the best, no does not matter. The big deal is to pay some resources. We go in and fight ourselves is. If you want to enter the fixed copies of other powers, you have to pay a certain entrance fee. The price is high or low. It all depends on your conscience. But Lu Wen reckons that these sons of ES from the Bloodclothes dartboard probably don't have such a thing as a conscience. And if they want to go in, they can't do it without spitting blood it seems. Forget it, we'll talk about this later. I have plenty of time to wait. Lu Wen waved his hand, interrupting Lin Xian's few people who wanted to continue talking. After this period of time, the crowd had barely formed a practicing squad with Lu Wen as the core. The team rules don't explicitly say so, but it's always good to listen to your core thighs. By the way, Senior Brother Lin, have you guys transferred to a secondary job? Turned. What's wrong? Lin Xian looked up in surprise, not knowing what Lu Wen meant by this. Could it be that you want to transfer now, Master Lu? Well, there's that idea. Anyway, leveling is terribly efficient right now. Adding an extra side job shouldn't be too much of a problem for me. Lu Wen wanted to wait until he was stronger before transferring, but after thinking about it, he decided to complete the transfer task before it was too late. He had previously tested that if his natural ability was activated, there was a high probability that the goods that came out would belong to his profession. In other words, even if he was prepared to switch to a meat shield profession like the Holy Shield Cleric, he would not be able to accumulate the equipment and skill books for those professions at this stage. Equipment is good, whether you buy it from the market or explode it from a boss. The difficulty is still manageable, but for skill books, Lu Wen looked at his skill panel. Working his way up to the third turn, the total number of skills was still not more than 13. It also includes 3 core skills per transfer, as well as the initial skill of backstab. It can be said that the difficulty of obtaining wild skill books is not a star higher than equipment. If Senior Brother Lu wants to change jobs, it's best to contact Senior Sister Moon Spirit and the others first. Although it's not difficult to transfer to a secondary profession, it's very troublesome, especially the transfer quests. If we keep failing to cycle through the quests we want, we can be stuck for 10 days and half a month on this step alone. Senior Sister Yuling probably still has quite a few transfer materials in her hands. In our branch pavilion, she has always been the one in charge of the sub-profession transfers for us third-turn disciples. Lin Xian reminded. Well, Elder Sister Moon Spirit did say that I should look for her before I transfer. Lu Wen nodded, and after chatting with a few more people for a while, he returned to the present Heavenly Water Tower. Following the contact information that Moon Spirit had left for him, Lu Wen quickly found the other party. If you're not practicing in the godforsaken land, why do you have the time to come over to my place? Moon Spirit smiled and said. She made a pot of tea, and in Lu Wen's astonished gaze, she took out another spirit fruit and set it on the table. We'll talk about what's going on later. Let's eat this first. Adhering to the idea of not taking advantage of a bargain, Lu Wen swallowed this spirit fruit in a few mouthfuls. A spirit fruit was equivalent to rising one level out of thin air. If not for the upper limit on the number of times the spirit fruit could be used, he would have hated to be eating like crazy every moment of every day. The premise is that Rudd has to have it. Senior Sister, This time I'm looking for you because I want to ask about the sub-profession. Ha! I remember you told me that you wouldn't consider transferring until you were close to the 4th turn. Why are you thinking about it now? Luwen had to put himself out there. I'm upgrading too fast. My equipment and stuff aren't even molded. My level rattles upwards. This kind of flimsy feeling. I don't like it too much. To be precise, Luwen hadn't found the right opportunity to strike. With Lin Xian and the others around, it wasn't good for him to inexplicably kill the Bloodclothes dartboard and other big power players. Moreover, Luwen suddenly considered that his kind of killing spree might not have been much of an impact before the 3rd turn. But if you get to the 4th turn, players die in the land of god abandonment that is really dead. What if some ungrateful one kept leaning on him? Would he kill or not? If it is seen, Luwen suddenly has a bit of a headache. Perhaps he can only go to the otherworldly battlefield to solve this hidden danger. Well, you kind of have a point, but why do I get the feeling you're in Versailles? Moonspirit quietly rolled a good-looking white eyes. How many people can't wait for themselves to upgrade quickly? This guy is good, but also think that he is upgrading too fast. Do you see what a human being is saying? Nothing, just being honest. Luwen hastily shook his head, but he said this half-heartedly, and he awakened the same period of time players are still in a turn around it. If you do not restrain a little bit, he was afraid that he directly jumped to the 4th turn to go. Okay, since you want to transfer, I won't stop you. Follow me. Today, I'll let you see another of our Sealing God Pavilion's underpinnings, the 10,000 Laws Building. Chapter 112, The House of 10,000 Laws. Manhwa House? It was the first time Luwen had heard of this unfamiliar name. Well, the reason I didn't bring you here before is because this place is on one of the topmost floors of the Skywater Tower, and it's almost unlikely for a 3rd turn disciple to want to come up here unless they switch to a secondary profession. Ling Yu and Luwen explained. Let's ask you to look for me when you transfer. Not only because I'm in charge of this section, but also because there are more doors within the vice profession than the average person would think. How can you, a newcomer who hasn't been awakened for long, know that much? Speaking of this, Ling Yu glanced at Luwen without a trace. This guy, upgrading can be really fast. In just a month or so of work, it jumped all the way up from awakening to the 3rd turn. For an ordinary heaven's pride to reach this realm, it would take at least half a year or a year. Luwen nodded at his words and then followed Ling Yu to where the 10,000 Laws building was located. It was said to be a building, but it was actually a giant bookcase made up of countless scrolls stacked on top of each other. Luwen visually estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of rare scrolls placed here, which could be seen from the special halo emanating from its surface alone. Moonspirit pointed at the scroll and said softly, "Here are all the rare resources left behind by the seniors in the pavilion. Compared to the ordinary vice professions in the outside world, we're harboring quite a few special professions that haven't yet appeared. Transfer scrolls like Pact Summoner, Spectral Emissary, Holy Dragon Knight, and the like, all of them." Ling Yu introduced herself to Luwen while casually pulling out a scroll and handing it to Luwen. "If you like a certain scroll, just take it and it will guide you through the transfer in the godforsaken land." Luwen took the scroll and realized that it was actually a huge transfer ensemble, with all the sub-professions owned by Manifestation House recorded in detail inside. Among them, he also saw all the initial transfer professions, including his Shadow Hunter was also on it. Shadow Hunter, Physical Assassin, Positioning, High Explosive Crunchy Skin, Attributes, Attack S Defense D Physique C Speed S Attack Distance, Near, Core, Shadow Strike and Deadly Strike. Promotion, Stalker Knight Owl Faceless Void Blade Spectral Rambler Lord of Silence, High Burst Crunchy? Oh, do I count as crunchy? Luwen couldn't help but let out a light laugh after glancing at the outrageous life attributes on the panel. If he's crunchy, how meaty does a real MT have to be? Luwen didn't dare to imagine it, but his interest was clearly piqued by the scroll. He cruised his sight back and forth, trying to see if there was a suitable secondary occupation for him. At first he was planning to switch to a meat shield occupation such as a Holy Shield Cleric, to be truly able to resist in fight, but after seeing so many uncharted side professions, Luwen immediately changed his mind. Ling Yu did not disturb Luwen, and after seeing the other party completely immersed, she silently left the place. Since the 10,000 Laws building was called 10,000 Laws, not to say that there were really tens of thousands of them, but there were indeed several thousand professions large enough for Luwen to choose from. Among them, most of them are mainly living professions, specializing in a variety of things. In order to follow up the consideration, Luwen deliberately read all of them. Time passed slowly, and for 2 consecutive days, Luwen all soaked in. When Yuling found Luwen again, she was suddenly stunned by the other party's question. "Elder sister, I want to know, how do you get all these sub-professional roles to turn? How do you get them? What? There are so many careers out there, and you can't get your eye on any of them?" Moon Spirit was a bit unbelievable. An ordinary person could just take a scroll in there to transfer their job and change their fate. Luwen is good, actually asked about the source of the scrolls. Is it possible that he can't see these and wants to fight himself? That's not true. The House of 10,000 Laws does have a lot of professions that are very powerful, and even if you transfer to a secondary profession, you can still play a huge role. But I see that there are strong and weak professions, and the gap is very obvious. Are these professions categorized by certain levels that I don't know about? Luwen cared a lot about this. The sub-profession transfer concerned his future direction. Luwen didn't dare to be sloppy and careless, and he wasn't prepared to use these scrolls of the 10,000 Laws building until he got a positive answer. Level. This does have, but the highest within the manifestation building is a legendary profession. Is this not enough for you? Legendary? That's right, it's a very high rating, just like the transfer trial. Sub-professions are divided into ordinary, excellent, perfect, legendary, divine and demonic. Like these professions we've awakened, the grades are between excellent and perfect, and how strong they are all depends on whether or not the core skills can be fully activated. There are also more core skills, the closer the level is to perfection. Moonspirit patiently explained with Luwen. Therefore, these legendary profession scrolls from our manifestation building are precious as you can imagine. After all, if the average person wants to obtain these, they can't even think about it without being ranked in the top 10 on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Luwen nodded his head. It seemed that Moonspirit was giving herself a convenient door. Although his strength may not be worse than the top 10 of the list, he has not been reviewed again and his ranking is still at the bottom of the list. Strictly speaking, if one took away the legendary profession scroll from the manifestation tower, one would be breaking the rules of the sealed god pavilion. I know. Seeing Luwen reveal a dazed look, Lingyu thought that the other party had understood her meaning. However, Luwen's next sentence almost dry quenched the fire for her as a fourth turn player. Since there are legendary class professions, is there a god devil class? Also, where did all these sub-profession scrolls come from? I didn't even see any of these things dropping last time when I killed the world-class boss with Lin Xian and the others. God demon level? Moonspirit screamed out as if she had heard something unbelievable. Do you really think that vice profession scrolls are cabbages? We don't even have a few legendary grade scrolls, and you have the luxury of being on the divine and demonic grade? Luwen helplessly spread his hands. I don't want to. The point is, these legendary profession are strong, but there's no profession I want. As for the perfect level, Luwen didn't even look at it. His current profession was rated divine and demonic every time he transferred. There are more than enough core skills to go around. Luwen estimated that as long as he kept going at the current pace, Shadowhunt might not be unable to break through the shackles of the perfect grade or even the legend grade, and mangled all the way to the divine demon grade. After all, Moonspirit had also said that the strength of these professions that could be transferred upon awakening all depended on core skill development. Since this was the case, it made sense for Luwen to develop this profession to the divine demon level, didn't it? Alas, forget it, transferring is your own business. I can't say anything more. But the vice profession scrolls, apart from the mystic merchant side, there's only the other side of the otherworldly battlefield left to obtain at the third turn stage. However, with your current strength, if you go to the otherworldly battlefield, Chapter 113, The Secret Realm of the Gods and Demons, an otherworldly battlefield? Luwen frowned slightly. This battlefield connecting different worlds was something he would definitely go to. Only, he felt that it seemed a bit early to go against those otherworldly players. Nowadays, Luwen still had a bunch of things left to do in his hands, and it was impossible to waste at least half a month to go to the otherworldly battlefield to fight for the third turning scroll. Besides, it was still a matter of where one could obtain a divine and demonic grade scroll. Luwen had previously understood the rules of the otherworldly battlefield when he had chatted with Lin Xian and the others, but anyone who entered had to follow the orders of the so-called Supreme Governor. There is very little freedom to do what you want at all. Spirit Moon had no doubt about his strength, but the battle over at the otherworldly battlefield was similar to two armies facing each other, and the role that individual strength could play was extremely limited. Unless there was a special battlefield opened up that allowed players to kill freely, that would be the right place for him. Is there no other way besides this? Luwen asked reluctantly. Nope, there is a fourth turn, but most players complete their transfers at the third turn, so unless there are special circumstances, there's not much point in dragging it out hard until the fourth turn. Of course, if you really don't see the collection of the House of 10,000 Laws, whether you go to the otherworldly battlefield or wait to be promoted to the fourth turn, it all depends on your personal mood. For this kind of choice concerning one's future development, even Spirit Moon would only guide from the sidelines and not force the will of the Seal God Pavilion disciples. Luwen couldn't even look at the legendary level sub-professions, and she knew that she wouldn't be able to persuade this super heavenly pride no matter what. Well, it seems I was greedy. How can something so rare be obtained from too many sources? Luwen shook his head, and after chatting with Lingyu for a while longer, he then entered the godforsaken land. The vice profession can't be done. The sky tree is still short of some materials. So now, Luwen took out a scroll from his backpack and his gaze fell on it. There's only to see what kind of holy land of opportunity this divine demon palace is. The item that exists on the highest level of the 8 square tower is definitely not simple. Luwen plans to use up this scroll at LV59, but it was not to be, and it was delayed until now. Ka-chow. Luwen crushed it in one hand and his entire body disappeared into thin air. The 100th player. Finally. Well, I hope it's a good seedling. Lao-san, go take a look and accept it if you can. The Divine Demon Palace hasn't encountered any decent geniuses for a long time. Good. The pressure from Heavenly Eclipse's side has been increasing lately. If we keep dragging it out, I'm afraid we won't be able to get through the next final revenge with our current condition. In the distant void, a group of illusory figures exchanged divine thoughts, and in a short moment, countless thoughts auroras flashed by. They come together and quickly separate. The void fluctuated and the waves surged wildly, but they were smoothed out by time and returned to calm. The illusory figure disappeared as if from appearing. A bit of starlight from the void lit up. If you look closely, starlight inside is actually a complete world. At this moment, within this world, there were 100 Heaven's Pride players from various worlds. You've entered the secret world of the gods and demons. When Luwen crushed the invitation, he only felt a heavenly rotation, and when he opened his eyes again, he came to this strange place. Luwen raised his eyes and looked around. Ancient trees were in the sky. Huge things were flying across the sky. And even more countless strange creatures suddenly emerged and collectively rushed towards Luwen's direction. What a hospitable bunch! Luwen skimmed his lips as his figure was hidden in the shadows, and he did not make a move to solve these strange creatures. This so-called secret realm of gods and demons was strangely strange. There were no hints, and it was completely different from what Luwen usually encountered. He was now in the dark and couldn't figure out the situation. To be on the safe side, Luwen didn't rush to make a move, but carefully explored the surroundings. Half a day later, Luwen stopped and parked next to a pool of water, his eyes looking behind him. Come out. Stealth in front of me is useless. Buzz. An illusory figure emerged. A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. His stealth skill was already as high as LV7. How did this guy discover himself? Brother, I mean no harm. Seeing as you're wandering around here alone, I assume you're also a new player who came in with an invitation, right? With that, he waved his hand and put the dagger into his backpack while smiling and walking towards Luwen. Only a hint of caution was always in his eyes. It wasn't always a good thing to meet another player in a completely unfamiliar world. However, he was confident that as long as he came in through the invitation within the 8 Directions Tower, there was no way he could be his opponent. LV42? The scrying technique was thrown out, and Luwen immediately saw the brightly shining rank on his opponent's head. His face showed a trace of odd color. Just 2 turns will come to the god and the devil's secret realm to break into the world? Luwen didn't know the specifics of the other players or the rules here, so to be on the safe side, he returned the same smirk towards his opponent. Yeah, doesn't everyone come in by invitation? I've been in here for a while. I just don't know what exactly the Divine Demon Mystery Realm has us doing. There's no hint message or other guidance. Hey, this makes me as annoying as a headless fly. Luwen sighed. He was telling the truth. He'd even traveled an unknown distance through an entire giant forest. But not to mention message alerts, there wasn't even a blip. If he hadn't met the person in front of him, Luwen would have suspected that there was something wrong with the invitation. For now, things seem to be under control. Yeah, I'm pretty confused too. By the way, my name is Mo Xing. What's brother's name? Wu Liuqi. Just call me fifth brother. It didn't matter if Mo Xing believed it or not. Luwen made up a random name to fool him anyway. Fifth brother is really good at joking. Mo Xing let out an awkward laugh. He laughed coldly in the bottom of his heart. Fooling ghosts with this kind of fake name? That said, has fifth brother noticed that this secret realm appears to be a bit different from our original world? As the strongest player in the underworld continent this session, Mo Xing knew that the person in front of him was not a native being of the underworld at the first sight of Luwen. It was thought that Wu Liuqi was also a strong newcomer among the otherworldly players. Otherwise, if there was a second person in the Styx continent who had gotten the invitation, with his identity as the eldest son of the Styx heavenly god, he would definitely be the first to know the other party's identity. Well, no matter whether it's a small monster or a boss, the beings within the secret area are all ridiculously large, just like they've been given an enlarging agent. Luwen nodded, thinking that Mo Xing should be referring to these things. Chapter 114, Mysterious Giant Hand. When I first descended to this place, there was a monster with green hair all over his body that attacked me frantically. At that time I didn't think much about it, seeing that the small monster wasn't of a high level, so I just took care of him. But, Mo Xing swallowed his saliva, and his pupils contracted slightly, as if he had thought of something horrible. After that green-haired monster died, Its entire body was naturally dissipated and disintegrated into countless tiny particles after just a few moments. I can feel that these particles contain most of the energy from that little monster. I wanted to grab them and study them, but unfortunately, they seemed to be guided by some kind of guidance and flew directly into the sky, before disappearing completely. There's such a thing? Lu Wen raised an eyebrow. The little monsters here, the way they died seemed to be different from the God Star as well. In order to experiment with what Mo Xing had said, Lu Wen purposely found a small monster and cut it in half with a single strike. -34, 492, 139. Seeing Lu Wen casually deal tens of millions of damage with a single strike, Mo Xing, a super genius from the other world who had punched through the 40th floor of the 8 Directions Tower, froze in place. It wasn't until the monster disintegrated and dissipated, reverting back to heaven and earth, that he reacted. Lie, Mo Xing exclaimed out loud, looking at Lu Wen as if he was looking at a monster. He pointed his finger at the other party, his body not knowing whether it was due to excitement or fear, thus gently trembling. You're not new? Who the hell are you? Lu Wen glanced back at Mo Xing and didn't pay attention to this dirt dog. Tens of millions of damage and you're scared? If he were to see the damage he dealt in a full burst, wouldn't this guy blow up? Lu Wen turned back to attention. He had just decimated a LV-56 mini-monster and had specially come to verify what Mo Xing had said. The result was unexpected for Lu Wen. He also felt a familiar power from these particles just now. That was the unique energy fluctuation on the little monster. Lu Wen felt that he had just decimated the outer shell of the little monster, and the real core hadn't suffered much damage at all. What exactly are the rules here? Lu Wen didn't rely on his heaven-defying strength to be unscrupulous, but he knew that if he performed well in the God and Demon Mystery realm, he would be rewarded with a legendary level chance. Lu Wen didn't want to let go of any opportunity to strengthen himself, and he began to scrutinize the powder's whereabouts and its generation process. But unfortunately, he could only detect the life energy contained within the particles, but nothing else. No matter what means he exerted, he could not completely capture the pellet in his hands. It was as if the particles left behind after the death of these little monsters were deeply attracted by some kind of power, and simply ignored Lu Wen, the barbarian who had suddenly intruded. Mo Xing actually felt a sense of annoyance when he saw Lu Wen completely ignoring him. What a monster! This guy, definitely not a turn 2 player, can hit such high damage. Could it be that he has already reached turn 3? Or even turn 4? Mo Xing didn't dare to guess that the invitation could only be obtained by beating the 40th floor of the 8 square tower. Trying to reach this condition in just half a month is not easy in itself, but the strength Lu Wen displayed was more than 10 times more powerful than him. Is there any chance of catching up with this guy by getting the very best equipment within the divine and demonic mysteries? Mo Xing kept guessing in his heart. In order to get the legendary great equipment stated in the invitation, he hurriedly joined Lu Wen and started chopping up small monsters to study them. Half a day later, Lu Wen lowered the weapon in his hand and stopped this unproductive killing. The rules of the secret realm shouldn't have been triggered on these monsters. Otherwise, with the number of monsters I've killed, I would definitely be able to activate the rules. Lu Wen muttered to himself, thinking about how exactly he would be able to figure out the true rules of operation of the divine demon mystic realm. Mo Xing followed behind. At this time he had long since lost his previous calmness, the whole person in the battle just now, by all kinds of outrageous small monsters to beat a piece of green and purple. He didn't expect that the strength of the little monsters in this party's secret realm was so outrageous. Nope, just now that's a ing silver boss. Grass. Letting me fight a silver boss that's close to the 3rd turn. That's really enough to look down on me. Mo Xing cursed on his lips, but his face showed a hint of excitement. He realized that if he killed the boss, these particles that surfaced from their corpses were more than a star more than the usual small monsters. While Lu Wen didn't think these were of any use, Mo Xing didn't think so. The two stayed where they were, not moving on, both thinking about how they should figure out the rules of the divine demon mystic realm. Shoo! At that moment, a breaking sound came violently. Lu Wen frowned slightly, but didn't move because the voice went straight to Mo Xing and had nothing to do with him. How dare you? Who is it? Mo Xing roared and hurriedly dodged away from the sudden attack. He snapped his head back to find a sneaky figure setting up a bow and arrow in a distant tree. What a pity I didn't just kill you. A figure covered in a black cloak and holding a large bow jumped down from the tree as he shook his head regretfully. The strength is not bad, actually able to dodge my attack once, but this time, you can't escape. Before the words were finished, he pulled up his big bow again and shot straight at Lu Wen. Die for me. The speed of the arrow was extremely fast, and with this person sounding out, it made Mo Xing not react for a while, and he could only watch as the arrow quickly shot towards Lu Wen. Get out of the way, he roared, but he was unable to take control of Lu Wen's body and dodge this blow for him. In the face of the sudden attack, Lu Wen's eyes lifted and his sight landed on the black-clothed figure on the opposite side. Night Killer LV-45. Ha, kind of funny. A second turn little thing, actually daring to attack me. Courageous. Luwen did not dodge and let the arrow fall on himself, only to hear a sound of steel meeting steel. The arrow, which was strong enough to shoot through the huge wood of this place, fell straight to the ground. What? Emo Xing and the man in black let out a gasp of surprise at the same time, their gazes dead set on Lu Wen's unbroken blouse. This defense. Emo Xing simply thought that Lu Wen was a brittle assassin like him, but now it seemed that the other party's defense seemed to be equally strong. If Emo Xing was simply shocked, that Black Knight killer felt a burst of scalp numbness. Actually, someone can ignore his stunts, not to mention injured. This is not even a bit of blood skin off. Gutsy, but unfortunately a head case. Lu Wen snorted. What the hell? How dare he make a move towards him? Whoa. Lu Wen casually scratched his hand. Tiny spatial cracks emerged from behind the Black Knight killer, and before he could react, the spatial thorns fell with a bang. Ka-chow. Blood flowed like a stream, and large pieces of particles suddenly exploded from his body. A terrifying suction force came from the sky, sucking all the particles away instantly. This time, Lu Wen watched with extreme clarity as the particles were condensed into a round dam the size of a dragon's eye, which was taken away by a large hand through the air. Chapter 115, Weird Secret Realm. The giant hand appeared and disappeared quickly. However, this scene gave Lu Wen and Emo Xing a shock that was even more terrifying than a magnitude 8 earthquake. A giant hand from nowhere had taken the life essence left behind by the just-dead Black Knight killer and directly condensed it into a Dan pill. This, martyr, what the hell is this god and demon mystic realm? Emo Xing couldn't help but burst out. The level of danger here was quite a bit higher than he had imagined. Before coming in, Emo Xing thought that he could push through the secret realm and get the legendary equipment all the way without any invincibility. But the reality of the disparity is a bit overblown. Far from it. A Lu Wen next to him was hard enough for him, the same newcomer, but the gap between the two sides was unimaginably large. With just one hand avoid stabbing, he could confirm that this person had at least a strength of 3 revolutions or more, and the giant hand that appeared just now was even more mind-blowing to him. Emo Xing felt that if he died in this secret realm, the real world would probably follow. He had seen the tragic state of the Black Knight Slayer after his death. This hole, it's ing dangerous. Emo Xing cursed again, and when he glanced at Lu Wen's equally not so good face, he suddenly said, "Dude, that guy just now, do you think he's dead?" Emo Xing was talking about death in the true sense of the word, not the kind where the reality of death in the secret realm is still bouncing around like nobody's business. Dead, Lu Wen affirmed, but I don't know why those giant hands would take away the essence left behind by the players after their deaths. What does it do to them? Being struck down by him, there was no escaping death left or right, even if the opponent was only at the second turn, and was still far away from the fourth turn. Being marked by the God Slayer Demon Slayer would only result in death. However, what made him wonder was whether the group of particles left behind by players who died within the secret territory was their own essence or not. If not, okay, but then, Lu Wen suddenly felt a trace of heaviness. The terror of the God and Demon Mystery Realm was completely beyond his imagination. Bizarre to the extreme. In his hasty glance just now, he didn't even have time to check the specific attributes of the giant hand, or rather, what he had seen earlier was nothing more than a residual shadow left behind by the other party. The particles that the Dark Killer had turned into might have been snatched up by the other side long ago. It seems that the only way to figure out the secrets here is to go to the other players to find the answers. Lu Wen just glanced at Emo Xing, and the guy was jolted and hastily made a defensive state. He was afraid that Lu Wen would suddenly rise up and cut him down instantly. Emo Xing wouldn't dare to bet on whether dying here would permanently put him into a deep sleep. Lu Wen heckled disdainfully. He didn't give a damn about the second turning faceless one in the district. It was also Emo Xing who was incredibly observant and brought him some information intelligence, which made him not choose to kill with his hands. Emo Xing angry liver pain, but there is nothing to do. Really beat but even if the talent rises to diamond level, I won't be able to pop anything good out of a second turn player. Looking at the few extra pieces of junk inside his backpack, Lu Wen shook his head. Not every kill would result in a top tier drop, and according to Lu Wen's experience, this aspect was mainly related to the enemy's strength. The stronger it is, the more it can burst out good goods. As for the average strength, it is good to have a reward. Lu Wen and the two of them continued to move forward. Time passed hurriedly, and in the blink of an eye the sun sank into silence. A full moon rises and the glittering moonlight pours over the land. Lu Wen could barely see his surroundings with the moonlight, but it didn't mean much. In the course of the afternoon, he had never seen even a single player other than the Black Knight killer who had sneaked up on him. This secret realm is so big, we've been walking for a day, right? Emo Xing was a bit surprised. Where would an ordinary copy of the secret realm have such a large space? So what if it's big? We have to find out where the giant hand came from and the truth about what happened when the player died. What's the point of simply decapitating this group of big guys, even if you kill more? If I remember correctly, I've almost killed 100 of these small monsters or bosses today, right? Luwen pointed at the huge black shadow that was gradually approaching in the distance, his tone full of disdain. He had sort of figured out that the beings here were just big, and were that much stronger than small monsters or boss off the same level. The rest is nothing remarkable. Lu won, just like before. A spatial rhetoric instantly struck out before the huge black shadow approached. Ka-chow! Roar! The spatial rhetoric erupted, instantly decapitating the black shadow's head. But to Lu Wen's surprise, the monster didn't die immediately, and its head was still beating vigorously. Looking at that angry appearance, it seemed that he wanted to kill Lu Wen and the two of them to avenge his physical body. Kind of funny. Let's see what kind of creepy thing you are. Lu Wen came to the other side, only to see a huge head continuously rushing towards him, and he could make out the various eyeballs on the head that were densely packed, almost crowded together and growing. This scene directly caused Lu Wen to get goosebumps. Mud, you have to disgust me once more when you're about to die. Lu Wen cursed, and then struck to completely blow it up, only to hear a boom. This strange creature exploded into a pile of broken flesh. At the same time, as if its body had suffered some kind of curse, it began to rapidly melt. As Lu Wen watched, these once again turned into a large swath of particles. Following that, it floated up into the sky and quickly coalesced into a pill the size of a dragon's eye. And this time, the big hand still appeared in the first place, and took this pill right along with it. The grass. It appeared again. Mo Xing took a deep breath. He felt that his guess in the afternoon seemed to be right. The secret realm of gods and demons is definitely a testing ground for some high-level player, or a power we don't know about. But whenever someone dies, after a large amount of essence is left, a strong person will step in and pocket it. I think the guy who gave us the invitations is 80% harboring some unknown bad intentions. These were the words he had spoken to Lu Wen in the afternoon. But it was only then that the two had only killed one player, and were unsure of all that. It wasn't until this time that the appearance of that giant bizarre black shadow made Mo Xing affirm his suspicions. Perhaps, this is just one aspect. These people behind the scenes should have other plans. Lu Wen nodded, and then quickly shook his head. If it's really like what Mo Xing said, then the Divine Demon Mystery Realm could simply be the same as the second turn crossover copy, designed with rules that allow those who join to kill each other. How convenient then. Why should they be made to go around and around in this secret realm for a day before they could figure out the rules of this place? Collecting life essence should only be one aspect, knowing that what is data mined will not be faked. That is to say, there really are legendary props here, as well as other opportunities that we don't know about, only they haven't been discovered yet. The essence left behind after the death of these little monsters is definitely useful. As long as we can collect and coalesce them, perhaps we will be able to get the answers we want. Chapter 116, Mysterious Container. Collect? How do you collect this stuff? Mo Xing was a bit headstrong. It wasn't as if they hadn't tried earlier, but without exception, all the particles that contained essence were all sucked into the air. It was as if there was a huge spell formation in a place they couldn't see, enveloping the entire secret realm. However, whenever a life died, it would trigger some kind of rule, and then the essence that burst out would be absorbed into the air. I know it's going to be a little difficult, but it's the only thing we can do right now. Lu Wen spoke in a low tone, and it was obvious that the two appearances of the giant hand had also brought him a lot of pressure. Only by clearing this matter up can we understand what is going on in this Divine Demon Mystery Realm. See that boss over there? Lu Wen pointed to the distance. There was a gold boss the size of a small mountain over there. Even though it was far away, it could be clearly seen. Mo Xing subconsciously nodded his head, but soon a bad feeling arose in his heart. What's fifth brother up to? Finish him off. What we just killed was a low-level gold boss. The amount of essence in this guy's body is enough to gather into a Dan pill to attract those weird giant hands. Since the clues are there now, we just need to keep experimenting to find the right answer and we'll get it. Lu Wen spoke in a relaxed tone, as if a gold-level boss was nothing more than a pheasant or wild dog that could be killed casually by the side of the road in his eyes. A super existence that was difficult to deal with in the eyes of normal people was just assigned to Mo Xing to deal with. What? To fight the gold boss? Or to make me? Mo Xing's voice drew up as if he had heard something incredible. He was a faceless person who had just turned 2, and he was going to deal with a gold-level boss. Wasn't this a ing joke? Fifth brother, don't screw me to death. Although I pride myself on my strength, but that's a gold-level boss. How am I supposed to beat it? Mo Xing sounded agitated. One must know that his father was a legendary 6th Revolution divine demon, at the very top of the underworld continent. Mo Xing's own condition was pulled to the top, and just after entering the second turn, he wore a superb piece of equipment. Even the enhancement levels were stacked extremely high. With this kind of configuration, not to say invincible at the same level, at least it can be ranked in the category of super masters, but facing a gold level boss alone, To be honest, he didn't have much confidence. If he really wanted to go forward in charge, he was afraid that he wouldn't be beaten into a meat cake by the other side and die here on the spot. Fifth brother, you won't let me die so that you can study the formation process of the essence pill. Mo Xing looked at Lu Wen with some caution. He suddenly remembered that when the Black Knight Slayer had died earlier, the amount of essence that had been gathered could be more than that of a gold-level boss. Oh, just you? Lu Wen shook his head breathlessly as he mocked without mercy. Do you think that if I really wanted to kill you, it would be much more trouble than killing that big guy? To tell you the truth, I came to the Divine Demon Mystic Realm after my third turn, and my rank is a whole step higher than yours. Don't think of yourself as too strong or too talented, especially in front of me. Mo Xing's face flushed red, but he couldn't refute what Lu Wen had said. He had seen the other party's strength, which was really brutal. Not to mention Lu Wen was a third-turn player, and what killed him was that he belonged to the same shadow hunting pathway. People have left him behind on the career development path by who knows how many miles. Really killing him would never be any harder than killing a gold-level boss. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't look down on people. I'm very powerful. Mo Xing forced a defense, but in Lu Wen's eyes, it was no different from being here. Stalking and playing hard to get doesn't end well for many. Forget it, it's indeed a bit hard for you. After all, not everyone is like me, able to kill a gold boss like a dog. Tell you what, stand on those trees and help me see where there are still bosses nearby. With the density of monsters in this party's secret realm, it should be easy to find. Lu Wen changed his request, and Mo Xing quietly sighed in relief when he heard it, but his mouth remained stubborn. Humph, if I hadn't found those few core skills, would I have been afraid of this golden boss? Having said that, Mo Xing's body was extremely honest. Jumping left and right, he ascended to the highest part of the ancient tree. He looked around and realized that just as Lu Wen had said, the density of bosses within the secret area was a lot stronger than the outside world. He could see at least 3 bosses within his line of sight alone. These guys who took the puffer shot. I didn't realize that they would now be that guy's target. Hey, what a pity. Mo Xing let out a sigh of relief. He was just about to report what he saw to Lu Wen when he heard a sudden loud bang in the distance. Mo Xing hurriedly looked over. The gold-level boss that Lu Wen had asked him to solve earlier had now become a ground of broken flesh, dead beyond repair. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That fast? Damn it, this is a gold-level boss. Mo Xing cursed. Third turn is good. I don't know how much more the strength increases than second turn. If I were to turn 3, I'm afraid I could also kill a gold-level boss as if it were a chicken. After cursing, not surprisingly, Mo Xing once again saw that giant hand poking out of the void. The moment after the boss dies, it takes the essence it has gathered directly. There was not the slightest bit of procrastination, as if it had been practiced countless times, and the whole process stood out as fast, accurate and ruthless. North straight ahead. There's another gold-level boss. The loot was taken, but these were things that had been expected for a long time. After the giant hand disappeared, Mo Xing told Lu Wen all about the location of the boss he found. Seeing Lu Wen slaughtering gold-level bosses more efficiently than he could kill small monsters, Mo Xing couldn't help but shake his head for a while. Third turn, and it doesn't necessarily have the strength of this monster. Against all odds, so ing against all odds. So where is the player? Is clearly a pure diamond-level boss in the skin of a player. Lu Wen followed Mo Xing's guidance and quickly found the location of a few other bosses. In 3 strikes, it was reduced to a mass of broken flesh, just as the two of them were about to go to other areas to look for the boss. A buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the dense forest in the distance, and then, in Lu Wen's line of sight, a huge container shaped like a porcelain vase suddenly appeared. The container shimmered with a dazzling halo of light, and he could clearly see that a spherical substance floated and rotated inside. The mold looked like those essence pills that had been taken away by the giant hand. Chapter 117, The Lurid Truth. Mo Xing roared extremely loudly. Without him having to say anything, Lu Wen naturally knew exactly what to do. He immediately accelerated with all his might and rushed towards the distant bottle vessel. Mo Xing similarly followed, but his attributes were still too low compared to Lu Wen, and he was left behind in no time. The two men advanced for half an hour, but suddenly realized that the bottle vessel, which appeared to be some distance away from them, was never able to get closer by the slightest bit, no matter how much they accelerated. It was as if there was a transparent space between the two. Even if Lu Wen and Mo Xing ran their legs off, it was impossible for them to cross the spatial barrier and go straight to where the container was. After realizing this, Lu Wen immediately stopped and looked at the position behind him. When Mo Xing caught up with him, Lu Wen asked the question in his mind. We can't get anywhere near there. Do you have any ideas? The reason why Lu Wen would cooperate with Mo Xing, a second-turn faceless man, was largely due to the other party's more sensitive brain. Unlike other geniuses who only fought and killed, Mo Xing's reasoning ability seemed to Lu Wen to be very good. Either the guy really was a reasoning genius, or Mo Xing was a rookie, and Lu Wen could analyze on the same frequency as the other guy, and was equally a rookie. It just doesn't realize it. Keep charging, don't stop, and if you really can't get any closer, stop again and figure it out. With the 6th Revolution's Divine Demon as his backer, Mo Xing's eyesight was definitely higher than Lu Wen's, and he had come into contact with quite a few spatial props like this one. Mo Xing's approach seems stupid, like a head iron waif who is furious, but wants to move forward obstinately. However, Lu Wen didn't refute the other party. He directly lifted the other party's neck collar and led Mo Xing to rush towards the container again. Not only them, but all the players around them who saw the container all acted at the first opportunity. Descending into the secret realm also had a day's time. The attempts that should be made they also tried. In addition to not discovering the essence pill, the result of the survey was not much worse than Lu Wen's duo. The moment he saw the container appear, he realized that this could be a turnaround in this secret realm. Can't let anyone else take it. Faster, 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 faster. Many of the players were equally anxious to advance, but they soon realized that it was like there was some sort of invisible wall of air in front of them, blocking their footsteps. Some continued to mope along, while others pondered in place, thinking about how to crack this invisible wall of air. This situation lasted for a day and a night, and just as Lu Wen was about to give up advancing, Mo Xing suddenly shouted, "Wait, I sense it." "What?" "Space nodes." Mo Xing took out a small pocket-sized flag from his backpack. At this time the flag was lighting up with red light. Even if Lu Wen did not know the function of this flag, he knew that Mo Xing should have sensed something by this prop. "This is a special prop given to me by my father, called the Spatial Formation Flag, which can autonomously construct spatial passages, as well as sense naturally existing spatial nodes in the vicinity, so as to borrow a path and go." Mo Xing looked at the array flag that was flashing red light, and a hint of excitement flashed across his face. "We may not seem to have closed the distance to the vessel, but we have actually discovered this space node. If I'm not mistaken, this is one of the passages to the space ahead." After listening to Mo Xing's explanation, Lu Wen couldn't help but frown, feeling as if something was wrong. The invitation to the Divine Demon Mysterious Realm is a chance for a super pride who managed to pass the 40th floor of the 8 Directions Tower while still a novice. If this special prop is needed to activate the forward route, it's a bit too difficult. It was important to realize that Lu Wen himself didn't even have such an anticlimactic prop. Key to heaven, this particular one doesn't count. As for the other celestial pride, if it was said that everyone had a superpower behind them, regardless of whether others believed it or not, Lu Wen definitely didn't believe it anyway. It's a little hard for me to understand too, but that's just the way it is. "Let's go, fifth brother." Mo Xing waved his hand. He didn't know why. However, the attraction coming from the spatial node, Mo Xing was able to sense through his own props, and its exit point referred to this space in front of him. "Okay, let's go in first." Lu Wen nodded his head, then followed Mo Xing and together they stepped inside this space node that was invisible to the naked eye. A heavenly sensation struck. Lu Wen only felt that his head was hit by a heavy hammer, and he had a terrible headache. When he opened his eyes, he did not see the expected porcelain vase container suspended in the air, and the scene that appeared in front of him. Even he, a third-turn player, could not help but shrink his pupils. Asterisk 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 where the did this come from for me? Mo Xing next to him was even more exaggerated, jumping to his feet and cursing on the spot. One could only see the blazing lava flowing all around, and endless tiny particles floating in the air, forming a thick black cloud. The ground cracked out huge cracks, and the molten magma tumbled like a giant mouth of an abyss, constantly devouring everything around them, including the continent under Lu Wen and his duo's feet. Swish! Just as the two of them were shocked by the scene in front of them, a giant hand roared out of the magma. It instantly broke space and reached out to a certain corner of the outside world. In the next second, Lu Wen saw a pill-like object the size of a dragon's eye appear on the tip of his giant finger. "This is the crystallized essence of dead creatures?" Mo Xing lost his voice in shock. At the first moment he saw the giant hand, he reacted. Where were they entering the space where the container was located? This was clearly entering the interior of the container. Grass. A mistake. We actually got inside the belly of such a thing. Fifth brother, what should we do? Mo Xing was a bit anxious. He was now very worried if the weird giant hand would reach out from the magma and grab himself and Lu Wen and the two of them together. With regards to the divinity displayed by the other party, Mo Xing had no doubt that even if fifth brother had already reached the 3rd revolutions, he was bound to be no match for the giant hand. "Don't be in a hurry. Let's see what happens. These giant hands have no intention of attacking us at the moment." Lu Wen suppressed the shock in his heart and spoke in a low voice. He wanted to get closer to the lava to try and see if he could probe the interior, but before Lu Wen could take a few steps, Mo Xing violently pulled him to a halt and shouted in shock, "Fifth brother, look over there, something's going on." Lu Wen hurriedly turned back, but saw a turquoise porcelain bottle. I do not know when has been floating in the air above this place. It receives the essence crystals and draws them into the bottle. In a shuddering jiggle, a bottle of green potion snapped out of it. What made Lu Wen and his duo feel even more horrified was that not only was this green potion flying towards them, the information displayed on it scared the duo even more. Experience potion LV42, medium, special prop, LV40 plus can be used. Effect, gain 2/10 experience needed for LV42 upgrade. Note, this is obtained from refining Mosander. No storage time limit. Tradable. Chapter 118, The Human Pill. Upon seeing the remarks of the experience potion, Mo Xing immediately shuddered and shouted. A hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes, as well as a strong look of horror. An experience potion that could be exploded from a boss could actually be obtained through this method. The worst thing was that there was no trading or storage time limit for this kind of experience potion, so it could be said that whoever grasped the way to make this kind of prop would be able to cultivate high-level players in bulk. I don't know how much labor and material costs can be saved in the meantime. Fifth brother, this. Mo Xing was shocked beyond words. He turned his head to look at Lu Wen, but Lu Wen didn't fare any better than him. It was likewise the first time he had seen this bizarre potion. To use a human being to refine pills and turn them into props that could be used by others. How appalling was the secret hidden in this? Not to mention them, these second and third turn players, even fifth turn, or even sixth turn gods and demons, did not necessarily have such means. Swish, without waiting for Lu Wen to say anything, several more bottles of experience potions flew over and silently landed in front of the duo. Asterisk. Still coming? Scorn flashed across Mo Xing's face as these bizarre props approached one after another, making him, the eldest son of a god and demon player, a bit overwhelmed. What to do? They seem to be onto us, Mo Xing asked in a trembling voice. A cold sweat slipped off Lu Wen's head. He could see clearly that these experience potions were condensed from the life essence of players or bosses. He didn't know why these experience potions were appearing here, but the most important thing right now is not to figure out why, but, run! Lu Wen roared and grabbed Mo Xing as he ran off into the distance. Mo Xing didn't dare to slow down and wanted to pull out a space formation flag to re-enter the outside world. Swish! Right at this moment, a bizarre large hand suddenly rose from the magma and grabbed at the direction where the two of them originally were. Rumble! As the giant hand fell into the air, Lu Wen looked back and saw an incomparably regular circular pit appear. So regular that it was as if it had been erased by some mysterious force. This odd attack made Lu Wen not dare to even think about the giant hand. The bizarre giant hand was completely beyond what he could currently deal with at this level. What exactly does this divine demon mystery realm want to do? Playing so big right off the bat? Lu Wen similarly cursed. He felt that he was caught in a trap. The other party was using the divine demon mystery realm as bait to purposely fish out them, the super geniuses who had passed the 40th floor of the 8 Directions Tower. Lu Wen was extremely fast, but the weird giant hand was even faster. In less than a moment it caught up with Lu Wen and the two of them. The giant hand was just about to fall, but as if it sensed something, the movement lurched and turned to lunge in another direction. Lu Wen was slightly stunned at the sight, and he couldn't help but drop his eyes in the direction of the giant hand's movement. A bemused humanoid creature appeared next to the lava, staring blankly at the porcelain vase container suspended in the air. Get out of the way! Mo Xing had to remind the other party at the first opportunity. Unfortunately, this person's reaction was still a bit too slow, and the moment he saw the giant hand coming, he only had time to launch a skill attack, not even realizing what kind of monster it was. Finished! Mo Xing slapped his forehead and took 3 seconds of silence for this guy who had a delayed reaction. Unsurprisingly, the giant hand ignored the skill released by the humanoid player and directly clutched it in his hand, and Lu Wen only heard a poof sound coming from the giant hand as a large amount of blood mist dispersed from it. A dan pill the size of a dragon's eye flew out and was quickly absorbed by the porcelain vase container. With a familiar buzzing sound, a bottle of experience potion reappeared and flew straight towards Lu Wen. After seeing the complete refining process, the trace of fluke in Lu Wen's heart completely disappeared. Damn, it's really a guy made out of players' lives. Grass. Lu Wen's heart was pounding, and he felt that he had made a wrong choice in coming to the god and demon mysterious realm so early. However, before the duo could be shocked, more and more players descended on this place. They somehow managed to travel together to this mysterious space. At the same time, the magma completely boiled, fire shot up to the sky, and countless bizarre monsters crawled out from it, their size incomparably tall. The smaller ones are a few dozen meters, and the larger ones are nearly 100 meters tall. What's going on here? Mo Xing looked at the sudden appearance of monsters going crazy and charging towards the players, completely unable to understand why this was happening. Obviously they were fine when they arrived. Moreover, he found an extremely strange point. That is, the bizarre giant hand just now had actually initiated an attack towards them. One should know that earlier. Upon meeting this fellow, The other party had only taken the essence pills, not bothering with them at all. In Mo Xing's speculation, giant hands would only appear after the death of life. Ever since he traveled into this dimension, things had gradually exceeded his expectations and become more and more uncontrollable. Careful, these are bosses. What's going on? Can someone tell me? Cut the crap and hurry up and finish these guys off. Without the interference of the weird giant hand, the reaction speed of this group of players was quite alright, and after freezing for a moment, they began to counterattack the weird creatures that had emerged from the lava. But to everyone's surprise, these weird creatures weren't any small monsters. They were all gold level bosses, and there was even a LV41 platinum level boss among them. It wasn't a high level, but how high could a player who came in through an invitation be? What's more, there were no supporting professions such as singers among these players, and their ability to sustain combat was so poor that after a few moments of fighting, there was a situation where there was a lack of power in the aftermath. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a bunch of colorful pens. They can't even deal with a gold level boss. Mo Xing gave a disgusted poo-poo, but his eyes were deadlocked on those bosses, wanting to discover some information that would be useful to them. Unfortunately, even though the players and the bosses were fighting in the dark, the weird giant hands appeared after their deaths. In addition to all of them being hidden in the middle of the lava, even he and Lu Wen were not within the other party's pursuit at the moment. Forget about them, do some more research on how to get out of this hellhole. The space node you mentioned, is there still one here? Can it help us escape from here? Lu Wen asked. He did not expect the other party to give any useful reply, but out of his expectation, Mo Xing actually nodded and took the flag out again. Since we can get in, getting out shouldn't be a problem either. Having said that, it wasn't hard to hear from his tone that he didn't have much certainty. Try it then, Lu Wen urged. Just as Mo Xing was about to explore the nodes of this space again, the bizarre giant hand suddenly rose from the molten lava and violently rushed towards the two of them. Not good, Mo Xing, take back your props.